Chapter 1. Blue Star Huagua. Deep within the Tianyan mountain range, a plump, snow-white young beast swayed its way back to the cave, a lifeless rabbit of similar size clutched in its mouth. With a soft whimper, it dropped the still-warm rabbit onto the stone slab, trembling as it shook off the snowflakes accumulated during its earlier hunt, and then gazed blankly at the swirling snow outside the cave. Gu Lang had arrived in this world a month ago, and he was utterly bewildered when he opened his eyes to find himself transformed into a young pup. Fortunately, the system appeared promptly to inform him that he was a descendant of the noble magical element bloodline, a starry magic wolf. However, this system was incredibly irresponsible, leaving Gu Lang with nothing but a few simple pieces of information. Race: starry magic wolf. Born under the radiance of celestial magic, possessing keen perception of all elements, able to traverse various planes without hindrance. Magic level: mid-first stage. Feeding value: 0. Time remaining for Maul refresh: 2 hours 53 minutes. The system interface was exceedingly simplistic, displaying only a few lines of information, and crucially, there were no explanations whatsoever. What a frustrating system. In terms of feeding value, Gu Lang speculated that someone would need to provide him with food for the value to increase, but the problem was that he was nestled deep within the mountains, with not a soul in sight. Who could possibly come to feed me? Gu Lang felt quite vexed. Well, at least I know I'm a wolf. If I were a dog, that would be truly disastrous. Gu Lang consoled himself, recognizing that having a system meant there was hope, and besides, wolves certainly had a higher status than dogs. Gu Lang found himself in a realm saturated with magic, with a ferocious aura of magical beasts permeated the entire mountain range. After hiding for several days, he finally discovered a small cave devoid of magical beasts, providing him with a refuge for rest and survival. Having secured a cave to shelter from the elements, he also needed to address the issue of sustenance. Thus, Gu Lang was compelled to venture out for hunting every day. What was he hunting? Rabbits. For at present, Gu Lang's combat prowess was barely sufficient to deal with rabbits. Though he possessed magic, he had yet to master any spells, leaving him to contend solely with ordinary, unremarkable rabbits. Today was no different. After a prolonged search, Gu Lang finally managed to catch a foolish rabbit that had knocked itself senseless against a wooden post. Would eating a rabbit that managed to knock itself out affect my intelligence? Gu Lang pondered, hesitating slightly, for such a dim-witted rabbit was a rarity. Yet, after a brief moment of indecision, he devoured the rabbit, as he had pressing matters to attend to. What pressing matters? Meeting his little brother. Indeed, even this adorably fluffy young beast had a subordinate. Having finished the rabbit, Gu Lang promptly exited the cave, his fluffy short legs racing swiftly through the snow. Not long after, in a nearby grove, before Gu Lang lay a coyote obediently crouching. This coyote's appearance was rather dismal. Its dull gray fur lacked luster, and its unattractive face bore a scar. Resembling a character from a certain domestic animated series, Gu Lang casually bestowed upon a nickname, Gray Wolf. Upon seeing his elder brother Gu Lang approach, Gray Wolf quickly lowered its head in a gesture of respect. Although coyotes were among the weakest of wolves, it was still considerably larger than the current Gu Lang, and the sight of a young Alaskan pup before a coyote would astonish anyone. Gray Wolf had contemplated resistance, but after their first encounter, it realized this pup was not to be trifled with. That had occurred a month prior, shortly after Gu Lang's arrival in this world. While wandering aimlessly, Gu Lang unexpectedly encountered the ravenous Gray Wolf. At that time, Gray Wolf had been separated from its pack for an extended period, struggling to catch sufficient prey, and it had been far too long since its last meal. Upon first seeing Gu Lang, Gray Wolf felt a surge of excitement. Gu Lang's appearance was exceedingly deceptive. His diminutive size, short limbs, and most crucially, the absence of sharp claws and teeth. Such a weak creature was hard to come by, especially one that wouldn't run away upon sighting a coyote. How foolish. Gray Wolf immediately contemplated pouncing on Gu Lang and devouring him. But the next moment, cold sweat broke out, for it sensed the presence of magic emanating from Gu Lang. Magic. This pup possessed magic. Ordinary beasts lacked magic. It had to be a magical beast. Terrified, Grey Wolf promptly surrendered, lying flat on the ground before Gulang. Gulang, bewildered, nonetheless accepted the coyote as his subordinate. After becoming Gulang's follower, Grey Wolf dutifully inquired if there were any tasks for him. Gulang pondered for a moment and assigned him a few tasks, agreeing to meet every 3 days. Today marked another rendezvous day. "Oh?" Gulang inquired. "Oh?" Grey Wolf replied, displaying a somewhat subservient demeanor. Gulang immediately grasped that Grey Wolf had yet to encounter any signs of humans in the past few days. This news left Gulang feeling somewhat disheartened after accepting Grey Wolf as a subordinate. He had instructed him to keep an eye out for any human activity nearby. The purpose of gathering intel on humans was solely to increase his feeding value. With a sense of disinterest, Gulang waved his little paw, and Grey Wolf nodded eagerly before picking up the rabbit Gulang had given him and departing. That rabbit had been caught by Gulang on his way, serving as a reward for Grey Wolf services. Grey Wolf was quite pleased such a stroke of luck, to receive a rabbit for merely going through the motions. Once Grey Wolf had left, Gulang prepared to return to the cave for the night. Ding! The mall has been refreshed. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. The mall had refreshed. Gulang hastily opened the system mall. Magic World Feeding Value Mall. Upon entering the mall, he was greeted by an interface resembling supermarket shelves, with a few scattered items displayed. At the top shelf lay a slightly yellowed tome. Permanent Top Priority Transformation Technique. Upon mastering, you may transform into a human. Price: 9,990,000 feeding value. Gulang was all too familiar with the first item, the transformation technique. Once learned, Gulang would be able to rid himself of his current foolish and unremarkable wolf-dog appearance. This was precisely why he was so eager to locate humans and acquire feeding value. He yearned to revert to human form. When Gulang first opened the mall and laid eyes on the transformation technique, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This item was of utmost importance to him. Thus, he promptly utilized his single opportunity to pin it, ensuring it would not be refreshed. Indeed, the mall refreshed every 7 days, replacing non-pinned items, all of which required feeding value for purchase. Gulang continued to peruse, and the second item was a gift box. Beginner's Gift Package, a token of affection from System Daddy. Price: 0 feeding value. It was the Beginner's Gift Package. At last, this frustrating system exhibited a hint of conscience. With a price of 0, it was essentially a freebie. Gulang hurriedly purchased it and immediately opened the gift box. As soon as the red box was unsealed, a multitude of colorful items surged forth, diving into Gulang's mind, followed by a series of mechanical system notifications. Ding! Beginner's Gift Package has been used. The system will randomly grant the host skills. Ding! Defecation has been learned. Ding! Eating has been learned. Ding! Slapping away flies has been learned. Ding! Danger Sense has yet to be learned. Bestowing now. Ding! Magic Concealment has yet to be learned. Bestowing now. Ding! Wagging Tail has yet to be learned. Bestowing now. Gulang was left speechless. What nonsense! Defecating and eating can be considered skills? As for the third skill, don't make things up, I don't even recognize it. How could I have learned it? At least I've acquired a few skills I didn't already know. Gulang thought, not entirely displeased. He quickly examined the descriptions of the skills provided by the system. Danger Sense, passive skill, allowing you to perceive nearby dangers. A rather vague description. Could the system not take this seriously? How far is nearby? 5 meters or 10? What does danger even refer to? Is it biological or environmental? Gulang silently grumbled, but decided to move on to the next skill. Magic Concealment. When activated, you can completely hide all magic fluctuations emanating from you. Gulang was momentarily taken aback. Conceal magic fluctuations? Wasn't this akin to playing the fool to catch the tiger? It might not serve much purpose. In this dense forest teeming with wild beasts and magical creatures, my combat prowess is already low. Relying on magic to intimidate others would be futile. Wagging Tail. Method of use: shake the tail. After usage, it will diminish the hostility and vigilance of surrounding creatures towards you, while slightly enhancing their favorability. Is wagging the tail a serious matter? Has it truly come to resemble a dog? I am a wolf, a noble, celestial magic wolf. Oh well, at least it can enhance others' fondness. Perhaps I shall rely on it to deceive humans for food in the future. Gulang, feeling helpless, glanced over the three new skills before shifting his attention to the other goods refreshed in the system shop. The other items remained the same, utterly unaffordable. Gulang shook his head and returned to the cave. The cave appeared as it always had, with numerous vines hanging at the entrance to conceal it. Gulang skillfully navigated through the gaps in the vines, finding his makeshift nest made of hay, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Half a month passed, and deep winter had arrived. The snow in the sky fell thicker and thicker, blanketing the forest in a thick layer of white. Today, Gulang visited the gray wolf as usual, inquiring about any traces of humans. Awoo! The gray wolf shook its head, delivering the same response as Alwaysno's sight of humans. A wave of disappointment washed over Gulang. Could it be that there were no human settlements nearby? Little did he know, the gray wolf had not genuinely sought out information. It merely spent its days idly, then sought Gulang for rabbits to eat. Awoo! Gulang informed the gray wolf that there were no rabbits today, then turned to leave. Damn it! Has it nearly been 2 months and you haven't gathered any information? Rabbits have hidden away in winter. They are difficult to catch. Of no use at all, yet you still wish to eat rabbits? Upon hearing the news of no rabbits, the gray wolf was visibly displeased. How could it not be given any? I endured several days of hard work to bring you news, and you do not provide me with rabbits? The more it thought, the more dissatisfied the gray wolf became as it glared at Gulang, its eyes gleaming with malice. This little wolf, resembling a puppy, seemed to be all bark and no bite, having never witnessed it cast any magic. Perhaps, as Gulang turned his back, the gray wolf's sinister thoughts began to brew. At that moment, a wave of energy surged through Gulang's mind, sending chills down his spine. His sense of danger was on high alert. The disturbance came from behind. Gulang immediately realized it was the gray wolf. He quickly turned, but the gray wolf had already pounced towards him, its mouth agape, drool flying through the air. Seeing the gray wolf truly betray him and prepare to attack, Gulang panicked and attempted to dodge. But someone was faster. Flameball, a resonant male voice echoed. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupted in the forest, and a fireball struck the gray wolf, sending it crashing to the ground. Scorching flames. The same male voice called out again, and flames immediately engulfed the fallen gray wolf. The gray wolf howled in agony, struggling desperately, but the flames only intensified, and it ultimately whimpered before succumbing. In a matter of moments, the gray wolf was reduced to a pile of ashes beneath the fierce flames. Gulang, witnessing the scene, was left dumbfounded. Was this magic? But then he suddenly realized something. Wait, could it be a human? The incantation just uttered was in Mandarin, a language he understood. Tears welled in Gulang's eyes. He had finally found a human, and a compatriot at that. The bushes before him rustled, and a young man with golden hair squeezed his way out. Upon seeing Gulang, Wu Yanghua was momentarily taken aback. Another wolf cub? Realizing the situation, he let out a cold laugh. Ha! You can't escape. A surge of magical energy emanated from his hand as he prepared to cast a spell to eliminate Gulang. Gulang felt a chill run down his spine. His sense of danger was ringing alarm bells. This blondie wants to kill me. Gulang turned on his heel and fled. Light and nimble, he easily slipped into the dense underbrush. Seeing the wolf cub dart into the thicket, Wu Yanghua's expression darkened. He did not wish to set the surrounding forest ablaze. Do you think you can escape? Wu Yanghua immediately turned and shouted into the forest, Li Yingyi, approximately 8 meters to the 10 o'clock direction. All right, a sweet female voice responded, followed by a surge of magical energy. Vine growth. Hearing another female voice casting a spell, Gulang's heart sank. He frantically darted in every direction, attempting to evade the magic. But it was all in vain, as several vines erupted from the ground beneath him. In an instant, these vines ensnared all 4 of Gulang's legs. Before he could even struggle, more vines descended from the thicket above, tightly binding his torso, and then they violently constricted, lifting the startled Gu Lang into the air. These vines, as if in relay, alternately hoisted the immobilized Gu Lang out of the dense forest, returning him to the small clearing where he had just met the gray wolf. At this moment, the small clearing was crowded with 7 or 8 individuals, and upon seeing Gu Lang captured, their gazes immediately converged upon him. Among them was a petite girl with a sweet appearance, a faint aura of the forest's vibrant green emanating from her, gazing at Gu Lang with a face full of astonishment. Alas, what an adorable little chubby dog! The moment Li Yingyi laid eyes on Gu Lang, her gaze instantly transformed into that of a starry-eyed enchantment, for it was revealed that this fluffy bundle was, in fact, a small puppy. Gu Lang, feeling flustered, declared, "What chubby dog? I, Wolf Lord, am a noble wolf king." He immediately assumed a fierce demeanor, howling at the 2 individuals before him. "Awoo!" Gu Lang's 4 little short legs flailed in the air. Accompanied by the tender howls of a pup, released the Wolf Lord. To his surprise, Li Yingyi felt no sense of threat from Gu Lang's howling. Instead, she was charmed and lowered her defenses, preparing to reach out and pet him. "Don't touch," came a cool, feminine voice. "Dirty. You're the one who's dirty," Gu Lang retorted indignantly. Upon hearing this, Li Yingyi obediently withdrew her hand, standing aside as Song Lingyao approached. Gu Lang beheld a stunningly beautiful and aloof young lady. Her exquisite brows furrowed as she scrutinized him. Perched on her shoulder was a small orange and white cat, which also gazed curiously at Gu Lang. "Is this a magical beast? Just now, I sensed some magical energy." "Huh? Where did it go?" Wu Yanghua remarked, momentarily taken aback, for he had indeed felt a magical aura emanating from Gu Lang. The moment Gu Lang was ensnared by the vines, he realized the precariousness of his situation. In a bid to evade detection, he utilized his magical power to disguise himself as an ordinary young beast. After a thorough examination, the strikingly beautiful young lady spoke, "Not a magical beast. Little Ling didn't sense any magical fluctuations." Song Lingyao paused before adding her assessment. "It's merely an ordinary wolf cub." Her orange cat nodded in agreement, its lively eyes sweeping over Gu Lang before it licked its white paw. "Oh, I just killed a coyote. Perhaps this is its offspring," Wu Yanghua suggested, nodding. "You're the one who is the son of a gray wolf. How could such a handsome and adorable creature possibly be the offspring of that ugly wolf?" Gu Lang silently cursed Wu Yanghua, feeling a pang of fear at the thought that these individuals might be planning to kill him. Coyotes have long snouts, but this wolf cub has such a short mouth. Another male voice chimed in as a tall figure squeezed closer to Gu Lang. "Whatever its type, let us just kill it." Wu Yanghua replied nonchalantly. "It's so cute. Shouldn't we keep it?" Li Yingyi expressed her reluctance. Wu Yanghua glanced at the sweet Li Yingyi and, in a rather blunt manner, shook his head. "What do you know? Wolves cannot be domesticated. Otherwise, how would we have the saying about ungrateful wolves? Moreover, keeping it would be a nuisance. Although these wolves may not possess magic as they grow, they will still follow the true wolf clan and trouble us." With that, he conjured a ball of fire and approached Gu Lang. Though Li Yingyi felt a twinge of reluctance after hearing Wu Yanghua's words, she refrained from voicing her objections. "Ow!" Gu Lang, upon realizing they intended to kill him, panicked. This simply wouldn't do. He frantically wriggled his fluffy body, flailing his short legs. "The Wolf Lord does not wish to die. Oh, if only you were a little dog. We could keep you and raise you." Li Yingyi felt a pang of sympathy for the adorable wolf cub. "What? If it were a dog, it wouldn't have to die?" Gu Lang fell silent, for he was, after all, the noble starry sky magic wolf, and such a fate was beneath him. As Wu Yanghua's elemental energy intensified, it seemed he was about to unleash a spell. "Damn it! Wolf!" Gu Lang suppressed his embarrassment and let out a bark. The sound of Gu Lang's bark, the crowd fell silent. Song Lingyao stared at Gu Lang in astonishment. "Did I misjudge? This wolf cub can bark like a dog too, huh?" Wu Yanghua, momentarily stunned, scratched his dyed blonde hair, chuckled, and prepared to cast his spell once more. "Are you speaking human language?" "I am indeed a dog. Just a dog." Realizing this wasn't sufficient, Gu Lang cast aside all sense of shame and began to howl desperately. "Woof woof woof, a woo." Not only did Gu Lang howl with abandon, but he also wagged his tail fervently behind him. With the tail wagging skill activated, the onlookers perceived a transformation in the little wolf dog cub. Unbeknownst to them, this was the power of Gu Lang's tail-wagging ability. The act diminished their hostility and aggression towards him while slightly enhancing their goodwill. Otherwise, how could a distinguished student from the prestigious magic university be so easily swayed by a few dog barks? Li Yingyi, standing closest to Gu Lang, was the primary recipient of the tail-wagging skill. Coupled with her pre-existing fondness for him, she was utterly captivated. She dispelled her wooden magic and gently cradled Gu Lang in her arms. Gu Lang felt enveloped in a soft embrace, but it seemed he would not meet his demise after all. And he sighed in relief. This must be a puppy, like an Alaskan Malamute. The tall figure, Wang Cheng, promptly made this assessment. Wang Cheng, towering at nearly 2 meters, was the largest among them. Upon hearing his words, the group came to a realization. It was indeed an Alaskan Malamute. This breed is a popular domestic pet, and in its youth, it resembled the very Gu Lang before them. The group scrutinized Gu Lang closely. His back was adorned with patches of black fur, while the rest was a snowy white fluff, reminiscent of an Oreo cookie missing a piece. His fluffy head was directly fused with his body, lacking a neck altogether, resembling a small black and white gas cylinder. Indeed, it's an Alaskan puppy, just like those viral videos online. Seeing the group continue to examine him, Gu Lang could not resist letting out a few soft barks. Hearing Gu Lang mimic a dog's bark, Wang Cheng scoffed. Who would think he thought it was just a silly little dog? With that, he reached out and patted Gu Lang's head. Gu Lang seethed with anger. How dare this fellow touch the wolf lord's head? However, anger aside, he recognized that he was at a disadvantage. Woof! Gu Lang begrudgingly continued to whimper. Since it was an Alaskan sled dog, perhaps they would spare its life. The Tianyan mountain range is perilous. Such a small creature would survive the night if released. Li Yingyi clutched her new pet tightly. Upon hearing Li Yingyi's concern, Gu Lang rolled his eyes. Please, I am a born wilderness predator. I have always been the one to overpower others. How could anyone threaten me? He completely forgot that his combat prowess didn't even match that of a gray wolf, under Li Yingyi's strong insistence. The group reluctantly agreed to let Gu Lang stay. This outcome greatly pleased the adorable girl, who blissfully hugged the unknown little puppy, showering it with affection. Gu Lang silently vowed that a true gentleman knows when to endure, and he would tolerate this indignity for now. He comfortably nestled against 2 pillows. Being taken in by them was fortuitous, as it provided him with an opportunity to gain some sustenance. Gu Lang exhaled in relief. A new future was about to begin. Having successfully ingratiated himself with the humans, Gu Lang found favor, particularly with the sweet Li Yingyi. After all, she was the only one who genuinely liked him. The others were indifferent as for the unfortunate demise of his little brother, the gray wolf. Gu Lang felt no sorrow. What a joke! A genuine white-eyed wolf like Gray Wolf, who turns hostile if not fed rabbits, deserved his fate. Gu Lang felt no grief whatsoever. However, he did feel a twinge of fear, for Wu Yonghua's fire magic was ruthless, instantly reducing Gray Wolf to a pile of ash that I must learn magic post-haste. Gu Lang declared inwardly. The group, with Gu Lang in tow, maintained their pace without any decrease in speed as they ventured deeper into the Tianyan mountain range. Before long, they arrived near Gu Lang's cave. As the sky gradually darkened, the group continued onward, preparing to find a suitable spot to set up camp that it was unsafe to traverse in the dark due to limited visibility. Meow! A sudden meow interrupted the group as they were preparing to set up camp. Gu Lang, who was being carried on Li Yingyi's back, also turned to look at it was the cat belonging to that beautiful young lady from earlier, and it seemed to have sensed something unusual. By eavesdropping on the conversations, Gu Lang learned that this feline was called the White Paw Spirit Cat. Although its combat prowess was not particularly formidable, it bore the title of supportive divine pet, due to its exceptionally keen senses, making it a powerful ally in the wilderness. Just as this instance demonstrated, the White Paw Spirit Cat had somehow discovered a suitable camping spot and had meowed to alert the others. Upon hearing the cat's cry, Song Lingyao immediately turned to converse with the little orange cat perched on her shoulder, and then led the group slightly off course to continue their journey. While the others remained unfazed, Gu Lang was taken aback. Wasn't that direction leading to my cave? Sure enough, after 5 minutes of walking, they stumbled upon the cave where Gu Lang had resided for nearly 2 months. The cave now loomed dark and ominous, resembling the gaping maw of a beast poised to devour it. Wu Yonghua stepped forward, conjuring a flame that incinerated the vines covering the cave entrance. He then turned to Wang Cheng, who immediately understood the cue. With a low growl, he cast an earth-based spell, Stone Skin. A dense aura of earth elements enveloped Wang Cheng, his skin transforming into an unusual earthy hue. He then summoned a shield made of soil elements. Brandishing it as he cautiously entered the cave, that Wu Yanghua followed closely behind, while the others remained outside to keep watch. Observing the team's meticulous and practiced coordination, Gulang couldn't help but feel impressed. Was it truly necessary to be this cautious? He had been sleeping in that cave for 2 months. If there had been any danger, he would have met his end long ago, before long. Wu Yanghua and Wang Cheng had thoroughly explored the cave's interior. Come in. There's nothing here. Oh, just a grass clump. Wu Yanghua's voice echoed from within. Hearing this, the remaining 6 individuals followed suit into the cave. The previously pitch-black interior was illuminated by the flames in Wu Yanghua's hands. As they surveyed the surroundings, they found nothing of note aside from a small grass clump on the ground. Even the cave's walls were stark and bared. Is this a rabbit's nest? Wang Cheng speculated. This is the den of the Wolf Lord. Gulang instantly recognized the grass clump. It was something he had collected from the nearby thicket before winter. Tugging and pulling it with his mouth, what kind of rabbit would nest in a cave? Clearly lacking in experience, Wu Yanghua scoffed disdainfully at Wang Cheng. If it's not a rabbit's nest, then it's perfect for kindling the campfire. We can use it to start a fire, Wang Cheng conceded, refusing to continue the argument with Wu Yanghua, though his words irked Gulang. Ganny, are you really going to burn the Wolf Lord's den? Damn it, the Wolf Lord will remember this, and the first thing he does upon transforming will be to reward you with 2 hefty slaps. Wu Yanghua, however, merely shook his head in disdain. I need kindling to start a fire. With that, he took the wood that the others had brought from outside and carelessly tossed it onto the ground. Then, with a flick of his hand, he conjured a flame, igniting the wood, which crackled and blazed to life. Gulang watched with envy. That damned yellow-haired guy was quite impressive. As the campfire blazed, everyone gathered around to eat. Jiu Lang felt a surge of excitement. It was mealtime. Is there any for me? Hurry and feed me. As if hearing Gulang's inner plea, Liangyi opened a can of meat specifically for him. She scooped him into her arms and leaned against the wall, settling down. From somewhere, she produced a small plastic spoon, stirred it a few times in the can, and brought a generous spoonful of meat paste to Gulang's mouth. Open wide, she coaxed patiently, though slightly embarrassed. The eager Gulang promptly opened his mouth, extending his tongue to lick the meat paste clean from the spoon. Not bad. Gulang smacked his lips in delight, as expected, immediately after Liangyi fed him. The system promptly issued a notification. Ding! Detected that the host has been fed 15 g of Asteraceae brand pork canned food. Feeding value 2. To Gulang's surprise, a burst of white light suddenly emerged from within his stomach, merging with his body, and he faintly sensed an increase in his strength. Wow! Feeding not only provides feeding value, but can also enhance my body. Gulang rejoiced, quickly looking up at Liangyi with hopeful eyes, wagging his tail in a desperate plea for more food. Seeing Gulang's eager demeanor, Liangyi couldn't help but chuckle, scooping a few more spoonfuls of meat paste to feed him. Ding! Detected that the host has been fed 15 g of Asteraceae brand pork canned food. Feeding value 2. Ding! Detected that the host has been fed 15 g of Asteraceae brand pork canned food. Feeding value 2. By the time the can was empty, Gulang's feeding value had increased by a staggering 20 points. Not only that, but he also felt an abundance of magical energy surging within him, invigorating his body. This was pure bliss. Gulang was ecstatic. From now on, even if he starved, he wouldn't bother hunting rabbits. He would live off feeding. What? Is this living off others? What a joke. What era is this? Haven't you heard that line? Making money isn't shameful. The Wolf Lord is the same. Getting stronger isn't shameful either. The other individuals in the cave were enjoying their dinner, and seeing Liangyi neglect her own hunger to feed Gulang, they could only shake their heads in exasperation. Does this dog possess such great magical power? Ingyi, hurry and eat something. Don't worry about that silly dog, Wu Yanghua remarked. Unable to bear it any longer, he himself had never experienced such happiness of being fed, yet this foolish dog was being coddled by Liangyi. All right, reluctantly, Liangyi set Gulang down and went to eat. After finishing her meal, the group gathered around the campfire to chat. Jiu Lang lay quietly by the fire, listening attentively. They began by praising Song Lingyao, saying that if it weren't for the white paw spirit cat, they would have had to camp outside that night. They further lauded her rapid progress in magic at such a young age, showering her with compliments. The shy young lady, clearly embarrassed by the attention, blushed and became flustered after just a few remarks. Following this, casual conversations ensued that Ji Yulang eavesdropped for quite some time, finally piecing together the purpose of this group. There were a total of 8 individuals, all students on a training expedition. The youngest and most beautiful among them, Song Lingyao, was surprisingly the team leader. She was a student from the prestigious Magic High School in Ruiqing, while the other 7 were university students from the Magic University of Huaguo, here for a half-month training in the Tianyan mountain range. 5 years prior, through the detection of high-level mages, the International Magic Association learned that an unfamiliar realm was on the verge of merging with Blue Star. This merging had already begun, as foreign air seeped through spatial rifts into Blue Star. Magic research institutions worldwide captured these foreign air samples. Upon thorough analysis, they discovered that the magical elements present in this foreign air were abundant, far surpassing those in Blue Star. This indicated that this unknown realm likely harbored beings capable of practicing magic, much like those on Blue Star. In other words, in the near future, Blue Star would face a formidable, unfamiliar realm that might harbor hostile intentions. This is also the reason why various prestigious magical universities across Huaguo frequently dispatch students for outdoor training. In the coming years, formidable adversaries are likely to emerge, necessitating the sharpening of swords and thorough preparations for the impending battles. This time, Ruiqing Magic University has organized dozens of teams to venture into the Tianyan mountain range in the northern part of Ruiqing for their training. As a high school student, Song Lingyao should ostensibly be ineligible to participate in such endeavors. However, at merely 17 years of age, her magical prowess has already surpassed that of many second- and third-year students at Ruiqing Magic University. Although Ruiqing Magic University may not hold a prominent reputation throughout Huaguo, it is still an institution of higher learning, which undeniably attests to Song Lingyao's extraordinary talent and diligent cultivation, in addition to her rapid advancement in magical skills. She possesses an unmatched beauty that sets her apart from her peers. Furthermore, she is backed by the most illustrious family in Ruiqing, the Song family, renowned for their mastery in summoning magic, coupled with the family's intention to groom her as the next successor. It is only natural that abundant resources are devoted to her support. With such an exceptional background, appearance, and cultivation, Song Lingyao stands as a quintessential example of a top-tier heiress, a rarity not only in the relatively secluded Ruiqing, but also throughout the entirety of Huaguo. Consequently, with the backing of the Song family, Song Lingyao successfully ascended to the position of captain of a training team, specifically the one designated as Team 47, but upon assuming her leadership role, she diligently adhered to the recommended roster provided by her family, selecting 7 equally accomplished university students to form a well-rounded magical team. After 2 days of traversing through the rugged terrain, the training team gradually delved deeper into the Tianyan mountain range. During their afternoon journey, they encountered Gu Lang, who, at that moment, successfully ingratiated himself with the group. While the others engaged in casual conversation, Gu Lang only absorbed fragments of their discussions. Nonetheless, that was sufficient for him. Upon learning of their identities, Gu Lang fell into contemplation. Students from a magical university. How delightful. Students are known for their compassion. Which stray cat or dog on campus isn't well-fed and plump? Gu Lang promptly resolved to tag along with them for training and then accompany them to that so-called Ruiqing Magic University. Ruiqing, the Wolf King is coming. Prepare your provisions and hasten to feed me. Gu Lang steadfastly decided to indulge in their offerings, with the aim of accumulating enough feeding points to exchange for a transformation spell to revert to his human form. The group spent over half an hour chatting around the campfire before commencing the night watch arrangements. Yes, the night watch. Although they had the keen sensed by Zhao Ling Mao as a companion, it could not remain vigilant indefinitely. Moreover, they were out for training, and it was essential to maintain the appearance of a training expedition. Under the leadership of Captain Song Lingyao, Li Yingyi, and Wu Yonghua took the first half of the night shift, while Song Lingyao and another girl named Xiang Jing would take over for the latter half. After Li Yingyi and Wu Yonghua stationed themselves at the cave entrance, the remaining 6 members engaged in meditation or succumbed to slumber. Even Song Lingyao's summoned pet, the Bai Zhao Ling Mao, nestled itself between the sleeping bags to keep warm and rest. After a full day of traversing the Tianyan mountain range, filled with travel and battles against magical beasts. Everyone was utterly exhausted. It didn't take long for them to drift into slumber once they crawled into their sleeping bags, including the ever-diligent Song Ling Yao, who succumbed to sleep after half an hour of meditation. Thus, the entire cave fell into tranquility, with only the crackling of the campfire and the soft snores of the large and clumsy Wang Chung breaking the silence. In the corner, unmonitored Gu Lang stealthily surveyed the surroundings with a mischievous glint in his eyes. A prime opportunity. Feeling a bit peckish, Gu Lang pondered whether consuming their canned food would increase his feeding points. He decided to conduct an experiment. With so many meat cans, surely no one would notice if he discreetly devoured one. With this determination, Gu Lang set his plan into motion. He quietly circumvented the campfire and stealthily approached the bag containing the cans. After a struggle, he managed to unzip the bag and retrieve a meat can. Biting through the metal foil on top of the can, he extended his tongue to savor the meat paste within. To his dismay, the system remained unresponsive, and his feeding points did not increase. It seemed this approach was futile. Feeding points could only be acquired through direct offerings, not by pilfering from others. Glancing at the half-eaten can before him, he realized it would be a shame to waste it. Feeling guilty, Gu Lang took a quick look back at the group by the campfire. It remained silent, with all 6 individuals peacefully resting in their sleeping bags. They're all asleep. With renewed determination, Gu Lang turned back and devoured the rest of the can in a few swift bites. As he gazed at the remaining meat paste, a sudden realization struck him. No. If one meat can goes missing, the students might not notice. However, an empty can would be glaringly obvious. They would immediately deduce that it was he who had stolen it, having finally managed to attach himself to a human. He could not afford to be discarded over a mere can. Should he hide the empty can? Gu Lang pondered, casting a furtive glance around the cave, but found no suitable hiding spot. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the sleeping Bai Zhao Ling Mao. The Bai Zhao Ling Mao was the team's summoned beast and also served the crucial role of scout. Surely, no one would mind if it consumed a can. Let the cat take the blame. With a cunning plan forming, Gu Lang reopened the backpack's zipper and extracted another meat can. He opened the second can and placed it beneath the nose of the Bai Zhao Ling Mao. Having completed his scheme, Gu Lang hastily retreated behind the pile of bags, peeking out with bated breath. The rich aroma of the meat can quickly wafted into the Bai Zhao Ling Mao's nostrils. As its little black nose twitched, the Bai Zhao Ling Mao suddenly opened its eyes. Staring at the opened can before it, the little orange cat was momentarily taken aback. Where did this come from? Is it a gift from my master? The Bai Zhao Ling Mao glanced at the peacefully sleeping Song Ling. My master is so kind. Gu Lang watched anxiously, urging the silly cat to eat instead of dawdling about. Oh, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Upon catching the scent of the meat, the Bai Zhao Ling Mao's stomach began to rumble. Thus, it began to devour the gift from its master with gusto, seeing the foolish cat actually licking the contents of the can. Gu Lang was overjoyed, but that was not enough. He needed to secure a share of the spoils. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Gu Lang noticed that the Bai Zhao Ling Mao was still engrossed in its meal, and he slipped out to find Li Yingyi, who was on watch at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Gu Lang approach, Li Yingyi's eyes lit up with a smile, wondering if this little pup was seeking her out. However, her amusement quickly turned to confusion as Gu Lang tugged at her pant leg, urging her to follow him into the cave. What is going on? Although puzzled, Li Yingyi greeted Wu Yanghua before following Gu Lang inside. By the time she returned to the cave, the Bai Zhao Ling Mao had consumed half of the can. Struggling to reach the remaining contents, in a fit of determination, it thrust its paw into the can to fish out the meat paste. Licking it up eagerly, the scene that greeted Li Yingyi was quite the sight. A little orange cat nearly burying its head in the meat can. Xiaoling, what are you doing? Li Yingyi exclaimed. Somewhat irked. How could the Bai Zhao Ling Mao steal food in the middle of the night? If it hadn't been for the new pup's reminder, she might have never noticed. Hearing the commotion, the Bai Zhao Ling Mao looked up, startled to find Li Yingyi glaring at it. Their canned food supply was carefully monitored, with only a few spare cans. Thank goodness you only ate one. Li Yingyi began, but her words trailed off as she caught sight of Gu Lang pushing an empty can from somewhere. Gu Lang pawed at the empty can with his front legs, signaling to Li Yingyi with a soft whine. Look, here's another empty can. Then, he raised his head, feigning innocence as he gazed at Li Yingyi and the Bai Zhao Ling Mao. The Bai Zhao Ling Mao was momentarily dumbfounded. What does this mean? I only ate one. Didn't my master give it to me? What is happening? Why is there another one? Confused, the little cat's mind raced. How could one can not be enough for you? Liang Yi, now even angrier at the sight of another empty can, knew she had to keep her voice low, given that everyone else was asleep. She admonished the Bai Zhao Ling Mao, saying, Xiao Ling, you mustn't do this. I will tell Ling Yao tomorrow. Without looking back, it departed, leaving behind a wolf and a cat. Both staring at each other in bewilderment, Ji Yulang nearly succumbed to laughter, but he restrained himself to avoid giving himself away. The orange cat had yet to comprehend the situation. The following morning, Gulang, having slept soundly, shook his fluffy fur in preparation for the new day. The members of the training team soon emerged from their sleeping bags. While on night watch yesterday, I discovered Xiao Ling sneaking some canned food. Liang Yi exposed the misdeeds of the white-pawed spirit cat, who had stolen 2 cans. Look, you see these 2 empty cans on the ground. Upon hearing the sweet voice of Liang Yi, Song Lingyao furrowed her attractive brows and verbally chastised the white-pawed spirit cat. The little orange cat, having received yet another scolding, could only retreat to a corner. Mewing in grievance that weren't you on guard at the cave entrance. How did you catch Xiao Ling sneaking the canned food? Inquired a somewhat handsome young man named Tao Haoran, who practiced light magic. Upon hearing the question, Liang Yi immediately pointed out Gulang. Thanks to the little creature we picked up yesterday, it came to alert me. After saying this, Liang Yi proudly lifted Gulang off the ground for all to see. Gulang felt a pang of guilt. Such a display was unwarranted. Once Gulang was set down, he discreetly glanced at the white-pawed spirit cat in the corner at IT that moment. The spirit cat also sensed something amiss and looked at Gulang with suspicion. Noticing the foolish cat staring at him, Gulang quickly turned away to avoid its gaze. Here, have some energy bars. Liang Yi peeled a magical energy bar and broke off a small piece, offering it to Gulang. This is a reward for you. You performed wonderfully yesterday. Gulang was elated. A reward awaited him. He opened his mouth, rolled his tongue, and swallowed the small piece of energy bar. A surge of energy was conjured within him, enhancing both his magical power and physical attributes. Although the enhancement was slight, it was better than nothing. Ding! Detected that the host has been fed 5G of Marigold brand magical energy bar. Feeding value 20. The system's electronic mechanical voice caught Gulang off guard. Such a small piece granted him 20 feeding points. Yesterday, a whole can of meat paste had only yielded 20 points. Was the acquisition of feeding points related to the ingredients? Gulang promptly called out to the system in his mind. System, why does the energy bar provide more feeding points than the meat can? System, however, the system remained unresponsive to Gulang's inquiries that he understood. Dad, why does the energy bar give more feeding points? The system responded immediately. Ding, the more precious the feeding ingredients, the more magical power they contain. And thus the greater the feeding value acquired. Ji Yulang grasped the situation. So that was it. The magical energy bar was infused with numerous magical materials, undoubtedly more valuable than ordinary meat cans. With the system's clarification dispelling his doubts, Gulang lifted his head, gazing eagerly at the remaining energy bar in Liang Yi's hand. Please, continue to feed me. Upon witnessing Gulang's pleading expression, Liang Yi understood and broke off another piece of food for him. However, this time it was not an energy bar but a small chunk of compressed biscuit. Ji Yulang didn't mind. He promptly bit into the biscuit and devoured it. Ding! Detected that the host has been fed 20G of compressed biscuit. Feeding value 1. Damn. This biscuit only provides such a meager feeding value. Gulang felt speechless. The disparity was too vast. Dissatisfied, he looked up, whimpered twice, and wagged his tail. Tail wagging activated. Liang Yi, initially hesitant, pondered whether the magical energy bar, which contained a significant amount of magical materials, would be safe for a mere ordinary puppy like Gulang. Ji Yulang maintained his magical concealment, appearing to everyone as an ordinary, magic-less Alaskan puppy. Yet upon seeing Gulang's adorable demeanor and desperate expression, Liang Yi affectionately fed him the remaining energy bar. Ding! Detected that the host has been fed 30G of Marigold brand magical energy bar. Feeding value 120. Suddenly, Gulang's feeding value surged by 120 points. Wow, this is amazing. He hastily opened the system store to see what he could purchase. He vaguely remembered that after the store refreshed yesterday, there was an item called Magic Upgrade. Magic Upgrade, late stage of Tier 1. Upon purchase, can enhance magic level. Price, 200 feeding points. Without hesitation, Gulang made the purchase, as his current feeding points could only afford this. After completing the purchase, he eagerly closed the system store and activated it. A wave of warmth enveloped him. Gulang felt a significant influx of gentle magical energy within his body. This soft magical energy circulated a few times before surging towards the magical sea near his heart. The magical sea seamlessly accepted this foreign, unclaimed magical energy, allowing Gulang's magic level to effortlessly break through to the late stage of Tier 1. Was it truly this simple to achieve a breakthrough? Gulang was overjoyed. Having a system was indeed advantageous. Observing Gulang joyfully bounding around after consuming the energy bar, Li chuckled at his evident delight. Little did she know, Gulang was merely adjusting to his newly advanced magical state. After feeding Gulang, Li and the others began their meal. Soon, everyone had finished breakfast, and the team leader, Song Lingyao, stood up with a map in hand, preparing to explain today's task. Once everyone had completed their meal, Song Lingyao rose with a map to brief everyone on their mission for the day. Today marks the third day of our training, but we expect to reach our first destination before noon. Then begin constructing the detection crystal tower. Song Lingyao gestured for the tall and sturdy Wang Cheng to showcase the map to everyone. Before pointing at a vacant piece of land on the map, it is right here. After we complete the crystal tower, if time permits, we will continue to the second location. If time is insufficient, we will camp here and set off the next day. Song Lingyao continued. Gu Lang, who had been eavesdropping from the corner, felt justified in listening. After all, he was now the 9th member of the training team. What was there to hide? Admittedly, this 9th member was a self-appointed title, as the others merely regarded Gulang as a pet to alleviate their fatigue. From Song Lingyao's words, Gulang gleaned some understanding of their training mission. They would construct some sort of detection crystal tower, while simultaneously clearing out mountain-dwelling beasts to hone their combat skills. It appeared this world was not entirely peaceful. They needed to refine their combat abilities. Captain, I have a question. Wu Yonghua raised his hand. Upon receiving a nod from Song Lingyao to speak, the young man with yellow hair immediately voiced his confusion. Isn't the detection crystal tower meant to detect beasts? Shouldn't it be built in the dense forests where the beasts roam? Moreover, why are the distances between the first tower and the subsequent towers identical? The other 6 members nodded in agreement. Wu Yonghua's questions mirrored their own. Song Lingyao seemed taken aback by Wu Yonghua's inquiry, but after a moment's hesitation, she began to respond. Well, the detection crystal tower isn't truly for detecting beasts. That's merely the official statement for external audiences. Song Lingyao paused, noting that this wasn't classified information. Its true purpose is to monitor spatial rifts from alternate dimensions. Spatial rifts from alternate dimensions. Everyone understood the concept of alternate dimensions, according to research departments. It was speculated that in the coming years, alternate dimensions would collide and merge with Blue Star. The spatial rifts were the result of the friction and tearing between Blue Star and the alternate dimensions, creating breaches in the world's boundary. Upon hearing this somewhat alarming revelation, everyone was taken aback, instantly falling silent and listening intently. For a moment, the cave was filled solely with the clear and melodious voice of Song Lingyao explaining. We previously believed that spatial rifts appeared as narrow silver lines, allowing only air to pass through. Any living being attempting to traverse them would be torn apart by the chaotic void currents. Even those who had grasped the mysteries of space magic and dared to explore the other side of the spatial rifts faced terrifyingly low survival rates. Wang Cheng interrupted Song Lingyao's explanation. But aren't spatial rifts only capable of transmitting air from other realms? We've already studied that air countless times. Is there still a need to monitor the appearance of spatial rifts? Let me finish. Song Lingyao cast a glance at Wang Cheng and continued. However, the fissures vary in size. Not long ago, a particularly large spatial rift was discovered in Nevada, America. As she spoke, a grave expression settled on her face, and her melodious voice took on an unprecedented seriousness. This rift not only released air from an alternate dimension, but also allowed some primordial beasts to cross over. It turned out that the organizations had not miscalculated. Alternate dimensions indeed housed primordial beasts. Wang Cheng exclaimed, "What about the strength of these beasts?" Xiang Jing asked urgently, for the power of the beasts from another realm was a matter of paramount importance for the future stability of the Blue Star world. I am uncertain, but the information submitted by America to the International Magical Association of Blue Star mentioned that 3 interdimensional beasts had breached into our realm. Moreover, in the effort to subdue these beasts, for 3-star mages and 1 4-star mage were lost. Song Lingyao revealed this news with a somber tone. 4 3-star mages, and even 1 4-star mage, not to mention. They were mages from a superpower like America, not some insignificant, voiceless nation. The crowd fell silent. Their small team consisted of 8 members, all merely 2-star mages. A remarkable achievement in itself. At the Magic University of Ruiqing. Achieving the rank of 2-star high level was already a sure sign of an outstanding graduate. 3 stars. One must understand that the ascension between each mage's ranks presents considerable challenges. Their current goal was to reach the rank of 3-star mage before graduation. Furthermore, there was even a 4-star mage. It was widely believed in Blue Star that there were 3 milestone upgrades for mages. The first was the initial perception of elements, known as the awakening of magic, marking the chasm between mortals and the extraordinary. The second was the ascension from 3-star to 4-star, a breakthrough in one's life level, where one truly began to engage with the elemental core of the magical world. As for the final ascension, it felt rather distant, and the group lacked a thorough understanding. A 4-star mage had perished in this incident. 4-star mages had already transcended their life level, to exaggerate slightly. They were no longer of the same species. Such individuals were slain by the beasts that traversed dimensions. The atmosphere was notably oppressive, and if a dimensional war truly erupted, would they not be reduced to mere cannon fodder? Song Lingyao sensed the heavy air within the cave and sighed, recalling her own feelings of despair upon learning this news from her family. Yet, as the captain, she needed to uplift her teammates. All right, everyone, let us not be too anxious. Who knows if these beasts are even their main force? Perhaps the alternate dimension has no beast stronger than these 3, observing a slight improvement in the group's spirits. Song Lingyao pressed on. Moreover, America aimed to capture these 3 beasts for research, which is why they incurred such losses. If they had simply intended to kill them, it would have been a different matter entirely. Indeed, we have no knowledge of the strength of these 3 beasts in their home dimension. They might just be the weakest of the weak, Wu Yanghua remarked gloomily. The previously uplifting atmosphere in the cave came to an abrupt halt. Gu Lang, who had been thoroughly engrossed in the secrets of this world, nearly burst into laughter at Wu Yanghua's ill-timed comment, realizing there were indeed such dull-witted individuals. Xiang Jing shot Wu Yanghua a fierce glare. Chastising, did dyeing your hair yellow render you foolish? If you can't speak sensibly, just remain silent. With Xiang Jing's reprimand, Wu Yanghua, feeling disgruntled, rubbed his nose and fell silent. He and Xiang Jing had been close friends long before joining the training team, which was why she felt justified in reprimanding him. If there were spatial rifts allowing beasts to traverse, did that not imply that Blue Star and the alternate dimension were now perilously close? Li Yingyi, who had remained quiet, suddenly realized the implication. Yes, the fact that these beasts could cross into Blue Star without encountering the chaotic void currents indicated that the barriers between their dimensions had nearly converged. Song Lingyao confirmed Li Yingyi's speculation, providing a firm answer to the lingering worry in everyone's hearts. A dimensional war is imminent. The weight of Song Lingyao's words struck the training team like a heavy hammer. The mood within the cave turned despondent, including that of Song Lingyao's white-pawed spirit cat. Only one individual, or rather, one wolf was an exception. Jiu Lang felt no concern upon hearing the discussions about spatial rifts and the void currents. He opened his system interface to peruse his racial introductions several times. Race, Starry Sky Magic Wolf. Born under the illumination of stellar magic, possessing keen sensitivity to all elements, capable of traversing various dimensions unimpeded. Gu Lang's first reaction was an overwhelming sense of pride. Look at this. While others struggled across dimensions and face perilous void currents, I, Wolf Lord, can traverse freely without obstruction, truly worthy of being Wolf Lord. Although currently devoid of combat prowess, my potential is boundless. Gu Lang proudly wagged his tail in the corner. One paid attention to the foolishly joyous pup. Their thoughts were chaotic, filled with both fear and determination. Song Lingyao ceased her attempts at comforting words, for they were all mages studying magic. How could they be so fragile as to be intimidated by a few pieces of news? She lifted her elegant chin, exposing her smooth neck, and returned to Wu Yanghua's initial question, offering a final explanation to the group. The birth and specific size of spatial rifts remain unknown, but to ensure we can detect their emergence promptly and prevent any potential beast incursions that might wreak havoc upon civilian cities, we must establish the detection crystal towers. After gathering their belongings and tidying up the cave, the group set off. The cleaning was not motivated by any lofty ideals of environmental responsibility. Rather, they intended to return to this cave for shelter. For sleeping under the open sky was far less comfortable than resting in a secure cave that could shield them from wind and rain. Jiu Lang was not left behind. Liang Yi placed him in her military pack and carried him on her back. Wang Qing, noticing Liang Yi's determination to bring Gu Lang along, wore a displeased expression. After hearing Song Lingyao's words, everyone understood this was no ordinary training. They bore considerable responsibilities. It seemed utterly absurd to carry along such a burden devoid of combat strength under these circumstances. Wu Yanghua observed Wang Qing's discontent and understood that not only Wang Qing, but he himself was also reluctant to bring along this little pup. However, seeing that Song Lingyao had given her tacit approval to Liang Yi's actions, he refrained from voicing his objections. Now witnessing Wang Qing confront Liang Yi, he found it rather amusing. "Liang Yi, perhaps we should leave this pup here in the cave, that if you truly like him, we can return here after completing our mission and take him back to Ruiqing Magic University then," Wang Qing suggested, towering over the petite Liang Yi. To his surprise, the typically gentle Liang Yi was unusually resolute this time, immediately rejecting Wang Qing's proposal without a moment's thought, citing her concern that Gu Lang would not survive alone until their return. Wang Qing felt a surge of frustration but had no recourse. Since Liang Yi was carrying him and Song Lingyao remained silent, they could not intervene. Lin Qingya, who had been silent throughout the team, worried about internal discord and quickly stepped forward to comfort Wang Qing, saying, "Brother Qing, what is there to fear? It's just a pup, merely an extra mouth to feed in the Tianyan mountain range. As long as we don't encounter those third-tier monsters, we can stride through without worry. There's no such thing as a burden." Wu Yanghua chimed in. "Exactly. What is there to fear? If we do encounter an unbeatable beast, we can just toss this pup aside to divert its attention." This dim-witted yellow-haired fellow never seemed to say anything wise. Jiu Lang rolled his eyes at their conversation. Fine, if they disdain Wolf Lord now, he would ignore them in the future, seeing that the group was still lingering in the cave. Xiang Jing urged them to hurry up. Only then did they cease their idle chatter and swiftly gather their packs to exit the cave. Jiu Lang did not walk on his own. Instead, he remained nestled in Liang Yi's military pack, with only his head poking out while the rest of his body was tucked away inside. Now he lay immobile, able only to turn his head. "Come on, I'm not going to run away, so why wrap me up so tightly? The zipper nearly caught my fur." Gu Lang couldn't help but grumble inwardly that, of course, he had no intention of fleeing. Gu Lang had long resolved to cling to these students. "Indeed, as the 9th-ranked member of the trial, I am traveling with you, not merely as someone's pet." Jiu Lang continually reassured himself, planning to request food while standing. After leaving the cave, the group, under Song Lingyao's direction, formed into a formation resembling a number 2. The 8 members of the squad practiced different elemental magics, and to ensure better cooperation, they naturally needed to traverse the forest in a reasonable formation. The Ice Mage Xiang Jing and the Earth Mage Wang Qing led the front, both equipped with defensive spells and crowd control skills, making them well suited to clear the way while ensuring their own safety in case of unexpected circumstances. The other 6 members dutifully positioned themselves behind them in pairs. Zhu Qingji, Lin Qingya, Wu Yanghua, and Tao Haoran were divided on the left and right flanks of the formation, the strongest among them. Captain Song Lingyao held the rear position. What perplexed Gu Lang was that Liang Yi was subtly surrounded by the others in the very center of the team. Did everyone unanimously believe they should prioritize protecting the Wolf Lord? Gu Lang couldn't help but entertain such thoughts, but he soon understood why. After leaving the cave, the trial squad continued heading eastward, delving deeper into the Tianyan mountain range, with Song Lingyao's white-pawed spirit cat present. The nearby magical beasts, large and small, were sensed clearly. When encountering weaker creatures, the squad could disregard any tactical approach, casually casting a few minor spells to overwhelm them. For tougher foes, they would coordinate slightly, first applying control spells and then dealing damage, ensuring the magical beasts were swiftly dispatched. If the white-pawed spirit cat detected a formidable beast, Song Lingyao would instruct the team to take a detour, avoiding direct confrontation, as their true mission was to set up detection crystal towers to monitor the emergence of spatial rifts. Along the way, Gu Lang was treated to a visual feast. The dazzling array of spells cast by his companions left him envious and drooling. A mere combat amateur, the weather was splendid, clear and sunny, with the sun shining unobstructed upon the trial squad. Despite it being winter, the burden of heavy packs and the demands of both travel and battle left everyone sweating profusely and fatigued. Just at the right moment, Song Lingyao motivated the group, informing them that once they passed through the last stretch of forest ahead, they would reach the first checkpoint. Upon hearing this, the squad immediately quickened their pace. In stark contrast to the weary expressions of his companions, Gulang was carried in a backpack by Li Yingyi, requiring no effort to walk, bathed in the warmth of the winter sun. Gazing at the retreating scenery and the striking beauty of Song Lingyao, life couldn't be more comfortable. Jingle jingle. Just as Gulang began to close his eyes for a brief nap, a surge of dangerous energy suddenly coursed through his mind. It was the warning of danger. Instantly, Gulang's drowsiness vanished, and he alertly surveyed his surroundings. Sunlight fell upon the grass, and the dense wild grass swayed gently with the breeze, presenting a serene scene of tranquility. Was there nothing at all? Gulang was puzzled. What was happening? Soon he caught a whiff of a faint, peculiar metallic scent. How strange the odor was. What could it possibly be? He scrunched his nose, straining to identify it for some time, before finally turning his head to look at Wang Cheng at the forefront of the group. Wang Cheng was striding ahead, puffing as he cleared a path. Above him, a dense cluster of leaves hung, from which the metallic scent emanated. A magical beast? Gulang suddenly felt uneasy and quickly turned his head back to the white-pawed spirit cat at that moment. The spirit cat showed no signs of alertness, contentedly nestled against Song Lingyao's neck. Why wasn't this silly cat warning everyone? Had it not detected anything? Had it been dulled by too much canned food? Gulang felt bewildered. The previously alert cat had always sensed magical beasts from a considerable distance, meowing to alert everyone. Song Lingyao would then instruct the team to halt and communicate with the white-pawed spirit cat before providing directions. But now, the cat appeared indifferent, as though everything ahead was perfectly safe. Walking at the rear, Song Lingyao also found it strange. What was that little rascal doing? It had been dozing off, and now it seemed suddenly alert, glancing around and sniffing the air. The squad didn't stop. Wang Cheng continued to push through the underbrush, drawing closer to the tree emitting the metallic scent. Gulang fixated on that mass of leaves, the warning vibrations of danger intensifying. There was indeed something. Whoa! Gulang immediately began to bark frantically, thrashing his limbs within the backpack, desperate to alert everyone to the impending danger. The squad was instantly drawn to him. The little pup had been quiet the entire way. So why was it suddenly barking? Even Wang Cheng, who had been clearing the path, turned back in surprise to glance at Gulang. Li Yingyi set down the backpack, releasing Gulang, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" "Hungry, my foot. Am I a mere glutton? There's danger." Gulang swiftly clamped down on Li Yingyi's pant leg, tugging towards the tree, then bared his little fangs, growling fiercely towards the cluster of leaves from which the metallic scent emanated. "Look at this silly pup. Has it been sunbathing too long?" Wang Cheng scoffed, dismissing the notion of a magical beast. Since the white-pawed spirit cat hadn't reacted, how could a powerless little dog sense anything? "Forget about the silly dog. We're almost there. I need to rest for a bit. I'm exhausted." Wang Cheng turned back to continue onward, grumbling under his breath. Jiu Lang was nearly infuriated. Here he was trying to provide a warning, and yet Wang Cheng had the audacity to scold him. Truly despicable. Gulang barked even more urgently, rushing over to tug at Wang Cheng with his front paws. "You foolish dog!" Wang Cheng snapped impatiently. The rest of the squad remained utterly baffled, with only Song Lingyao seemingly beginning to grasp the situation. She quickly turned her gaze towards the cluster of leaves that Gulang had been fixated on, frowning prettily as she swiftly turned to converse with the white-pawed spirit cat perched on her shoulder. The spirit cat's pointed ears perked up immediately, intently sensing the cluster of leaves. Meow. In the next moment, the white-pawed spirit cat emitted a sharp cry. Wang Cheng. Simultaneously, Song Lingyao's magical energy surged, her right hand forming a pointed gesture as she cast a spell towards the treetop. The water arrow shot forth with a whoosh toward the leaves. Seeing someone cast a spell, the magical beast realized its cover had been blown and instantly lunged from the treetop towards Wang Cheng, the closest target. Its action caused Song Lingyao's spell to miss. Hearing the spirit cat's cry, Gulang had long since sensed the danger and dodged away. The concealed magical beast revealed itself, resembling a bat with an entirely dark green body. The metallic scent Gulang had detected earlier originated from it. Forest-crowned bat demon, Li Yingyi exclaimed in alarm as the beast leaped down from the tree to attack Wang Cheng. The forest-crowned bat demon was a second-tier magical beast skilled in stealth, found throughout various regions of Huagua. However, given that the Tianyan mountain range had undergone a large-scale sweep 16 years prior, such a threatening creature should have been eradicated by now. The forest-crowned bat demon glared with its brownish-yellow eyes, letting out a piercing shriek as it extended its sharp claws toward Wang Cheng's neck. Wang Cheng finally reacted, shouting, "Earth Shield!" A dense surge of earth elemental magic condensed from his body, forming a grayish-yellow membrane that adhered to his neck. In his haste to cast a defensive spell, Wang Cheng raised his hands to cross in front of him, attempting to block the attack, but it was of little use. The bat demon skillfully maneuvered around Wang Cheng's defensive stance. Just as Wang Cheng completed his spell, the bat demon's claws struck his neck. With a crisp sound, the sharp claws scraped across, and the attack, mitigated by the earth magic, failed to tear into Wang Cheng's vital spot. However, the forest-crowned bat demon, undeterred by its failed lethal strike, swiftly lashed out again, its attack laden with the metallic scent landing squarely upon Wang Cheng. This time, he wasn't so fortunate. His entire right shoulder was ripped open, blood gushing forth. The immense impact and pain caused him to drop to his knees, struggling to support himself with his elbow to avoid collapsing entirely. Frost armor. With a slight delay, Xiang Jing finally cast the spell. A wave of chilling deep blue light instantly enveloping the fallen Wang Cheng. The Linguan bat demon, seeing that Wang Cheng was entirely surrounded by protective magic, realized it had no further chance to slay him. It swiftly turned its attention to Xiang Jing, who was closest to Wang Cheng. The bat demon, with a powerful push from its hind legs, leapt high into the air, its bloodied claws reaching for Xiang Jing. However, this time the bat demon was thwarted by Song Lingyao. After failing to land an attack, Song Lingyao immediately unleashed two spells, a vibrant blue elemental water orb and a peculiar purple-hued water arrow, both soaring towards the Linguan bat demon. The water arrow emanated a potent magical aura, forcing the demon to abandon its assault on Xiang Jing and focus solely on evasion at this moment. The others also reacted, rushing forward to suppress the Linguan bat demon. The demon, having knocked down Wang Cheng, sensed the overwhelming spirit of the group and dared not confront them directly. Instead, it nimbly dodged the magic and, clinging closely to the tree trunk, attempted to leap back into the dense canopy above. Aware that it had lost its opportunity to harm anyone further, the Linguan bat demon fled in haste. If this beast managed to escape back to the leafy treetops, the group would immediately lose sight of it and have no means to deal with it. The demon climbed higher along the trunk, preparing to dive into the thick foliage. A crucial moment arose when dozens of vibrant green vines burst forth from the tree it was climbing, launching an attack on the demon. These were the binding magic from the previous day that had ensnared Gu Lang. The tangle vines, Li Yingyi had made her move. Realizing the dire situation, the bat demon quickly abandoned the tree and leapt to a nearby one, but before it could land, all surrounding trunks erupted with resilient vines, launching an offensive against the demon. The Linguan bat demon was taken aback, understanding it could no longer ascend the trees. It promptly executed a mid-air maneuver, landing steadily on the ground and fleeing into the depths of the forest. Wu Yanghua and the others immediately pursued, yet they were unable to keep pace with the agile bat demon. Damn it! Li Yingyi was frustrated that she could not capture the bat demon. Just as the demon was about to escape into the distance, Wang Cheng, kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head, revealing a face twisted in pain and eyes burning with intensity, fixated on the fleeing demon. Bloodied and in agony, Wang Cheng clenched his fist and, with all his might, struck the ground, his hoarse voice roaring, "Quicksand!" As his voice fell, a surge of potent magic erupted forth. The earthy yellow energy traveled from Wang Cheng's fist into the ground, quickly chasing after the bat demon. The demon sensed an unusual magical disturbance pursuing it, and had no time to react before it suddenly transformed into a viscous, flowing liquid. In a moment of carelessness, the Linguan bat demon fell into the quicksand. The dense quicksand, laden with earthy elements, stirred violently as the demon emitted piercing screams. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yanghua immediately cast a spell. Fiery red magic erupted from his hands and plunged into the quicksand. The once fluid ground heated up and solidified upon receiving the fire element magic, firmly entrapping the demon within the crimson earth. The demon refused to surrender, flailing its short front claws that protruded from the surface of the earth, attempting to escape. Fireball! Wu Yanghua conjured more magic, launching a blazing fireball at the bat demon. However, the group would not allow the creature to escape so easily. The searing fireball struck the demon, igniting its desperate struggles. Following closely, the others unleashed additional spells, silencing the bat demon at last. Ji Yulang, who had been hiding behind Song Lingyao, observed the entire battle with clarity. Wow, Wang Cheng's magic is quite impressive, managing to conjure a layer of armor so swiftly to withstand a lethal attack. And that quicksand spell was perfectly timed, directly controlling the bat demon just as it was about to flee. That I didn't expect this kid to be so formidable. Ji Yulang then recalled Wu Yanghua's final fire magic that had extinguished the bat demon. His expression darkening. That blonde idiot actually intended to use this move to kill me yesterday. The group returned to Wang Cheng's side, carrying the charred remains of the bat demon. Li was performing a healing spell on the bloodied Wang Cheng. Gazing at the bat demon's corpse, the injured Wang Cheng, and the small dog cowering behind Song Lingyao, the group fell into silence. Their emotions were undeniably complex, especially for Wang Cheng, that he never anticipated that Gu Lang would save his life. Had it not been for the dog's loud yelping alerting everyone, the White Claw spirit cat would not have rescanned the area and discovered the Lin Guan bat demon's concealment. Had they not detected the demon lurking above, Wang Cheng, while clearing the path, would have been caught off guard and likely met his demise. As he recalled earlier, when he had been dissuading Li Yingyi from bringing the dog along. Wang Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment. What am I doing? Stop overthinking and focus on the magic guiding me. Li Yingyi gently chided as she continued to treat Wang Cheng. Right. Wang Cheng immediately concentrated on the treatment. Flower of all things, golden flower, Li Yingyi exclaimed, forming intricate hand gestures as a vibrant green magic element swirled around her. In no time, these wood elements coalesced into her delicate hands, and when she opened her palm, an unusual plant with green leaves and yellow flowers appeared. Ji Yulang, observing with curiosity, wondered if wood magic could also heal. No wonder everyone was so keen to protect Li Yingyi. After all, a team must safeguard their healer. Li Yingyi carefully crushed the golden flower and applied it to Wang Cheng's mangled shoulder. As soon as the petals touched the wound, they transformed into energy, swirling into Wang Cheng's body. Just a moment ago, he had been gritting his teeth in pain, but upon the flower's essence entering his body, the agonizing sensation in his shoulder vanished instantly. Although he knew the golden flower had paralyzing properties, the rapid alleviation of pain still relieved Wang Cheng immensely. The golden flower conjured by Li Yingyi was merely a manifestation of energy, not a physical object, and its true healing properties were somewhat inferior to that of an actual herb. Yet, in this situation, there was no other option. Flower of all things, rejuvenation grass. After administering the anesthetic, Li Yingyi swiftly conjured another wood magic spell, creating rejuvenation grass. This famed magical herb from Blue Star is commonly used in hospitals to treat magical injuries. Indeed, after Li Yingyi crushed and applied the healing herb, Wang Cheng's shoulder wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Wang Cheng felt a tingling sensation. All done, however, your shoulder may still feel uncomfortable for a few days. The magic won't affect your usage, just avoid further injury, Li Yingyi announced as she rose. Thank goodness, Yingyi, you are truly a beautiful angel. Wang Cheng's eyes brimmed with tears. The pain had tormented him for so long. Humph. You should thank me instead, you little brat. After completing the treatment, Li Yingyi no longer spoke sweetly and immediately retorted to Wang Cheng, still remembering how he had insisted she leave Gu Lang behind. After the group successfully defeated the Lin Guan bat demon, Gu Lang jumped out from behind Song Lingyao. He had been watching Li Yingyi treat Wang Cheng all along. Now, hearing Li Yingyi suggest that Wang Cheng thank him, Gu Lang quickly trotted over, proudly wagging his tail. See, what did Lord Wolf tell you? If it weren't for Lord Wolf's warning, this foolish Wang Cheng would have been torn apart. The sight of Gu Lang acting all self-important, as if claiming credit, amused everyone. All right, we all know you played a part in this, Li Yingyi said, smiling brightly as she crouched down to pet Gu Lang's sleek black fur. How did this little rascal discover the Lin Guan bat demon? Tao Howren found himself somewhat puzzled, as Xiaoling had not noticed anything at first. The Lin Guan bat demon is a ferocious creature dwelling deep within the Tianyan mountain range. renowned for its exceptional stealth abilities. The White Claw Spirit Cat possesses a broad sensory range, and the Linguan Bat Demon had been lurking cautiously. It was quite normal for the little orange cat to overlook it. However, after receiving a reminder from Gulang, it paid special attention to the thicket and made the discovery. Moreover, having relied on the White Claw Spirit Cat's perceptive capabilities for 3 consecutive days, everyone had grown somewhat complacent and overly dependent on it. Had Wang Chung been a bit more vigilant, he might have noticed the lurking bat demon that was so close at hand. Yet, it was quite remarkable that Gulang could detect the Linguan Bat Demon, which even the White Claw Spirit Cat had failed to sense. Upon hearing Tao Haren's question, the group turned their curious gazes towards Gulang. It must have been its keen sense of smell. Others might not have understood, but Song Lingyao was well aware, having witnessed the entire process of Gulang's sniffing to S.O. That's how it is. The dog's nose is the most sensitive. Once Song Lingyao articulated this, everyone comprehended. The Linguan Bat Demon emitted a faint, foul odor, and it was entirely reasonable for Gulang, an Alaskan sled dog, to detect it. Indeed, this made perfect sense. Who would have thought that the little dog they had picked up would prove so useful? Zhu Qingji sighed, his short hair making him resemble a disciple of the Shaolin Temple. The group unanimously echoed their praises for Gulang. This adulation delighted Gulang, who, seeing everyone in such high spirits, wagged his tail in response. An invisible wave of enthusiasm spread through the crowd, amplifying their compliments. Earlier, Wu Yonghua had stood in solidarity with Wang Chung, somewhat resistant to including Gulang, yet now he found himself crouched beside Gulang, affectionately stroking the fluffy fur on his back. This made Gulang feel somewhat uncomfortable. It was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had been touched by a man, and he nearly broke out in goosebumps, initially wanting to escape. He reconsidered. He needed to boost his favorability points. For the sake of feeding value, the Wolf Lord endured. Haha, what a good dog. Seeing Gulang dutifully allowing himself to be petted, Wu Yonghua felt quite pleased. Observing the foolishly delighted Wu Yonghua, Gulang was taken aback. He had also wagged his tail yesterday, but the effect had not been nearly as pronounced. After pondering, he concluded that wagging his tail was more effective with those who already favored him. Li Yingyi was the same. She already adored Gulang immensely, and yesterday, his tail wagging had caused her to relinquish her magic usage. Now, after multiple instances of tail wagging, she was practically treating Gulang like a little deity. Furthermore, today's team members had developed a fondness for his discovery of the Bat Demon and vocalizing the warning, naturally enhancing the effect of his tail wagging. Following the Bat Demon's attack, the team readily accepted Gulang and acknowledged him as a pet. Gulang did not share this sentiment. He merely regarded himself as the master with 7 new servants. After trekking for an extended period and engaging in a chase and battle, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. Song Lingyao decided it was best for the team to rest briefly, recuperating their strength and consuming some energy. The group promptly retrieved their compressed food from their bags and began to nibble. Among the various compressed foods was the magical energy bar. While the flavor of the magical energy bar was not particularly impressive, it was high in calories, capable of promptly replenishing lost stamina, and infused with several peculiar ingredients to accelerate magic recovery. Song Lingyao opened a magical energy bar and began to eat. Gulang, basking in the sun nearby, was instantly enticed, drooling as he eyed Song Lingyao. When she noticed Gulang suddenly appear in front of her, gazing longingly at the energy bar in her hand, she couldn't help but chuckle. The magical energy bar contained numerous magical materials. It would surely be overwhelming for a little dog that had no affinity for magic. However, after some thought, she opened her delicate mouth, took a small bite of the energy bar, and then offered the remaining piece to Gulang. He wasted no time, extending his tongue to lick it up eagerly. The taste was delightful, and it was strawberry-flavored. Ding! Detected that the host was fed 5G of the Asteraceae brand magical energy bar. Ding! Feeding value 30. Gulang was overjoyed. Splendid. The energy bar was indeed beneficial, but then he paused, wondering why the same 5G energy bar given by Song Lingyao yielded more feeding value than that given by Li Yingyi. Regardless, he decided to eat first. Gulang immediately shifted his gaze to the magical bars in the hands of others. He first approached Li Yingyi, who had always been kind to him, when she saw Gulang come to her. Whimpering softly, she quickly broke off a large portion of her energy bar and handed it to him. Gulang was elated, devouring it whole. Ding. Feeding value 166. Nice. In no time, he had nearly accumulated 200 feeding values. Yes, just like that. Keep feeding me. Gulang was in high spirits and set off in search of his next target. Wang Chung, your savior has arrived. With a twinkle in his eye, Gulang dashed over to Wang Chung and began wagging his tail. Wang Chung had clearly witnessed Gulang's earlier request for food. Seeing the little puppy scampering towards him, he quickly understood. You want my energy bar? No problem. He generously spat out the half-eaten energy bar onto the ground, then gestured for Gulang to eat. Gulang stood frozen in shock. Observing the Alaskan pup standing still, Wang Chung became puzzled. What's wrong? Why isn't he eating? This is how grandparents feed dogs. After some thought, Wang Chung poked the energy bar on the ground with his toe, making slurp sounds. Come on, doggy. Eat. Looking at the saliva-soaked energy bar crumbs now covered in dust from the sole of Wang Cheng's shoe, Gulang was infuriated. How dare you treat the wolf lord like this? Arg. Gulang jumped up and nudged Wang Cheng's shoulder. Wang Chung yelped in pain. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. Upon seeing this, Li Yingyi rushed over angrily, scooping Gulang into her arms and glaring at Wang Chung. What are you doing? He is your savior. How could you treat him like this? Li Yingyi assumed Wang Chung had bullied Gulang and came to his defense. Wang Chung felt like he was about to spit blood. What the heck did I do? I was feeding this little brat, and he wouldn't eat it and instead bumped into my wound. Hiding in Li Yingyi's embrace, Gulang reveled in the moment, relishing Wang Cheng's flustered state. It was satisfying to see him squirm. After a brief rest, the group rose to continue their journey. The formation of their 8-member team was slightly adjusted. Since Wang Chung was injured, although he had received treatment from Li Yingyi, he was not suited to remain at the front of the group. Thus, Tao Haoran, who practiced light magic, switched positions with Wang Chung, placing him at the rear. Light magic is also quite adept at defense. Though not as robust as earth magic, there was no room for picky choices at this moment. With the formation rearranged, the training team smoothly traversed the last stretch of forest and arrived at the first designated location. This initial site was situated in an even expanse of wilderness. Upon reaching it, the group set down their packs and began to retrieve the components for the detection crystal tower, preparing to assemble it. Before entering the Tianyin mountain range, the training team had undergone unified training, so they were familiar with the construction of the crystal tower. Additionally, equipped with a manual, they managed to finish assembling it before sunset, despite the multitude of parts, though referred to as a tower. The structure was only about as tall as a 4th-grade student. Its design was rather peculiar, with a significant portion of the main body buried underground, leaving only a slender round tube exposed. With a small crystal ball attached at the top, it resembled a combination of a billiard cue and a billiard ball. Could this contraption really detect spatial rifts? Wang Chung wondered, finding its appearance rather unimpressive. Initially described as a detector for magical beasts, he was already skeptical. Now claiming to be able to monitor the emergence of spatial rifts, he was even more doubtful that it works. This was developed by the Blue Star International Magical Association. Song Lingyao clearly had more knowledge on the matter. When the crystal ball at the top is transparent, it indicates that nothing is amiss, and no spatial rifts have appeared. Wang Cheng, with a knack for comedic timing, asked, what happens if a spatial rift does appear? The crystal ball will turn blue. If the rift is large enough for magical beasts to pass through, it will turn red, Song Lingyao replied. Moreover, the detection crystal tower will be directly connected to the satellite. Should a spatial rift manifest, Huawei will be notified promptly. Everyone nodded in understanding. The lack of change in the crystal ball is ideal, as it signifies safety. If it were to turn blue, there is no need for alarm, as it merely indicates the presence of foreign air. However, should it turn red, it would signify that the spatial rift could allow the passage of monstrous beasts. In that instant, everyone recalled the secret news Song Lingyao had shared that morning. The demise of 4 3-star mages. They could only pray that it would not change to red, at least not before they departed from the Tianyin mountain range. It was not out of fear for their lives. If the information provided by Song Lingyao was accurate, they would be no different from ants in the face of the beasts from another dimension. What significance would there be in sacrificing themselves in vain? With still some time until dusk, Song Lingyao directed everyone to continue towards the second location. They had a total of 5 crystal towers to set up. If they did not hasten their pace, it was likely that the half-month training period would prove insufficient. Once their belongings were gathered, they resumed their journey. The detection crystal tower could be left here without the need for constant supervision. Crafted from special materials, the detection crystal tower would not attract the interest of the wild beasts in the wilderness. Song Lingyao silently pondered how the other teams were faring. This time, the Ruiqing Magic University had dispatched a total of 73 teams into the Tianyin mountain range. Undoubtedly, their tasks were identical, with 73 teams, each team setting up 5 detection crystal towers that amounted to 365 in total. Other nearby cities to the Tianyin mountain range must have dispatched numerous teams as well. Was the situation truly this dire? Song Lingyao lifted her delicate face, seemingly as fragile as a blown feather, gazing at the sky which was gradually darkening, lost in thought. 7 days later, deep within the Tianyin mountain range. Snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers on the vast expanse of white. Several small black dots slowly moved. Today marked the 10th day since the training team had embarked on their journey. Over the past week, the team had tirelessly traversed hundreds of kilometers throughout the Tianyin mountain range. They had successfully deployed 3 detection crystal towers, meaning they only had one last tower left to set up. The location for this final tower was not far. They merely needed to cross one more hill to reach their ultimate destination. That Jiyu Lang was not being carried by Liang Yi today. Walking through the several feet of accumulated snow proved to be an arduous task. Even though mages possessed physical attributes beyond the ordinary, the others were not faring much better. Liang Yi, being a delicate girl to begin with, had seen her vitality nearly depleted after 10 consecutive days of training. Noticing Liang Yi panting, Wu Yongwan intended to showcase himself by helping her carry both her pack and Gu Lang's. However, Gu Lang was unwilling to let this blonde boy carry him. How could the Mount of Wolf Lord be entrusted to someone so unappealing? He had initially thought to approach the beautiful Miss Song Lingyao, but she was already accompanied by a white-pawed spirit cat perched on her shoulder. Upon seeing Gu Lang approach, the white-pawed spirit cat immediately adopted a vigilant stance. Foolish cat, I wouldn't harm you. What kind of gaze is that? Seeing the white-pawed spirit cat on guard, Gu Lang lost interest in playing with it. Therefore, he chose to walk on his own, as he was not afraid of the cold with his thick fur. What harm could come from taking a few steps in the snow? Perhaps due to the influence of his lineage, Gu Lang found himself increasingly fond of the snow. He frolicked joyfully in the snow, darting this way and that, leaving a trail of plum blossom imprints on the pristine white ground. Xiang Jing, a woman with distinct features exuding a certain aura, was at the forefront of the group, utilizing ice magic to carve a path. Why is that little rascal running so fast? She marveled at Gu Lang, who resembled a small gas canister, surprised by his agility in the snow. Alaskan Huskies are renowned for their speed in the polar snow. Of course, the Plump One runs fast in the snow. The nickname Plump One had been bestowed upon Gu Lang by Liang Yi, a title he vehemently denied. How could the noble starry sky magic wolf be called Plump One? That would be utterly embarrassing to admit. Unfortunately, he was merely an ordinary dog without magical abilities. Wang Chung felt a twinge of regret. If only Gu Lang could wield magic, the combat capabilities of the group would surely be enhanced in the snowy terrain. Hearing the foolish giant's exclamation behind him, Gu Lang rolled his eyes. Humph, the Wolf Lord possesses magical prowess, okay? It's merely concealed beneath a guise, intending to interact with you all without creating too great a disparity. Since the recent attack by the Bat Demon, Gu Lang had taken to wagging his tail frequently, accepting the group's offerings. Although the goodwill accrued from his tail wagging was minimal, it was better than nothing. Over these past 7 days, Gu Lang had been incessantly scavenging for food, rapidly increasing his goodwill value. With the marketplace refreshed, Gu Lang decided to use his nearly 2,500 goodwill points for some worthwhile purchases. On the marketplace shelves, aside from the prominently featured transformation divine technique, there were 5 additional items for sale. The first was a leather book adorned with a large wolf's head on its cover. Wolf Clan's secret technique, arrival posture, eruption secret technique. Upon use, it supercharges the brain, exhausting life force to summon power from the future, granting immense combat strength for a brief duration. Cannot be used frequently. Price, 2,000 goodwill points. Jiyu Lang was momentarily stunned. Eruption secret technique. Is this a major move? The price of 2,000 goodwill points seemed a bit steep. He decided to continue browsing. The second item was also a book, but a spell book. 1-star ice magic compendium. Upon purchasing this book, you will learn to utilize all 1-star ice magic. Price, 500 goodwill points. Upon seeing the blue-covered book, Gu Lang's eyes lit up. This is perfect. I currently possess the magical power of a one-star spiritual beast, but lack the means to cast spells. Buying this will allow me to learn one-star ice magic directly, far better than those unfortunate students who must memorize incantations and hone their spellcasting. Gulang promptly made the purchase, confident with his remaining 2,577 goodwill points. Purchase. A chime signified the successful transaction. Instead of immediately utilizing the one-star ice magic compendium, Gulang continued to peruse the subsequent items. Form Switching Secret Technique. Upon purchasing this book, you can freely switch between your current forms. Price: 9,999 goodwill points. Gulang was left bewildered. Form switching. What does that even mean? And it costs a staggering 9,999 goodwill points. Enough to accumulate a fraction of the transformation divine technique. It seemed he would need to raise several more servants, as relying solely on Ingi and the others was insufficient. The fourth item was a miniature figurine, and upon closer inspection, it was a teddy dog. What is this? The system marketplace even sells living creatures. Gulang rubbed his eyes, trying to see more clearly. Dog clan form. Mighty teddy. Purchasing this will unlock the appearance of a teddy. Price: 1,500 goodwill points. After reading the description of the fourth item, Gulang instantly understood. This form switching was akin to a skin in a game, as long as he purchased the third item. The form switching secret technique. He could change his appearance. Currently, he appeared as an Alaskan husky. If he bought the form switching secret technique in the dog clan form, Mighty Teddy, he could transform into a teddy dog. Realizing this, Gulang felt a wave of frustration. What a useless item. Why would I spend so much goodwill on a skin that offers no enhancement to my combat capabilities? A teddy, that inferior dog cannot compare to my current Alaskan. At least the Alaskan is cute and endearing. Shaking his head, he mused that only a foolish cat would make such a purchase. The clever and astute wolf lord would never squander precious goodwill on a skin that did not elevate his combat prowess. If I buy a skin, then I would indeed be a foolish cat. Gulang scoffed. He continued to browse, and found a bright red heart, surging energy fruit, a fruit born from the world mother tree of the 10,000 beasts realm. Consuming it grants immense energy, temporarily boosting combat strength. Price: 9,999 goodwill points. After reading the system's description of the red heart, Gulang was momentarily stunned. 10,000 beasts realm. World mother tree. What on earth are those? Gulang felt utterly perplexed. Energy fruit, temporarily boosting combat strength. This description seems remarkably similar to that of the Wolf Clan's secret technique, arrival posture. However, this fruit bears no side effects and can only be used once, as it vanishes upon consumption. This item appears to be quite remarkable, albeit exceedingly expensive. Affording it seems out of reach. I wonder how long it will take to accumulate 9,999 feeding points. It seems unlikely to happen in the near future. Chapter 13. The Wolf Master Wields Magic. Wolf Clan's Secret Technique. Ascending Posture. A comprehensive guide to one-star ice magic. Morphing Technique. Dog Clan Form. Mighty Teddy. Surging Energy Fruit. Aside from the top-tier transformation spell, the system shop currently offers only these 5 items. After some contemplation, Gulang ultimately decided to spend 2,000 feeding points to acquire the Wolf Clan's Secret Technique. Ascending Posture, a magical skill. Wolf Clan's Secret Technique. Ascending Posture. Explosive spell. Upon usage, it hyper-accelerates the brain, depleting vitality, and summons power from the future to infuse the body, temporarily granting extraordinary combat prowess. Frequent usage is not advisable. Price: 2,000 feeding points. Seeing phrases like summon power from the future to infuse the body and extraordinary combat prowess, Gulang was overjoyed. Isn't this description impressive? The Wolf Master now possesses a trump card. As for the seemingly dire side effects like depleting vitality and hyper-accelerating the brain, Gulang paid them little mind. That a trump card must come at some cost, right? It's meant for life-threatening situations. Who cares about side effects then? After browsing the shop, Gulang closed the system and proceeded to utilize the one-star ice magic manual he had purchased for 500 feeding points. A blue-covered spellbook transformed into luminous specks that surged into Gulang's mind. Within his consciousness, a swirling mini-nebula appeared, representing the sea of magic. The incoming blue light points were swiftly absorbed by this sea of magic, and Gulang instantly grasped numerous spells, feeling a surge of excitement. Gulang realized that after spending so long in the magical realm, He had only observed others casting spells without experiencing it himself that he calmed his mind, eager to cast the newly acquired spells. Before long, a chill elemental magic formed in Gu Lang's abdomen, then surged upwards, violently erupting from his throat and mouth. The sudden onslaught of ice elements startled Gu Lang, who instinctively opened his mouth to expel the magic. Roar! Boom! Gu Lang let out a sound akin to a sneeze. The magic he expelled crashing into the snow before him and beginning to disperse. The vast snowy expanse in front of him grew even colder. As the air condensed into countless white, loose particles to the untrained eye, it resembled a white curtain. What Gu Lang had just unleashed was a spell called Frost, Snow Veil, which blankets the affected area in ice elements, enhancing subsequent ice magic damage. Remarkably, I can blow snow now. This is but a small step for the Wolf Master, yet a monumental leap for the magical realm. Gu Lang proudly wagged his tail. Immersed in the joy of casting magic for the first time, Gu Lang remained blissfully unaware that he had fallen behind. Struggling through the snow, Liangyi noticed Gu Lang's absence and immediately began to scan her surroundings. Worried that the little one had gotten lost, finally, she spotted a tuft of black and white fur several hundred meters behind the group. Chubby white, Liangyi called out to Gu Lang. What on earth is this little pup doing? One moment shaking his head, the next nodding, then sneezing and daydreaming. Upon hearing her call, Gu Lang suddenly realized something and quickly turned his alert gaze toward the distance where the others had ventured. I hope my magic casting went unnoticed. I cannot reveal the Wolf Master's magical prowess so soon. If the Wolf Master is to strike, it must be a resounding surprise, masquerading as an unassuming pup. Hastily, Gu Lang caught up and playfully bounded around Liangyi, feigning an innocent and harmless demeanor. The training party finally crested the last hill and arrived at the fifth site for the construction of the detection crystal tower just before noon. The terrain at this site was less than ideal, situated within a dense spruce forest. The previous 4 crystal towers had been placed in favorable locations, whether on snowfields or open woodlands. However, the construction of the detection crystal tower requires a small patch of unobstructed land above, which meant that many of the towering 40-meter spruces before them would need to be felled. Upon seeing the imposing brown spruce trees, the group's spirits visibly sank. Alas, it seems today will not be fruitful. Wu Yanghua lamented. Even removing a single tree would take considerable effort. The thought of clearing an entire area was daunting. The others shared his dismay, as finishing the last crystal tower would mean they could return home. Who could have anticipated that the 5th site would be in such disarray? Without modern technological aid, the group had no choice but to rely on their magical abilities. That Wu Yanghua was enveloped in a fiery red aura. Pressing his hands against the base of one spruce tree, intending to burn it down directly, Xiang Jing, uncertain of how, conjured a crystal-clear ice saw and teamed up with Tao Haoran to saw down a towering spruce. Wang Cheng crouched on the ground, his back arched and hands planted firmly on the earth, resembling a sprinter poised to take off. Brown magical energy surged from his palms into the ground as he sought to undermine the tree's roots. In contrast to the bustling activity around him, Gu Lang enjoyed a leisurely stroll through the woods, searching for an optimal spot to practice his newly acquired magic. After wandering for a while, Gu Lang discovered a large granite rock protruding from the ground and decided to pause there. Here, the sounds of Wang Cheng's exertions faded away, and the tranquil environment pleased Gu Lang greatly. He resolved to thoroughly study the Frost series from the 2-star ice magic. The Frost series is one of the foundational spells in ice magic, upon which higher-level spells are built. Earlier, while practicing earth magic, Wang Cheng had utilized the foundational spells Rang, Ash, and Ji, Quicksand. Similarly, the fire element's initiation spells, such as Sui, Jiao, Liao, Shan, Shi, are collectively known as the 9 ignition techniques, if elemental magic is likened to numbers. Initiation spells serve as the fundamental operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. With elemental magic, one must employ the initiation spells to correctly cast spells, and the potency of the magic is also contingent upon the synergy of these foundational spells. For instance, a fire element mage wishing to cast a massive fire dragon would follow a textbook sequence. Jiao to ignite, calling forth fire elements Shan to elevate temperature, gathering fire elements Sui to shape the fire elements into a dragon Ran to release the fire elements for continued combustion Qi to strike the target with explosive force Liao to allow the detonated fire elements to spread and burn, inflicting sustained damage. The significance of initiation spells cannot be overstated. This is why all magic academies in Huagua require students to master them. Yes, it is indeed that complex. One would be mistaken to think that learning magic is simpler than advanced mathematics. Right? Gulang was acutely aware that despite having the system's assistance, diligent effort was still essential. Though he had acquired a one-star ice magic casting manual from the system shop and learned its contents. Mastering the spells fluidly and skillfully required relentless practice, just like Song Lingyao, who rose to captain a group of second- and third-year students while still in her senior year. It wasn't without reason. She devoted half an hour more each night to meditation than her peers, working harder despite her innate talent, and thus her strength naturally eclipsed theirs. Clearing his somewhat chaotic thoughts, Gulang stood before the granite he had found. The rock's surface was blanketed with a thick layer of snow, and Gulang began to cast the ice missiles from the one-star ice magic repeatedly. The ice missiles flew straight toward the large stone. Bang! The icy projectile shattered into a fine powder upon striking the hard rock, scattering delicately to the ground, only to soon revert to its pure, unblemished elemental ice energy, merging back into the world. Gulang felt discontent. The ice elements he had gathered were still insufficiently concentrated. Too many stones rendered them weak and brittle, failing even to leave a faint mark upon the surface of the rock. With no other option, he resolved to continue practicing. Yet, he soon encountered a grave issue. His magical energy was woefully lacking. The ice projectile was a pinnacle-level one-star ice magic, but Gulang's magical capacity was merely equivalent to that of a high-tier first-level spirit beast, forcing him to pause after casting 10 spells to recuperate his energy. This was exceedingly frustrating. He pondered whether there might be a method for rapid magical recovery, wondering if the system shop would refresh with such an item next time. Gulang practiced diligently against the stone for quite some time, only ceasing when he finally managed to leave a faint mark upon the stone's surface. Still, he felt it was far too slow. He had spent half a day merely to improve a minor spell slightly, leaving him dissatisfied. Little did Gulang realize that, while he believed an afternoon of magical practice was quite lengthy, it was a commonplace occurrence for other mages. The progress he made in such a short span was indeed remarkable, even for someone as exceptionally talented as Song Lingyao. His bloodline advantage was becoming increasingly evident. The phrase keen perception of all elements was no mere platitude, as the system had described it, surely indicative of something formidable. Glancing at the setting sun, Gulang understood it was time to return to his training team. However, before doing so, he had one more task to complete. He needed to catch a rabbit. His motive for hunting a rabbit was not due to hunger, but rather to maintain the facade that he had been out hunting for an extended period while practicing magic. When Gulang returned to the campsite, a dramatic transformation had taken place. The once towering spruce trees had fallen in great numbers, revealing a flat clearing. Clearly, the efficiency of his training team was commendable. Gulang trotted through the forest, a pristine white rabbit clutched in his mouth. The others were unfazed, as Gulang had hunted rabbits before, and no one doubted he had been engaged in anything else. Despite his extended absence this time, previously, during the construction of the detection crystal towers, everyone had been busy, leaving Gulang with nothing to do but hunt a few rabbits out of boredom. The first time the team saw him return with a rabbit, they were quite astonished and offered him ample praise, and that evening, they indulged in a feast. Upon bringing the rabbit back to the camp, Gulang refrained from consuming it immediately, as that would lack feeding value. He was no fool. It was far better to hand the rabbit over to his teammates for preparation, allowing him to enjoy a more delectable cooked meal. Soon, everyone returned to the campsite, gathering before the tent, encircled around a bonfire to partake in their evening meal. The food for the training team primarily consisted of instant meals and compressed provisions. Occasionally, they would dine on the corpses of wild beasts slain during the day, but aside from a few exceptions, the taste of wild beasts was generally unpalatable, and the magical energy contained within their meat was often chaotic. Without the intervention of a specialized magical chef skilled in preparing beast meat, consuming too much wild meat would require considerable time to recalibrate one's internal magical energy, proving more detrimental than beneficial. Consequently, the team often only took the valuable portions of the beasts they killed. Discarding the remainder, Gulang's rabbits had become a favored dish among the trainees, yet most were too shy to compete with Gulang. A small dog, for food, resulting in the majority ending up in Gulang's belly. This evening was no different, as Liang Yi kindly tore off a piece of meat from a sizzling, crispy roasted rabbit. being Gu Lang's primary feeder. While others occasionally offered him food, none were as attentive as Liangyi. Song Lingyao, in contrast, fed Gu Lang the least, even less than the bumbling Wang Cheng. Jiu Lang understood the reason. Song Lingyao's demeanor was notably aloof, her stunning visage often cold and devoid of emotion. Were it not for her leadership role, necessitating coordination and task allocation among the group, she might go an entire day without uttering a word. One could see this in her treatment of her first summoned beast, the white claw spirit cat. Although she cared for it, she never displayed any overt affection. That it was important to note that for a mage who had mastered summoning magic, even under optimal conditions, one could only tame one additional summoned beast upon leveling up. Song Lingyao was indeed beautiful, yet her icy demeanor left much to be desired. Jiu Lang shook his head. If such a woman wished to be close to him, he would undoubtedly agree. Who would refuse a kiss from such a stunning lady? Finishing his daydreaming, he focused on the rabbit meat that Liangyi had offered him. Feeding value 5. The system's prompts continually flashed in his mind. Speaking of feeding value, Gu Lang indeed wished for Song Lingyao to feed him more, not solely due to her beauty. Admittedly, the wolf within him found her alluring, but his desire for her to feed him extended beyond mere attraction. It was mainly because when feeding Gu Lang, Song Lingyao provided a greater feeding value than others, a fact he had initially found curious until the system clarified. The higher the cultivator's rank and status of the feeder, the more feeding value the host would receive. Clearly, Song Lingyao possessed the highest cultivation among the 8 present, and her family, the Song clan of Rui City, was renowned for its expertise in summoning magic. The current head of the Song clan was Song Lingyao's father, solidifying her status as the clan's esteemed young lady. In the entire Rui City, Song Lingyao shone as the most radiant and affluent beauty. Gu Lang envisioned his future at the Rui City Magic University, dedicating time to cultivate and develop. If he wished to acquire feeding value more efficiently, he would have to navigate the complexities of Song Lingyao. It seemed he would have to find ways to ingratiate himself with her. Jiu Lang's impure thoughts remained undisclosed, and assuming the guise of a dog, he boldly lifted his furry head to glance at Song Lingyao. Truly, she was breathtaking. After the training team finished their meal around the bonfire, they did not retreat to their tents and sleeping bags for rest, as was customary in the past few days. Under Song Lingyao's guidance, they had adhered to a routine of rising with the sun and resting at sunset. By day, as the sun ascended, the team pressed onward, traversing the Tianyin mountain range en route to the next detection crystal tower location. As night fell, the Tianyin mountains, cloaked in darkness, transformed into another realm. Many formidable magical beasts emerged from their daytime slumber, howling and stirring in the absence of the sun's light. Although these beasts were deemed powerful, the presence of human settlements nearby had long ago eradicated the truly dangerous creatures. Moreover, with the limitations of night vision, Song Lingyao had deemed it prudent for the team to rest in place. However, today was different. The team's primary tasks were nearing completion. The Rui City Magic University had instructed Song Lingyao's team to establish detection crystal towers at 5 designated locations according to the map. And through 10 days of relentless effort, they had successfully erected 4 towers. Today marked the construction of the final tower. Yet, due to the challenging location of the last tower, which was surrounded by towering spruce forests, the team had to expend an entire afternoon clearing and leveling the site. Although the team was fatigued after a day of labor, night had fallen, and they should have been resting. However, Song Lingyao insisted that everyone work late into the night to complete the assembly of the detection crystal tower. Aiming to return at dawn the next day, the group, recognizing their exhaustion after 10 arduous days, resolved to muster their remaining strength to finish the task. Thus, Wang Cheng and the others hurriedly transported the intricate components of the crystal tower. Laboriously assembling them, beneath the star-speckled night sky, Gu Lang felt a hint of drowsiness. Yet, seeing his companions tirelessly toiling away, he refrained from seeking rest. He had initially intended to find a remote spot to practice magic, as he had done during the day, but upon surveying the pitch-black forest surrounding him, fear took hold. The dense, towering spruce trees effectively obscured the moonlight and starlight, shrouding the forest in darkness, while the branches creaked ominously in the wind. What if a ferocious beast emerged and whisked away Wolfmaster? Although he had acquired a powerful skill that allowed him to enter a formidable combat stance during his last purchase, the cost was a drain on his vitality, and Gu Lang was wary of using it recklessly. With nowhere to go, Gu Lang wandered around the camp, occasionally checking on the weary Wang Cheng, and at times snacking on the treats given to him by Ying Yi to boost his morale, finding delight in the small pleasures at this moment. A vibrant green magic aura emanated from beneath Wang Cheng's feet, and with the wind element's enhancement, he moved with remarkable speed, quickly relocating a substantial number of components. Wang Cheng's proficiency in wind magic was no secret, though Gu Lang had been initially taken aback upon witnessing his use of wind spells. Having thought he was solely a practitioner of earth magic, it was only through casual conversation with the members of their exploration team that he learned wind magic was Wang Cheng's secondary affinity. On Blue Star, individuals typically undergo a magical awakening ceremony at the age of 15, that those whose innate elemental content meets the criteria reveal their strongest affinity during the awakening, which becomes their primary affinity. Those who fail to awaken remain ordinary citizens, while those who successfully awaken a primary magic affinity embark on the path of a mage, beginning their magical education. This is the origin of the magical high schools in Huagua. The members of the exploration team followed this trajectory, entering magical high schools after their awakening to receive instruction in various subjects, including monster studies and magical history, culminating in rigorous training for 3 years before taking the magical college entrance examination to gain admission to Ruiqing Magic University. Mages who successfully awaken their primary magic affinity develop a magical sea within them, containing the essence of magical elements. Though initially at a novice level, they are considered one-star mages. With continued practice, the magical sea expands, and once it reaches a certain size, the mage attempts to compress it back to its original size. This stage determines their proficiency. The vast majority of one-star mages can typically only double their initial magical sea before attempting compression. Yet some gifted individuals manage to expand it further before compressing it. Although the compressed magical sea appears similar in size to the original, the potency of the magic within is vastly different. Once sufficiently dense, the mage advances to become a 2-star mage. This cycle of absorption, training, expansion, compression, and refinement constitutes the path of magical advancement for mages on Blue Star. After receiving superior education and abundant resources at the university, many of these promising students subsequently progress to become 2-star mages. Upon reaching this level, they could awaken their secondary magic affinity. Wang Cheng's secondary affinity was the agile wind element. However, he did not particularly favor it, believing that wind skills lacked the flashy appeal of ice or fire spells. Consequently, he devoted most of his energy to mastering earth magic, leaving his wind magic sea at the rudimentary 1-star stage. Wang Cheng also struggled with many wind spell initiations, with the sole exception of a speed enhancement spell that he could execute flawlessly, a clear case of specialization. Nevertheless, this specialization did not hinder Wang Cheng from ranking among the top students in his 3rd year at Ruiqing Magic University, as his earth magic was undeniably proficient, allowing him to control and withstand challenges while occasionally dealing damage. His combat awareness was exceptional. Even after sustaining a critical blow from an ambush, he could seize the moment to counterattack against the fleeing bat demon, something less experienced mages might have failed to achieve even with warnings. The other members of the team were equally impressive. Even Wu Yanghua, with his striking yellow hair that might seem unorthodox, demonstrated considerable strength. During the battle with the bat demon, he effortlessly cast Sway Fireball, not uttering any lengthy incantations, which did not imply he bypassed the initiation process. Rather, his casting was swift and practiced, allowing him to conjure the fireball in an instant. Such rapid spellcasting could only be achieved through extensive training over the years. As for Song Lingyao, being the only member of the team to cultivate her secondary magical sea to the 2-star level, her prowess was unquestionable. Jiu Lang mused that this small team possessed commendable strength, which justified their deep venture into the Tianyan Mountains. With the responsibility of merely relaxing and eating, there was no need for Wolf Master to intervene. Content in his role, Gu Lang gazed upward at the drifting snowflakes. The life of a wolf is indeed as lonely as snow. The snow continued to fall, and the busy team, engrossed in assembling the detection crystal tower, remained uncovered by any protective layer. Soon, a delicate layer of snow began to accumulate atop their heads. They toiled away for an extended period, long enough that Gu Lang began to nod off. Finally, "It's done." Wang Cheng's exuberant shout jolted Gu Lang from the brink of slumber. Panting, Wang Cheng tossed his screwdriver into the air, heedless of where it might land, and turned away humming a cheerful tune. With Wang Cheng's task complete, The others hastened to finalize their efforts at long last. By 11 o'clock at night, everyone concluded their work, successfully assembling the last of the detection crystal towers at a slender cylindrical structure topped with a small glass orb stood solitary in the snow. Nice, we've accomplished our mission, Wu Yonghua exclaimed joyfully. Team 47 has successfully completed the task. We can return home soon. Even the usually composed Xiang Jing could not contain his excitement at a hint of a smile broke through Song Lingyao's typically aloof and stunning visage. Having learned of the crucial connection between the detection crystal tower and the spatial rift, the team felt as though they had been bearing a great weight. After 10 days of stifled emotions and relentless training, the completion of all the crystal towers signified that the return journey could finally be more relaxed. The atmosphere was filled with jubilation. Suddenly, a sharp, jarring sound shattered their elation. The once jubilant exploration team fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes drawn to the source of the noise. It was the detection crystal tower. The monitoring device for the spatial rift was ringing. A wave of dread washed over everyone. Why is it ringing continuously? Even the usually fearless Wang Cheng began to tremble. Is it a spatial rift? Will beasts emerge? Is there still time to flee? A torrent of questions surged through their minds. They recalled the tragic fate of the few American mages. Would we follow in their footsteps? Just as the group was engulfed in a paralyzing panic, Song Lingyao approached the detection crystal tower. She was perplexed. After detecting a spatial rift, the tower should indeed emit an alarm. But not in this intermittent fashion. If a spatial rift had truly appeared, the magical crystal ball atop the tower should have changed color. Wang Cheng, come here and rebuild this section. After a thorough examination of the detection crystal tower, Song Lingyao identified the issue. Wang Cheng had incorrectly assembled the components. Trembling, Wang Cheng retrieved the screwdriver he had carelessly thrown earlier and hurriedly corrected the faulty parts. Once he completed the repairs, he rushed back, joining the others in anxiously watching the tower. After a prolonged wait, the crystal tower failed to emit the earlier ringing sounds. It had indeed ceased ringing, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. It was merely a false alarm. Wu Yonghua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and complained to Wang Cheng, "You damn fool. I wondered how you managed to assemble it so quickly. It turns out you were just messing around. You nearly scared me to death." Even Lin Qingye, who typically valued harmony and disliked disputes, cast a resentful glance at Wang Cheng, aware of his own culpability. Wang Cheng bore the insult of being called a fool without anger. After all, the previous moment had indeed been terrifying, and now that he realized it was merely a case of incorrect parts, the weight on his heart had finally lifted. They could finally rest. The group made their way toward the tent, their mood even more buoyant than when the detection crystal tower had remained silent. They had just experienced a harrowing sense of impending disaster, and the regained sense of security felt like a return from hell to paradise. However, Gu Lang could not shake off his unease. Not because of the earlier alarm from the detection crystal tower, but because Gu Lang had indeed sensed a peculiar fluctuation. It was not a warning like the feeling of danger. This sensation was difficult to articulate. Not directly perceivable by the five senses, but rather an eerie and unfamiliar feeling that directly impacted his mind. This caused Gu Lang to glance around anxiously. Apart from the pitch-black forest, the detection crystal tower, and the camp tents, there was nothing else in sight. Gu Lang felt a bit disoriented. What was happening? After a while, the strange fluctuation intensified even further. It felt as if someone were hammering on a wall. Or perhaps like someone peeling an eggshell. The noise was becoming bothersome, giving Gu Lang a headache. What on earth was that? Li Yingyi, who had been heading into the tent to rest, turned back to glance at Gu Lang. Seeing him still standing outside, she waved and called out, "By Pang Pang, come here." Gu Lang had no mind to respond to Li Yingyi. He exhaled and began checking his system. Race, Starry Sky Demon Wolf. Born under the illumination of stellar magic, possessing keen perception of all elements, capable of traversing various planes without obstruction. After rereading the system's introduction to the Starry Sky Demon Wolf, Gu Lang's attention was drawn to the term plane. He closed his eyes once more to carefully perceive the strange fluctuation that had invaded his mind. It felt as if two eggs were rolling on the ground, then suddenly collided, creating cracks where they touched. And the sound of those cracks was akin to the source of this fluctuation. Upon hearing the sound of eggshell shattering, he recalled what Song Lingyao had mentioned previously. Collisions between planes could lead to spatial rifts. Gu Lang was instantly filled with dread. It was a spatial rift. There could be no mistake. As a starry sky demon wolf, capable of traversing planes at will, it was not surprising that he would be extremely sensitive to the perception of spatial rifts. Gulang suddenly turned around, fixating his gaze on the crystal ball atop the detection crystal tower. At that moment, the tower began to tremble slightly, as if it had detected something. Indeed, the crystal ball was no longer transparent. A murky color began to emerge. Please not red. Please don't turn red. Gulang could only hope that the spatial rift would be the common narrow type, merely allowing the influx of foreign air. He stood frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe, quietly awaiting the tower's judgment. Li, noticing that the usually obedient Gulang was ignoring her, approached him with a puzzled expression and observed that he was staring blankly into the air. She instinctively turned to look in the same direction, where the detection crystal tower, a slender cylindrical structure, was shaking incessantly, the crystal ball atop it also beginning to tremble. This sight filled Li Yingyi with immense fear. The crystal ball no longer reflected the moonlight in its pristine form. It was starting to change color. The detector had already reacted. The emergence of a spatial rift was a certainty. However, this did not spell doom for everyone. There was still a chance for survival. As long as the color of the crystal ball ultimately shifted to blue, it would signify that the emerging spatial rift could not be traversed by demon beasts, and the exploration team would be safe. Hurry! Hurry out! The detection crystal tower is about to reveal a spatial rift. Li Yingyi rushed back into the tent, incoherently waking everyone. Many had already settled down for rest. But upon hearing Li Yingyi's warning about the detection crystal tower monitoring a spatial rift, their drowsiness vanished in an instant. The moment the news reached them, everyone hurriedly dashed out of the tents toward the detection crystal tower. Wang Cheng, did you misplace another screw? Wu Yonghua exclaimed incredulously, having just returned from the depths of despair to a sense of safety, only to find himself plunged back into chaos. Wang Cheng remained silent, staring blankly at the crystal ball atop the tower. Damn it! Zhu Qingji's face turned ashen. He could only hope that the spatial rift would be the most common type. Don't worry too much. The spatial rifts that can be traversed by demon beasts account for only 1 in 10,000 of all rifts that appear, and at most, they only allow a bit of foreign spiritual energy to seep in. Song Lingyao attempted to reassure the anxious crowd, yet her comforting words were futile. Everyone remained fixated on the detection crystal tower, anxiously awaiting the final verdict, amidst the fear and lingering hope in everyone's eyes. The crystal ball atop the detection crystal tower began to swirl with mottled colors, continuously shifting. Different colored blocks collided within the crystal ball as it trembled, merging together to form the very color that the team dreaded most, red. The crystal ball turned red. The detection crystal tower, before their very eyes, announced the imminent arrival of demon beasts from another realm. A wave of dread washed over them, as if all the blood in their bodies surged to their heads, exploding violently within their minds. No. Beep, beep, beep. As the crystal ball turned red, the detection crystal tower began to emit a piercing alarm. The group paid no heed to the shrill warning. Their souls were already ensnared by the ominous shade of red. Gasping for breath, Wang Cheng panted heavily. Upon learning that demon beasts from another realm were about to arrive, his heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. Xiang's face instantly turned ashen. It contradicted what Song Lingyao had said. The 1 in 10,000 probability had struck them. Red. A spatial rift capable of allowing demon beasts from another realm was about to emerge in their vicinity. And those demon beasts were powerful enough to shred 4-star mages from the United States. Their own strength barely reached 2 stars, and they were not even the most formidable among 2-star mages. Many in the team had yet to successfully condense their second magical C, which meant that numerous individuals were still at the recently awakened 1-star level. Such strength pitted against demon beasts capable of slaughtering 4-star mages. It was like throwing an egg against a stone. Run, Tao Howren shouted urgently. We must leave this place directly. Get as far away from the detection crystal tower as possible. He was nearly driven to madness. What he thought would be an ordinary trial had spiraled into a potential fight for survival. Tao Howren's words snapped everyone back from their paralyzing fear, and they all turned to look at the slightly pale Song Lingyao. They were not merely seeking the opinion of their captain. They hoped that the most powerful among them, Song Lingyao, would lead them in choosing the safest route to escape, but contrary to everyone's expectations. Song Lingyao rejected their pleas. No, we cannot leave. Though her once rosy lips had lost some color, she firmly refused the group's request to flee. "Captain, why?" Even Lin Qingye, who rarely spoke, quickly sided with Tao Haoran, urgently interjecting. "Did you not say that once the detection crystal tower sounds an alarm, Huawo would be able to detect the emergence of a spatial rift via satellite? Surely stronger mages will come here then." Song Lingyao cast a glance at him before shaking her head. "The country will dispatch the nearest mages. That much is true, but they will not arrive so quickly." With a sigh, she continued, "We have marched for 10 consecutive days to reach this place. We are already deep within the Tianyin mountain range. Even a 4-star wind system mage, who excels in speed and has completed body elementalization, would take at least half an hour to arrive here. The president of the Magic Association in Ruiqing is a formidable 4-star mage. If a spatial rift capable of allowing demon beasts emerges here, Huawo will undoubtedly send powerful individuals into the Tianyin mountain range. And this nearby Ruiqing powerhouse will certainly be summoned. Half an hour. That's great. We just need to leave this place and create some distance. Even if the demon beasts catch up, we only have to hold out for a few more minutes." Tao Haoran was utterly perplexed by the thoughts of the extraordinarily beautiful girl before him. Was she truly willing to remain here and meet a futile end? At such a tender age, he had already attained the rank of a 2-star magician, the second source of pride for his mother, a genuine prodigy of heaven. How could someone of his caliber perish so insignificantly in this place? With a pleading expression, Tao Haoran turned to Song Lingyao and implored, "Let us leave, Captain. Staying here serves no purpose. Even the 4-star magicians of the United States cannot contend with these otherworldly beasts." Upon hearing Tao Haoran mention the United States, Song Lingyao fell into a momentary silence before coldly revealing another grim secret. Indeed, after the sacrifice of 5 magicians, the United States managed to capture those rampaging otherworldly creatures. However, before their powerful magicians could intercept the beasts, several small towns in Nevada had already been slaughtered, resulting in a death toll of 1,000. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. 1,000 lives. All of them unarmed civilians, devoid of any magical prowess. And this was in the relatively sparsely populated United States. Imagine the devastation in the densely populated Huaguo, or even in Ruiqing, as she spoke. Song Lingyao approached Tao Haoran, her voice resolute and unwavering. "The nearest city is Rangdi. You wish for it to be the next to suffer a toll of 1,000 lives. We cannot allow the battlefield to encroach upon Ruiqing. We must remain here, restraining the beasts while awaiting the arrival of more powerful magicians. If the beasts escape the spatial rift, who knows where they might hide in the vast Tianyin mountain range? Allowing even a few malevolent creatures to lurk would only lead to greater calamity. Restrain? What do we have to restrain them with? Even 4-star magicians would fall before these beasts. And what of us?" Tao Haoran exclaimed in frustration, gesturing wildly at those present as he shouted at Song Lingyao. Before Song Lingyao could respond, Liangyi could no longer contain himself. The detection crystal tower can only monitor the fluctuations of the world barrier for a maximum of 10 minutes. In other words, the spatial rift will materialize in 7 or 8 minutes. How far can you run in that time? Liangyi stepped between Tao Haoran and Song Lingyao, turning to Tao with exasperation. "Do you not comprehend the captain's words? If 4-star beasts emerge, we need not flee. Even if we ran for 7 or 8 minutes, they would catch up to us if they are below 4-star level. We have the capacity to restrain them." Tao Haoran, still in disbelief, retorted, "How do you know how many beasts will appear? What if a whole horde emerges? Even if they are all low-level beasts, they could easily overwhelm us. If we scatter, we might save a few. The spatial rift cannot accommodate that many beasts. 3 is its absolute limit," Song Lingyao stated coldly. "Moreover, Tao Haoran, do not forget that you are a magician. Protecting civilians from the clutches of monsters is your most fundamental responsibility." Upon hearing Song Lingyao's words, Tao Haoran seemed to be struck by a painful truth, his gaze fixed on her with a fierce intensity. "Protecting civilians? Huh. Do you know whom I despise the most? I loathe those self-righteous fools among you who sacrifice themselves in a misguided attempt to save the world." Tao Haoran's voice grew frantic, his words spilling forth in a frenzy. "Civilians? How can they compare to us? Hundreds of lives do not equate to a single one of ours." As his words echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Everyone was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. "Have you forgotten the magician's oath of Huaguo? You swore under the red flag. Wang Chung said, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Tao Haoran. Having heard Song Lingyao's words, he resolved to stay and restrain the beasts. Wang Chung was a native of Ruiqing, where his parents, classmates, and teachers resided, along with the land that had nurtured him. All of this was worth every ounce of sacrifice he could muster to protect. Even if his comrades fell, even if his magical power waned, even if death was inescapable, he would stand resolutely in front of them. That Wu Yanghua stepped forward to stand beside Wang Chung, responding to his question with the first article of the Magician's Oath. Who are they? They are many, countless that we have received all resources and education from Huagua. It is the collective effort of the non-magical civilians that has raised us. Xiang Jing also joined Wang Chung and Wu Yanghua's side. All the magical power flowing through us is colored. Li Yingyi murmured that it is red, the vibrant red earned through the trials and sacrifices of countless ancestors of Huagua. Indeed, Lin Qingya added, his voice steady as he responded to Li Yingyi's musings. All eyes were fixed on Tao Haoran, their gazes burning with intensity. Tao Haoran, now fraught with impatience, felt as though he had been deflated like a balloon. Suddenly regaining his composure, it was unclear what had touched him. He sat on the ground, lost in thought, covering his face with his hands. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I was too hasty. I'm sorry. I will stay. I'm sorry. Are you watching? Tao Haoran mumbled, his spirit waning as he apologized to the group. The latter words barely audible. Come on, Haoran, it is our turn now. Our turn to stand at the forefront. Zhu Qingji extended his hand toward Tao Haoran. Looking up at Zhu Qingji, Tao Haoran, in a moment of daze, glimpsed something profound. Regaining his senses, he grasped Zhu Qingji's hand tightly and stood up. The group had resolved to remain and confront the unknown otherworldly beasts. Time was of the essence. Their previous argument had consumed a significant 5 minutes. This left them with less than 5 minutes to prepare. Under Song Lingyao's guidance, they split into 4 pairs and dispersed into the surrounding woods, moving in the cardinal directions from the detection crystal tower. Song Lingyao and Li Yingyi, Tao Haoran and Zhu Qingji, Wu Yanghua and Wang Chung, Xiang Jing and Lin Qingya. They had to locate the emergence point of the spatial rift at the earliest opportunity. While the detection crystal tower could monitor the rift's appearance, its alarms could not accurately pinpoint the rift's location. It merely indicated that the world barrier had been torn within its detection range. Thus, they had to spread out within the tower's monitoring limits. Once the spatial rift fully manifested, they would signal for assistance and do their utmost to restrain the otherworldly beasts before they set off. Song Lingyao retrieved a flare gun from her pack, raising her right hand to fire 4 shots into the dark, snow-laden night sky. 1 shot was green, 1 purple, and 2 red. Song Lingyao hoped to summon other training teams for assistance through the flare gun signals. The green signal indicated a need for support. The purple signified danger to nearby cities, while the 2 red signals communicated bleak prospects for those who came here. Song Lingyao left the decision to respond to the signals up to the other training teams who might see them. What she hadn't disclosed was that traversing the spatial rift would inflict some harm. Only those with sufficiently robust physical or magical power could endure the rift's compression. In other words, the beasts that crossed the spatial rift to arrive on Blue Star would be at least equivalent to 3-star, 3rd-tier beasts. Could they restrain them? Would they survive? Would the beasts kill them? None of the 8 held the answers, yet they pressed on resolutely, for they needed to ensure one last question would be answered affirmatively. Would Ruiqing be safe? No one paid any heed to Gu Lang, who was regarded by all as a mere Alaskan pup devoid of magical abilities. The truth was that Gu Lang had just begun to learn a few minor ice spells. Even Li Yingyi, who cherished him most, merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily departing. Now, he was left alone in the camp, a lone wolf. Swish, swish, swish. The colors of green, purple, and red blossomed across the night sky. Jiu Lang tilted his head to gaze at the starless expanse above. The brilliant flare of the signal gun illuminating the depths of his dark pupils. Aware of the ongoing quarrel among the crowd, he felt somewhat bewildered, a hint of human confusion appearing on his furry visage. Deep down, Gu Lang was in support of Tao Haoran's initial stance. He too wished to depart from this place, believing it would ensure greater safety. Tao Haoran was not wrong. Fleeing separately might offer a chance of escape. But remaining here was tantamount to certain death. He had no faith in Song Lingyao and Li Yingyi's words, claiming that as long as the beast was not of the 4th tier, There was still a chance to restrain it. That Jiu Lang believed that everyone else understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that staying behind left them with almost no hope of survival. Yet, they chose to remain. Swept up by a surge of youthful fervor, Jiu Lang was left in a state of confusion. Suddenly, the detection crystal tower emitted a buzz, with a series of mechanical sounds. A diminutive drone emerged from its base, ascending into the sky, its head adorned with a red dot. Jiu Lang quickly turned his gaze towards the crystal tower. Unbeknownst to him, the crystal orb atop the tower had vanished, replaced by a small camera, seemingly intent on recording everything in the vicinity. Song Lingyao and Li Yingyi cautiously navigated through the dense spruce forest, searching for any potential spatial rifts that might appear nearby, while periodically scanning the sky for ascending signal flares. The white-pawed spirit cat was acutely aware of the dire situation, its ears standing erect, monitoring every movement. Lingyao, can we still? Li Yingyi stammered, her body once again overtaken by fear after the initial surge of adrenaline had subsided. The chubby one is still waiting for you. Song Lingyao understood what Li Yingyi wished to inquire but responded with an unrelated remark. The two fell into silence. After a while, they halted in their tracks. Song Lingyao lifted her delicate head and neck, gazing skyward, as if speaking to herself or offering a reminder. It's coming to. No sooner had she spoken than a burst of green signal light erupted from the west, illuminating the snow-laden night sky with brilliant radiance. To the west, it's Wang Cheng and Wu Yanghua, Li Yingyi exclaimed urgently. Fortunately, it was indeed those two. Song Lingyao thought, knowing that the combination of Wu Yanghua and Wang Cheng was formidable, capable of both offense and defense. Quick, she urged Li Yingyi, then dashed westward. However, just as they had taken a few steps, another signal flare streaked across the pitch-black sky, the brilliance of the previous flare still lingering. With a whoosh and a crack, the green fireworks illuminated Li Yingyi's increasingly terrified face. Another signal flare? How can there be yet another spatial rift? How can there be another? Li Yingyi broke down. If there had only been one spatial rift, she could still convince herself that the group might manage to hold it off. But with two rifts both harboring beasts, she had no idea how they could possibly survive. Return to the camp. Song Lingyao's face paled slightly, yet she made a swift decision. They could no longer proceed with their initial plan of fighting wherever they found a rift. She could not ascertain the intentions of the other groups or which direction they would choose to support. They needed to return to the camp to regroup. The others, revived by determination, Tao Haoran and Zhu Qingji walked in tandem, arriving at a relatively flat expanse of snow-covered grass. Calculating the time, it was nearly time. Zhu Qingji felt the hairs on his body stand on end as he awaited anxiously. The space before them seemed to momentarily distort, as if someone were vigorously shaking out a wrinkled coat. With a tearing sound, a silver-white crack abruptly appeared before them. The spatial rift had emerged. It's here. Tao Haoran shouted urgently. Quick, fire the signal. Seeing this, Zhu Qingji hastily raised the signal gun, ready to fire into the sky. However, a signal flare shot up ahead of them. With a whoosh, the dazzling green light froze both men in place. What? They have one too. So what is this? Zhu Qingji exclaimed in horror. Damn it, there are two. The courage that Tao Haoran had mustered was now on the verge of crumbling. Fire. Zhu Qingji gritted his teeth and shot into the sky, two bursts of green fireworks flashing amidst the snowy Tianyin mountains. What do we do now? Zhu Qingji asked anxiously, glancing at the equally tense Tao Haoran. We can't proceed as initially planned. We'll wait for the beasts to emerge and lure them back to the camp. Surprisingly, it was Tao Haoran, who had considered fleeing, who remained the calmest. Song Lingyao's original plan had been simple. After the emergence of the spatial rift, it would take several minutes for the turbulent flow to stabilize. This precious time was to be used for gathering everyone. Once assembled, they would delay the beasts at the edge of the rift. However, the unexpected appearance of two spatial rifts disrupted their plans completely. Have you lost your mind? Lure them back to the camp? What about the others? Zhu Qingji shouted incredulously at Tao Haoran. They had been running towards the camp, and now they were quite a distance away, waiting for the beasts to emerge and then luring them. They would likely be torn to shreds before even returning to the camp. Who will come? No one is coming. With two spatial rifts, we have no choice. Back to the camp. Only by gathering everyone can we have even a sliver of a chance, Tao Haoran bellowed. Yes, there was no other option, to restrain the beasts and prevent them from fleeing into the mountains. They would have to lure them with their bodies. Damn it. Zhu Qingji cursed angrily at the rift. What is happening? Wu Yanghua exclaimed in astonishment as they witnessed a signal flare followed closely by another. It is Tao Haoran and his group. They have one too, Wang Qing muttered darkly. Damn it. When the beasts emerge, we'll return to the camp. Wu Yanghua and Wang Qing immediately made their decision. Are you as the beast not out yet? It was Xiang Jing's voice. Just as Wu Yanghua and Wang Qing anxiously awaited the emergence of the beasts, Xiang Jing and Lin Qingye arrived. Panting heavily, they had made a different choice from the others, opting to come to Wang Qing's side for support as a first-class wind elemental mage. Lin Qingye's presence allowed them to arrive so quickly. We're not fighting here. There are two spatial rifts. If there are beasts, we'll return to the camp. Wu Yanghua held on to a final shred of hope, wishing that the rift before them was one that hadn't been detected by the detection crystal tower. As he spoke, the silver-white elongated crack before them began to react. Buzz! The spatial rift trembled. Roar! A pitch-black claw extended from within, followed by a fur-covered arm, and finally, a grotesque head emerged. An otherworldly beast had appeared. It was a massive red gorilla, towering at 5 meters, its muscles rippling. Upon seeing that there were indeed beings guarding the other side of the rift, the newly emerged gorilla paused, its own rift behind it continuing to twist and exhale air from another realm. The overwhelming and potent magical energy from the otherworldly realm made it difficult for the group to lift their heads. Fireball! Wu Yanghua struggled to cast his spell, launching it towards the gorilla. The other three unleashed their attacks as well. Boom! Yet the gorilla withstood the 4's magic effortlessly, then coldly glanced at the group with its massive eyes before turning away, retreating its upper body completely back into the spatial rift. The group was left in stunned silence. Why did it not defend against their attacks? Why did it retreat back into the rift? Could it be? It was summoning other beasts. Quick, stop it! Xiang Jing shouted in terror. The four immediately summoned their magical energy, conjuring a surge of elemental force to attack. But it was too late. The red gorilla had already reached into the rift, forcibly pulling out two other otherworldly beasts, a gigantic bird-like creature and a spider. At that moment, the collective magical assaults of the crowd finally reached their target. The avian demon gazed indifferently at the incoming magical attacks, unfurling its wings with a delicate sweep. Instantly, these magical assaults dissipated, disintegrating into elemental particles that merged seamlessly with its wings. This ability? The capacity to nullify and absorb elemental attacks. A fourth-tier creature, this bird demon is a fourth-tier beast. The arrival of such a formidable entity plunged the crowd into despair. Witnessing the avian demon effortlessly absorb their magical onslaught, an icy dread seeped into the bones of everyone present. The worst possible outcome had materialized. All eyes were filled with hopelessness as they turned towards the imposing avian demon. Strangely, however, the creature did not strike down the four individuals, but instead directed its beak towards the spider and orangutan demons, seemingly issuing some command. Then, it took flight with its enormous wings, vanishing deeper into the Tianyin mountain range. Soon, the bird demon disappeared beyond the horizon, leaving only the orangutan and spider behind. The spider and orangutan appeared to have received some directive, nodding before they turned their fierce gazes upon the four. The bird had flown away. How could it venture deeper into the mountains? Xiangjing felt a chilling fear of survival. It likely had other tasks to accomplish. Wu Yanghua stated coldly, the bird believes that this orangutan and spider can eliminate us. Clearly, the avian demon regarded the two-star Wu Yanghua and his companions with disdain, focused solely on its own agenda. Yet the remaining orangutan and spider posed a monumental challenge point to third-tier beasts. Moreover, this third-tier orangutan possessed immense physical strength, which had allowed it to be the first to breach the spatial rift and arrive in the blue star. Swoosh! At that moment, a blue signal flare ascended at the camp's location. Blue. It signifies that we should regroup. It's the captain, Lin Qingye shouted. Following this, a red signal flare illuminated the sky. The red signal indicates danger. It originated from Zhu Qingji and Tao Haoran's side. It's Tao Haoran. A spatial rift had also unleashed beasts on Tao Haoran's end. Xiangjing's expression turned grim. The worst-case scenario had indeed unfolded. With beasts emerging from both spatial rifts, that wasn't it supposed to be a 1 in 10,000 chance? Wu Yanghua roared. Have we encountered two 1 in 10,000 occurrences? According to the Blue Star International Magic Association's estimations, a single rift capable of yielding beasts emerges for every 10,000 spatial rifts, the simultaneous appearance of two such rifts in close proximity. This cannot merely be attributed to coincidence. This is no time for 1 in a million odds. The orangutan is coming. Wang Cheng bellowed like thunder, his magical energy surging. Rumble, gray earth. In the moment of distraction, the crimson orangutan charged towards them. The long, coarse fur on the fiery orangutan lay flat against its body as it sprinted forward, and upon nearing the group, it clenched its massive fist and struck down towards the four. Observing the situation, Wang Cheng immediately stepped forward to shield the others, while the remaining 3 hastily cast counterspells. Rumble, gray earth. Rumble, stone skin. Rock shield. Wang Cheng frantically channeled his magical energy, unleashing 3 defensive earth spells in quick succession. Frost armor. Xiangjing also enveloped Wang Cheng in an additional layer of protection. At that moment, Wang Cheng radiated a powerful aura of earth elemental energy. His skin hardened to an impenetrable toughness, supplemented by both yellow and blue magical armors tightly adhering to him. Yet he felt it insufficient, gathering more earth elements to conjure a solid rock shield in front of him. Roar. The fiery orangutan let out a deafening roar as its colossal fist sliced through the air, crashing down. Boom! At the moment of impact with the rock shield, an intense magical aura erupted from the orangutan's fist. The blood-red magical energy from the fiery orangutan surged into Wang Cheng's rock shield, causing it to crack under the immense force. This creature not only possessed formidable physical strength, but could wield magical power as well. This beast, under the ferocious strike of the fiery orangutan, the rock shield shattered into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The force behind the punch, undiminished, landed heavily upon Wang Cheng. He experienced a flash of light before a tremendous force slammed into his chest, sending him into a dizzying spin. Wang Cheng was sent flying by a single blow from the fiery orangutan. Coughing violently, he struggled to rise from the snow, blood pouring from his mouth. Had it not been for the frost armor and stone skin absorbing most of the impact, and the gray earth shielding his vital points, he surely would have been shattered like the rock shield. Flame, fire serpent, ling, frost spear, howl, gale. In the wake of Wang Cheng's defense, the other 3 unleashed their spells without hindrance towards the orangutan. Sensing the overwhelming magical energy within the incoming attacks, the physically resilient orangutan dared not engage directly. Roar. The fiery orangutan's muscles bulged as it grasped the icy spear that radiated a chilling aura. To it, the sharp frost spear posed the greatest threat. Although it had successfully intercepted Xiangjing's attack, it had no time to defend against the other 2 spells that Wu Yanghua transformed his spell into a more potent flame attack, conjuring an intensely scorching fire serpent. Hiss. A fiery serpent coiled tightly around the orangutan's left arm, sizzling as it scorched the flesh. The fiery orangutan howled in pain, attempting to swat the fire serpent off with its other massive hand. Yet, Lin Xingye's wind magic arrived simultaneously. A swirling mass of dense green wind elements erupted before the fiery orangutan, transforming into a fierce gale that struck at its eyes. Roar. The fiery orangutan struggled to keep its eyes open against the gale's assault. It was forced to raise its arm to shield its face, stepping back to evade the relentless elemental onslaught. Needing a moment to recover, the trio felt a surge of hope as their coordinated spells seemed effective. But their expressions soon darkened. The attacks had merely caused the orangutan slight discomfort, not substantial damage. This beast must possess resistance to fire, otherwise it would not withstand my fire serpent. Wu Yanghua's face paled. He was all too aware of his magical prowess, and under normal circumstances, any other beast would not merely have their surface scorched. Run. The spider is coming. To the camp. Wang Cheng shouted urgently, seizing the opportunity created by their brief reprieve from the orangutan's assault. Float. Wind of lightness. A vibrant green wind magic enveloped the feet of all 4, the wind of lightness mitigating part of their weight, allowing them to sprint faster. Lin Xingye hastily reinforced the spell, and the group turned to flee towards the camp. Roar. Seeing their intent to escape, the fiery orangutan roared in fury, preparing to chase after them. However, the fire serpent continued to burn on its arm, the pain forcing it to halt. With the interference gone, the orangutan's thick fingers finally managed to grasp the fiery serpent, snuffing it out with a vicious squeeze. having extinguished the bothersome fire serpent. The fiery orangutan paused, breathing heavily in place. Phew! Once it had calmed its breath, the fiery orangutan glared at the unperturbed giant spider standing nearby, demanding an explanation for its inaction. Just moments ago, the fiery orangutan had been able to nearly suppress the four alone. Had the spider intervened, the outcome would have been dire for them. Yet the spider completely ignored the orangutan's fury, gracefully scuttling forward with its 8 slender legs, leisurely pursuing the group. Bang! In response to being disregarded. The fiery orangutan slammed its fist into the ground, creating a small crater in the muddy snow. Were it not for the orders from their master, it would never have allied with these grotesque, loathsome mother spiders. After venting its frustration, it followed the spider, adhering to Lord Yi's directives. They needed to swiftly eliminate these humans and conceal themselves before dawn. They had crucial tasks yet to fulfill. Puff! Puff! Zhu Qingji and Tao Haoran ran breathlessly through the dense forest. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed ominously behind them. In the flickering shadows, a massive spotted tiger was hot on their heels. Damn it, that wretched beast. Tao Haoran gritted his teeth and began to channel his magic. The tiger demon, witnessing the human ahead preparing to unleash another magical disturbance, felt an immense frustration. Not long ago, it had traversed the dimensional rift from the realm of 10,000 beasts to Blue Star, intending to expand its territory and achieve great feats in this world. However, as soon as it poked its head out from the spatial fissure, this accursed human struck it on the head with an exceedingly brilliant orb of light. The orb's power was not particularly formidable, incapable of piercing the tiger demon's hide, yet it was unbearably blinding. The dazzling light elements delivered a painful blow to its tiger eyes, causing tears to stream down the unprepared demon's face. To make matters worse, the 2 humans who had cast the spell immediately darted into the forest, showing no signs of wanting to fight. This infuriated the tiger demon, which yearned to chase them down and devour the 2 cunning humans. However, as some of its companions had yet to traverse the spatial rift, it had no choice but to remain behind as a guard. Soon, the other 2 companions successfully crossed over to Blue Star as well. The tiger demon resolved to let its companions proceed first while it pursued the 2 humans alone. Once it had thoroughly tormented those 2 detestable humans, it would reunite with its companions. Naturally, the tiger demon's companions had no objections. Could a third-tier demon beast not contend with 2 second-tier humans? Thus, the 3 demons parted ways, with the other 2 swiftly disappearing into the depths of the Tianyin mountain range while the tiger demon plunged into the woods in pursuit of Tao Haoran and his companion. Given the tiger demon's speed, catching up to the 2 humans was hardly a challenge. The only issue was that the magic they employed was exceedingly vexatious. What should have been a surefire hunt was repeatedly interrupted by the glowing human. Just as it was about to sink its teeth into them, the human would turn and unleash a blinding burst of light. The tiger demon was forced to halt and ease the sting in its eyes. At that moment, the 2 humans would take the opportunity to slip away. After a brief respite, the tiger demon would resume its chase, only for Tao Haoran to cast another hindrance spell. After several such exchanges, the tiger demon's eyes were swollen and bloodshot. Yet, it had no other choice but to suppress its burning fury and continue the pursuit. It refused to believe that the 2 humans could keep using such elemental magic indefinitely. Tao Haoran sensed the commotion behind him and estimated that the time had come. He began to gather his magic, preparing to retaliate against the tiger demon with considerable force. The light elements in Tao Haoran's hand coalesced once more, releasing waves of blinding brilliance. Seeing Tao Haoran attempting to deliver another dazzling blow, the tiger demon could no longer endure and preemptively invoked its secret technique. Roar! With a fierce howl, the tiger demon's muscles twisted unnaturally, and a strong scent of blood wafted through the air. Having employed its secret method, the tiger demon's speed surged dramatically, quickly closing the gap to Tao Haoran. Damn! How did it suddenly become so fast? Tao Haoran glanced back, nearly losing his wits in fright. The tiger demon was almost upon him, its gaping maw aimed directly at his head. Thunderous energy surged. Perceiving the imminent danger, Zhu Qingji struck the tiger demon on the nose. The tiger demon yelped in pain, its speed diminishing, allowing the 2 humans to pull ahead. Few as they ran, Tao Haoran wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That was close. The tiger demon's sharp teeth had nearly grazed him. Fortunately, Zhu Qingji had acted in time. casting a thunderbolt that interrupted the demon's attack. At last, ahead lay the campsite. Zhu Qingji rejoiced at the sight of the campfire's glow. Wonderful, they would soon regroup. Tao Haoren breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Roar! The tiger demon, now several times faster than before, pounced toward Tao Haoren in a sudden leap. Its mouth was agape, revealing dripping fangs. The tiger demon's body began to descend from the air. Closer, closer. This accursed human was about to become its meal. It could almost taste the delicious flavor of flesh and blood. Seeing Tao Haoren looking up in terror, the tiger demon felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. But in the next moment, a powerful jet of water erupted from beneath the tiger demon. A torrential current. It was Song Lingyao. The tiger demon's eyes flared with rage. It had been interrupted yet again. Although it loathed Tao Haoren, it had no choice but to evade the surging water column, rich with magical energy. Reluctantly abandoning its assault on Tao Haoren, the tiger demon attempted to sidestep Song Lingyao's magic. Crack! The tiger demon, to its horror, realized it had been ensnared by numerous resilient vines without noticing. It strained with all its might to break free from the binding tendrils, but it was too late. The azure water column, imbued with immense magical power, slammed into the tiger demon's jaw. Arg! The tiger demon let out a pained howl. Bound by the vines and unable to evade, it took the full force of the torrential current. Crashing to the ground with a muffled thud, Tao Haoren and Zhu Qingji seized the opportunity to rush out of the forest and join Song Lingyao and Li Yingyi. 3 demon beasts. What are their levels? Song Lingyao signaled for everyone to retreat while quickly inquiring. Upon returning to the campsite, Song Lingyao and her companion immediately sent out a signal to gather. Upon seeing Tao Haoren launch a red flare, they promptly stationed themselves at the edge of the forest, lying in wait. Indeed, Tao Haoren had successfully lured a demon beast. Just as the tiger demon was about to overpower Tao Haoren, Song Lingyao sprang into action, employing her pre-gathered magic to ambush the tiger demon. Now the tiger demon lay defeated on the ground, yet Song Lingyao did not rashly advance to continue her assault. She was uncertain whether other demon beasts were trailing behind. There should be 3 third-tier demon beasts, but the other 2 had not pursued, leaving only this one tiger demon. Zhu Qingji, panting heavily, confirmed that he had sensed 2 additional presences, both third-tier. Upon hearing that only the tiger demon had pursued, Song Lingyao was momentarily stunned, but so, too managed to escape. She bit her lip, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Yet she quickly regained her focus, since only one tiger demon had followed Tao Haoren through the spatial rift. They should focus their efforts on eliminating it. Let us attack. With this thought, she immediately began to gather magical energy, preparing for the next strike, while the other 3 also began to unleash their spells. The tiger demon, lying on the ground, had regained its composure and, upon seeing the 4 preparing to attack, swiftly leaped backward into the shadows to conceal itself. The tiger demon now harbored some regret. It should not have come alone. 2 second-tier humans. The magic cast by the female sorcerer who had initially attacked was overwhelmingly powerful, even posing a faint threat to it. And there were allies as well. Realizing that those 2 had been evading battle from the start, it dawned on the tiger demon that they had been luring it in. Yet, as a third-tier creature, it believed that even if the leading female sorcerer was strong, it could withstand an assault from Ford. However, it would undoubtedly incur significant losses. The tiger demon pondered this and began to reconsider its approach. Just then, a rich wave of magical energy emanated from another grove ahead. Accompanied by the faint sounds of beastly roars, it was other demon beasts arriving from different spatial rifts. They had also engaged with these cunning humans. The tiger demon rejoiced. With additional companions, it could easily join forces with them to eliminate the humans before it. First, it would regroup with the other demon beasts. The tiger demon retreated into the forest, circumventing Song Lingyao and the others, heading toward the direction of the Qi Yanxinga. The 4 of them sensed the magical fluctuations behind them. And upon looking back, they saw a surge of crimson flames shooting into the sky. It was Wu Yonghua. They had also attracted demon beasts. Tao Haoren shouted urgently. Quickly, Song Lingyao spotted the rustling in the trees where the tiger demon had vanished and understood its intentions. The 4 of them immediately set off, determined to reach Wang Cheng and his group before the tiger demon. Wang Cheng and his companions had briefly repelled the Qi Yanxinga, but were now fleeing toward the campsite without looking back. They had to regroup with Song Lingyao. Just one Qi and Xing'a had been enough to leave them gasping for breath. Moreover, there was a menacing giant spider lurking. Had it attacked earlier, the four would have surely perished. They were utterly no match for two ferocious third-tier demon beasts. All they could do was keep their heads down and flee desperately, traversing most of the forest at that moment. The magical fluctuations from Song Lingyao's battle with the tiger demon reached them. "I sense water elemental magic. It must be the captain," Wu Yanghua exclaimed with delight, his pace quickening significantly. But just as they were about to leave the forest and reach the clearing where the campsite was located, a hissing sound of something slicing through the air echoed from behind them. As Wu Yanghua, who was fleeing, glanced back, he was instantly filled with horror that it was several strands of grayish-white spider silk, glistening with a repugnant slime. At the other end of the spider silk lurked the grotesquely hideous mother spider, which, upon catching up with Wu Yanghua and his companions, immediately unleashed a torrent of silk in an attempt to ensnare them. The grayish-white threads erupted from the mother spider's rear and soared forward with remarkable speed, targeting none other than Wang Cheng, who, having sustained internal injuries from a punch by the crimson flame ape, was unable to run swiftly due to the excruciating pain in his chest. Just as the spider silk was about to ensnare the injured Wang Cheng, Wu Yanghua decisively halted his frantic flight and turned to block the silk's path. "You all go ahead. I will hold it off." The mother spider, upon seeing a golden-haired human willingly stepping forward, felt a surge of delight that it promptly maneuvered the flying threads to ensnare Wu Yanghua tightly. Strangely, Wu Yanghua did not flinch or evade, allowing the silk to bind him without resistance. That Wu Yanghua, Lin Xingye exclaimed in panic upon witnessing Wu Yanghua trapped by the spider's silk, desperate to turn back and rescue him. "Don't look back, run." Xiang Jing immediately pulled Lin Xingye, who was about to turn back, knowing full well that Wu Yanghua was about to unleash his full potential. Wu Yanghua possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to fire elements, unmatched by anyone at the Rue City Magic University, and he was exceptionally gifted in the fire magic discipline. Where did this talent manifest? Even at the 2-star level, he had already attempted to cast the pinnacle 3-star fire magic. At this moment, Wu Yanghua's entire being was enveloped in crimson fire elements, and with a fierce roar, these fiery sparks surged into his body as the ambient fire elements entered him. His skin turned a brilliant red. His body began to swell violently, as if it were about to erupt like molten lava. "Inferno, supernova!" Wu Yanghua bellowed, and all the fire magic within him erupted forth. A supernova is a phase in the evolution of a star, characterized by a violent explosion that occurs as certain stars approach the end of their life cycle. This explosion is incredibly bright, with the energy released often illuminating the entire galaxy for weeks on end. This is the origin of the name of this 3-star fire magic spell. As Wu Yanghua unleashed his power, the threads binding him instantly melted and evaporated, the flames surging forth unabated toward the mother spider. The mother spider had not anticipated such a turn of events, barely managing to raise 2 of its legs in a futile attempt to shield itself. Boom! The raging flames engulfed the mother spider, which writhed in agony as it was seared. What the hell? This power! Wang Cheng, hearing the commotion, turned back to witness what appeared to be a brilliant sun. It was the 3-star fire magic, supernova, Xiang Jing. Having seen Wu Yanghua practice this technique before, recognized it instantly. However, this is a weakened version. If he unleashed the true supernova, we would all perish. Lin Xingye, who had previously intended to return to aid, stood transfixed before the molten fireball, and with his second awakening of fire magic, it felt as though he glimpsed a dazzling future. Supernova. Once the magic was unleashed, Wu Yanghua bent over, breathless and weakened. Cough. Still, too taxing. Is this what 3-star magic feels like? Even though it's merely a weakened version of supernova, it has drained all my magical energy. The flames persisted for a full 3 seconds before dissipating. As the flames receded, the mother spider's repulsive, snarling head came into view. At that moment, it was seething with rage, taken aback that a mere second-tier human could inflict injury upon it. What magic had this human cast? It was entirely beyond the realm of second-tier capabilities. Fortunately, the explosive flames had spread in all directions, and it had only sustained damage from one direction. This particular direction was further mitigated by 2 of its legs. which absorbed most of the impact, sparing the mother spider from immediate incapacitation. However, the excruciating pain radiating from its legs only fueled its fury. Damn it! No wonder the crimson flame ape was repelled. Unlike the mother spider's wrath, Wu Yanghua, while not expecting to annihilate a fully powered third-tier monster with a single strike, was nonetheless astonished that the colossal spider had only suffered minor injuries. What? It only sustained this little damage. Wu Yanghua's face turned ashen, and he immediately turned to flee. Only a fraction of the damage had been inflicted upon it. Supernova is an area attack, not a concentrated one. Xiang Jing also realized this and immediately shouted, Wu Yanghua, come back. Wu Yanghua, forcing his exhausted magical energy, returned to the side of the three companions. The four of them cautiously retreated toward the camp. Ever vigilant of the mother spider, Sister Xiang Jing, Liang Yi shouted as she rushed over, followed closely by Song Lingyao and others. Wonderful! Lin Qingye rejoiced. As the 8 of them reunited, the vicious and hideous mother spider stood silently, observing the four and the approaching Song Lingyao and her companions, without making any move to obstruct them. After witnessing the power of Wu Yanghua's supernova, it had grown considerably cautious. The mother spider intended to wait for the crimson flame ape, planning to let that foolish ape bear the brunt while it would attack from the rear with its silk. Be careful, there's a powerful third-tier gorilla, Wang Cheng warned the arriving Song Lingyao and others. In total, there are 3 monsters. Besides this third-tier spider and the gorilla, there is also a 4th-tier bird monster, but it has flown away, recalling Tao Howren's words about 2 unidentified third-tier monsters escaping. Song Lingyao instantly comprehended. The emergence of this spatial rift was no coincidence. It was premeditated. A murderous intent filled her stunningly beautiful face. Including the tiger monster, we must confront 3 third-tier beasts. Just as we initially planned, we need to hold off these 3 monsters and wait for stronger mages to come to our rescue. No sooner had Song Lingyao's words left her lips than the forest behind the mother spider began to stir. Roar! The crimson flame ape emerged from the woods, its enormous eyes filled with malice. Owo! Another roar echoed as the patterned tiger monster, which had previously battled Song Lingyao, appeared. The tiger monster leapt fiercely, landing beside the crimson flame ape and the mother spider. The 3 monsters gathered, glaring menacingly at the 8 individuals. Under the nightfall of the Tianyin mountain range, a deadly clash of unequal power was imminent. After the third-tier beasts convened, they engaged in a brief exchange. Exhibiting a level of intelligence that was quite remarkable, this was an astonishing occurrence. Third-tier beasts on Blue Star, without special training, typically do not possess high intelligence, let alone interact across species barriers, as these 3 formidable beasts were doing. The crimson flame ape possesses an incredibly robust physique. It is crucial to note that it also wields a certain degree of fire magic. Song Lingyao rapidly relayed intelligence to everyone. As for the mother spider, beware of its venom and the silk it expels from its tail. According to the information gathered by Huagua, it should also breed a multitude of repulsive little spiders to assist in battle. The patterned tiger, lacking documentation from Huagua, is likely the weakest of the 3 beasts, but we must not be careless. It appears to possess a secret technique that can temporarily enhance its combat power. This intelligence was painstakingly obtained by powerful individuals who infiltrated alternate dimensions at great risk. It is not only the myriad monster realm that can dispatch beasts to invade Blue Star. Blue Star also has its own means to enable powerful beings to traverse spatial rifts for reconnaissance. Although the information may not be entirely clear, it is sufficient for the present moment. Song Lingyao swiftly surveyed the 3 menacing beasts, their expressions twisted with malice, and promptly devised a battle plan. The crimson flame ape has a certain resistance to fire elements. Xiang Jing, you and I will hold it off. Song Lingyao instructed Xiang Jing, deciding to employ her water magic combined with Xiang Jing's ice magic against the mightiest crimson flame ape. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jing nodded in agreement and positioned herself behind Song Lingyao. Tao Howren, Zhu Qingji, Liang Yi, you will confront the tiger monster. Liang Yi, engrossed in treating Wang Cheng, responded without looking up. Understood. Wang Cheng, Lin Qingye, Wu Yanghua, you will continue to restrain the mother spider. At that moment, Wu Yanghua was hastily attempting to replenish his depleted magical energy. Upon hearing Song Lingyao's orders, he immediately rose, nodding earnestly alongside Lin Qingye and Wang Cheng. Remember, We must hold them off for at least 30 minutes to await reinforcements, after establishing the battle plan. Song Lingyao turned her beautiful eyes, fixing a cold glare on the crimson flame ape. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and combat could erupt at any moment. Hissus, the mother spider writhed its body, covered in black hairs. And the next moment, a swarm of small spiders erupted from its tail. Roar! The crimson flame ape charged forward, swinging its fist towards Xiang Jing. The grand melee commenced. The 8 individuals each fulfilled their roles. Executing the plan to draw the enemy's attention, a multitude encircled the crystalline tower beside the camp, establishing 3 distinct zones of battle. Qi Yanxing, Xiang Jing, and Song Lingyao. Hu Yao, Tao Hao Ran. Zhu Qingji, and Li Yingyi. Yumu Jizhua, Wu Yanghua, Wang Cheng, and Lin Chengyi. The 2 mages besieging the Hu Yao and Yumu Jizhua found themselves at a disadvantage the moment the conflict erupted. Jiao, Yuhua Baiyu, a pristine light shield materialized before Tao Hao Ran, struggling to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Hu Yao. Bang! The multicolored tiger, having long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the incessant radiant assaults from Tao Hao Ran, disregarded the attacks on others in a frenzy to claw at the light shield. Observing the tiger's repeated indifference to his magic, Zhu Chengji's expression soured. The light shield protecting Tao Hao Ran was on the verge of shattering under the continuous barrage. Tao Hao Ran, hold on just a little longer. Zhu Qingji unleashed the initial gesture of his spell, and as his magical energy surged, a thick arc of electricity leapt between his palms. Fu, Jing Dian Shu, he thrust his hands forward towards the Hu Yao, launching the explosive arc of static electricity with great force. The static bolt traversed several meters in an instant. Reaching the Hu Yao, unmoved by the imminent threat of the static bolt, the Hu Yao remained fixated on Tao Hao Ran. First, I will eliminate this accursed luminous human. The static bolt struck the unyielding Hu Yao with precision, causing it to tremble violently, its body enveloped in Zhu Chengji's charged particles. The Hu Yao, enduring the impact of Zhu Chengji's magic, appeared increasingly enraged, its feline face contorting into a more ferocious snarl. The agony only served to amplify its ferocity. Alo, under the excruciating pain from the static bolt, the Hu Yao unleashed its powerful limbs, launching its claws toward Tao Hao Ran with tremendous force. Bang! The light shield that Tao Hao Ran held high shattered into countless fragments, and he was instantly knocked to the ground by the claw strike. This is bad. Li Yingyi's panic flared as he hurriedly cast a spell to summon vines in an attempt to restrain the Hu Yao. But it effortlessly severed them with ease. Seeing Tao Hao Ran felled by its claw, the Hu Yao wasted no time. Its hind leg muscles swelled with power, and it lunged towards Tao Hao Ran to finish him off. Fool, how dare you disregard the electric magic's assault? Zhu Chengji scoffed coldly. Electricity was undoubtedly the most devastating element within the atmospheric school of magic. He immediately summoned his magical energy, drawing the electric essence into his palms, then pressed his hands together and directed it towards the electric charges swirling around the Hu Yao. Fu, Jing Dian Lianjia. The Hu Yao felt an unsettling numbness coursing through its body as the residual electric charges began to pulse. The charges that had accumulated from the static bolt attack responded to Zhu Chengji's spell, clustering together and forming a connection between him and the Hu Yao. Zzz. A thick arc of electricity bridged the gap between Zhu Qingji and the Hu Yao. Now, Zhu Chengji's eyes widened with fury. Fu, Jing Dian Feng Bao. He frantically channeled all the electric energy within him into the arc of electricity. The Hu Yao leaped and dodged, but the arc of electricity firmly locked onto it. It's the charges on its body. The Hu Yao finally realized, but it was already too late. The surging electric elements rushed through the arc and struck the Hu Yao. Fool, meet your demise. Boom. The moment it was attacked, the Hu Yao was paralyzed and trembled, collapsing to the ground. Ao. The Hu Yao, thoroughly electrocuted, emitted a harrowing wail of agony. The accumulated electric charge left it unable to rise, convulsing on the ground. Ha! Ha! Zhu Qingji, having expended a tremendous amount of magical energy, was noticeably affected, gasping for breath. Seeing the Hu Yao downed, Li Yingyi rushed forward to assist Tao Hao Ran. Damn, this hurts like hell. Tao Hao Ran's chest was a bloody mess, the result of the Hu Yao's vicious claws. By Hua Sheng, Hui Chun Chao, Li Yingyi hurriedly initiated healing, while keeping a vigilant eye on the downed Hu Yao. The electrocuted beast remained on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Zhu Qingji did not approach recklessly. He fired several arcs of electricity from a distance, and once he saw the Hu Yao unable to resist, he felt relieved. Approaching the Hu Yao, Zhu Qingji, whose magical energy was running low, prepared to deliver the final blow. He stepped closer to the multicolored tiger, concentrating his magical power. This was to be the decisive strike. Have you witnessed the might of thunder and lightning? It seemed his magic had indeed progressed, capable of rendering a third-tier beast instantly incapacitated. It has yet to rise. Wait, how could a third-tier beast take so long to recover? Realizing something was amiss, Zhu Qingji swiftly retreated to distance himself from the Hu Yao. Ayo! The Hu Yao suddenly sprang from the ground, bearing its bloodied maw at Zhu Qingji. No? Zhu Qingji's left arm was severed in an instant by the Hu Yao's vicious bite, and he collapsed to the ground. The Hu Yao, with its sharp fangs, casually chewed a few times before swallowing Zhu Qingji's severed limb whole. At this moment, its body was battered and bloodied, clearly suffering from Zhu Qingji's attack. Yet, it had successfully vanquished its foe. This beast, the Hu Yao's intelligence was astonishingly high. After recovering from the static storm, it feigned weakness to lure Zhu Qingji into a trap. With a single strike, it incapacitated him. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, Lin Chengyi, and the magically drained Wu Yanghua were struggling against the relentless assault of the Yu Mu Jizhua. Practicing earth magic, Wang Cheng, and wind magic, Lin Chengyi, found their offensive capabilities severely lacking. Neither could pose any significant threat to the Yu Mu Jizhua, the most powerful of the three. Wu Yanghua had fallen into a predicament of insufficient magical energy after casting Fun. Chao Xine Xing, the trio, could do little more than endure the Yu Mu Jizhua's attacks while attempting to evade, hoping to last as long as they could. However, the Yu Mu Jizhua was not easily deceived. It quickly recognized that the previously fire-breathing second-tier human was now lacking the magical energy to launch an offensive. It pressed forward, relentlessly applying pressure to prevent Wu Yanghua from recovering. Cautious of the opponent's hidden strengths, the cunning Yu Mu Jizhua refrained from personally attacking the three, instead hatching a swarm of repugnant little spiders coated in slime, sending them to harass while it remained in the background, waiting for the right moment to unleash venom and silk. Lin Chengyi and Wang Cheng attempted to cast offensive spells, managing to eliminate several young spiders. However, upon witnessing the diminishing numbers of its offspring, the Yu Mu Jizhua swiftly produced another batch. The situation was firmly under the control of the Yu Mu Jizhua. At this rate, we won't last long. The first battle circle to collapse will surely be ours. Wang Cheng shouted urgently, summoning a rock shield to withstand the onslaught of the proliferating young spiders. We have no other options. Lin Chengyi gritted his teeth and released several waves of glowing green wind magic. That we wait for Tao Haoran sighed. Zhu Qingji is about to slay the Hu Yao. Wang Cheng glanced towards Zhu Qingji, who was approaching the downed Hu Yao with a spell in hand. Wang Cheng's spirits lifted. As long as Zhu Qingji dealt with the Hu Yao, the combined might of the six would surely overwhelm the Yu Mu Jizhua. Hiss! Noticing Wang Cheng's distraction, the Yu Mu Jizhua immediately spat out silk towards him, coming back to his senses. Wang Cheng hurriedly raised his shield to defend. The giant spider also noted the battle circle involving the Hu Yao, but it remained unperturbed. As a fellow beast, it understood the vitality of the Hu Yao. It could not be easily defeated. Wu Yanghua remained silent throughout, his head bowed in contemplation. Just as the trio struggled to hold their ground, a chilling scream drew their attention. Wang Cheng's heart sank upon hearing the sound. Realizing the gravity of the situation, turning, he saw Zhu Qingji collapsed on the ground, his left arm severed at the shoulder, his face devoid of color. Meanwhile, the once convulsing Hu Yao had risen, bloodied and lunging towards Zhu Qingji. Damn it! Wang Cheng gritted his teeth. He had to save Zhu Qingji. Yin, Panshur who done? Another rock shield materialized, positioned protectively in front of Zhu Qingji. Zzz. The claws of the tiger demon fiercely scraped against the rock. Upon the appearance of a shield, the tiger demon's assault momentarily faltered. Ling hastily used vines to pull the unconscious Zhu Qingji back. With its attack thwarted, the tiger demon turned its furious gaze toward the mother spider. Can your side afford to be distracted? The mother spider, equally incensed, was not to be overlooked. raising its slender spider leg. It forcefully thrust towards Wang Cheng. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, who was propping up two stone shields, clearly struggled, the immense expenditure of magical energy rendering his complexion pale at that moment, witnessing the mother spider take action. He could only grit his teeth and raise his shield to withstand the onslaught. The situation was perilously precarious. In the final battleground, Song Lingyao and Xiang Jing were locked in combat with the formidable fire-red ape. The synergy between Song Lingyao and Xiang Jing created a devastating output. With one wielding water and the other ice, their coordination was impeccable, preventing the fire-red ape from closing in. Whenever the fire-red ape attempted to bridge the distance, the duo unleashed ranged magical attacks to wear it down. Just then, the fire-red ape lunged fiercely towards Xiang Jing, raising its fist to strike, when a vortex began to take shape beneath its feet. Gush, vortex, crackle, ice spikes break. As the two conjured their magical power to cast spells, the fire-red ape became wildly agitated, exclaiming, "Not again!" The gush, vortex was an immensely powerful water-based control spell, summoning water elements to form a vortex on the ground, rendering the enemy unable to move amidst the relentless currents. At that moment, Xiang Jing would launch her assault, raining down countless ice spikes upon the fire-red ape. The fire-red ape, now boiling with rage, was truly aflame with fury. It pounded its chest, covered in crimson fur, unleashing a deafening roar. The creature's momentum surged, its muscles bulging, and flames erupted from its towering 5-meter frame. At that moment, the fire-red ape was engulfed in a deep crimson blaze. The very essence of its namesake, it had gone berserk. "Hold on," Song Lingyao warned Xiang Jing, her expression grave. Xiang Jing, equally tense, clenched her magical focus. Gush, vortex. Song Lingyao attempted to ensnare the fire-red ape once more, hoping to create space for their maneuvering. Yet, the enraged creature merely grunted, trampling the vortex with brute force. The fire-red ape's massive foot, wreathed in flames, erupted violently, incinerating the water elements within the vortex in an instant. The expressions of the two women darkened as they realized the vortex had become ineffective against the fire-red ape. Damn it! Unable to control the movements of the fire-red ape, they found themselves unable to engage in a drawn-out battle. The fire-red ape pressed forward, its fierce gaze fixated on the two. Swinging a fist towards Xiang Jing, frost armor, Xiang Jing hurriedly cast a spell, a layer of deep blue magical luminescence enveloping her. Bang! Xiang Jing was unable to withstand the sheer force of the fire-red ape's punch. Sent flying several dozen meters, struggling to rise. Torrent, raging stream, surge, giant wave. At that moment, Song Lingyao's magic struck the fire-red ape, the heavy waves dousing some of the flames licking its body. Facing the overwhelming water-based magical assault, the fire-red ape did not withstand it. It stepped back a few paces, patiently waiting for the spell to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Song Lingyao rushed to assist the dazed Xiang Jing. Xiang Jing was in poor condition. Her ribcage had caved in from a punch, and after hitting the ground, she had skidded a distance, bearing numerous wounds. As the two regained their stance, the fire-red ape did not rush to attack, but instead retreated slightly, gathering the raging flames surrounding its body. With the fire-red ape channeling its fiery magical energy, the temperature in the air began to rise sharply. What is it doing? Xiang Jing, blood trickling from her mouth, pondered in uncertainty. Not good. Song Lingyao realized the impending danger, closing her eyes to attune herself to the atmosphere, then opened them with a grave expression. It is driving away the water elements from the air. Indeed, it was expelling the water elements from the surrounding air. Why is Blue Star so suitable for mage training? It is because the air is saturated with various magical elements. Wind, fire, water, earth. Low-tier mages do not rely solely on their elemental magical energy when casting spells. During a spell, most of the magical power derives from the elements present in the air. Hence, upon realizing the challenge posed by Song Lingyao, the fire-red ape quickly summoned its flames, evaporating nearly all the water elements in the vicinity. Song Lingyao's magic was rendered powerless. She could no longer unleash the fierce assaults of before. Soon, she would run out of magical energy, leaving her vulnerable. This was an utterly unscrupulous tactic. Battles among mages of similar ranks could not be won simply by evaporating the opponent's elements. As their elemental control would not differ significantly, that a mage capable of suppressing their opponent would never resort to such a method to achieve victory. It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, the fire-red ape proceeded in this manner. One could only describe this beast as both cautious and ruthless, leaving no opportunity for its adversary. Upon hearing Song Lingyao's words, Xiang Jing also grasped what the blazing fire-red ape was attempting. It aimed to expel the water elements from the surrounding air, preventing Song Lingyao from continuing to cast spells. The fire-red ape was not rushing to attack, ensuring its victory over the two. What a cunning beast! I will use Pan to melt some snow for you. Xiang Jing, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly devised a countermeasure. Pan is one of the foundational spells of the ice element, effective in melting consolidated ice magic and breaking it down into ice elements. However, the function of Pan extends far beyond this. In the hands of a sufficiently skilled mage, Pan can further catalyze ice elements, transforming them entirely into water elements. This is precisely why Xiang Jing suggested it. The Tianyan mountain range was still blanketed in snow, and the air was rich with ice elements. Yet upon hearing Xiang Jing's proposal, Song Lingyao merely shook her head. It won't work. That's merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, frequent deep usage of Pan will quickly deplete your magical energy. At that point, even if there are abundant ice elements in the air, you will be unable to summon them effectively. After a prolonged period of fierce burning, the flames on the fire-red ape began to subside. At this moment, the water elements in the air were almost non-existent. The fire-red ape let out a cold grunt. Advancing menacingly toward the two that with gritted teeth, they prepared to cast their spells. Meow. However, the white claw spirit cat stood in the path of the fire-red ape. Little Ling, you are no match for it, Song Lingyao exclaimed in alarm. The white claw spirit cat was indeed no match for the fire-red ape, while it was an auxiliary spirit beast with exceptional detection capabilities, enabling it to sense danger from miles away. It had only been cultivated to the second tier by Song Lingyao. Its combat strength was not formidable, far inferior to other second-tier beasts. It was hardly a match for any other second-tier beast, let alone a top-tier 3-tier beast like the fire-red ape. At this moment, Song Lingyao was filled with regret, realizing she should have heeded her father's arrangements and contracted her second summoned beast before embarking on her trials. Song Bailing, the current head of the Song family in Ruiqing, was also her father. The Song family was renowned for their formidable summoning abilities, and as the family head, Song Bailing was exceptionally skilled in this discipline. After advancing to 2 stars, Song Lingyao possessed the capability to contract a second summoned beast. In his eagerness, her father promptly provided her with numerous spirit beasts to choose from for her second contract. However, Song Lingyao, driven by pride, refused and sought to find a more powerful spirit beast on her own. This decision led her to enter the Tianyan mountain range with only a white-clawed spirit cat of insufficient combat prowess. Relying on her already established 2-star water magic and the exceptional skills of her team, she believed their strength was more than adequate. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn. Who could have anticipated encountering such a multitude of formidable 3rd-tier demon beasts? Leaving her in such dire straits, reflecting on this, Song Lingyao's heart was heavy with bitterness. It seemed she had led everyone to a dead end in 3 battle zones. The situation had severely deteriorated. But the most perilous was the one involving the dazzling striped tiger. Tao Haoran, drained of magical energy, was struck by the tiger demon's claw, injuring his internal organs and collapsing to the ground. Zhu Qingji fared even worse, having lost an arm and bleeding profusely, now unconscious. The two had lost 90% of their combat capabilities, leaving only Li Yingyi, the support specialist focused on wood magic. Although the tiger demon was also gravely injured, it was far beyond the means of the 3 to confront. The dazzling striped tiger licked its wounds, breathing heavily as it advanced slowly, intent on finishing off the 3. Vine growth. The seemingly frail Li Yingyi was compelled to step forward and stand in the front line. Dozens of vines erupted from the ground, binding the tiger demon's bloodied limbs, despite its severe injuries. The tiger demon struggled to free itself, thrashing with all its might. The standoff ensued, but it was evident that it could not hold for long. Li Yingyi was no match for the tiger demon. At this moment, Wang Cheng's face was ashen as he surveyed the battlefield, astonished to find that the 3 of them had become the strongest remaining fighters, without external sources of elemental energy. Song Lingyao and the gravely injured Xiang Jing could no longer withstand the rampaging crimson flame gorilla, while the once agile white-clawed spirit cat was now left with scorched fur. There was no need to elaborate on Tao Haoren's plight. Even the normally protected support, Li Yingyi, was now at the forefront, confronting the tiger demon. Cursed be this situation. How could it have come to this? The strength of the mother spider and the crimson flame gorilla exceeded everyone's expectations, clearly illustrating that these third-tier beasts were not to be trifled with. Even the weakest among them, the dazzling striped tiger, had taken the upper hand. In this realm, the third-tier beasts of Blue Star were utterly insignificant. Was this what otherworldly beasts were like? Would Blue Star face such beings in future conflicts? Are we doomed? Despair crept across Wang Cheng's face. Another wave of young spiders surged forward, and the grim-faced Wu Yanghua had no choice but to unleash his magic. Fiery Sun Ray. As a massive column of molten lava shot from Wu Yanghua's hands, the vigilant mother spider swiftly evaded, continuing to send its young spiders to exhaust the group. That it was an almost guaranteed victory. Yet the mother spider remained exceedingly cautious, not allowing a single attack to touch it. Wu Yanghua had no time to recover his magical energy. With the casting of Fiery Sun Ray, he completely depleted the little magic he had managed to accumulate. As he gazed at the swarm of young spiders approaching once more, a struggle emerged on his face. Lin Xingye, too, appeared pale, his magical energy barely sustaining him for much longer. Clang! The mother spider's front legs struck down heavily, shattering Wang Cheng's stone shield instantly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother spider, seeing this, immediately launched another attack. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of the mother spider, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and raised his right hand, enveloped in a layer of gray-yellow magical light. Without a shield, he could only endure the mother spider's assault with gray earth. Crack! Wang Cheng's elevated right arm broke in an instant, falling weakly to his side. The sharp pain from his fractured arm drained the color from his face. Wang Cheng! Wu Yanghua shouted in alarm. How could this happen? Feeling the intense pain radiating from his arm and hearing his teammates' horrified cries, Wang Cheng was on the brink of despair, contemplating the more powerful beasts that had already fled. So many beasts, such high intelligence, such overwhelming power. What would Ruiqing do? What could be done? Wang Cheng was consumed by anguish. He had believed that sacrificing his life would ensure the safety of his homeland, only to realize he was merely engaging in a futile struggle. Was there any meaning in this? Holding the line for half an hour, the battle had only just begun for 5 minutes. There was no time left. What happened to guarding Ruiqing? Glancing at the other 7 on the battlefield, Wang Cheng managed a bitter smile. That I couldn't protect anyone. With his head bowed in desolation, Wang Cheng did not even react when he heard Li Yingyi's scream in the distance. The tiger demon had taken the time to free itself from the vines, advancing towards Li Yingyi with a claw poised to strike. Li Yingyi could not evade, and her abdomen was brutally torn open, blood gushing as she collapsed to the ground. The dazzling striped tiger cruelly opened its jaws, ready to deliver the final blow. Moonlight, a pristine white light shield, intercepted Li Yingyi. It was Tao Haoren's magical shield. Turning to look at Tao Haoren, the tiger demon suddenly understood. You again? It chose not to attack the shield protecting Li Yingyi, but instead turned its attention towards Tao Haoren. It intended to have its way with this human, to relish in the torment. The tiger demon was eager to hear Tao Haoren's anguished screams. Tao Haoren reserved the last of his magical energy for Li Yingyi, watching helplessly as the tiger demon approached step by step. There was no opportunity left. What a laughable struggle. It turns out I am just as foolish as you. Li Yingyi lay on the ground, blood pouring from her wound, her face pale. Li Yingyi. Wu Yanghua's eyes blazed with fury. He clutched his head in anguish, his face contorted. Moments later, his twisted expression suddenly relaxed, as if a decision had been made. Wu Yanghua turned, glaring viciously at the mother spider. Bastard! Hiss! The mother spider scoffed disdainfully, glancing at the dazed Wang Cheng, then at Lin Xingye, whose magical power was waning. Victory was assured. The yellow-haired human before it, injured, was about to perish. There was no need for further caution with this thought. The mother spider lunged forward, raising 2 of its legs to strike Lin Xingye viciously. Without Wang Cheng to cast protective spells, Lin Xingye was utterly defenseless against the mother spider's attack. Stab, stab, stab. The spider's legs pierced effortlessly into Lin Xingye's body, tearing through flesh and organs. It withdrew, The black bristles on its legs were stained with scorching blood. Lin Xingye was instantly riddled with gaping wounds. The physique of a two-star mage was significantly weaker compared to demon beasts and was quickly penetrated. Lin Xingye was gravely injured. He struggled to raise his hand, casting his final spell towards Wu Yonghua and Wang Cheng. Light as a feather. Cough. Run. Blood gushed from his throat, making speech a struggle. Despite knowing the hope of survival was slim, he still wished to leave one last chance for Wu Yonghua and Wang Cheng. But Wu Yonghua did not flee. Instead, he charged in front of the despondent Wang Cheng, fiercely gripping his collar and shouting, "Wang Cheng, damn it, don't give me this nonsense. Can you hear me? We still have a chance. I can cast Nova one more time. Nova, Ruiqing is still waiting for us." Upon hearing the name Ruiqing, Wang Cheng finally reacted. He lifted his drooping head and turned to Wu Yonghua. You no longer possess magical power. Indeed. How could that be? While my sea of magic may have vanished, the power still resides within my body, Wu Yonghua asserted with unwavering conviction. Since awakening to magic at the age of 15, he had immersed himself in the study of fire elements for a full 6 years. Throughout this extensive training, countless fire elements had already fused into his very being. Yes, my sea of magic is indeed devoid of power. There are no fire elements left. However, that does not imply that other aspects of my body are lacking. Every drop of his blood, every single cell, and even each thought of his was ablaze with an unquenchable, fervent fire. If only he could unleash it all, it would culminate in a final supernova. Yet the power of the supernova is insufficient to vanquish it. You have already tried. Wang Cheng comprehended what his comrade intended, gazing at Wu Yonghua with a complicated expression. Yes, that is because the magical energy produced by the supernova explosion is too diffuse. You will cast a layer of stone skin on me shortly. You will die, but you will live. Without turning back, Wu Yonghua strode towards the approaching matriarch spider. With each step he took, a terrifying transformation began to unfold. His skin, concealed beneath his clothing, flushed crimson, and his entire body emanated a seething heat. The matriarch spider looked at this human in disbelief. Again, this tactic cannot kill me. It glanced back at Wang Cheng, pondering, this human has somehow regained his composure. Let despair engulf you once more. Wang Cheng clenched his teeth. He had to act swiftly. Wu Yonghua was already in motion. He needed to hurry. Understanding his teammates' intentions, Wang Cheng immediately dashed forward, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm. Reaching the barely conscious Lin Xingye, he cast a layer of stone skin upon Lin Xingye, disregarding whether the severely injured individual could comprehend his words, and shouted, "This is our last chance. Wu Yonghua will approach the matriarch spider. You must eradicate all the young spiders." Puffed. Before he could finish, a sharp ice spear pierced through Wang Cheng's abdomen, pinning him firmly to the ground. Drip, drip. Blood trickled down the ice spear, falling to the earth. What is happening? Wang Cheng, bewildered and struggling, raised his head to see the distant Chiangxing coldly regarding him, his arm still in the act of throwing. "It is Chiangxing, no." Xiang Jing let out a heart-wrenching wail. "How could this be? Wang Cheng, it is I who have brought you harm." Just moments ago, the gravely injured Xiang Jing and Song Lingyao had no other recourse but to watch as the white-clawed spirit cat continuously risked its life to impede Chiangxing's advance. As the white-clawed spirit cat was seized by Chiangxing's fiery hand, it emitted a series of pitiful cries. Xiang Jing, enduring the pain, once more gathered her magical energy, conjuring the frost spear, manifesting a glimmering ice spear aimed at Chiangxing. However, Chiangxing was already prepared. Releasing the near-death white-clawed spirit cat, he seized the ice spear directly. Instead of using the spear to attack Song Lingyao and the others, he glanced at the battlefield. Noticing Wang Cheng still had the strength to move about, he summoned all his might and hurled the ice spear with tremendous force. At that moment, Wang Cheng was kneeling on the ground, instructing Lin Xingye on their final strategy, leaving only a sliver of peripheral vision to monitor the matriarch spider. He was utterly unprepared for Chiangxing's assault. The ice spear, propelled by Chiangxing's immense strength, tore through the night sky. Traversing hundreds of meters, it struck Wang Cheng squarely in the back, penetrating his body with relentless momentum, before embedding itself into the ground, pinning him down. Seeing Wang Cheng clutching the ice spear that had pierced his abdomen and still struggling, Chiangxing merely scoffed. expelling a plume of steam from his nostrils. Humph! He intended to obliterate all who dared to resist. This was merely the first step in conquering this foreign realm. Turning his gaze towards the weeping Xiang Jing and the pale-faced Song Lingyao, a twisted grin spread across his grotesque red visage. It is your turn. I shall ensure your demise is swift and merciful. Chiangxing approached Song Lingyao, deciding to eliminate this water mage first. Song Lingyao tightly closed her eyes, her delicate face marred by anguish. It is I who have harmed everyone. We are so utterly vulnerable. Bang, bang, bang. Chiangxing drew ever closer, his savage heartbeat audible. He extended his hand, poised to end Song Lingyao's life. Yet at that moment, Xiang Jing sprang into action. Die, beast! Originally prostrate on the ground, Xiang Jing suddenly leaped up, clutching an ice dagger she had conjured at some point, charging recklessly towards Chiangxing. Puffed! The unsuspecting Chiangxing was stabbed in the thigh by Xiang Jing. Roar! Chiangxing was enraged. Though the injury was akin to a mere scratch, the 10-centimeter ice dagger embedded in his muscular thigh posed no substantial threat. Yet, he felt an immense sense of humiliation, snapping back to reality. He seized Xiang Jing from the ground, gripping her tightly with both hands. The petite Xiang Jing felt like a mere toy in Chiangxing's grasp. He intended to choke the life out of her. But Xiang Jing was already driven to madness, recklessly gathering magical power, conjuring countless ice spikes to pierce Chiangxing's chest. Chiangxing did not evade, allowing the ice spikes to embed themselves. Humph! A mocking grin adorned Chiangxing's face. Is this all? The ice spikes barely penetrated a few centimeters into his flesh, causing little more than superficial damage, a trivial distraction, unfazed by the various ice spikes and daggers protruding from his body. Chiangxing fixed his cold gaze upon Xiang Jing, slowly exerting force with his hands, preparing to strangle her to death. Xiang Jing, hair disheveled, suddenly lifted her head, revealing her face streaming with blood and tears. Ha! Beast, you too shall perish. Xiang Jing's originally spirited countenance was now twisted with madness and torment. She struggled to bring her hands together before her, unleashing a piercing scream. Pan! Dissolution! Captain! Boom! Xiang Jing was obliterated into a mist of blood. Chiangxing sensed something amiss, hastily attempting to crush Xiang Jing, but it was too late. Under the command of Pan, all ice pillars and spikes embedded in Chiangxing's body began to dissolve and melt. The ice had transformed into water elements, flowing into the myriad wounds upon his body. Chiangxing felt the icy droplets infiltrating each exposed orifice. These droplets, steeped in Xiang Jing's final magical essence, rapidly coursed throughout Chiangxing's being. Every vein, every corner, ultimately surged towards his heart. Damn it! Turbulent, water dragon break. The chilling voice resonated in Chiangxing's ears. He looked up in horror, only to see a girl before him, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Water dragon break. This was the formidable water magic attainable only by a 3-star mage. It was the water magic that Xiang Jing had sacrificed her life to bestow upon Song Lingyao. Chiangxing could not muster the flames to expel the water elements from his body before Song Lingyao's magic was unleashed. As her incantation concluded, Chiangxing immediately felt excruciating pain radiating from all over his body. No. The surging water elements wreaked havoc within him, coalescing into a magnificent azure water dragon beside Chiangxing's heart. This water dragon swirled with overwhelming magical energy, embodying all of Song Lingyao's wrath, and violently struck Chiangxing's heart. In an instant, his heart exploded. Chiangxing's chest erupted in a cloud of blood mist, as the water dragon burst forth from his body. Roar! The swirling water dragon let out a long howl, gazing at Chiangxing. The once crimson orbs of Chiangxing's eyes were now filled with disbelief. This is... Before the last thought could settle, Chiangxing crashed to the ground with a resounding thud that he was dead. Meanwhile, at the very moment the ice spear was hurled by Chiangxing, Wang Cheng found himself horrifically impaled, pinned to the earth by the spear that measured over a meter in length. This moment, Wang Cheng faced the ground, desperately clutching the ice spear that pierced his abdomen with his left hand, striving to prevent his body from sliding down the length of the spear. Huff! Ha! Wang Cheng was in excruciating agony. No! A distant, anguished cry echoed through the air. It was Tao Howren, tormented by the relentless gnawing of the striped tiger. Yet, Wang Cheng did not look back. He was already in a dire predicament himself. With great difficulty, he turned his gaze toward a solitary figure, Wu Yanghua. Amidst the flames, he was laboriously advancing toward the mother spider. In that moment, Wu Yanghua was truly engulfed in excruciating pain, summoning every single cell within him, commanding them, "I shall unleash a cataclysm." Every inch of his skin was inflamed and crimson, waves of intense heat radiating from his being. Driven by an unyielding will, at last, every drop of blood, every cell responded to his command. Expelling fire elements, preparing for explosion, Wu Yanghua, enduring the searing agony coursing through his body, resolutely approached the mother spider. Upon seeing the human who had previously wounded it attempting to strike again, a flicker of derision passed across the grotesque visage of the mother spider. Another attempt. "You shall not harm me again." Cunning and cautious, the mother spider offered Wu Yanghua no opportunity to draw near. It immediately commanded the young spiders to advance and obstruct him, while it spewed forth a myriad of webs, intending to ensnare him. However, to the mother spider's astonishment, these webs could not approach Wu Yanghua, being dissolved by the seething heat emanating from him. No, this human's magic. Its power is unfathomable. Had he not been depleted of magic? Wu Yanghua had transformed into a veritable furnace ablaze. As the fire elements surged violently, his entire being began to flow, gradually metamorphosing into a molten state. Flesh and blood became lava, scorching, incandescent lava. His once golden hair was replaced by a fierce crimson flame. Wu Yanghua's true form was now obscured. His garments had long since turned to ash. All that remained was a figure of molten rock, radiant with heat. "Damn it!" the mother spider recoiled in haste. "Cursed hybrid!" Wu Yanghua's voice resonated with chilling intent. As more and more fire elements erupted from his body, his molten form grew increasingly unstable. Boom! With the sound of shattering glass, his fiery body cracked with fissures. Dark veins burst forth from him, and countless searing liquids dripped to the ground. Hiss! The earth instantly melted into countless charred craters. Despite the cracks adorning his body, he continued to advance toward the mother spider. Wu Yanghua resembled a piece of ceramic being forged in an inferno. Yet, the kiln was not a mere furnace, but a wrathful volcano, a true volcano ready to erupt. He clenched his hands at his sides. His right leg extended straight while his left knee bent slightly, and with a mighty surge of energy, Wu Yanghua transformed into a blazing red shadow, hurtling toward the mother spider. The mother spider, gripped by terror, gazed at the molten figure charging toward it, and in a moment of desperation, unleashed a torrent of webs and young spiders from its hind. It intended to counteract the energy Wu Yanghua was unleashing. But, howling, blade typhoon. It was Lin Xingye. He had heard Wang Cheng's words. He would carve a path for Wu Yanghua one last time. Countless spiraling green vortexes spun rapidly, crashing into the young spiders and webs that sought to impede Wu Yanghua. In the blink of an eye, all the young spiders and webs were obliterated. Lin Xingye had cleared an unimpeded path for Wu Yanghua. Now, before Wu Yanghua, only, stood the mother spider. Cursed wretch, the moment had arrived. Soaring through the air, Wu Yanghua suddenly spread, all four limbs wide. Ignite. Supernova. He relinquished all control over his body, commanding the fire elements with his mind to perform one final act. Explode. Countless fire elements expanded in an instant. Damn you! Wu Yanghua could no longer bear the excruciating pain coursing through him, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Wang Cheng. Now is the time. Wang Cheng, pierced through the abdomen, upon hearing the anguished cry, instantly released his left hand, allowing himself to slide down the ice spear and crash to the ground. Grimacing in agony, he raised his left hand toward Wu Yanghua, disregarding the blood gushing from his abdomen and the intense pain. Conjuring one final defensive spell, Rock, Stone Shield. A surge of blood-stained, earthy magic erupted from his left hand, enveloping Wu Yanghua in an instant. The shield cocooned him tightly, leaving only a small opening, a narrow opening directed at the mother spider. Damn it! The mother spider instantly comprehended their intentions. They aimed to concentrate all the explosive energy into a single point using the earth element shield. The supernova was initially a vast, violent explosion. The last time, the mother spider had only absorbed a fraction of that energy and had been injured. This time, the explosion would be magnitude stronger, and if concentrated, it would spell its demise. The mother spider immediately turned to flee. its 8 spider legs scurrying rapidly. Yet, sands of the vast sea, bloodied and battered, Wang Cheng, resembling a malevolent spirit, spared no chance for the mother spider to escape. Recklessly, he plunged his severed right arm into the earth. Boom! Countless bone fragments erupted forth. All my magic is here. Everything. Wang Cheng's entire reservoir of earth elements surged forth, coursing down into the charred soil. In an instant, it reached beneath the mother spider, transforming into quicksand in its fearful gaze. From the quicksand, bizarre, earthy arms emerged, tightly grasping the spider legs, dragging the mother spider down. In the blink of an eye, all 8 of the mother spider's legs were ensnared within the earth, unable to move. No. Feeling an overwhelming surge of heat approaching from behind, the mother spider realized it had nowhere left to escape. It was that human whose arm it had severed, that human pierced by the ice spear. Realizing this, the mother spider turned, glaring at Wang Cheng with unbridled malice. It unleashed webs from its rear, aiming at Wang Cheng. Impaled by the ice spear, Wang Cheng was drawn toward the mother spider. If we are to die, let us die together. The mother spider opened its mandibles, viciously sinking its fangs into Wang Cheng's already blood-soaked waist. It raised its multifaceted eyes, eager to witness the fear and pleading in Wang Cheng's expression. But all it received was a disdainful scoff. In this fleeting moment, the supernova was upon them. Boom! Wu Yanghua erupted. All the fire elements expanded to their limits, unable to contain themselves any longer, rushing toward the solitary opening. Through that small aperture directed at the mother spider, the fire elements coalesced into a terrifying stream of molten lava. In an instant, the stream pierced through the mother spider. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother spider shrieked as the scorching energy seared a gaping hole in its form. But that was not the end. The earth element shield encasing Wu Yanghua was powerless against the supernova's explosion, crumbling to dust. Without the stone shield, the searing flames erupted uncontrollably. Boom! The shockwave rippled across the sky above the Tianyin mountain range, silencing the mother spider mid-scream. An unparalleled force crushed and toppled the surrounding sturdy spruce trees. A blinding sun rose in the depths of the night within the Tianyin mountain range, illuminating the land as bright as day. This was the final supernova. Bang! A charred human figure plummeted from the sky. The ground, blackened by the aftermath of the supernova explosion, revealed no trace of the mother spider or Wang Cheng, reduced to ashes. The entire camp was now enveloped in silence, void of any sound. The striped tiger had been left dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for the sudden demise of its 2 once dominant companions. Was it truly left alone? How could this be? It trembled, still reeling from the immense energy of the recent explosion. Had it been in proximity? No, it needn't be close. Standing within 5 meters, and it would have perished. That wasn't it a second-tier creature? Is this what Blue Star has to offer? Are we to battle such realms in the future? The striped tiger found itself engulfed in confusion, while beneath it lay half a person, Tao Hauran. He had just endured unspeakable torment, having his legs savagely gnawed off by the tiger demon, consumed piece by piece before his very eyes. He was teetering on the edge of death. Cough. Zhu Qingji awoke with a pallid countenance. Startled by the violent shockwave generated by the supernova explosion of Wu Yanghua, as he opened his eyes, he beheld the tiger demon gnawing upon Tao Hauran, while the blood-soaked Li Yingyi lay nearby. Her breath faint and labored. Damn it. Whether due to the excruciating pain from his severed arm or the horrific scene before him, Zhu Qingji's expression grew grotesque. This beast. He shut his eyes, meticulously sensing his dwindling magical power, which remained at a mere 1/5. Upon reopening his eyes, he glared fiercely at the tiger demon, only to succumb to despair moments later. Zhu Qingji longed to rend the demon limb from limb. Yet the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. The remaining magic he possessed was indeed sufficient to unleash one final electrostatic storm. However, without an electric arc channel, it was exceedingly difficult to strike the enemy. And constructing such a channel required a voltage electro-link. With one arm bitten off, he could not manipulate the electro-link, rendering him incapable of delivering the most devastating blow to the tiger demon. The tiger demon was a 3rd-tier beast. Aside from the electrostatic storm, Zhu Qingji had no other spells capable of slaying it. In other words, he posed no threat to the demon. Was this? After struggling for so long, would he still meet his end? Despite his heart brimming with unwillingness, Zhu Qingji could only feebly prop himself up on the ground, leaning against a stone. His movement startled the distracted tiger demon. Whoa! The tiger demon swiftly turned its head, glaring menacingly at Zhu Qingji. You are next. Tao Haoran managed to turn his head toward this direction, and upon seeing Zhu Qingji awake, a flicker of emotion crossed his numb face. He opened his mouth to speak to Zhu Qingji. Yet no sound emerged. Zhu Qingji remained silent. He understood. After intimidating Zhu Qingji, the tiger demon redirected its gaze towards Tao Haoran. It was satisfied. This human, who had repeatedly burned its eyes with light, had received his punishment. What a fitting outcome. I'm done playing. Yet Tao Haoran began to move, his upper body dragging itself across the ground inch by inch. Still struggling, the tiger demon did not hinder him. It had witnessed too many such prey. Mere futile attempts before death. The vibrant tiger was not in a hurry. It slowly inched forward, closely following Tao Haoran, ensuring that it could kill him in an instant. That a horrific trail of blood was dragged behind him. Finally, Tao Haoran laboriously crawled to Zhu Qingji's side, resting one hand upon his leg, halting his movement. Then he turned his head apathetically to gaze at the tiger demon. The tiger demon paused. Was he now begging for mercy? Wishing for me to spare this armless human? Ridiculous. You all shall die. However, the tiger demon harbored a different thought. It perceived the half-lifeless human before it as pleading for mercy. Thud. Suddenly, Tao Haoran extended his hand and grasped the tiger demon's left foreleg with all his strength. This action sent the tiger demon's fur bristling with alarm. The tiger demon was taken aback and prepared to flee. Too late. You damn son of a bitch. Zhu Qingji's eyes burned crimson with fury. He channeled all the magic from his magical sea into a tempest of static electricity, directing it towards his right leg. Voltage electrostorm. Tao Haoran, with his remaining frail body, established the connection between Zhu Qingji and the tiger demon. He became the new electric arc channel. Zazup. The relentless surges of electric charge surged through Zhu Qingji's leg, instantly reaching the tiger demon. Roar. The tiger demon thrashed desperately, yet countless charges bounded in place, paralyzing it. Tao Haoran, similarly struck by the electric charge, did not emit a single sound. With the spell cast, Zhu Qingji immediately rose to his feet and approached the trembling tiger demon. He was out of magic, but he still had one arm. Zhu Qingji unleashed a barrage of punches with his remaining right arm upon the tiger demon's head. Die, you bastard. Bang, bang. The tiger demon ceased to breathe. Bang, bang, in a frenzy. Zhu Qingji continued to strike relentlessly until his fists were bloodied and raw, bones protruding. Ha! Is it finally dead? Breathless, he suddenly remembered something, turning his head to silently gaze at Tao Haoran. That moment, Tao Haoran lay on the ground, staring blankly at the star-filled sky. The brightest star cast its radiant light upon him. The beam of light unobstructed illuminated Tao Haoran's pale face. In a daze. It seemed as though he once again beheld that man. The man he had not seen for 16 long years. A man who was broad-shouldered, gentle, simple-hearted, and full of life. The man extended his hand towards Tao Haoran. Tao Haoran slowly raised his arm in response, his bloodied lips parting. Did you see it? I am, just like you. Tao Haoran's outstretched arm suddenly fell to the ground. He was dead, along with his vibrant red magic. He perished. His eyes remained wide open, fixated on the brightest star in the sky. Expressionless, Zhu Qingji lowered his head and stepped forward to close his eyes. Bang! Immediately after, he collapsed onto the ground, facing the starry sky. It was over. We have completed the mission. Zhu Qingji's ears echoed with Song Lingyao's words that they needed to hold off for at least 30 minutes before powerful mages would arrive for support. Hold off? Support. 30 minutes? No need for holding off. No need for support. Just 15 minutes. We killed them in 15 minutes. All 3 third-tier beasts invading Blue Star have been slain and expelled. Not a single one left. And all we paid was, we paid. Ha! Wu Zhu Qingji suddenly burst into laughter, yet after only half a moment, he ceased and began to weep. He sobbed for a while, then abruptly remembered Li Yingyi. Ignoring the pain from his severed arm, Zhu Qingji sprang to his feet and hurried to Li Yingyi's side, eager to ascertain her condition. Let me handle this, you go check on the others, see how the others are faring. The voice belonged to Song Lingyao, who, after slaying the Crimson Flame Ape, intended to rush to aid the others, but was unexpectedly caught in a tremendous explosion. The overwhelming magical backlash left her utterly weakened, and the distant explosion had knocked her to the ground. Regaining her composure, Song Lingyao struggled to rise, only to find the presence of the maternal spider had vanished, prompting her to rush to this location. Hearing her words, Zhu Qingji paused for a moment, then nodded, limping toward the charred earth. Song Lingyao sat on the ground, cradling the collapsed Li Yingyi in her arms. Woo-woo. Li Yingyi was neither dead nor unconscious. Yet her vision had become blurred. Upon seeing the bloodied Li Yingyi respond, Song Lingyao hurriedly sought to take action, but she despaired, realizing she had no means to save Li Yingyi. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Song Lingyao was overwhelmed with guilt. Li Yingyi ignored her, instead turning her head to search for something. She was looking for Gu Lang at last. Li Yingyi spotted a patch of black and white fur by the tent at the campsite. White, plump, she called out weakly. Li Yingyi struggled to extend her hand, hoping Gu Lang would see her. A shadow passed over. A large bird landed before her, blocking her view. Jiu Lang had stayed behind at the campsite. Not venturing anywhere, he watched the others throughout, from fear to quarrels, from quarrels to unity, from unity to battle, and ultimately, to sacrifice. Jiu Lang observed everything without missing a detail. After the others scattered to seek out spatial rifts, Gu Lang intended to sneak away alone. A beast from another realm capable of slaying a powerful 4-star mage from the United States was about to arrive. Could we possibly contend with it? I am but a first-tier spirit beast. Even if I could gain formidable combat strength through my descent form, how far could I truly elevate my power? Moreover, the use of the descending stance comes at a tremendous cost. A sacrifice that Gu Lang is most reluctant to make. He attempts to persuade himself internally that it is unnecessary to make such a significant sacrifice for a few students he has only just met. Let us depart. Once the demonic beasts arrive, it will be too late to flee. Rationality compels Gu Lang to escape swiftly, for remaining here guarantees a dire fate. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Gu Lang does not move an inch. He stands silently at the edge of the camp, waiting in silence. Perhaps there might be a turn of events. However, no such turn materializes. The disparity between a 2-star mage and a 3rd-tier demonic beast is insurmountable. At the onset of battle, the 8 individuals manage to hold their ground. But as the demonic beasts unleash their true power, the situation plummets into despair, leaving everyone precariously endangered. 3 third-tier demonic beasts possess formidable strength. With the Crimson Flame Ape and the Mother Spider standing out among their ranks, it is futile. Against such powerful adversaries, even the use of the descending stance offers no chance of victory. Unless one possesses the surging energy fruit from the marketplace, any attempt to ascend would merely lead to demise. Jiu Lang had come to this world with the expectation of a better life. Not to throw himself into the jaws of death out of impetuous zeal. He shook his head, turning to leave. Yet, what transpired next took everyone by surprise. The Crimson Flame Ape fell, the Mother Spider perished. And even the Tiger Demon was brutally beaten to death by Zhu Qingji's relentless fists. It was Xiang Jing, Wu Yanghua, Wang Cheng, Lin Qingye, and even Tao Haoran, who initially wished to escape all of this. It was all of them. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for a mere sliver of possibility. Wu Yanghua, aware that he was doomed before unleashing his final supernova, remained uncertain if they could prevail. His words to Wang Cheng, "You will survive," were merely the last flicker of hope in his heart. Jiu Lang could be said to have lived 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he resided in a scientific China. While in this life, he finds himself in a magical China. Regardless of the realm, there exists a faction of individuals, oftentimes lost in greed and desire, yet willing to spill blood when the moment calls for it. Isn't it intriguing? Upon arriving in this parallel world of magic, Gu Lang was elated. In his previous life, he was nothing more than a mediocre individual, yet with the aid of a system, surely he could lead a better, more thrilling life, a goal worth striving for. Here, Gu Lang felt more like a player, surrounded by beings that seemed like NPCs, as though they were mere figments of imagination. All he needed to do was complete the system's tasks and grow stronger. However, this night was different. He witnessed the quarrels within the training team, saw Song Lingyao's unwavering determination, witnessed Wang Cheng's despair transformed into steely resolve, and observed Tao Haoran's selfishness leading to a tragic end. They were all flesh and blood. Jiu Lang's heart was a tumult of emotions. He understood, yet felt utterly lost. Suddenly, a barely audible, feeble cry broke through Gu Lang's reverie. By Pang Pang. Following the sound, he turned to see Li Yingyi, gravely injured and bleeding profusely. She was on the brink of death. Ji Lang's mind was in turmoil. Was this the end? Did she wish to see him one last time? He fell silent and began to run towards her. Yet, a colossal bird demon descended between them. It was the fourth-tier beast, returning in anger, unable to comprehend how two of its subordinates could have lost their lives in mere minutes. Had the powerful beings from Blue Star arrived so swiftly? In a fit of surprise and rage, it turned back. Upon its return, it saw only a few battered two-star mages, devoid of magic. It landed, retracting its wings, and cast a cold glance at the horrified Song Lingyao before assessing Li Yingyi in her arms. On the verge of death, just another corpse. Where was the four-star mage? The giant winged bird king flapped its wings again, flying towards the scorched earth, where it spotted a human with a severed arm weeping over a pile of charred remains. Upon noticing its presence, the humans ceased crying, shielding the ashes behind them, and looked up at the bird demon with a blank expression. Then, with a fierce countenance, they raised their remaining arm and charged at it. No, Zhu Qingji! Song Lingyao cried out in desperation, wishing to stop him. These humans were truly exasperating. The giant winged bird king casually swatted its wing, and in an instant, Zhu Qingji fell silent, as if water had vanished into water. No! Why? Why? Song Lingyao completely broke down. Sobbing uncontrollably, Li Yingyi stared blankly at the unfolding events, wondering if a stronger foe had arrived. It hurt so much, so tired. Perhaps she should sleep a little. By Pang Pang. Why haven't you come yet? Li Yingyi's eyelids could no longer stay open. She wished for a brief moment of rest. But the familiar call once again stirred her almost closed eyes. It's Gu Lang. He's here. Ji Lang gazed at the girl before him, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. She appeared so fragile, yet incredibly resilient. Much like the vine she conjured, Li Yingyi had taken such good care of him. Indeed, she had been his steadfast guardian over the past 10 days. Yet now, her breaths were shallow, teetering on the edge of life. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't wish to save you. I am simply too weak, Gu Lang silently lamented, noticing the little pup before him keeping its head bowed in silence. Li Yingyi spoke up. Don't be sad. You did wonderfully. You didn't run away. Her words. Gu Lang's heart sank, a feeling of guilt and regret overwhelming him. It is our failure to protect you. Li Yingyi's voice was faint. Her words fragmented. Ji Lang remained silent, listening intently as she spoke, tilting his head to look into her eyes. Suddenly, Li Yingyi raised her hand. Having lost so much blood, her strength was nearly depleted. With great difficulty, she extended her hand towards Gu Lang, seemingly causing herself pain in the process. Seeing her gesture, Gu Lang understood. She wished to touch him one last time. He leaned in closer, complying with her desire. I'm sorry. Ji Lang once again apologized silently in his heart. He had taken for granted her care and affection for so long. Let this be the last time she could touch him. He leaned in, waiting for an eternity. Yet unexpectedly, the anticipated caress did not come. He lifted his gaze in confusion, only to see a bloodied hand extended before him, holding a crumpled magic energy bar. Li Yingyi extended her other hand, slowly unwrapping the energy bar with great difficulty, wiping the blood from her hands onto her pants before carefully offering the bar to Gu Lang's mouth. A silent thunderbolt struck Gu Lang's mind, sending his soul trembling. Li Yingyi placed the energy bar in his mouth, whispering in a barely audible voice, I really wanted to touch you, but my hands are too dirty. They're all blood. I was afraid I'd stain your white fur. I know you love energy bars the most. I saved a piece for you. Please take care of yourself. With that, she summoned the last of her strength, forcing a smile towards Gu Lang. This is the last time I will feed you. Gu Lang stared blankly at Li Yingyi. As the energy bar in his mouth began to melt away. It was exceedingly sweet, yet tinged with a faint metallic taste. This is the last time I will feed you. A sudden sensation gripped Gu Lang's heart, as if it were being clutched by a mighty hand, causing both sorrow and anguish to seep through him. Why were you willing to sacrifice so much for me? Why did you think of me even in your dying moments? Why could you not bear to touch me at the end? An overwhelming tide of guilt surged to invade his heart, already overflowing with grief. Why? Damn it. Why? Almost drowning in emotions, Gu Lang tilted his head back, swallowing the completely melted energy bar. Detected that the host has accepted 100 G of magical energy bar feeding. Detected feeding filled with affectionate emotions. Detected feeding filled with happy emotions. Detected feeding filled with reluctant emotions. Detected final feeding. Feeding value 9999. A series of notifications erupted from the system. Upon hearing the words happiness, affection, reluctance, and final, Gulang's eyes instantly reddened. These profound emotions crushed him into the depths of guilt and regret. He abruptly lowered his head, feeling as if the entire world were trembling. While I can only lament the greatness of others' sacrifices. Your death brings me to tears. Damn it. Why did it take your death for me to realize this? Wu Yonghua was right. Wolves cannot be tamed. I am merely a heartless white-eyed wolf. Thank you. And I am sorry. The giant winged bird king, lost in thought while staring at the charred remains, suddenly realized. Oh, so it was merely a few 2-star mages, without any 4-star mages. How enlightening. Yet, astonishingly, these few 2-star mages managed to consecutively slay 3 third-tier beasts. What a bunch of useless fools. With a blank expression, the giant winged bird king flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A gust of wind swept by as the bird demon landed in front of Song Lingyao and Gulang. Folding its massive wings, it turned to face the dazed Song Lingyao and casually inquired, "How would you like to die?" Its human-like speech was so nonchalant, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Yet, its tone suddenly escalated. "What's this? Another foolish dog standing there dazed. Oh, I see. You're gazing at a corpse." It stepped closer to Li Yingyi, peering down with a look of regret. "Let me take a look." Oh, how tragic the death was. Its belly ripped open, a striped tiger, I presume. The giant winged bird king seemed to discover a new delight. Still clutching a snack bag. Eating snacks before dying. Not afraid of them spilling out of your intestines? It erupted into laughter, amused by its own comment. Ji Yulang, hearing the bird's condescending voice, was engulfed by a wave of fury. An unfathomable rage swelled within him. Without uttering a word, Gulang turned and stood protectively in front of Song Lingyao, coldly glaring at the bird demon. Upon seeing the last surviving pup step forward, Song Lingyao suddenly snapped back to reality, sobbing as she embraced Gulang's head. "No, please. You are all we have left. You must survive." For Li Yingyi, and for all of us, aware of her inevitable demise, she understood that the giant winged bird king would never spare her, a mage who had slain the scarlet flame ape. Of the 8-member expedition team, 7 had perished, leaving only her and Gulang. But Gulang could not die. Li Yingyi had no family, and he was the only one Li Yingyi had cherished before passing. Gulang had to live. He was the witness to all who had bravely faced death, as long as he survived. The 47th expedition team would not be entirely sacrificed. After speaking, Song Lingyao's exquisitely beautiful face suddenly turned resolute. She stood up fiercely, confronting the bird demon. "Kill me, and then spare him." The giant winged bird king paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Ah, no problem. Ha ha ha. Just a foolish dog." It turned its head, mocking Gulang. "You truly are fortunate. Ha ha ha. Such a beautiful human woman is willing to trade her life for yours. Foolish dog. You." The giant winged bird king's words abruptly ceased as it stared at Gulang in disbelief. More precisely, it was fixated on what Gulang had in his mouth. Gulang was biting down on a vibrant red heart. An energy fruit. How could this foolish dog possess an energy fruit from our realm of demons? The surging energy fruit, a fruit born from the mother tree of the demon realm, granting immense energy upon consumption, temporarily enhancing combat power, priced at 9,999 feeding points. Of course, it was an energy fruit. It must be an energy fruit. Hand it over. No, don't eat it. You foolish dog. The giant winged bird king suddenly became furious. After exchanging for the energy fruit in the system mall, Gulang consumed it without hesitation. As the energy fruit shattered within him, he felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body. Every meridian began to expand and clear. Ding. Detected that the host has consumed the surging energy fruit. Energy infusion, magical power advancement, current stage, peak of first tier. Energy infusion, magical power advancement, current stage, early second tier. Energy infusion, magical power advancement, current stage, mid-third tier. The system's notifications continued until Gulang's magical power broke through to mid-third tier. Witnessing Gu Lang's escalating aura, the giant winged bird king nearly went mad. The heavenly treasures of the demon realm had been carelessly devoured by a foolish dog. Foolish dog, do you even know what you just consumed? You will pay the price? Hoping that the energy fruit had not been entirely absorbed, the giant winged bird king, in a fit of rage, lunged forward to take a bite out of Gu Lang. Song Lingyao immediately stepped in front of him, fiercely guarding Gu Lang. Having consumed the energy fruit, Gu Lang showed no signs of hesitation, calling upon the system to activate the skill Descend stance. Gu Lang roared within his mind. System, I want to use Descend stance. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed the energy fruit. Energy intensity within the body is extremely high. Strongly advise the host against continuing to use Descend stance. Descend stance has extremely powerful side effects. It will affect the host's brain domain, vitality, etc. Shut your damn dog mouth. But the system's mechanical notifications were abruptly interrupted by Gu Lang's overwhelming fury. All he wanted was to brutally slay the giant winged bird king. Say it again. Let me use Descend stance. The system fell silent for a moment. Then the mechanical voice resumed. Descend stance has been activated. Opening the river of time. The river of time has been opened, projecting future shadows. Future shadows projected. Please select your Descend stance. Please select Descend stance. The system's voice faded. Gu Lang's consciousness was instantly pulled into a void space. His vision blurred, and he seemed to behold countless majestic shadows that stood resolute through the passage of countless moons and suns. Suddenly, a vast yellow river unfurled before him. It was the river of time. The river of time surged violently, droplets of time splashing wildly, erupting into countless enormous wolf statues of various forms. Each of these wolf statues was exquisitely carved, capturing even the finest details of their fur. Strikingly lifelike, they lay with their eyes tightly shut, drifting along with the currents, as if in a deep slumber. Some of the colossal wolf statues glowed a vivid red, exuding an unparalleled warmth, while others were shrouded in an eerie darkness that absorbed the surrounding light in a most peculiar manner. Gu Lang's gaze settled upon one of the silver giant wolves, its surface flickering with the faint glimmer of lightning. As Gu Lang's eyes lingered upon it, the aura of the statue intensified, becoming increasingly vivid, as though it were on the verge of awakening. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, causing excruciating pain in Gu Lang's eyes, compelling him to divert his gaze from the silver giant wolf. Strangely, the moment he looked away, the statue became tranquil once more, even the crackling arcs of electricity subsiding significantly. Gu Lang understood then. It was a matter of choice. He contemplated the magical energy within him and the spells he had mastered before beginning his search for an appropriate giant wolf. His gaze roamed until it fixed upon a serene giant wolf statue, entirely white, adorned with delicate snowflake patterns in its fur. Instantly, Gu Lang felt a chill envelop his body as he stared intently at it. Daring not to avert his gaze as time passed, the white giant wolf statue began to animate with vitality. In the first second, the air grew frigid, causing Gu Lang to shiver uncontrollably. By the third second, the wolf's pristine fur began to sway and dance without the slightest breeze. In the fifth second, the snowflake patterns on its pelt became increasingly pronounced, ultimately revealing themselves in their entirety. By the seventh second, a resounding wolf howl echoed in Gu Lang's ears, as if it had been suppressed for a millennium. In the 10th second, the pure white giant wolf abruptly opened its eyes. It had come to life. Simultaneously, the system's indifferent mechanical voice began to announce, selection complete. Estimated level, early stage of the 4th tier. Estimated form, Snow Domain Wolf King. Will descend in the form of the Snow Domain Wolf King. Gu Lang had successfully awakened the Wolf King from the northern snowfields, and it shifted its pale blue eyes toward him. The white wolf's piercing gaze scrutinized Gu Lang, before it spoke with a voice of human-like clarity. Descendant of the Wolf Sovereign, you have chosen me this time? Your power is somewhat lacking, but it should suffice. Tell your enemies to prepare themselves. The white wolf suddenly grinned savagely, exuding an air of unrestrained ferocity. Prepare to welcome the frigid winter from the extreme cold lands. As the words left its mouth, the pure white wolf king surged forth from the river of time, leaping into Gu Lang's body. In an instant, Gu Lang sensed a torrent of ferocious cold energy being born within him. This energy immediately dispersed, rapidly flowing throughout his entire being. It filled his limbs and bones to the brim. Finally, the remaining surge was channeled entirely into his heart. Gu Lang felt excruciating pain coursing through him. His heart began to race with wild intensity. In unbearable agony, Gu Lang could not help but howl at the heavens. The piercing wolf howl reverberated throughout the entire spruce forest. Buzz! The flurry of snowflakes in the night sky abruptly halted. No longer falling, eerily suspended in midair, an invisible ripple swept through, rekindling the life of those snowflakes. Buzz! The suspended snowflakes seemed to heed a silent yet forceful summons, instantly swirling purposefully toward Gu Lang. The elements in the air began to materialize, with the ice elements condensing directly from an invisible microscopic state into distinct ice crystals. All the ice crystals formed from the elements of ice and snow in this land began to swirl rapidly around Gu Lang's body. Before Song Lingyao and the giant winged bird king, a vortex of potent magical energy emerged, with Gu Lang at its very center. From the heights of the Tianyan mountain range, Gu Lang's position resembled a black hole, continuously drawing in the ambient elemental energy from the surrounding area. As the wolf howl faded, his fur, bones, and muscles began to grow at an observable rate. The giant winged bird king, taken aback by this sudden transformation, stared in astonishment at Gu Lang, who was expanding before him. Song Lingyao felt an overwhelming, unstoppable aura emanating from behind her, nearly knocking her to the ground. Following closely was another high-pitched wolf howl. Song Lingyao quickly turned around, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Countless swirling snowflakes and ice crystals danced around Gu Lang, who was howling skyward. These surrounding ice crystals were manifestations of the ice elements. They were coiling around Gu Lang. Elemental manifestation, subservient and swirling. This was an anomaly only a 3-star mage could achieve upon breaking through to 4 stars. How could this be? In the blink of an eye, Gu Lang underwent a profound transformation, a true metamorphosis. The once tender little beast had vanished, replaced by a towering giant wolf radiating an aura of lethal intent. This colossal wolf towered over the giant winged bird king, its pristine form adorned with countless snowflake patterns along its back. The soft fur atop its massive head danced in the strong winds, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Its robust limbs, powerful and agile torso, and unmatched magical fluctuations all proclaimed its strength. A 4th-tier beast, without a doubt. The Wolf King, now standing at 3 meters tall, Gu Lang was a true snow-white beast. He circled around Song Lingyao and faced the bird demon. Song Lingyao gazed up in a daze, her delicate face still bearing traces of tears. That it was truly a wolf, a powerful wolf king. She could not comprehend how Gu Lang had transformed in an instant, evolving from a timid pup needing careful nurturing into a formidable 4th-tier giant wolf. Watching Gu Lang steadfastly protect her from the bird demon, Song Lingyao understood. The Wolf King was prepared to shield her and was also gearing up for revenge. A revenge that promised to be exceedingly bloody. A fierce aura emanated from him, striking Song Lingyao with such force that she could hardly stand. The giant winged bird king was left in shock, staring at Gu Lang standing before him, shielding the fragile, beautiful human girl. What was happening? Hadn't he consumed energy fruits? When did energy fruits enable a foolish dog to undergo such a transformation? To evolve directly to the early stage of the 4th tier, matching him in strength. Could someone please explain this to me? The giant winged bird king snapped back to reality, his gaze turning vicious as it fixed upon Gu Lang. First, a 2-star mage had defied a 3rd-tier beast, annihilating both of its underlings, one of whom had not even left a corpse. And now, even a foolish dog dared to challenge him. The bird demon's fury mounted. What does it matter if you've grown stronger from the energy fruits? You remain inexperienced in battle. Did you truly believe that possessing a mere 10 meters of reaction space would enable you to anticipate my impending assault? How laughable, such a trivial distance, for a bird demon adept in the mastery of wind elements, is nothing more than a casual gap to traverse. With this thought, countless wind elements entwined around its form, and the bird demon erupted with fervor, its wings pointed forward, hurtling towards Gu Lang with astonishing speed. In that instant, the bird demon had transformed into an unstoppable arrow. Gu Lang stood motionless, gazing intently at the bird demon, as if rendered dumbfounded by fear. Observing Gu Lang's lack of reaction, the bird demon scoffed. Huh, just a foolish dog, possessing nothing but magical power and rank. Gu Lang barely caught a glimpse of the fleeting green light before the bird demon was upon him, its sharp, menacing wings glinting ominously. Were a mere half a body length from Gu Lang's throat. Truly, it was a matter of inches. Just as the bird demon's wings were about to slice through Gu Lang's neck, he suddenly sidestepped. Narrowly evading the demon's thrust, the bird demon's magically tainted feathers grazed past Gu Lang's neck. What? Before the bird demon could process the shock, Gu Lang swiftly turned his head, viciously clamping down on the bird demon's right wing. Following this, Gu Lang's front paws firmly seized the injured wing. Both were fourth-tier beasts, and Gu Lang was not intimidated by the bird demon. His sharp teeth, imbued with an overwhelming magical force, broke through the superficial magical defenses, piercing through the bird demon's feathers and embedding themselves into its flesh in an instant. Countless streams of blood erupted from the bird demon's wing. Bastard! Die! You wretch! Gu Lang unleashed a torrent of chilling, lethal ice elements into the bird demon's wing. Screech! The bird demon wailed in agony, finally realizing its predicament as it attempted to retaliate with its other wing. The wing, charged with magical energy, swung in a wide arc through the air, crashing down towards Gu Lang's head with unmatched force. Though Gu Lang intended to finish the fight swiftly, he was unwilling to be struck in such a critical area. Sensing the impending attack, he immediately released his grip and ducked away. The bird demon swiftly retracted its right wing. Now saved from injury, the bird demon wasted no time and launched itself into the air, creating significant distance between itself and Gu Lang. Retreating a full 100 meters, this distance was far greater than the 10 meters Gu Lang had previously evaded. The bird demon, now far away, wore a grim expression, its right wing still oozing with crimson blood. Racked with excruciating pain, Gu Lang had just infused it with a considerable amount of ice elements, and the bird demon now needed time to recover. Dai Ti had to maintain distance from Gu Lang. Wary of his sudden outbursts, the giant winged bird king glared at Gu Lang with venomous disdain, still perplexed. How had Gu Lang evaded its recent attack? He had appeared utterly unresponsive, like a wooden puppet. Standing still, how could he have suddenly dodged? To the bird demon, Gu Lang's unexpected evasion seemed as if he had anticipated its assault. Anticipated my attack. How could that be possible? The bird demon was caught off guard by Gu Lang's evasive maneuver, resulting in a significant loss. Little did it know that while it was quietly gathering magical energy for an explosive strike, its danger sense had issued a warning 100-fold more intense than before. Gu Lang had reacted immediately, realizing the bird demon's intent to finish him off. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the bird demon's attack. Seizing the moment, he countered, inflicting serious injury upon the bird demon. Humph! Seeing the distance the bird demon had put between them, Gu Lang exhaled a dismissive snort. The next moment, his limbs, cloaked in ice-blue magical energy, surged forth towards the bird demon. Gu Lang would not grant it a moment's respite. The bird demon's expression shifted drastically as it realized Gu Lang was charging towards it once more. Damn it! Wounded, it felt utterly unprepared to confront Gu Lang head-on. Its physical strength was no match for his. The bird demon had no choice but to abandon its healing, instead channeling magical energy to endure the pain and flap its wings. Continuing to distance itself from Gu Lang, with a few powerful beats of its wings, it quickly reached the outskirts of the spruce forest. Another swift maneuver, and it landed atop a towering tree's crown. The bird demon's face was a mask of fury. It could hardly believe it was being forced to flee by a mere foolish dog. Very well, if close combat was no longer an option, it would resort to casting magic from afar to wear down the white wolf. Chapter 33. Attrition and counterattack. It prepared to unleash long-range magic against Gu Lang. Gu Lang, too, had discerned the bird king's intent in perching atop the towering tree to gain the high ground for magical assaults. As the saying goes, high strikes low, and the foolish are easily defeated. The giant winged bird king was banking on this strategy, leveraging its superior mobility to occupy a favorable position and utilize magic to grind Gu Lang down. Foolish dog, allow me to show you what true fourth-tier magic looks like. You are nothing but a low-grade imitation. The bird demon, now more agitated post-injury, uttered brazen words, seeking to provoke Gu Lang. Yet Gu Lang paid it no heed. Continuing to race forward, closing the distance to the bird demon's spruce tree. As the giant winged bird king noticed Gu Lang's approach, it immediately began to gather magical energy and unleashed wind magic. With a swift motion, it expelled dozens, if not hundreds, of wind bullets hurtling towards Gu Lang. The moment these wind bullets emerged, they locked onto Gu Lang and surged forward. The wind bullets raced with incredible speed, encircling Gu Lang in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of spiraling wind bullets. Gu Lang attempted to evade, but with so many wind bullets, he could scarcely find a place to land. Reluctantly, Gu Lang let out a long howl and activated frost armor, coating his body in a layer of magic as he charged forward with ferocity. Upon contact, the wind bullets exploded violently, transforming into swirling vortexes that pulled at everything around them. Gu Lang was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the wind bullets to morph into whirlwinds, lacking a solid foundation in magical knowledge. He remained oblivious to the nature of this technique, but the distant observer, Song Lingyao, recognized it immediately. This was a derivative magic. Derivative magic refers to a form of sorcery that does not require the caster's constant control, automatically transitioning to the next type of magic upon encountering an enemy. In Blue Star, the threshold for casting derivative magic is 4 stars. Only upon attaining this rank can one wield formidable elemental control. Song Lingyao bit her lip anxiously, watching Gu Lang endure the onslaught of whirlwinds. She had not anticipated that the bird demon's command over wind elements had reached the level of casting derivative magic. The relentless twisting and tearing whirlwinds swiftly rent Gu Lang's skin, leaving behind long, ghastly gashes. Injured, regaining his senses, Gu Lang immediately summoned the ice elements within him, freezing the still oozing wounds that he then lifted his gaze. His eyes cold as he stared at the bird demon. Witnessing his magic successfully strike Gu Lang, the giant winged bird king felt no triumph. It knew it had merely grazed Gu Lang's fur. With another flap of its wings, it unleashed a flurry of wind blades racing towards Gu Lang. Prepared, Gu Lang held ice crystals in his mouth, forcefully exhaling to block the bird demon's assault. Upon colliding with the ice crystals, the wind blades transformed into hundreds of arrows that shot towards Gu Lang. Though Gu Lang had anticipated this and cast a defensive spell, several arrows still grazed him, leaving more bloody marks. Another instance of derivative magic, such an unrelenting barrage. Gu Lang felt a surge of irritation. He needed a powerful counterattack, or he would surely be worn down by the bird demon perched atop the treetop. His current combat strength was entirely temporary, derived from energy fruits and a descending state. Gu Lang was uncertain how long these external aids would last. He had to conclude this battle swiftly, before his state waned, to save both himself and Song Lingyao from certain doom. With thoughts racing, Gu Lang decisively gathered his magical energy, opening his mouth to unleash a vast expanse of frost-laden air ahead. Frost Veil. The Frost Veil does not inflict damage, but it enhances subsequent ice magic. The bird demon was taken aback. The foolish dog had not launched a direct assault against it, but upon further reflection, it realized it was perched 100 meters high in the treetops, and this foolish dog likely possessed no magic capable of accurate targeting. It seemed content to lay a foundation for ice elements, perhaps biding its time for a more potent attack once it descended. What purpose does it serve? You can only move on the surface. With a cold snicker, the giant winged bird king disregarded Gu Lang, who was incessantly casting Frost Veil below, and instead focused on expelling the ice elements within its body to restore itself. The atmosphere suddenly turned frigid, and neither monster engaged in combat. One was healing, while the other was setting the stage. Absent the interference of the avian demon's magic, Gu Lang acted swiftly, casting Frost Veil over 100 times in just a few minutes. The crystalline particles of ice elements quickly adhered to the robust roots of the spruce trees, and the brownish-gray bark was blanketed in frost. The roots of the spruce were as thick as several dozen people could encircle, requiring magic for their destruction. Upon seeing that the tree upon which the bird demon stood had been frozen by his efforts, Gu Lang opened his mouth and expelled a hard ice bullet. This bullet, enhanced by the frost veil, struck the spruce tree forcefully, causing the already frozen trunk to shatter and splinter into cold wood shavings that scattered in all directions. The towering spruce, devoid of support, immediately toppled over. First, drive the bird demon down. Sensing the danger, the bird demon hastily flapped its wings and ascended into the air, Seeking refuge in another large tree, Ji Yulang swiftly moved to the base of the second towering tree. Employing the same tactic to again bring down the skyward-reaching giant, the giant winged bird king was compelled to find yet another landing spot. One monster fled while the other pursued. In just a brief moment, a significant portion of the spruce forest had collapsed. A chilling frost veil enveloped the forest floor, threatening to overflow. Truly, it can run. Gu Lang's expression darkened. Truly, it can chase. The giant winged bird king also wore a grim visage. The ground below was thoroughly occupied by Gu Lang's ice elements, and should it descend, it would surely meet a dire fate. Moreover, this was Blue Star, and human reinforcements were likely on the way. It could not delay much longer, yet its furrowed brow soon relaxed. Gu Lang's magical energy must surely be dwindling. Then let us drag this out a little longer. The giant winged bird king flapped its wings, continuing towards another large tree. Before long, the once lush spruce forest was left with only a few scattered trees still standing in scathe. Perched high above the treetops, the giant winged bird king let out a cold laugh. The frost elements that Gu Lang had infiltrated its body had been completely expelled, and its wounds had long since healed. That it was time to counterattack. Noticing Gu Lang tirelessly felling trees in an attempt to force it down, the bird demon wore a look of disdain. A foolish dog is simply a foolish dog, possessing only brute strength. Now fully restored, the giant winged bird king leaped from the treetop and glided downwards. As it approached Gu Lang, the bird demon suddenly spread its enormous wings, casting a shadow over him and diving fiercely. The fully extended wings of the giant winged bird king measured nearly 10 meters. Densely covered in shimmering green magical feathers, the demon drew closer. These feathers began to loosen and fall away, transforming into sharp, ethereal darts aimed at Gu Lang. Upon seeing the bird demon dive towards him, Gu Lang felt a wave of relief that if the bird demon refused to descend and engage in combat, remaining airborne, he would truly have no means to counter it. Faced with the onslaught of feathered projectiles, Gu Lang immediately exhaled, unleashing a surge of icy brilliance that enveloped him, forming a translucent blue ice shield before him. The ice shield, unable to withstand the relentless barrage of thousands of feathers for long, crumbled into powder with a crunch and dissipated. However, the shield had served its purpose. Gu Lang successfully evaded all subsequent feather attacks. The feathers that he dodged redirected back to the bird demon's wings. Remarkably, the bird demon could recall the magic feathers after launching them. Such an old trickster. Noticing that Gu Lang had emerged unscathed from this assault, the bird demon remained unfazed. After its dive, it ascended once more into the sky. Channeling its magic, countless feathers swiftly returned to their original position. Refurring its wings, the bird demon employed the same tactic, soaring high into the sky before plummeting downwards in a glide. As it approached Gu Lang yet again, it launched its feathers anew. Ji Yulang opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful blast of icy wind mixed with crystalline fragments that struck down all the airborne feathers. The feathers that fell were once again returned to the giant winged bird king's wings. Observing the futile return of its magical projectiles, the bird demon exhibited no concern, climbing higher into the heavens. Cunning as it was, the bird demon never descended too low, denying Gu Lang any opportunity to strike. Yet Gu Lang, observing the demon's cautious demeanor, felt no worry. "Fool, do you think you alone can wield magic?" Gu Lang silently mocked, maintaining a composed gaze upon the bird demon high above. What the bird demon failed to notice was that its feathers had, through countless launches and returns, accumulated a significant coating of ice crystal particles from the frost veil. In other words, its feathers were now imbued with Gu Lang's magical essence, unaware of the chilling glow on its feathers. The bird demon dismissed it as mere snowflakes, paying no mind to investigate further. Ji Yulang, biding his time, allowed the ice elements on the bird demon to accumulate a while longer. Thus, the bird demon continued to launch feathered assaults. While Gu Lang persistently defended against them, both sides locked in a stalemate for several minutes. The giant winged bird king finally sensed something was amiss. Why did its wings feel increasingly heavy? Upon closer inspection, it was horrified to discover that its feathers had become saturated with ice elements. It was that foolish dog's magic. The bird demon was struck with panic, ready to flap its wings to expel the ice elements. But Gu Lang would not grant it that wish. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Gu Lang unleashed his magic. "Scruffy bird, Witness the true winter from the land of extreme cold. Buzz. A majestic phantom loomed in the sky. It was the true Wolf King of the snowy domain. The phantom of the Wolf King stood tall behind Gulang, its expression fierce and unyielding. Awo! The Wolf King's phantom and Gulang howled in unison. This was the roar of winter's wrath. Invisible ripples instantly spread outwards. As the wolf's howl resonated, all the ice elements in the snowy domain trembled and began to coalesce. The snowflakes drifting through the air intertwined and gradually grew larger, transforming into a dense barrage of colossal hailstones. These snowflakes continued to merge and multiply, forming larger aggregates of ice elements. The giant winged bird king heard 2 consecutive thunderous wolf howls, and the temperature in the air plummeted by several degrees. Countless snowflakes swirled around it, continuously gathering. The very skies were under its control. Damn it! How could this foolish wolf's spellcasting foreboding be so outrageous? Realizing the peril, the bird demon rapidly ascended, disregarding the ice elements on its body. Seeking to distance itself from the white wolf below, it flapped its wings and soared thousands of meters into the sky, but to its utter horror, the ice elements here still bowed to Gulang. What terrifying control over the ice elements is this? Watching the ever-growing aggregation of ice elements, the giant winged bird king's expression darkened. It could only brace itself for his magic, suspended high in the air. It swiftly gathered its magical power for a head-on clash. The dense, surging wind magic began to mobilize, and a torrent of wind elements surged forth, enveloping the bird demon's broad wings. The giant winged bird king folded its wings tightly around its body for protection. At this moment, Gulang's magic had taken shape. After a prolonged casting process, the ice elements scattered throughout the air finally converged completely. They adhered together, forming ice crystal spheres with a radius of 5 meters. Once the spheres were fully formed, they plummeted with ferocity. They streaked across the sky, leaving behind trails of blue light, resembling a meteor shower striking the ground. Frost ice meteor rain. This was the pinnacle technique of 4-star ice magic. The giant winged bird king, locked in place, had no choice but to ascend against the wind, charging towards the falling meteoric ice. I refuse to believe that the magic of a mere foolish dog can withstand my onslaught. I do not believe it. The bird demon's eyes blazed red as its wings converged into a sharp point, violently colliding with one of the falling ice meteors. Buzz! The meteor, enveloped in a piercing, bone-chilling wind, struck the bird demon's wings with tremendous force. Boom! Under the incredulous gaze of the giant winged bird king, the meteor instantly shattered its torrent of magical energy. It crumbled into oblivion. The giant winged bird king had no time to react before the storm of meteors arrived. Dozens of meteors descended upon the bird demon in a relentless barrage. Boom! The giant winged bird king was instantly pinned beneath the meteoric ice. Unable to move, like a shooting star, it plummeted to the ground. Boom! Exclamation point. The meteor struck the earth, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged forth. The thick snow on the ground was blown away, revealing the frozen soil beneath. Gulang slightly raised his paw to shield himself, then charged forward. As the dust settled, a massive crater of 100 meters had been blasted into the ground. The meteors shattered and scattered, revealing the battered form of the giant winged bird king beneath. Cough! Wow! With its disheveled, colossal wings unfurled, the avian monarch let forth a chilling spray of crimson, staggering to its feet. The sight of the bird demon, having miraculously survived beneath the fallen ice, caused Gulang's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Still alive? How could it possibly endure? The creature, gripped by terror, nearly met its demise, had it not been for the life-preserving secret bestowed upon it by the demon lord before its departure, enabling a second surge of power. It would not have managed to execute its elemental transformation into the essence of wind. Evading the brunt of the onslaught, it was on the verge of perishing beneath the ice. Cursed be this terrifying ice magic. The bird demon, still haunted by the near-death experience, cast a resentful glare at Gulang, who was charging toward it from the edge of the ice pit. That damned white-haired mutt, having unleashed such a preposterous spell. Its magical reserves must be nearly depleted. Though the demon retained a considerable amount of magic, its physical form had sustained significant injuries that in a confrontation against the fully intact Gulang, the outcome remained uncertain. It could not afford a direct clash with this foolish canine. The avian king scanned its surroundings, and its gaze suddenly settled on Song Lingyao in the distance that it resolved to eliminate her first. The bird demon, making a quick decision, flapped its wings and soared away in pain. Chapter 35. The True Wolf King. The full moon hung high in the night sky, casting a clear, radiant light. Song Lingyao, utterly exhausted, found herself overwhelmed by the series of sudden developments. First, the detection crystal tower issued a warning, leading to a confrontation with Tao Howren. Then, two spatial rifts appeared simultaneously, allowing 6 beastly demons to invade Blue Star. In the ensuing battle, they fought valiantly, sacrificing several teammates to barely defeat 3 of the demons. However, there was no time for sorrow or relief, as the 4th-tier bird demon returned with a vengeance. This relentless sequence of events and battles left her utterly drained, yet it was far from over. Just as she thought she would perish at the hands of the bird demon, the plump, white creature underwent a sudden evolution. Transforming into a 4th-tier wolf king to confront the avian foe, Song Lingyao collapsed to the ground, powerless to act, praying fervently for reinforcements to arrive swiftly. 40 minutes had already passed. Shouldn't the 4-star mage have arrived by now? What could have gone wrong? Song Lingyao gazed up, transfixed by the bloody clash between Gu Lang and the bird demon. Their battle unfolded with such rapidity that she struggled to discern the details. She only caught a glimpse of the bird demon morphing into a green beam, launching toward the giant wolf, which nimbly evaded the attack by sidestepping, then turning to seize the demon's wing in its jaws. It appeared the Snow-White Wolf King held the advantage. However, the beleaguered bird demon, cunning as ever, refused to engage further and opted to retreat, maintaining a safe distance. The demon insidiously chose to exploit its superior mobility to wear down the Wolf King. They remained locked in a stalemate for some time, but then the Wolf King unleashed a terrifying ice spell, pinning the bird demon to the ground. Song Lingyao believed victory was at hand. After all, the overwhelming force of the ice should be beyond the 4th-tier bird king's capacity to withstand. Yet, in a bizarre twist, the bird demon not only survived, but retained a significant portion of its fighting capability. Rising and surveying its surroundings, it set its sights on Song Lingyao. This was perilous. Song Lingyao sprang to her feet to flee, but her weakened body faltered after only a few steps, sending her tumbling back to the ground. The avian monarch's eyes blazed red as it cackled menacingly, swooping toward Song Lingyao. It raised its bloodied wings and swung fiercely forward. Is it my turn now? Song Lingyao despaired and closed her eyes. Perhaps it is for the best. Bang! At that critical moment, Gu Lang lunged at the bird demon. Rolling on the ground, he regained his footing and fixed a cold glare on the bird demon, which had also risen. The bird demon shook its wings, a cruel smirk on its face at a powerless fool of a dog. What can you do now? Moreover, you have 2 weaknesses, a mere human girl and a lifeless corpse. Foolish dog, watch as I desecrate this dead woman. The bird demon's visage twisted with malice as it spread its wings and unleashed a flurry of wind blades toward the fallen Liangyi. Gu Lang leaped forward, positioning himself in front of Liangyi. Poochie, Poochie, SZZZ. The wind blades tore through Gu Lang's body, leaving behind a multitude of gushing wounds. His warm blood quickly stained the pristine white for a vivid red. Caw caw caw. Foolish dog, so foolish. The bird demon cackled with wild glee, reveling in the satisfaction of its revenge. You can protect this corpse, but can you protect her? With another flap of its wings. A barrage of wind bullets surged toward Song Lingyao. Gu Lang once more leaped to shield her. The wind bullets pierced through Gu Lang's skin, crashing into his body. Once inside, they swirled into a tempest, wreaking havoc within his flesh and blood. Ugh! Gu Lang emitted a muffled groan, bowing his head in agony that a substantial gash opened in his abdomen, hot blood spraying onto the snow. The thick, white snow became drenched in crimson. Song Lingyao, unharmed and pale-faced, regained her composure and rushed to shield Liangyi's body. At least this way, Gu Lang wouldn't have to run back and forth. Huh? Gu Lang tightly shut his eyes, acutely sensing the pain and weakness coursing through his body. The form of descent was on the verge of fading. Time was running short. Gu Lang opened his eyes, his fierce gaze locking onto the bird demon. The avian monarch erupted in another frenzied cackle. Foolish dog, have you come to realize the chasm between us? Ah, worthless, it taunted, launching several more wind blades at Gu Lang that he barely evaded them and, with all his might, lunged at the bird demon. The giant bird king, seeing this, immediately flapped its wings and soared 100 meters away. Foolish dog, can you fly? I can. Can you reach me? Ah, worthless. Now you're just like that woman. Caw, caw, caw. She was eviscerated, and soon you will be too. Ha ha. I shall exhaust you. The bird demon's dark gray beak opened and closed incessantly, mocking Gu Lang with abandon. Turning away, it ascended into the sky once more. At a certain height, it began to dive and glide downward. As it reached the lowest point, the giant bird king spread its wings, launching a multitude of densely packed feathers, using the same tactic again. Gasping for breath, Gu Lang struggled to evade, but several feathers struck his left front leg. The pain was excruciating, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The bird demon returned to the sky, swooping down once more. Gu Lang, with a twisted expression, struggled to rise, limping as he attempted to evade. Poochie. Easy. More wounds opened on Gu Lang's battered body. Blood gushed forth once again. The avian monarch incessantly soared up and down, persistently depleting Gu Lang with its feathers. Already gravely injured and bleeding profusely, he could hardly evade many of the attacks. Finally, during yet another of the bird demon's feathered assaults, Gu Lang, dragging his broken leg, was unable to evade even a single feather. He was on the brink of collapse. The bird demon, witnessing this, cackled wickedly. Yes, this foolish dog is finally about to die. Gu Lang's thoughts turned laboriously and slowly. The giant bird king clearly wished to avoid further melee with him, yet it could not continue to drag things out. After all, this was Blue Star, and wary of the impending reinforcements from mages. It must be growing anxious. Gu Lang, unwilling to prolong the fight, shared the same sentiment as the bird demon. It too sought to conclude this matter swiftly. However, it lacked a method to swiftly vanquish Gu Lang, resorting instead to utilizing its aerial mobility to wear him down. But now, with depleted magic and serious injuries, the bird demon could hardly contain itself. Each time it soared and glided for an attack, it would ultimately dive down, coming closest to Gu Lang at that moment. Therefore, he had only one chance, a chance to gamble his life, a chance for a fatal strike. It was either you die or I perish. Gu Lang lifted his head, his crimson eyes obscured by blood, coldly gazing at the avian demon as it once again dove towards him. The creature, relentless in its assault, unfurled its colossal wings, launching every feather from its plumage. Foolish dog, prepare to meet your demise. This time, the feathers were infused with 1/5 of my power, 10 times more potent than before. The avian demon had succumbed to madness, determined to slay this white wolf in this very attack. There could be no delay. After releasing the feathers, it gathered the remainder of its magic, unleashing countless spiraling wind blades. Let us see if you survive this time. Victory shall belong to me. Thousands upon thousands of magical feathers, intertwined with the swirling wind blades, howled through the air towards Gu Lang. Yet to the avian demon's astonishment, in the face of this tsunami-like ferocity, Gu Lang rose from the ground, staring unwaveringly at the creature. He showed no intention of evasion. With his head held high, he fearlessly met the demon's gaze. With a grunt, Gu Lang limped forward. Gradually, he quickened his pace, faster and faster. Charging, the howling cold wind swept away the white and red strands of fur, revealing Gu Lang's fierce and defiant visage. Ignoring the agony coursing through his body, he forcefully planted his battered forelegs onto the ground. He tightened the blood-soaked muscles of his four limbs and charged forth, embracing death with unwavering resolve. Countless feathers pierced his torso, countless wind blades sliced through his flesh, yet neither the feathers nor the blades could halt his advance by even a fraction. Charge, with momentum like a surging tide. Relentlessly forward, the giant-winged avian king swooped down, while the snow domain wolf king surged ahead. The distance closed rapidly. A single strike to end it all. It was now. With a powerful kick of his hind legs, Gu Lang launched himself into the air. In the avian demon's horrified gaze, Gu Lang leapt before it, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He opened his glistening jaws, sinking them down upon the avian demon with ferocity. Countless tufts of fur flew. The giant-winged avian king emitted a terrifying shriek. As Gu Lang tore its wing from its body in a single encounter, the demon was instantly drenched in blood. With severed muscle fibers hanging from the ragged edge of its torn wing, the avian demon crashed to the ground, staining the snow with crimson. After biting down on the avian demon, Gulang spat out the severed wing and lunged forward with renewed ferocity. Feathered wretch! Die, you filthy creature! Gulang, with claws and teeth, relentlessly gnawed and clawed at the demon's mangled form. The giant-winged avian king, in excruciating agony, raised its sharp beak to strike at Gulang, but Gulang, seemingly impervious to pain, allowed the beak to pierce his already wounded body, leaving behind a multitude of gory wounds. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from his body. I'll pierce you. Let us see if your miserable life is tougher than the Wolf King's. With a growl, Gulang tore off the avian demon's other wing as well. Fly, let us see how you can still manage that now. Within a minute, both of the demon's wings had been gruesomely ripped from its body. The avian demon was on the brink of death, yet this was not the end. Gulang's fury was only halfway ignited. Gulang opened his blood-soaked jaws once more, clamping down on the demon's beak. Clang! The avian king's beak had been refined to a hardness akin to stone, yet Gulang paid no heed. He clamped down with all his might, his forelegs pressing against the demon's chest, and forcefully yanked back his head. With a tearing sound, the dark gray beak was wrenched from the avian demon's mouth, trailing behind it a flurry of blood and flesh. With a howl of agony, the avian demon raised its head, pleading for mercy. Please, spare me. Spare you? Not a chance, you wretched beast. In a fit of rage, Gulang plunged his razor-sharp claws deep into the demon's chest. In its horrified and despairing gaze, he ripped out the vibrant red heart, crushing it in his grasp. Having completed his brutal task, Gulang stood over the avian demon's lifeless body, showing no signs of retreat. He raised his head, allowing the fierce winds to whip against his battered form. His once pure white fur, now stained crimson, dripped with blood, his own, and that of the demon's. Gasping for breath, Gulang felt the overwhelming energy and majestic presence begin to fade. The power from the future was dissipating. A spectral wolf, radiating chill, emerged from Gulang's form. The river of time unfurled once more. The moment had come for it to return. Yet, it did not hastily leap into the yellowed waters to revert to stone. The Snow Domain Wolf King turned to glance back at the faltering Gulang, admiration evident in its gaze. It extended a paw, pressing it gently upon him. An incredibly distinct hexagonal mark instantly affixed itself to Gulang's back, slowly fading and vanishing deep within his fur. The snowflake mark. This was the Snow Domain Wolf King's acknowledgement of Gulang. In the brief span of mere minutes, Gulang had performed admirably. His combat awareness, potential, and character had all met with the king's utmost satisfaction. It recognized Gulang as a wolf, the true wolf in every sense. After fulfilling this, it turned away, returning to the river, reverting to its original stone form, resuming its eternal silence. With a thud, Gulang collapsed into the snow. Shivering, he gradually reverted to his original shape. That a dull ache pulsed in his head, accompanied by a hollow sensation. As the wounds sustained during his transformation lingered, the side effects of his descent were upon him. Coupled with his grievous injuries, Gulang was perilously close to death. With great effort, he crawled forward a few steps. Reaching the side of Liangyi, Gulang extended his furry head, nudging Liangyi's already cold hand. I'm sorry. In his heart, he silently apologized to Liangyi before instantly losing consciousness. Yet unbeknownst to him, a gentle green light was enveloping Liangyi's heart. No. Song Lingyao rushed forward, cradling the bloodied pup in her arms. Why? Why must my companions die before me, and I can do nothing to stop it? A profound sense of helplessness engulfed her heart. She had never yearned so desperately to grow stronger. Clutching the plump pup tightly, tears fell, drop by drop, upon him. Tio Jiang, Wu Yanghua, Wang Cheng, Lin Xingya, Tao Haoran, Zhu Qingji, Liangyi. One after another, they fell before her. Now, even the little pup, by Pang Pang, was gravely wounded and on the brink of death while trying to protect her. There must be a way. Suddenly, Song Lingyao realized something. Her summoning abilities still held magic. The magic of summoning was gentle and served as a healing relic for all summoned creatures. Contract summon. Let Bai Pang Pang become my second summoned beast. Then, she could use summoning magic to heal him. This was the only way to save him. Song Lingyao hurriedly wiped away her tears and gently laid the nearly lifeless Gu Langping on the ground. She then extended her right hand, delicately placing it upon Gu Lang's bloodied head. Born into the Song family, renowned throughout the nation for their summoning abilities, Song Lingyao, a descendant of this illustrious lineage, awakened not the expected summoning affinity, but rather the water element. This was indeed an astonishing occurrence, as every member of the Song clan believed she would be the first to awaken a summoning affinity. Following in their ancestral footsteps, her forebears, including her grandparents, uncles, and cousins, had all manifested summoning abilities as their primary affinity. The blood that flowed through the Song family's veins inherently favored summoning, before she even reached her coming-of-age ceremony. Her family had conducted tests on her bloodline, revealing an exceptionally pure lineage that promised her a future as a top-tier summoner. Yet, her awakening of the water element as her primary affinity did not imply a misjudgment by her kin. Rather, it signified that her talent for water magic was extraordinarily formidable, even surpassing the inherited family bloodline, and had manifested as her primary affinity. The entire Song clan rejoiced, for she represented a rare prodigy. With proper cultivation, not only could she potentially break through to the 4-star level, but she might also conquer the most challenging trials on the path of a mage. Song Lingyao had truly grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Benefiting from countless resources and the one-on-one guidance of powerful mages at the tender age of 17, as a high school student, she broke through to the 2-star level, successfully awakening her summoning affinity. The awakening of her second affinity as summoning was entirely expected and not at all surprising. However, her first summoned beast was a white-clawed spirit cat. The elders of her clan had initially intended to find her several top-tier spirit beasts with boundless potential and overwhelming combat prowess. But Song Lingyao declined. In her own words, her water affinity was already sufficiently powerful, and she desired a companion with different abilities. Ultimately, she chose the supportive white-clawed spirit cat. The elders agreed, reasoning that they could always find her a more powerful spirit beast when her summoning magic reached the 2-star level. Yet, a month ago, after Song Lingyao ascended to the 2-star level in her summoning affinity, she again rejected her father's and several elders' good intentions. She did not lack combat ability. She sought to find a truly compatible summoned beast for herself. When her father, Song Bowling, inquired about what constituted a truly compatible summoned beast, she merely shook her head, uncertain. But now she understood Dai was a remarkably unique sensation, a profound willingness that resonated from her body, heart, and magic sea, to form a contract with a spirit beast. That moment, facing the barely breathing Gu Lang, she felt that way. Unconsciously, she had fully acknowledged Gu Lang, eager to have this young creature as her summoned beast. As she placed her hand on Gu Lang's bloodied head, her summoning magic surged to a boil. It was a literal boiling, as if the magic were erupting without her conscious direction, flooding into Gu Lang's body. She kept her hand there, continuously infusing magic into him. However, Gu Lang showed no response, as if he had sunk into an endless ocean. Dark, oh so dark, pain, truly unbearable pain. This was all that remained of Gu Lang's consciousness. Buried deep within his mind, his cerebral cortex was eerily calm, akin to the surface of the sea after a catastrophic tsunami. His awareness drifted like an aimless octopus in the deep sea of his mind. Wandering without direction, he swam and swam through the void, until he perceived a distant, glowing white light. Jiu Lang could not fathom why he was drawn to this beam of light, yet he continued to swim toward it, not knowing how long he had been at it, until he finally reached the vicinity of the white glow. He arched upward, allowing the light to envelop his consciousness. How delightful! Gu Lang reveled in this warm, gentle light. After lingering in it for a while, he noticed that the white glow was slowly dissipating, retreating from him. Panic surged within him. This simply could not be. He hastened to follow the receding light. Swimming toward its source, the end of this light was a hexagram. Jiu Lang found it familiar, yet could not recall what it was. But whether he could remember or not, why should it cease to shine? Damn it! Who stole the light from the Wolf Lord? Filled with anger, Gu Lang charged toward the hexagram. Bang! Buzz! Upon contact with Gu Lang, the hexagram erupted into countless bizarre magical runes that enveloped him. These runes indicated that he was to be contracted as a summoned beast. Jiu Lang was taken aback. The Wolf Lord was a noble being, destined to be the master, never the servant. No one could ever become the Wolf Lord's master. I refuse to be a pet. He struggled fiercely to break free. Yet, he soon halted, confronted by a multitude of images, fragments of Song Lingyao's memories, from her birth to the age of 17, all significant events played out before him. Born into a prestigious family, with unparalleled beauty and exceptional talent, she was someone whom most of her peers could only admire from afar, a favored child of destiny. Her path had been smooth and devoid of major trials. Everything falling into place seamlessly. It should have continued this way, until the beginning of her trial tasks, where one by one, her comrades sacrificed themselves in front of her. Ji Yulang suddenly felt the emotions of Song Lingyao within those images, mirroring his own past feelings: helplessness, despair, collapse, pain, self-blame, guilt, fear. All of it threatened to drown her in a dark abyss. Ji Yulang stared in disbelief until he finally saw his own figure. That moment, he lay in Song Lingyao's embrace, peacefully asleep. "You wish to save me?" Gu Lang remained silent for a while, then relaxed his consciousness, allowing the magical runes of the hexagram to merge with him. "I permit you to be the master of the Wolf Lord." Song Lingyao's heart sank once more. Why was there no reaction from the summoning contract? Why was the white-clawed spirit cat not responding? She bit her lip, terrified as her worst fears materialized. Song Lingyao continued to channel her magic. Finally, the magic leaving her body responded. The summoning magic seemed to collide with something, being absorbed and establishing a connection. Then there was a long silence. Buzz. A pristine white hexagram appeared upon Gu Lang's head. Upon seeing the hexagram, Song Lingyao could not contain her tears once more. Sob, sob. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing on the face of the recently awakened Gu Lang. As he opened his eyes, the pain intensified. Why was this girl crying again? Stop crying. From now on, the Wolf Lord will protect you. Ji Yulang extended his tongue, licking away her tears. I'm awake. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Lingyao hurriedly channeled more summoning magic into Gu Lang. Gu Lang felt drowsy and weary. Even with the summoning magic sustaining him, he was utterly exhausted, sleepy, tired, and in pain. Forget it, back to sleep. With that, he closed his eyes and dozed off once more. From this moment forward, Gu Lang was Song Lingyao's summoned beast, likely to become the most powerful summoned beast in the Blue Star. What does most powerful even mean? It should be a matter of sustenance. The agreement has been finalized. And Song Lingyao continued to channel summoning magic into Gu Lang's body, gradually healing him. She then cradled him in her arms and leaned against a rock. 10 minutes later, several indistinct figures descended from the sky, leaving behind brilliant trails of magical energy against the starry night. Among them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face, Bai Tyran, the president of the Ruaching Magic Association, and a 4-star mage specializing in fire magic. Upon landing, Bai Tyran immediately spotted Song Lingyao and hurried over. "Lingyao." He had not anticipated encountering her here, but suddenly remembered that she had been sent by the Song family for training. Bai Tyran had many questions, but faced with her indifferent expression and swollen eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. "Uncle Bai, you have arrived." Song Lingyao held Gu Lang tightly. "It's a relief that you are safe." She continued, "What about the spatial rift? Weren't there magical beasts?" Bai Tyran asked anxiously. "Yes, it closed an hour ago. There were 2 rifts, 1 4th-tier beast and 5 3rd-tier beasts," Song Lingyao replied after a moment of silence. Upon hearing the terms 2 rifts, 4th tier and 5 3rd tier, Bai Tyran's eyelids twitched. 2 rifts. 6 magical beasts appeared here, recalling the magical beasts he encountered on his way here. This was a premeditated attack. Bai Tyran had initially rushed here, his elemental body allowing him to traverse the air. Even if he couldn't arrive in 30 minutes, 40 minutes would suffice. Yet, he had taken a full hour, as he could not ignore the magical beasts he encountered on the way. He had already slain 4 3rd-tier beasts during his journey. That he had never expected there would be people near the spatial rifts, let alone the daughter of his dear friend. Thank goodness Song Lingyao was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have faced insurmountable shame before Song Bowling. Bai Tyran sighed and continued to inquire. What about the 4th-tier beast now? Suddenly realizing that it had likely fled, otherwise how could he have found his niece here? Oh, it must have left. Fortunately, you all managed to hide. Bai Tyran was interrupted by Song Lingyao. "Uncle Bai, they are dead. We did not hide. That we killed 3 3rd-tier magical beasts and 1 4th-tier beast." Bai Tyran was stunned, his face a mask of shock. The other 4-star mages, upon hearing this, also wore expressions of disbelief. They thought their ears must have deceived them. 3 3rd-tier beasts and 1 4th-tier beast killed. by these 8 second-star mages. A cat and a dog of unknown origin. By Tyran himself had no confidence in defeating these 4 beasts. How could this be possible? My dear niece, you cannot be. By Tyran intended to tell Song Lingyao not to jest. But he was suddenly choked up. He saw the carcass of the bird beast in the snow. With By Tyran's prowess, it was not difficult to ascertain that the bird beast was 4th tier. His pupils constricted in disbelief. Did they truly kill it? The gruesome sight suggested a brutal melee slaughter. The bird beast's mangled, disemboweled body, along with 2 severed wings scattered nearby, sent shivers down his spine. Who could have slain the 4th tier bird beast? Such incredible power to have tortured it to death. By Tyran, still in shock, soared into the air for a better view. Hiss, he inhaled sharply again. The scorched earth, dotted with embers, revealed a crater of over 100 meters infused with icy elements. What in the world caused this blackened land? What had exploded? And what about this crater? Which 4-star mage had cast such a spell? What kind of power was this? By Tyran turned again and saw the bloodied corpse of a red flame ape with a gaping hole in its chest, alongside the charred, concave-headed carcass of a striped tiger, and then the dismembered body of Tao Haoran, the corpse of Zhu Qingji, missing an arm, an indistinguishable flesh, scorched earth, craters, blood, flesh, magic, sacrifice, death. These were the stories that had unfolded on this land moments ago. The other 4-star mages, seeing no need to deal with any remaining magical beasts, exchanged greetings with By Tyran before soaring off to other locations. These 4-star mages were merely an advance force. A large contingent of military mages was following behind. The Tianyan Mountains had detected more than just 1 or 2 spatial rifts tonight. By Tyran remained silent for a long time, noting that the training team should have consisted of 8 members. Yet he only saw Song Lingyao standing alone, that he sensed no other magical energies apart from hers. Turning, he made a phone call, summoning a rescue team to retrieve the bodies. Uncle Bai, By Tyran quickly turned back to Song Lingyao, eager to learn what had transpired. Let us take everyone home. Back to Ruiqing. By Tyran fell silent, his questions left unasked. Ultimately, he nodded heavily. All right, I will take you all back. Upon returning to Ruiqing, Song Lingyao held the sleeping Gulang tightly the entire way. By Tyran remained silent, aware that his niece bore a heavy heart. Indeed, with so many sacrifices made, the sight of numerous deceased individuals was painful for him to witness. These were the future pillars of Huagua. Lost in a sudden attack, By Tyran refrained from questioning Song Lingyao about the specifics of what had occurred, how the magical beasts had perished, or how the others had fallen. He did not pose these inquiries. He only took the storage chip from the detection crystal tower before departing. That chip contained the truth of everything. Once the videos stored within were reviewed, all would be revealed in the heart of Ruiqing. At the Song family residence, as By Tyran approached, he called Song Bowling to provide a brief update. Upon learning that Song Lingyao was returning, Song Bowling was astonished. Wasn't the training supposed to last half a month? Why had she returned so early? However, upon hearing By Tyran's words, he became frantic that a spatial rift had opened near Song Lingyao's training team. A 4th-tier beast and 5 3rd-tier beasts. How could this be? Song Bowling regretted his earlier decision to utilize connections to include Lingyao in the training team. As he anxiously paced, Song Lingyao returned, escorted by Tyran, still clutching a small red dog. When he saw his daughter return, covered in blood, Song Bowling was taken aback and hurried forward. Song Lingyao shook her head gently at her flustered father, signaling that she was unharmed. Seeing that the blood on her clothes was merely splattered, he sighed in relief, only to realize that the dog in her arms was also stained with blood. He understood that a horrific incident must have transpired in the Tianyan Mountains that night. Observing his daughter's downcast demeanor, he dared not inquire further. Song Bowling turned to By Tyran, hoping to glean some insights into the events. However, By Tyran simply shook his head, indicating that they should step outside to talk. Song Bowling called a few servants to attend to Song Lingyao before following By Tyran to the garden. What happened? Song Bowling asked, knitting his brows. You mentioned over the phone that there was a 4th-tier beast. Did you kill it? By Tyran shook his head and replied softly. There is more than one spatial rift. I suspect this was premeditated. By the time I arrived, the 4th-tier beast was already dead. Lingyao said they killed it, and upon inspection, at least 3 3rd-tier beasts had also perished. Song Bowling was taken aback by Tyran's words. What? A 4th-tier beast has been killed? 3 third-tier beasts as well. By my daughter and her companions? Are you joking with me? By Tyran? Just as Song Bowling was about to reprimand his old friend, he noticed the serious expression on by Tyran's face and realized he was not jesting. He swallowed back his curse and asked, how did they manage that? What about the children? By Tyran understood that Song Bowling's inquiry about the child referred to the other members of the training team. With a sorrowful expression, he spoke, they are all gone, except for your daughter. All gone. Song Bowling's face instantly darkened. All gone? How could that be? When I arrived, only your daughter remained. I saw several corpses of the others. None intact. Indeed, none are intact that Wu Yonghua has turned to cinders. Wang Qinglin and Qingye have simply evaporated, and Xiang Jing was reduced to a mist of blood out of the remaining 3. The most complete corpse is that of Li Yingyi. Song Bowling fell silent. They did not flee. They bravely stood their ground, hoping to restrain the beast. They wished to protect us, to safeguard Ruiqing, that a sudden pang struck by Tyran's heart. These young university students, merely in their teens and early 20s, were, in his eyes, still children. Yet, it was precisely these children who laid down their lives with fervent passion to defend their homeland. They sacrificed themselves in the face of national calamity. Treating death as if returning home, the 2 men lingered in silence for a long while. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed. The source unknown. By Tyran hastily retrieved his phone to answer. What? Someone is still alive. Hurry, hurry, I'm on my way. A mix of urgency and joy surged within him as the rescue team contacted him, stating that there were survivors from the training team. He barely had time to bid farewell to Song Bowling before soaring into the sky, leaving behind a bewildered Song Bowling. Someone is alive? You didn't notice? You truly are an incompetent president. Half an hour earlier, the magical rescue team of Ruiqing arrived by helicopter at the desolate clearing. As the helicopter touched down, a young man clad in a white coat, his demeanor calm, leaped from the aircraft, despite by Tyran's description of the situation as a bit dire over the phone. Zhang Rui had mentally prepared himself for the worst. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by the horrific scene before him, particularly the corpse of the avian monster. It was a ghastly sight. Even its beak had been wrenched off, leaving only a mangled torso. Zhang Rui averted his gaze after a mere glance, prioritizing the rescue effort. If there were still people alive. At just 25 years of age, Zhang Rui was already a 3-star mage, specializing in the healing capabilities of the wood element, the most potent among all elemental schools. Thus, he had become the captain of the Ruiqing magical rescue team. He gestured for the team members descending from the transport aircraft to spread out and begin their search. Dressed similarly in white coats, the rescue team members paired off to meticulously scour the area. Captain, there's someone still alive, a team member shouted, pointing at something. Zhang Rui followed the direction of the member's finger and saw a charred figure. He rushed over, discovering that this humanoid charred form still exhibited a barely perceptible heartbeat, yet lacked any trace of magical energy. This was peculiar, even if a mage's magical reservoir were completely depleted. A residual aura of magical energy would remain. It was an imprint left by years of elemental cultivation, permeating every cell in their body. This mass of charred remains, possessing nothing but a faint heartbeat and no elemental presence, would likely have gone unnoticed had it not been for the meticulousness of the rescue team member. Prepare. Plan 13. Zhang Rui commanded sharply, kneeling on the scorched earth, his hands moving in a dizzying dance to cast spells. Deep green magical energy intertwined and coalesced into various ethereal plant forms. 100 flower seed, climbing fern, 100 flower seed, bandedwood root, 100 flower seed, maple leaf, 100 flower seed, rejuvenation grass. Within mere minutes, Zhang Rui manifested over a dozen types of plants. Several team members assisted with spells, albeit at a slower pace than Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui did not hastily crush these phantasmal plants to treat Wu Yonghua. Instead, he arranged and mixed the herbs in a specific manner before carefully infusing them into Wu Yonghua's body. After a considerable effort, Wu Yonghua's condition began to stabilize. The instruments indicated that vital signs were gradually returning to normal. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. They had succeeded in reclaiming a life. Zhang Rui casually picked up a piece of clean white cloth to wipe the sweat from his brow and resumed his inspection of the charred terrain. He felt an unusual warmth. Despite it being a snow-laden night, he was sweating profusely. Looking down at the ground, he was astonished. Was this the work of the charred figure? the scorched earth still radiated residual heat, continuously roasting the descending snowflakes. The fire element had been manipulated to such an extent. He glanced back at the charred mass, a hint of respect in his eyes. Tyran had mentioned that these individuals were members of the training team, who had chosen self-sacrifice to protect Ruiqing. The training team, they were all university students. The thought that these individuals were younger than himself weighed heavily on Zhang Rui's chest. Shaking his head, he cleared his chaotic thoughts and continued his search for signs of life within the scorched landscape. As he wandered, he gradually approached the epicenter of the explosion. The heat here was more intense, and the ground was harder. Suddenly, Zhang Rui noticed something amiss. A patch of earth, apart from its charred surface, exhibited subtle ripples, as if some fluid had been suddenly frozen. It was quicksand, Zhang Rui realized. As his secondary affinity was the earth element, he envisioned a tragic battle. Someone had cast quicksand to ensnare the enemy. While the charred figure had ignited itself, triggering an explosion, the quicksand, upon being unleashed, had immediately succumbed to the intense heat of the explosion, solidifying. Zhang Rui suddenly grasped something and quickly summoned several team members. "Quick, over here," he urged, and the rescue team swiftly brought in instruments for detection. One team member wielded a vacuum-like magical device, scanning the ground meticulously. The magic life detector could keenly sense fluctuations of life or magical energy. A mage, even in death, would retain a trace of elemental magic. The only exception was Wu Yanghua, who had detonated himself completely, leaving no elemental residue. Thus, this detector was often employed by rescue teams to locate mages or their remains. However, after an extensive search, the team member reported back to Zhang Rui, "Captain, no response. There's no one down here." Zhang Rui felt a twinge of disappointment. No one. The magical life detector had a detection radius of 10 meters. While the depth of quicksand cast by a 2-star mage would not exceed 3 meters, it seemed that indeed, no one was down there. Zhang Rui waved his hand in resignation, signaling the team to leave this location and continue their search elsewhere. The team members nodded and turned to seek out the remains of the fiery beast. "Wait, give me the detector," Zhang Rui suddenly called out to one of the team members. The bewildered member complied and handed over the device. Zhang Rui moved to the center of the rippling earth. Before coming here, he had reviewed the list of training team members. Only one was proficient in the earth element, Wang Cheng, a tall, seemingly simple-minded fellow. This patch of quicksand had likely been his doing. As a 2-star mage, the depth of an earth mage's quicksand typically would not exceed 3 meters. Even if Wang Cheng's mastery of the earth element were exceptionally refined, it would not surpass that threshold. However, if the deepest point of this quicksand exceeded 10 meters, precisely beyond the detection range of the device, could a miracle occur? Zhang Rui himself harbored little confidence. Yet he was unwilling to abandon this slender thread of hope. To him, Wang Cheng and the others were already heroes. Even in death, their remains deserved to be found. With that thought, Zhang Rui made a decisive choice and cast an earth element spell. Landslide. With a surge of brown-yellow magical energy, the rippling scorched earth began to writhe violently. These soils seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, cracking open in the middle and rolling away. Piling up on either side, in a mere few seconds, a trench 5 meters deep appeared before Zhang Rui, who leaped down with his detector in hand at a depth of 5 meters, with a detector range of 10 meters. He was already able to sense the mage buried 15 meters beneath the surface. If there was still no sign, Zhang Rui gritted his teeth. He would continue digging. He would not stop at merely 3 feet, but would delve 3 zhang, even 30 zhang, to unearth the bodies of those who had sacrificed themselves. Holding the detector, Zhang Rui meticulously traversed the length of the trench. Yet, the device remained unresponsive, revealing no signs of life. Undeterred, Zhang Rui continued to employ his technique. Pingkai Mountain, extending the trench deeper into the earth. Before long, the depth reached 10 meters. Zhang Rui scrutinized the soil below with keen attention. There were patterns. The soil at this depth bore distinct markings. The sand he had conjured had indeed affected this area. The mage named Wang Cheng had managed to penetrate 10 meters into the earth with his clay sand spell. His mastery over the earth element was astonishingly refined. Despite only being a 2-star mage, he had already surpassed many who had just entered the 3-star rank. Hope surged within Zhang Rui as he continued to search with the detector. Finally, as he reached the end of the trench. The detector beeped. Beep, beep. He had found something. Elation washed over Zhang Rue as he discarded the detector and hastily cast his magic at the bottom of the pit that a minute later, he had excavated a hole 8 meters deep at the location indicated by the detector. 18 meters underground, he had finally discovered a trace of Wang Cheng, a 2-meter-long, grayish-yellow, spherical crystal. Wang Cheng was trapped inside the crystal. Hurry. Bring some people. 5 minutes later, the rescue team finally managed to bring Wang Cheng up from the depths of the earth. Thud. A massive, yellowish crystal crashed onto the scorched ground. The team members cautiously used a cutting machine to carve a hole in the outer crystal, extracting the barely alive Wang Cheng from within. Hiss. The injuries he had sustained were far too numerous. The rescue team gasped in horror upon seeing Wang Cheng's condition that he was pale, his eyes tightly shut, a gaping wound, as wide as a bowl, traversed his abdomen, and there were bite marks on his waist. His right hand hung limply, the bones nearly reduced to powder. What had he endured? Why was he entombed within a yellow crystal, buried 18 meters underground? Most alarmingly, he had survived at the epicenter of the explosion. Everyone was filled with confusion, yet they solemnly began the rescue efforts. Prepare. Plan 8. Zhang Rue bellowed, conjuring numerous ethereal plant images in his hands, just as he had done while saving Wu Yanghua. 10 minutes later. Wang Cheng's breathing stabilized. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Rue finally felt relieved to have saved Wang Cheng. He stood up and glanced around. The scattered rescue teams had nearly completed their search and recovery of the 8 members in the training team. Aside from Song Lingyao, who had already returned to Ruiqing, the remaining 7 had been located. Zhang Rue observed 2 team members carrying a large box containing unrecognizable flesh and blood. It was Xiangjing. Zhang Rue glanced at it a few times, his chest tightening. It was not a physical discomfort. He had witnessed numerous tragedies since joining the rescue team after graduating from university. Yet, as he thought of those younger than him, who had fought valiantly here for Ruiqing and Huagua just 2 hours prior, his heart began to feel heavy. He stood frozen in place, watching as the rescue team members loaded one stretcher after another onto the transport plane. One body belonged to a light mage who had lost his lower half, with claw marks across his chest, likely from a striped tiger. There was not a trace of magic left in his magic sea. Another was a thunder mage who had lost his left arm, the fatal injury being a shattered heart, obliterated by immense force. His magic sea was devoid of any magic, as well that a wind mage's body was riddled with blood holes. Discovered at the explosion's perimeter, having succumbed to excessive blood loss, his magic sea, too, held no remnants of magic. They had given their all. When the rescue team discovered Xiang, Tao, Zhu, and Lin, they did not call Zhang Rue over for treatment. They merely took photographs for documentation and carried the bodies away, for they were beyond saving, devoid of any signs of life. Zhang Rue crouched on the ground, covering his forehead, overwhelmed with sorrow. Another stretcher passed before him, atop which lay a sweet-faced girl, clutching a piece of wrapping paper tightly. Wait. Zhang Rue suddenly sensed an exceedingly faint life force. Had he not been a 3-star mage with a specialization in the wood element, he might have overlooked it. There was no mistaking it. There was still wood magic flowing within her. Zhang Rue hurriedly pushed past the team member in front of him, rushing to the stretcher where Liang Yi lay. He placed his hand on her forehead and released his magic, keenly attuning to her condition. The girl's magic sea was utterly empty, her mind tranquil. Zhang Rue's magic traveled downward, reaching her heart, although it was not beating. It was encased in a strange wood magic. This wood magic was compensating for her heart, barely sustaining Liang Yi's life. Yet, this wood magic was continuously depleting, growing ever scarcer. She was still alive. Quick, tend to her wounds. Zhang Rue shouted anxiously, hastily casting healing magic to address the injury on Liang Yi's abdomen. Team leader, she's already dead. A team member exclaimed in shock, for the instruments had long indicated she had no signs of life. Hurry and assist. Zhang Rue was frantic. Was this person a fool, unable to see that he was still attempting to save her? The other team members, unable to sense the magical fluctuations within Liang Yi, exchanged glances before finally coming forward to assist. After much effort, the rescue team managed to stabilize Liang Yi's wounds. Zhang Rue breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart sank again. The wood magic adjacent to Liang Yi's heart was still depleting. At this rate, within a few hours, she would truly perish. Zhang Rue was alarmed. This simply could not happen. He absolutely refused to allow anyone he had fought to save to die. He hastily retrieved his phone and dialed by Tyran for assistance. It was not that Zhang Rui was incapable. He had never encountered a situation like Li Yingyi's in his time with the rescue team. How could someone remain alive without a beating heart? She was not a 4-star mage who had completed the elemental transformation of her body. Losing her heart should have meant certain death. The notion of surviving through magic replacing the heart's function was utterly unheard of to Zhang Rui. Bai Tyran answered the call, and Zhang Rui quickly relayed the situation in a flurry of words. President, 3 people are still alive. We are in the process of rescuing them. But one girl, the wood mage named Li Yingyi, is in a very peculiar condition. I can't handle it. Please hurry over. No, wait. Don't come here. Head to the Magic Association. We are returning now. After a torrent of disjointed words, Zhang Rui hung up and leaped to his feet, urging his team members, hurry, move quickly. Are you all just idling around? Get on the plane, back to Ruiqing. The Magic Association, hearing their leader's urgency, the rescue team members did not dare to delay, swiftly loading the stretchers and equipment onto the transport plane, which took off. 30 minutes later, the pilot's ears were nearly ruined from Zhang Rui's incessant shouting to speed up, and they finally returned to Ruiqing within half an hour. That moment, Bai Tyran was already waiting on the helipad at the Magic Association. Upon seeing the transport plane's return, he rushed over, but before he could speak, Zhang Rui exclaimed in a whirlwind of urgency, President, is there a 4-star mage specialized in the wood element? Hurry up. Don't just stand there in a daze. A fire mage like you is of little use here. Hearing Zhang Rui's words nearly sent Bai Tyran into a fit of rage. Damn it, you called me here. And now you're saying I'm useless. Yet he understood the urgency of the situation and refrained from further argument, pondering for a moment before responding. We don't have any wood mages in Ruiqing. Of course, I know we don't have any. I'm asking where there are some. Zhang Rui abruptly leaped up, cutting off Bai Tyran mid-sentence. Bai Tyran was infuriated, thinking, who does this person think they are? Can't they wait for me to finish speaking? How dare they speak to me like this? Despite his frustration, Bai Tyran was well acquainted with Zhang Rui and knew that although he was usually affable, he tended to lose control in critical situations. The president of the Magic Association in Taichung is a master of the wood element. I shall call her at once. With that, Bai Tyran pulled out his phone and turned to leave. Eager to distance himself from Zhang Rui in Ruiqing, at the Song residence, Song Lingyao had just finished her bath, donning comfortable home attire. She gazed pensively at the chubby figure surrounded by curious relatives. These were her family elders, unaware of the events that transpired that evening, believing instead that Song Lingyao had returned early from her training. They were intrigued to see her second summoned beast and to assist Gu Lang in healing. Indeed, healing was in order, though Gu Lang had sustained severe injuries and bore the immense side effects of his transformation. Song Lingyao's pact with him infused him with a torrent of summoning magic, stabilizing his life force. The restorative properties of summoning magic worked wonders, swiftly mending Gu Lang's superficial wounds, leaving only some grave injuries that would require time to heal. While washing up, Song Lingyao had also tended to Gu Lang, horrified by the sight of his wounds and blood. So many injuries. A pang of sorrow struck her heart as she finished casting her magic and called upon a few elders for assistance. To her surprise, the elders, upon noticing Gu Lang was still alive and that his injuries were not immediately life-threatening, grew curious about his identity instead. What kind of spirit beast is this? I don't believe I've ever seen one like it. Is it a wolf? Its muzzle seems a bit short, not quite resembling a wolf. Didn't Lingyao bring this back from the Tianyan mountain range? There aren't any formidable wolf tribes there. The magical energy emanating from it is quite weak. Is it because of its injuries? The crowd buzzed with speculation but could not reach a conclusion. Doesn't it resemble an Alaskan puppy? Inquired Song Lingyao's second uncle. This silence enveloped the room. After a moment, someone responded, no way. Aren't Alaskans dogs? But it does bear a striking resemblance. The group began to pull out their phones to search for images of sled dogs. Discovering that Gu Lang indeed looked remarkably similar, that it was no longer a mere resemblance. They were identical. However, could Song Lingyao have contracted such an unremarkable creature? The onlookers shifted their gaze towards Song Lingyao, who had been forgotten in the corner. Lingyao, do enlighten your second uncle about the type of summoned beast you have contracted. Song Lingyao remained silent for a while, uncertain of what Gu Lang truly was. After Liang Yi had found him, everyone assumed he was just a dog, but tonight, after he had transformed into a wolf king and decimated a monstrous avian, she too was left questioning his true nature. Looking up at the inquisitive elders, she noticed their determination to uncover the truth and resignedly nodded. Yes, he is an Alaskan puppy, but a mutated one, hence his magical abilities, before the astonished elders could respond. She hurried to Gu Lang's side, claiming exhaustion as an excuse to retreat to her room. Once inside, she closed the door and sighed in relief. Gently placing Gu Lang beside her, she fixated on his fluffy head. Murmuring to herself, "What exactly are you, a wolf?" Without an answer, she resolved to converse with Gu Lang once he awakened. After concluding his phone call, Bai Tairan was soon joined by the wood mage from Taiching. Yao Xiaohe, a graceful 4-star mage. Following her inquiry about the situation, she laid a hand on Li Yingyi's forehead, channeling her magic for an extended period. Upon rising, she communicated with Bai Tairan and Zhang Rui, sharing 2 pieces of news. The first was unfortunate. She could not fully awaken Li Yingyi from her coma. The second, however, was more hopeful. While she could not heal her, Yao Xiaohe could sustain the magical energy surrounding Li Yingyi's heart, essentially keeping her alive. Bai Tairan and Zhang Rui exchanged glances, perplexed. How can we maintain her in that state? Do we need to continuously supply her with magic? That seems implausible. Having a 4-star mage watch over her indefinitely is unrealistic. Understanding their concerns, Yao Xiaohe clarified. Her condition is peculiar. It's a subconscious response when life is in danger, instinctively drawing on magic for protection that I cannot awaken her consciousness, as she is deeply unconscious. However, I can maintain the magical energy around her heart without needing to visit constantly. Approximately once every 2 weeks will suffice. Pausing for effect, she added with admiration, after hearing of her bravery in delaying the beast's attack on the civilians of Ruiqing. I am truly moved that a bi-weekly commitment is manageable. I will regularly assist in Ruiqing. While I cannot fully heal her at present, you may seek out those masters. The implication of seeking masters who could impress even a 4-star mage like Yao Xiaohe was unmistakable. Grateful, Bai Tairan thanked her and instructed Zhang Rui before departing. After leaving the Magic Association, Bai Tairan received another call and promptly turned northward, heading to the Magic City. The Magic Association there had the means to access the storage chip from the Detection Crystal Tower, which contained records of everything that transpired with Song Lingyao's training team. Number 47. After the emergence of the spatial rifts, countless mysteries plagued Bai Tairan's mind. Why did the spatial rifts suddenly cluster around the Tianyin mountain range? How many beasts emerged from these rifts? Why did they venture deep into the mountains instead of attacking humans? What about the enormous crater on the ground? How did that 4th-tier avian perish? With these questions swirling in his mind, Bai Tairan journeyed alone to the Magic City, finally arriving at the Magic Association's entrance just before noon the following day. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers that pierced the clouds, he felt a pang of envy. What a magnificent city! The Magic Association's building is so grand, far surpassing the unimpressive structures in Ruiqing. When will Ruiqing ever attain such stature? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he resolved to focus on the task at hand. Just as he was about to step inside, he collided with a balding middle-aged man, who appeared equally intent on entering the building. Upon seeing the bald man, Bai Tairan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. Well, if it isn't old Baldy, what brings you to Magic City instead of staying put in Jincheng? The man, known as Tu Maodian, was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger, his bad mood exacerbated by Bai Tairan's foolishness that I can go wherever I please. Who are you to dictate my movements? Tu Maodian is the president of the Jincheng Magic Association, holding a status equivalent to that of Bai Tairan. Naturally, their paths have crossed numerous times over the years, leading to a familiarity between them. Bai Tairan often teases him about his baldness, affectionately dubbing him Old Baldy. Despite the jests, Tu Maodian takes it in stride, understanding that he is somewhat to blame for instigating the banter. Clearing his throat, Bai Tairan inquired earnestly, "Old Tu, what brings you to Magic City?" Curiously, Tu Maodian, who typically remains ensconced within the confines of Jincheng, indulging in his life as a magic hermit, had made his way to Magic City today. Tu Maodian lifted his gaze to meet Bai Tairan's, replying with a heavy heart, "There has been an incident in Jincheng. You are aware of the spatial rift, I presume? It has opened on the outskirts of our city. A spatial rift? In Jincheng?" I thought it was only at the Tianyin mountain range on the outskirts of Ruiqing. Bai Tairan exclaimed in shock, hastily grasping Tu Maodian's arm to seek clarification. What transpired? How many rifts have opened? Ruiqing has also been affected, resulting in numerous fatalities. Initially taken aback by Tairan's grip, Tu Maodian soon found himself equally incredulous. Ruiqing has also experienced a spatial rift. We have encountered around 10 such rifts, and the detection crystal tower has issued a red alert, indicating the presence of otherworldly beasts. However, when I and several others rushed to the scene, there wasn't a trace of any magical creatures to be found. Last night, around the same time as Ruiqing's incident, Tu Maodian received the alarming signal from the detection crystal tower, which was marked in red, a clear indication of the presence of otherworldly beasts. He immediately summoned several 4-star mages and hastened to the outskirts of Jincheng to investigate the alarming signal. However, upon arrival, they found nothing but the solitary detection crystal tower. The other alerting towers were similarly devoid of any signs of magical beasts. Tu Maodian's heart sank at the realization that the beasts might have circumvented their group and taken another route toward Jincheng. Yet, upon their frantic return, they discovered Jincheng to be completely unscathed. There were no signs of otherworldly beasts, not even the slightest trace of them. The group was left in a state of bewilderment, as such occurrences were utterly absurd. Logically, had there been any beasts present, they would have swiftly descended upon the nearest human settlement to wreak havoc, much like the infamous incident involving the magical beasts in Nevada. With multiple detection crystal towers sounding alarms, yet no signs of beasts, Tu Maodian found himself utterly confounded. He began to suspect that the detection crystal tower might be malfunctioning. After all, otherworldly beasts are markedly different from the native magical creatures of Blue Star. Their propensity for violence is significant. If they had indeed appeared, how could they possibly refrain from attacking the residents of Jincheng? In a fit of urgency, Tu Maodian contacted the Magic Association in Magic City to inquire about the status of the detection crystal tower. The response he received was less than cordial, with the personnel chastising him and insisting he promptly bring the storage chip from the crystal tower to Magic City for a report. Filled with frustration and questions, Tu Maodian hastily journeyed to the Magic Association in Magic City, only to encounter Bai Tairan upon his arrival. Tu Maodian spoke fervently, detailing the situation, while Bai Tairan listened with a grave expression. A spatial rift had indeed manifested in the outskirts of Jincheng. The detection crystal tower had issued a red alert signaling the presence of magical beasts, yet when the mages arrived, there were no beasts to be found. And Jincheng remained untouched. If the detection crystal tower was functioning correctly, there could be only one explanation. The beasts had gone into hiding. Bai Tairan immediately voiced his suspicions, to which Tu Maodian merely nodded in agreement. Yes, after reporting to Magic City, they instructed me to bring the storage chip from the detection crystal tower here. Have you come for the same reason? Upon hearing Bai Tairan inquire about the situation in Ruiqing, his expression turned somber. Indeed, spatial rifts have emerged in the Tianyin mountain range on the outskirts of Ruiqing. Remarkably, 2 of these rifts coincided with the presence of a training squad nearby. Tu Maodian gasped in astonishment. The training squad was composed of students from the Magic University, with an average strength of merely mid-level 2-star mages. Facing off against otherworldly beasts would be akin to throwing themselves into a lion's den. What transpired next? How many students managed to escape? Bai Tairan hesitated for a moment before responding gravely. The squad's students did not escape. They stayed behind to hold off the beasts and await reinforcements. Determined to prevent them from wreaking havoc in Ruiqing, the Tu Maodian was momentarily taken aback. Tio remain and confront the beasts. 2-star mages attempting to restrain 3-star beasts. Was that not akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? Bai Tairan, seemingly aware of Tu Maodian's incredulity, quickly continued. There were 8 of them in total, and they managed to slay 3 3-star beasts. However, of the 8, 4 perished, and 3 others are gravely injured and still unconscious in the hospital. Bai Tairan refrained from mentioning that a 4-star giant winged bird king had also fallen, deeming it too shocking to share. Nevertheless, even with this slight omission, Tu Maodian was profoundly affected. 3 3-star beasts had been slain by 2-star mages. In the midst of shock, there was a tinge of sorrow. With 4 casualties and 3 in a coma, it was nearly tantamount to total annihilation. Although Tu Maodian found it hard to believe, he had no reason to doubt Bai Tairan's words. This old rascal would not deceive him regarding such matters. After finishing his account, Bai Tairan chose not to continue conversing with Tu Maodian. Instead, entering the building with a heavy heart to seek out the higher-ups of the Magic Association in Magic City, Tu Maodian hurriedly followed suit, closely trailing Bai Tairan as they entered. Upon entering the building, they were greeted by a dazzling spectacle. Despite having visited several times before, the opulence of the magical hall never ceased to amaze them. The reception hall on the first floor boasted a ceiling height of 20 meters. Supported by numerous stone pillars entwined with elemental magic, with even the seating crafted from enchanted stones, the wealth on display was staggering. The carpet had been replaced yet again, its fibers likely spun from the fur of some magical beast. Tu Maodian felt a pang of envy. While Jinsheng and Ruiqing were not vastly different in size, neither could compare to the financial might of Magic City. Observing Tu Maodian's awestruck expression, Bai Tairan couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment at being seen with him. Yet, he quickly turned and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, the receptionists are all 3-star mages." In the center of the magical hall stood a massive counter, behind which sat a dozen receptionists, all of whom were evidently 3-star mages. Regaining his composure, the pair strode purposefully forward. "Excuse me, esteemed seniors, whom are you seeking?" a 30-something receptionist inquired. Bowing respectfully upon noticing the two men, for mages of lesser rank, the receptionist would have merely exchanged pleasantries. However, upon seeing the 4-star badges adorning Bai Tairan and Tu Maodian, their tone shifted to one of utmost reverence. The badges of Bai and Tu gleamed with 4 sparkling blue stars, marking them as 4-star mages of considerable prestige. The receptionist couldn't help but marvel inwardly. While the difference between 3-star and 4-star mages was merely 1 rank, the disparity in power was monumental. The group of 10 2-star mages might overpower a single weaker 3-star mage. But 10 3-star mages could never hope to contend with a 4-star mage. Advancing to the second milestone in a mage's journey, the transition from 3-star to 4-star signified the mastery of elemental corporealization. Absolute elemental control, extreme compression of magical energy, and the materialization of mental power, abilities exclusive to 4-star mages. Thus, even within the ranks of the formidable and skilled mages of Magic City, 4-star mages held a position of distinction. "Is President Yi here?" Bai Tairan inquired, referring to Yi Jingzhen, the vice president of the Magic Association in Magic City. That Yi had held this position for over 5 years, overseeing the associations in smaller cities like Jinsheng and Ruiqing. Although a vice president might appear to have a lesser title than the presidents of Jinsheng and Ruiqing, the distinction lay in the cities themselves. In terms of comprehensive strength, Jinsheng and Ruiqing combined would struggle to rival Magic City. "President Yi is in. Please follow me, esteemed seniors." The receptionist, after finishing his words, turned and led the two individuals to the elevator, ascending to the 23rd floor. Subsequently, they meandered through the corridors until they arrived at an office door. At which point the receptionist took his leave. Tu Maodian gestured with his eyes for Bai Tairan to knock, but Bai Tairan shot him a glare before adjusting his collar and stepping forward to rap on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." He then called out loudly, "President Yi, it is I, Bai Tairan. I have come with Maodian." No sooner had Bai Tairan's voice faded than the door swung open, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a beard. Yi Jingzhen had opened the door. The two greeted him before entering the office. Inside, they found not just Yi Jingzhen, but also 2 familiar faces seated on the sofa. Su Jinghua, the president of the Keqing Magic Association, a stout middle-aged male mage with thick lips and a robust physique. Hu Monli, the president of the Wuqing Magic Association, a middle-aged female mage with a well-proportioned figure and striking features. Upon seeing Tu Maodian and Bai Tairan's arrival, both stood in surprise from the sofa to greet them, before taking their seats once more. Yi Jingzhen wasted no time. Noticing everyone had gathered, he began to address the matter at hand. "I trust that all 4 of you are already aware that you are here concerning the issue of the spatial rifts." The 4 exchanged glances, having not anticipated that similar incidents had occurred in other neighboring cities. "I understand that you may have harbored some doubts and speculations. Now, I can responsibly inform you of 2 points. First, the detection crystal tower is functioning correctly. Its warning is absolutely accurate. The reason you did not encounter any beasts is due to your sluggish response." At this, Yi Jingzhen cast a stern glare at Tu Maodian, implying it was he who was at fault. Tu Maodian felt quite aggrieved, thinking, "I was in a hurry. After all, the alerting detection crystal tower in Jinsheng is located in such a remote suburb. It takes time to get there. Second, Yi Jingxin continued, such a dense occurrence of spatial rifts is clearly premeditated. After stating these points, Yi Jingxin stood and opened the door, signaling everyone to follow. We are now heading to the chip decoding room on the upper floor to examine what has been recorded on the chips you possess. Tyran had barely settled into his seat when he joined the other four in heading to the elevator, arriving at the 30th floor. There were only a few rooms on the 30th floor, the largest of which was the chip decoding room. Inside, staff members had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Yi Jingxin, they promptly greeted him and took nearly 20 storage chips from the four. Rushing into the room, decoding will take a little time. Let us wait, Yi Jingxin said, casually taking a seat on a nearby chair. The other four association presidents also found places to sit, and upon observing Yi Jingxin with his eyes closed and silent, they began to engage in idle chatter. Tu Maodian nudged Su Jinghua with his elbow, inquiring about the situation. Su Jinghua, the president of the Kuching Magic Association, located some distance north of Ruiqing but not adjacent, did not withhold information that he recounted the events that transpired in Kuching yesterday. Late last night, just past 11, Su Jinghua received multiple red alerts from the detection crystal towers, realizing the severity of the situation and acting promptly. He organized the elite forces of Kuching to head to the reporting location. Given that the spatial rift was relatively close, just outside the city, Su Jinghua and his team encountered several waves of otherworldly beasts. These beasts were all of the third rank and were swiftly subdued by the 4-star mages, not even causing a ripple. However, due to a lack of personnel, their ability to eliminate the beasts was limited. By the time they arrived at the other detection crystal towers that had issued alerts, there were no beasts left. Su Jinghua understood that it could not be this simple. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation and indeed found traces left by the otherworldly beasts. Following the traces, they managed to eliminate several slower beasts, but the rest seemed to have fled deep into the mountains. Faced with the endless mountain ranges, the group could only return to Kuching to strengthen their patrols. Su Jinghua shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Those creatures are indeed significantly stronger than the equivalent beasts from Blue Star, their intelligence seemingly matching ours. That I suspect they are lying in wait for their next move. There must be a grand conspiracy. Hu Manli nodded in agreement, noting that the situation in Wuching was similar to that of Kuching, having also slain several third-rank beasts last night. Tu Maodian, feeling rather speechless, realized that it seemed only Jincheng had not encountered any beasts. Not only had they not killed any, but they had also not even seen one. Moreover, he had the audacity to suspect that the detection crystal tower was malfunctioning. No wonder he had received a scolding from Yi Jingxin when he called yesterday. It turned out that his colleagues were simply too competitive. After a moment of contemplation, Tu Maodian continued to inquire. So, our purpose here is to ascertain how many beasts have appeared. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingxin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke up. Indeed, but that is only part of the matter. We must also determine the types of these beasts and the abilities they possess. Then, we will analyze the purpose behind their large-scale assault as comprehensively as possible. Finally, we must locate and eliminate them all. As he concluded, a fierce determination etched itself upon Yi Jingxin's face. Tu Maodian, perplexed, responded, but merely watching the footage 1T reveal their abilities, will it? Tu Maodian's comment seemed to provoke Yi Jingxin's ire. Yi Jingxin immediately pointed at him, exclaiming, "How dare you say that? Only you from Jincheng Haven T engaged with the beasts. Without combat, the detection crystal tower cannot record any battle footage. Without battle footage, analyzing their passage through the spatial rift is utterly futile." Tu Maodian, splattered with Yi Jingxin's spittle, dared not retort and could only sheepishly rub his nose. Battle footage is exceptionally valuable. Blue Star's infiltrators from other dimensions can only gather limited information from the shadows, making it exceedingly difficult to observe the specific combat methods of those beasts. In just a few years, the other dimension will fully merge with Blue Star, and once the conflict begins, the data analyzed now will undoubtedly be worth its weight in gold. This is why Yi Jingxin places such significance on this footage. Hearing Yi Jingxin's words, Humanli interjected anxiously, "President Yi, we did not encounter any fourth-rank beasts last night. We did not engage with them." Su Jinghua nodded in agreement, confirming that the mages from both Kuching and Wuching had not encountered any fourth-rank otherworldly beasts during their sorties, if they were to analyze this large-scale incursion from the other dimension. They certainly could not focus solely on the third-rank beasts. In response, Yi Zhengzhen turned to Bai Tairan. Bai Tairan promptly stated, "We did in Ruiqing. Not only did we engage, but we also killed one." "You killed a fourth-rank beast?" This revelation astonished not only Su Jinghua and Humanli, but even Tu Maodian, who had conversed with him earlier downstairs. The combat capability of a 4-star mage surpasses that of a 3-star mage by a considerable margin, largely due to their ability to achieve elementalization of the body. Similarly, a magical beast that has mastered magic must also possess elementalization of the body to be classified as a 4th rank. Elementalization of the body is an exceedingly formidable ability. As the name suggests, it allows one to convert all bodily structures, cells, and even every hair into a single element. For instance, Bai Tairan has mastered fire elementalization. When he undergoes this transformation, all his non-fire elemental magic is converted into fire elements. At this point, his fire magic damage significantly increases, and he becomes immune to fire elemental magic attacks while reducing damage from other elemental attacks by 90% at AS for physical damage. Even if Newton were resurrected and played with classical mechanics, he could not harm an elementalized mage. Is this ability not outrageous? In the face of a low-level mage, one becomes nearly invincible. Once I initiate elemental transformation, I could stand there and effortlessly strike you down. It is indeed quite challenging for a fellow 4-star mage to vanquish another adept in elemental transformation. After all, if one cannot overpower the other, escape is surely attainable. The same logic applies to 4th-tier magical beasts. They are notoriously difficult to eliminate. Thus, when Bai Tairan proclaimed that he had slain a 4th-tier beast, the other 3 were left utterly astonished. Beasts from alternate dimensions are inherently powerful, and to contend with a 4th-tier beast that has mastered body elemental transformation is no small feat. The mages from Ruiqing managed to kill a 4th-tier beast? Old Bai, you didn't mention that downstairs, Tu Maodian exclaimed, leaping up. Old Zhang intervened. Didn't he? Su Jinghua inquired, his face a mask of surprise. The old Zhang referenced by Su Jinghua is an esteemed elder from Ruiqing who has devoted nearly 70 years to mastering earth-based spells. His assistance would indeed make the slaying of a 4th-tier beast feasible. No, old Zhang is unwell. He wasn't summoned last night and was merely asked to remain in Ruiqing to guard the area, Bai Tairan replied, shaking his head. Then who was it? Did you 4-star mages all rush in together and dispatch it in an instant? Tu Maodian queried urgently, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his blunder, as expected. The others regarded the balding man with disdain. How could he dare to call himself a 4-star mage? If a 4th-tier beast could be dispatched in a heartbeat by a few 4-star mages, could it still be deemed a 4th-tier beast? President Yi, the chip decoding is complete. It can now be reviewed. A staff member approached, addressing Yi Zhengzhen. The 3 had initially intended to question Bai Tairan further, but upon witnessing the decoding completion, they decided against it. After all, they would soon be able to view the live footage, and the manner of the 4th-tier beast's demise would soon be revealed. There was no need to rush for a minute or two. The 5 of them followed the staff into a pitch-black room, where a large electronic screen was affixed to the wall. About 10 mages, armed with computers and notebooks, were already present, seemingly there to analyze the beasts. Let us begin with the first video from Jincheng. Yi Zhengzhen instructed the staff. Tu Maodian had brought 5 storage chips from Jincheng to Modu, and the staff had numbered these chips. Tu Maodian remained silent, quietly observing, aware of the reason for starting with Jincheng's surveillance footage. After all, Jincheng had not engaged the beasts, and they were unaware of what kinds of beasts might be present. Buzz, the screen suddenly illuminated, and everyone fell silent, their attention riveted. The footage displayed the outskirts of Jincheng, a small clearing under the moonlight, where the night wilderness was serene and tranquil, occasionally pierced by the distant roars of indigenous magical beasts. The detection crystal tower commenced recording only upon the detection of an impending spatial rift, meaning that within a maximum of 10 minutes, the footage would reveal the rift's emergence. However, Yi Zhengzhen, growing impatient, instructed the staff to fast forward to the moment the spatial rift appeared. With a sharp sound, a silver-white tear split the air. All eyes were glued to the screen. A bear-like magical beast emerged, quickly turning to assist another companion by extending its upper body into the spatial rift. Within mere minutes, 3 magical beasts had traversed from the alternate dimension to Blue Star. The trio briefly surveyed their surroundings, oblivious to the drones hovering overhead. Subsequently, a fox-like beast gestured towards a direction, prompting the three beasts to hastily move onward. Their speed was so rapid that the drone from the detection crystal tower could not keep up, yet they're heading south into the mountains. Tu Maodian announced. As the president of the Jinsheng Magic Association, he was somewhat familiar with the outskirts. The camera angle shifted, revealing another spatial rift in the same video. The two spatial rifts are alarmingly close together. Much like in Kuching, Su Jinghua remarked gravely. Although they were indeed near, they were still almost 1,000 meters apart, since the otherworldly beasts that emerged in Jinsheng had not engaged with the mages. The footage was quite brief. Within half an hour, the 5 videos from Jinsheng had all been watched. Each of the 5 videos represented one detection crystal tower, with 2 spatial rifts appearing in each, from which 3 otherworldly beasts emerged. This amounted to a total of 30 otherworldly beasts. Due to the lack of combat, their strength was difficult to assess, but it could be vaguely inferred that there were 3 4th-tier beasts and 27 3rd-tier beasts. Tu Maodian's expression darkened. The thought of 30 beasts lurking in the mountainous outskirts of Jinsheng left him restless. Damn it, 30 beasts, just beyond the mountains of Jinsheng, and in hiding. Yi Jingzhen cast a sidelong glance at the visibly distressed Tu Maodian and then let out a cold snort. You'd better remember every single one of those beasts from the footage. Return and ensure they are thoroughly eliminated. If possible, capture them alive. If not, dead will suffice. Within a month. Do you understand? Tu Maodian jolted at the command, his face revealing his apprehension as he regarded Yi Jingzhen, that if 30 beasts were to confront the mages of Jinsheng directly, annihilating them would indeed be possible. The issue was that these beasts were hiding. In such a vast expanse of mountains, how could they be captured? Yi Jingzhen, aware of his unspoken concerns, let out another cold snort. The Modu authorities will dispatch personnel to assist. Upon hearing this, Tu Maodian nodded vigorously, finding some reassurance in the arrangement. Seeing the balding man acknowledge his words, Yi Jingzhen felt slightly more at ease. He then turned to the staff and exchanged a few words. Soon, the screen began to display the footage from Kuching. Similar to Jinsheng, 5 detection crystal towers had identified the spatial rifts. The video quickly revealed the appearance of a spatial rift, from which a lioness paw emerged that a lion had crossed over from the alternate dimension to Blue Star. Following this, 2 more magical beasts appeared. Upon seeing the lion, Su Jinghua immediately straightened, discerning that this lion was a 4th-tier beast. However, he had not encountered it the previous night, indicating that the lion must have fled. As the Kuching video played, it soon transitioned to scenes of combat that Su Jinghua, along with several other 4-star mages from Kuching, engaged in battle with several 3rd-tier beasts. The video was particularly clear since it was filmed in close proximity to the detection crystal tower. Had it been captured by a drone, it would likely have been more blurred. While it was termed a battle, it was essentially one-sided domination. Su Jinghua and his comrades unleashed a torrent of attacks, quickly obliterating the 3rd-tier beasts. After watching the video, Yi Jingzhen was somewhat irate. What was this? They had dispatched the magical beasts so swiftly. How could they analyze them now? Su Jinghua, with his ample physique, looked quite aggrieved. What are you saying? When encountering magical beasts, we must go all out. Are we supposed to wait for them to unleash all their abilities first? Aware of his own fault, Yi Jingzhen chose not to respond further and signaled to the 10 or so mages with notebooks seated nearby, urging them to diligently record and analyze the magical beasts. Another 2 hours passed, and the Kuching video concluded. Notably, one beast was abruptly severed in half when the spatial rift closed unexpectedly while it was traversing through, resulting in its demise. That it appeared that the rift technology from the alternate dimension was still not fully mature. Similar to Jinsheng, Kuching also experienced 10 spatial rifts, yielding 30 magical beasts, with their strengths comparable to those from Jinsheng. However, due to Su Jinghua's team having eliminated several waves of beasts, only 13 3rd-tier beasts and 3 4th-tier beasts remained in hiding. Yi Jingzhen issued another directive. Jinghua, you too, ensure these beasts are eradicated within a month. Regardless of whether they are alive or dead, Su Jinghua nodded gravely. Although a substantial number of 3rd-tier demon beasts in City had been eliminated, 3 4th-tier demon beasts still remained, posing the primary threat. Su Jinghua, or rather City, bore a burden not much lighter than that of Jinsheng. After watching the surveillance videos from Jinsheng and City without a moment's respite, Yi Jingzhen showed no inclination to rest. He promptly ordered the staff to continue streaming the footage from Wuching. As the video of Wuching commenced, the analysts focused intently. The situation in Wuching mirrored that of Ku City, shortly after the emergence of the demon beasts. They encountered the mages led by Humanly, who were swiftly dispatched. However, the issue lay in the quantity of footage available. The storage chip for the detection crystal tower brought by Humanly contained only 4 recordings. Merely 4. In contrast, the 5 brought by Tu Maodian and Su Zhenghua meant they were 1 short. This was not due to Humanly's oversight, but rather because a portion of the detection crystal towers in Wuching had yet to be properly deployed. It was highly likely that the last 2 spatial rifts had opened in the areas lacking detection crystal towers. The other 4 monitored videos revealed the presence of 2 4th-tier demon beasts and 22 3rd-tier demon beasts. The numbers of demon beasts in Jinsheng and Ku City were identical, 3 4th-tier and 27 3rd-tiered. If Wuching's situation was akin to the previous 2 cities, it implied that there remained 1 4th-tier and 5 3rd-tier demon beasts unaccounted for. Humanly's expression darkened at this realization. It was far from good news. Not only were demon beasts lurking in the shadows, but their types and forms remained unknown. Yet, Yi Zhengjin spoke up to reassure her. "Manli, do not fret. Although we are unaware of the conditions of those last few demon beasts, our magic association in Modu has recently developed a dimensional magic detection device. With it, we can ascertain whether there is dimensional magic within a kilometer radius, thus enabling us to locate the dimensional demon beasts. Similar to Blue Star, the air in the dimensional realm is imbued with various elements. However, these elements and the resultant magic differ slightly from those of Blue Star. Modu has capitalized on this subtle distinction to invent a detector specifically for dimensional magic. Demon beasts from the dimensional realm inherently contain this magic within them. With the detector, our search becomes significantly easier." Upon hearing this, Humanly's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. Tu Maodian and Su Zhenghua were equally elated, realizing that such specialized instruments existed. No wonder Yi Zhengjin expressed such confidence in the capability of Modu to address the dimensional demon threat in the subordinate cities. After reviewing the surveillance footage from Jinsheng, Ku City, and Wuching, the sky outside had darkened considerably. Nonetheless, Yi Zhengjin showed no intention of halting. He planned to view the videos from Ruiqing as well. Ruiqing also had 5 storage chips, corresponding to 5 videos. The content captured by the first 4 detection crystal towers bore resemblance to the earlier cities, featuring the emergence of rifts through which demon beasts entered, with some fortunate enough to escape into the mountains, while others met their demise at the hands of Ruiqing's mages. The final video commenced, recorded in the spruce forest. Yi Zhengjin suddenly called for a stop. He turned to gaze sternly at everyone present and said with a grave tone, "You all need to pay close attention to what comes next." Yi Zhengjin did not elaborate on why, but his visibly troubled demeanor commanded the full attention of dozens of analysts, for presidents, and staff members, all of whom sat upright and focused intently. The video began to play. The screen remained dark, but sounds emerged. "Run, we must leave this place." It was the voice of a young man, filled with fear, anxiety, and urgency. The screen then brightened, revealing 8 young men and women standing directly before the detection crystal tower. Their faces were pale, their bodies tense. The one who had spoken was a well-built, somewhat handsome young mage, who was now animatedly shouting at the others, "The demon beasts are coming. We must hurry." This young man was clearly terrified of the spatial rift, persistently urging everyone to flee. How did they know that the detection crystal tower monitored spatial rifts? Wasn't that information still confidential? Humanly suddenly interrupted the viewers. It was that leading girl who mentioned it. The most beautiful one. "She is from the Song family of Ruiqing," Bai Tyran replied. Upon hearing this, Humanly understood and nodded. The Song family was indeed a notable power, and it was reasonable for them to be privy to such not-so-secret information. She turned back to watch the video attentively. Encouraged by the young man's exhortations, the others appeared increasingly restless, preparing to flee at this critical moment. The girl Bai Tyran had previously mentioned stepped forward to restrain them, saying, "Ruiqing is right behind us. We must hold off those demon beasts and wait for reinforcements." Everyone in the room was moved by her words. The 8 individuals in the video soon fell into a heated argument. Tao Howren's face flushed as he contended passionately. Su Zhenghua frowned at the sight of Tao Howren's behavior. The young man's response was rather, but he refrained from speaking out, understanding that these students averaged only mid-level 2-star strength. and fear was a natural reaction. The argument among the individuals in the video escalated. They were enveloped by overwhelming terror, their emotions unstable. Commoners? How can commoners compare to us? Hundreds of lives do not equate to even one of ours. Upon uttering these words, the room fell silent, save for by Tyran, as the expressions of everyone else grew somber. What an outrageous statement! How could one utter such words? Su Zhenghua and Hu Manli were both incensed. They had given up the promising prospects in a large city like Modu to return to smaller cities like Ku and Wuqing. Was it not to protect their homeland and safeguard the non-magical civilians? Tao Haoran's remark had evidently struck a nerve. Even Yi Jingzhen, who had a slight inkling of the outcome, furrowed his brows tightly, yet he remained silent. The video continued to play. Indeed, as soon as Tao Haoran's words left his mouth, the others in the squad began to chastise him. Have you forgotten the mage's oath of Huagua? You swore under the red flag. Hearing Wang Cheng's words in the video, everyone in the room recalled the mage's oath of Huagua in their minds. It was the day they awakened their magic and became official mages that Su Zhenghua didn't even need to reflect. He silently recited it in his heart. Even if all my comrades have perished, even if my magic has dwindled to nothing, even if death is inescapable, I will still use my flesh and blood to shield them. In the video, a young man with blonde hair also murmured the first line of the oath. The others resolutely expressed their agreement. It is red, the vibrant red earned through the sacrifices of countless ancestors of Huagua. The small team once again united, more resilient than before. The room fell into a profound silence, as the impassioned words of these university students evoked a poignant response from the onlookers. Yet, an overwhelming sorrow lingered in the air. They all understood the inferno of challenges these young scholars were about to face. The video continued to play, showcasing 8 individuals divided into 4 groups, scattering in search of spatial rifts. At this moment, they were still unaware that they would soon confront 2 such rifts, just before their departure. Song Lingyao fired 4 signal flares into the sky, 1 green, 1 purple, and 2 red. The sight of the 2 red flares weighed heavily on Su Zhenghua and the others. They knew the peril that lay ahead. The subsequent footage, captured by a drone, lacked the clarity of earlier scenes. Fiery apes, giant winged bird kings, and mother spiders emerged in succession upon Blue Star. When the giant winged bird king appeared, the expressions of the audience turned grave. Even Yi Jingzhen gasped in shock that a 4th-tier avian demon adept in wind magic, inherently agile, posed an immense threat. Fortunately, the bird demon took flight, sparing the students from immediate demise. The video revealed to them a second spatial rift traversing through the demons. Discovered by the previously timid Tao Haoran, Su Zhenghua anticipated another display of fear from him, but instead, he bravely diverted the attention of the colorful tiger demon. The group then sought to lure 3 third-tier demons back to their camp. Supernova. Upon witnessing Wu Yanghua unleash a 3rd-tier fire spell, the others were taken aback. He was only a 2nd-tier mage, yet he could cast a 3rd-tier spell. Such talent was impressive, indicative of his rigorous training. However, the group soon felt a sense of despair, for they knew that a mere supernova would not pose a significant threat to 3rd-tier demons as expected. Wu Yanghua's exhausted magic only inflicted minor wounds on the mother spider. Alas, the supernova was an area effect explosion, lacking the concentrated force of a focused attack like the solar ray. Su Zhenghua lamented that Wu Yanghua, realizing this limitation, hastened to regroup with his teammates. The 8-member squad reconvened at their camp, and the video became clearer. Before them stood 3 demons. The raw power of the fiery ape was staggering. Aside from its unenhanced organs, its physical prowess could rival that of a slightly weaker 4th-tier demon. Tu Maodian shook his head in pessimism. The mother spider was no trivial adversary either. Her silk and offspring were utterly repulsive. Su Zhenghua remarked in a somber tone, as anticipated. The battle commenced with them at a disadvantage. Even the seemingly promising Ji Qingji was incapacitated and lost an arm due to the tiger demon's treachery. All 8 members struggled to hold on. Watching Xiang Jing being hurled away by a single blow twisted Hu Manli's heart. She could not bear to witness further. President Yi. Keep watching. Yi Jingzhen replied firmly, his tone resolute. Hu Manli, torn with compassion, questioned whether she should continue watching as the demons mercilessly slaughtered them. For these young souls, death was merely a matter of time. The tiger demon ripped a girl open, preparing to finish her off, when a light shield suddenly intercepted it. an act by the previously fleeing young man. He chose to expend his last ounce of magic to shield his comrades. The expressions in the room were complex. It's driving away the water elements in the air, came Song Lingyao's voice. Su Jinghua felt a pang of sympathy. Despite the overwhelming advantage, the fiery ape remained cautious, refusing to yield a glimmer of hope that I can cast supernova one more time. Wu Yanghua's declaration rekindled a flicker of hope among the spectators. He would choose such a perilous course? Yet, they thought, supernova would be ineffective against the mother spider. I understand. Later, you provide me with a shield. The assembled crowd grasped Wu Yanghua's intention. He aimed to compress the energy from the supernova explosion into a single point using the rock shield. However, this meant he would be left with little hope of survival. Upon hearing his words, Wang Cheng immediately moved to strategize with the barely conscious Lin Xingye. Yet in the next instant, he was pinned to the ground by the fiery ape's ice crystal spear. Witnessing the blood gushing forth, despair washed over the onlookers. How could this happen? Hope had been utterly extinguished, but in the following moment, the tide began to turn. With untamed hair, Xiang Jing faced death fearlessly. Infusing the fiery ape's body with water elements, creating a final opportunity for Song Lingyao, the dying Lin Xingye unleashed a blade typhoon to clear a path, while Wang Cheng ensnared the mother spider with a stunning quicksand technique, culminating in a mutual destruction with Wu Yanghua's supernova. Even the tiger demon met its demise under the counterattack from Tao Haoran and Ji Qingji. It was a true life-for-a-life strategy. Silence enveloped everyone in the room. They were merely children. After all, a wave of emotion washed over them, their eyes misty with unshed tears, seeing Tao Haoran reaching out in his final moments to grasp the starlight. Humanly broke into tears. Observing students the same age as her son sacrificing themselves to protect Ruiqing left her heartbroken. Why? Why couldn't you? Come back. Just give us these demons. We won't hold it against you. We won't hold it against you. Humanly wept for a long time, while others bore solemn expressions, their eyes reddened. That child's father was Tao Yong, who perished 16 years ago during the demon crisis in Ruiqing. Bai Tyran's voice was filled with desolation, died saving a few civilians. In 2007, a sudden surge of beasts erupted from the Tianyan mountain range, catching Ruiqing off guard and resulting in countless casualties. The higher-ups in Huaguo were furious, mobilizing a significant portion of southern China and deploying over 150 mages of 4-star rank or higher to cleanse the entire Tianyan mountain range. The leading snake tribe, along with their nests' eggs, were utterly destroyed. Now, even lizards dared not linger in the Tianyan mountain range. Yet that was merely Huaguo's retaliation against the demon race following the beast tide. The true tragedy unfolded in Ruiqing, where Tao Yong met his end at a pair of martyr families. Su Jinghua murmured in a daze. Just as everyone was lost in thought, the avian demon returned. Tension gripped the room. Bai Tyran focused intently, missing no detail on the screen. Upon its return, the bird demon did not immediately acknowledge the remaining few. Instead, it examined the remnants of the battle, having discerned the course of events. The bird demon flapped its wings and approached Song Lingyao. How do you wish to die? The audience was taken aback by the articulate speech of the giant winged bird king, that it had mastered human language. Their infiltration was far more profound than we had imagined. This creature was indeed audacious. Tu Maojian fumed with indignation. The bird demon's subsequent words were utterly infuriating. Y&T that little pup fled yet? Tu Maojian shouted again, noticing that Guling was still munching on Li Yingyi's snacks, much to his astonishment. How could this little white dog be so oblivious, with so many demons fighting nearby? It showed no inclination to escape. Even more astonishingly, the pup resolutely stood before Song Lingyao. Su Jinghua turned to Bai Tyran, who was also watching intently, perplexed by his demeanor. Was this fourth-tier bird demon not one that Bai Tyran had led his team to slay? Why did he wear an expression that seemed to question how this bird demon would ultimately meet its end? Unable to comprehend, Su Jinghua turned back to the screen. The dog, affectionately dubbed White Fatty, regarded the bird demon with cold indifference. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out a crimson heart, holding it within its jaws. What was this? A few individuals immediately shifted their gaze to Yi Jingzhen, who sat at the forefront, hoping he might possess some knowledge about the situation. Why are you all looking at me? I have no idea. Yi Jingzhen promptly declared his ignorance. The crowd was perplexed. With their level of insight, They could not recognize the object clutched in the mouth of the dog. However, the avian demon soon provided clarity. How do you possess the energy fruit from our Wan Yao realm? Upon hearing this, Yi Jingjin was taken aback. The information shared by the bird demon was rather substantial. It was the first time he learned that beings from other dimensions referred to their home world as the Wan Yao realm. Previous pioneers who ventured into other dimensions had not returned with such information. They had merely observed from a distance, gathering only rudimentary intelligence before hastily retreating. Thus, the term Wan Yao realm was a novel revelation, disclosed by a talking fourth-tier bird. Then there was the energy fruit, which likely referred to the heart-like object in the dog's mouth. Energy fruit? Why was this bird demon suddenly so agitated? Just as the bird demon attempted to snatch the fruit from Gu Lang's mouth, it was unexpectedly swallowed whole, leaving the bird demon furious. The onlookers then witnessed Gu Lang's aura surging dramatically. With the aid of the energy fruit, Gu Lang's magical power advanced to the mid-third tier. What? Third tier? Was this energy fruit truly so potent? Could it elevate a mere beast's magical level directly to the third tier? Tu Maodian was astonished. No wonder the bird demon was so covetous of it. It must be temporary. Just look at its unstable state. Su Zhenghua harbored a suspicion regarding this item, pondering how external assistance could ever be as reliable as diligent self-cultivation. The temporary elevation to the third tier was rather. Wait, could this energy fruit actually alter its form? Tu Maodian was left dumbfounded, mirroring the disbelief of the bird demon on the screen as he gazed at Gu Lang. Ji Lang had transformed from a fluffy little dog into a majestic giant wolf. Its aura had surged across a significant tier, reaching the fourth tier. In the realm of demon beasts, the fourth tier was referred to as a king. Before the crowd stood a resplendent wolf king. Its fur flowing like snow, Yi Jingjin could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, his eyes nearly glued to the screen. What on earth was happening? Initially, he thought rising 3 tiers was the limit of the energy fruit. Yet it had propelled Gu Lang directly to the 4th tier. Goodness, how had this little dog transformed into a wolf king across species? The most surprising aspect for Tu Maodian was that Gu Lang had become a wolf. Could it be that it was a wolf all along, merely too small to be recognized? Su Zhenghua shared his thoughts. That was clearly an Alaskan Malamute. My granddaughter has one, and it looked just like that when it was young. Tu Maodian retorted loudly. Can that energy fruit be so extraordinary? Not only does it elevate one to the 4th tier, but also changes species? If a snake consumes it, could it become a dragon? Su Zhenghua was equally skeptical. Yi Jingjin, uninterested in the bickering of the two still quarreling presidents, focused intently on Gu Lang. What kind of wolf was this? It felt somewhat reminiscent of someone. Yi Jingjin thought it looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it in the video. Gu Lang had already engaged in a fierce battle with the bird demon. After a few encounters, the bird demon found itself at a disadvantage. Retreating to a tree. Perched atop a towering tree, the bird demon began casting spells to deplete Gu Lang's energy. This bird king so cunning? Unable to win in a direct confrontation, it resorts to underhanded tactics. Tu Maodian was quite displeased. He had long sided with Gu Lang. That moment, he wished nothing more than for the foolish bird demon to meet its end. Su Zhenghua, tired of the bald-headed man's incessant complaints, found it unreasonable to dismiss the bird demon's strategic choice of using its advantage for long-range attrition instead of fighting up close. Was it expected to fly into its mouth for the wolf king to bite? While Su Zhenghua wished for the bird demon's swift demise, he could not belittle its intelligence so brazenly. The 10 analysts standing by quickly took notes, occasionally whispering to each other. This was a video of a 4th-tier demon beast battle from another dimension, extremely rare. China had never before obtained such footage. Following the incident in Nevada, the United States indeed had footage of a battle involving a 4th-tier demon beast from another dimension, but they were reluctant to share it, hoarding their valuable information. Even the data submitted to the International Magical Association was merely a collection of trivial details, hastily assembled. This could not entirely be blamed on the Americans, despite their reputation. Nations would never unite in a time of crisis unless faced with the absolute threat of annihilation. Mutual suspicion would always prevail. The video continued, and after a brief recovery, the bird demon took flight from the tree, engaging in a series of gliding dives, unleashing its most vexing feathered attack. The wolf king in the footage seemed to be on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. This wolf is somewhat lacking. It has no aerial magic, Tu Maodian complained. What more do you expect from a wolf? If wolves were superior in aerial combat, what purpose would birds serve? Su Zhenghua could no longer tolerate the bald man's foolish statements. Indeed, there had never been any reports of wolf kings on Blue Star casting aerial magic. Bai Tyran chimed in agreement. What then? Is the wolf king destined to be worn down by the bird demon? Tu Maodian shouted, if all goes according to expectation, the wolf king should soon be. Mid-sentence, Humanli gasped in horror. The bird demon in the footage appeared to have discovered something alarming, attempting to flee in terror. The white wolf howled towards the heavens, and a fearsome phantom of a wolf king materialized behind it. Together, the phantom and the white wolf let out a resounding howl, and countless ice elements began to coalesce. Realizing it was unable to escape, the bird demon had no choice but to confront the impending magic. Dozens of 5-meter-wide ice meteors plummeted from the sky, exuding an overwhelming might. The bird demon was rendered powerless. Crushed beneath a meteor, unable to move as it plummeted to the ground, everyone was left awestruck. Is this the frost meteoric ice rain? Su Zhenghua recognized it. How can its power be so outrageous? Tu Maodian's face was filled with disbelief. They had witnessed other master ice mages of the saint level unleash the frost meteoric ice rain. However, the grandeur, power, and sheer scale of this wolf king's casting were on an entirely different level. This wolf king had manipulated the very elements of ice and snow in the sky. The control over the elements was utterly terrifying. Could this possibly be the power of a mere wolf? What exactly kind of wolf is this? Wait. Pause. Yi Jingzhen suddenly shouted. The staff promptly halted the video. The others looked at Yi Jingzhen in confusion that he leaned closely to the screen, scrutinizing it for a while. Then carefully examined the phantom of the Snow Domain Wolf King for an extended period. Suddenly, he erupted with excitement, shouting, I know. It's the Snow Domain Wolf King. The four presidents exchanged bewildered glances. Snow Domain Wolf King. What on earth is that? Seeing the blank expressions on his subordinates' faces, Yi Jingzhen felt exasperated. Damn, I told you to read more, yet you never listened. Now you know nothing. He gestured to one of the analysts, signaling him to provide an explanation. The analyst, momentarily taken aback, stood up and began to educate the group. The Snow Domain wolf is an ancient wolf species discovered in the Siberian tundra within the territory of the Bear Country. They are fierce and valiant, possessing an extraordinary mastery over ice elements, excelling in ice magic. According to historical records from the Bear Country, over 5,000 years ago, there existed an exceptionally powerful Snow Domain wolf that broke through the Emperor tier. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Breaking through the Emperor tier? To be called an emperor, one must be a 6th-tier demon beast. Breaking through the Emperor tier would mean it is at least a 7th tier. The analyst continued to recite, as if reciting a lesson. Under the leadership of the 7th-tier Snow Domain wolf, the other wolf clans in the Siberian tundra were wholly consumed. Even numerous other demon beast clans were driven from the tundra. During that era, the northern tundra belonged to the Snow Domain wolf clan. However, in the end, the 7th-tier Snow Domain wolf mysteriously vanished, leading to the complete extinction of the entire Snow Domain wolf clan. At this point, the analyst gazed at Yi Jingzhen with curiosity, asking, President Yi, how did you deduce that it belongs to the Snow Domain wolf clan? Yi Jingzhen smiled triumphantly and boasted, Isn't it due to my extensive reading and my travels across the world that I have gained such vast knowledge? Upon hearing President Ye's bragging once more, everyone fell silent. Was this a game of awkwardness? Observing the disbelief etched on his subordinates' faces, particularly that of Tu Maodian, who was on the verge of rolling his eyes. Yi Jingzhen became immediately agitated. Tu Maodian, what do you mean by that? You don't believe me? To Ye's astonishment, Tu Maodian nodded in agreement. This only served to infuriate Yi Jingzhen further. Back in 2014, during a business trip to the land of the bears, a Russian invited me to his home, where I noticed a pristine white wolf pelt hanging on the wall. When I inquired about it, the Russian claimed it belonged to his ancestors, passed down through generations, and that it was the pelt of a snow wolf, with the snowflakes on it being a unique emblem of their lineage. Look, in the video, doesn't this wolf king bear the same snowflake markings? Suddenly, the crowd understood. They recognized his point. Yi Jingzhen indeed possessed some merit. Seeing that the group was convinced, he let out a huff and resumed watching. As expected, the snow wolf, a master of ice magic, unleashed a powerful ice meteor, preparing to strike down the bird king. The spectators watched in awe as the avian demon was struck by the falling ice, plummeting rapidly to the ground with a thunderous crash. At that moment, Bai Tian had an epiphany, so that's how the massive crater came to be. Witnessing the bird demon trapped beneath the ice, nearly everyone assumed this battle was secured. Such an outrageous ice magic attack. How could it possibly survive? Surely, the bird demon was doomed. Yet, Bai Tian did not share this sentiment. He had witnessed the gruesome fate of the bird demon before, and it was nothing short of brutal. The ice meteor would not inflict such a fate. Sure enough, the next second, the bird demon emerged from the crater. It's still alive? Tu Maojian exclaimed in shock. How could it possibly have survived? Su Jingguo wore a grave expression. Even with the Wolf King depleted of magic, the bird demon's fighting capabilities seemed largely intact. Perhaps it had elementalized its body, Humanly speculated, having seemingly noticed a burst of verdant magic emanating from the bird demon. But wait, how could it elementalize its body under the suppression of ice magic? Tu Maojian questioned. This, Humanly found herself at a loss for words. Tu Maojian was indeed correct. Elementalization, while an exceptionally powerful ability, came with significant limitations. Firstly, engaging in combat while in an elementalized state would consume a vast amount of magic. Even a 4-star mage could not maintain elemental combat indefinitely, lest their magic reserves be swiftly depleted. Secondly, elementalization could not be executed at will. When struck by an enemy's elemental magic, one could not elementalize. Elementalization involved transforming every part of a mage's body into a singular element. However, if other mixed elements were present, elementalization could not be performed. Should one attempt to elementalize while inadvertently infused with an enemy's elemental magic, the consequences would be dire. The elementalization would abruptly cease, causing considerable harm to the body. Rewind. Yes, that's it. Pause. 0.5x speed. Yi Jingzhen suddenly shouted, instructing the staff to rewind the video slightly. The scene shifted to mid-air, where the bird demon was struggling desperately beneath the weight of the ice. Suddenly, the bird demon erupted, its body mysteriously bursting forth with countless wind elements. These swirling wind elements pushed the ice apart ever so slightly. The bird demon finally broke free from the magical suppression, seizing the opportunity to elementalize its body. Thanks to the nearly 90 reduction in magical power due to elementalization, the bird demon managed to survive. The eyes of everyone present widened in disbelief. How could the bird demon still possess the strength to unleash such a burst while under duress? Bai Tian pondered why Yi Jingzhen remained silent, casting his gaze towards the analysts. The analysts exchanged glances. Uncertain of what to make of the situation, the room fell into a profound silence. Witnessing the lack of response from his subordinates, the veins on Yi Jingzhen's forehead throbbed. Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? Yi Jingzhen seethed, beginning to berate them once more. The analysts looked at each other, and finally, one mustered the courage to step forward. This seems to be a form of secret technique. With that opening, others chimed in with their thoughts. Do you think this is some sort of cultivation? A secret technique? While we may practice magic, magic must also adhere to the principles of science. How can this be so illogical? The analyst who had first suggested it was a secret technique hesitantly spoke up again. But isn't it a demon beast? How can we analyze it from the perspective of mages? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent once more. They then began to whisper amongst themselves, ultimately concluding that this was likely a unique ability possessed by the demon race of the myriad demon realms. Let us provisionally call it a secret technique. Sigh. Yi Jingzhen exhaled deeply. The strength of the demon beasts from other realms already surpassed that of the demon beasts from Blue Star, and now they had an additional explosive secret technique. If a full-scale war were to break out, Blue Star's mages would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Let these complex issues be addressed by the higher-ups. For now, let us focus on analyzing the video. The staff pressed a button, and the video resumed. After surviving, the bird demon was reluctant to continue battling the Wolf King and turned its attention towards the beautiful young girl. However, the Wolf King intervened. The bird demon, treacherous and cunning, exploited the Wolf King's vulnerabilities, relentlessly casting magical attacks at Song Lingyao and the unconscious Liangyi on the ground. Devoid of magic, the Wolf King could only endure the blows with his physical body, sustaining numerous injuries. Useless. Now you're just like that woman. Ha ha ha. She was torn apart, and so shall you be. Ha ha ha. I will outlast you. The venomous words of the bird demon incited a surge of bloodlust among the spectators, who wished they could leap into the video and eliminate this feathered fiend themselves. The tide of battle shifted. The bird demon, confident in its magical prowess and ability to fly, maintained a safe distance from the Wolf King, continuously toying with him and wearing him down. The severely injured Wolf King, bloodied and gasping for breath, hung his head low. The crowd clenched their fists, unable to bear the sight. Was it truly the fate of such a noble Wolf King to perish in such a humiliating manner? Once more, the bird demon ascended, expending all its magic to unleash its final magical attack. Feathers and wind blades surged forward, with the bird demon diving from behind. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, in the face of the oncoming torrent of magical energy, the Wolf King did not flinch. Instead, he raised his head, staring defiantly at the bird demon. As they witnessed the Wolf King's fur billowing in the strong winds, a chill ran down everyone's spine. How could he suddenly be so majestic? The Wolf King charged forth fearlessly, disregarding the penetrating wind blades. Ultimately, he leapt high, pouncing down upon the bird demon. Rage. The bird demon was mauled, its wings severed, and its very beak torn from its face. The Wolf King crushed the bird demon's heart, howling victoriously to declare his triumph. This, an exhilarating voice echoed in everyone's hearts. The Wolf King. This was the true Wolf King. Gu Lang's performance sent shivers down the spines of all present. He had truly slain the bird demon. That final charge, the Wolf King, the genuine Snow Wolf King. The lingering howl resonated in their ears, fueled by adrenaline. Tu Maodian jumped up and performed 2 push-ups, itching to rush out and wreak havoc. Upon looking up, he found everyone staring at him as if he were a fool. Heh. My legs fell asleep from sitting too long, just stretching a bit. Tu Maodian chuckled sheepishly while Yi Zhengzhen shook his head in exasperation. This bald old man, nearing 50, still acted so childishly. He then turned serious, looking at Bai Taiyan. Is this Wolf King the summoning beast of that young girl? In the video, Gu Lang has reverted to a puppy, while Song Lingyao kneels on the ground in a kneeling position, with Gu Lang resting on her legs. She is continuously channeling magical energy to Gu Lang. The onlookers are unable to witness the contract ritual and mistakenly believe that Gu Lang has already become Song Lingyao's summoned beast. When Yi Zhengzhen inquires about the relationship between the puppy and Song Lingyao, Bai Taiyan ponders for a moment before affirmatively nodding. Indeed, it should be Lingyao's summoned beast. Her secondary affinity is summoning, which recently broke through to 2 stars. It is likely that her family found it for her. After a pause, Bai Taiyan boasts with a proud expression. This Wolf King is impressive. I senti it. Its master is my niece, so it should call me uncle. Heh. Yi Zhengzhen is utterly speechless, finding his subordinates to be rather foolish. He glances at the analysts and falls into contemplation. The video has concluded, yet several questions linger. Firstly, how did the energy fruit come into existence? Secondly, what exactly is that little dog named by Pang Pang? Thirdly, what are these magical beasts doing here, and why aren't they attacking human settlements? He looks towards the analysts, hoping these scholarly individuals can provide some answers. The analysts huddle together for a considerable time before sending forth a young representative to explain. We cannot ascertain the purpose of the magical beasts. Some conditions are too limited, and the conclusions we can draw are merely absurd. The analyst shakes his head, indicating they cannot determine the motives behind the sudden attack of the magical beasts. After a brief pause, he continues, regarding that white juvenile beast, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that it is a wolf, likely a descendant of the snowy domain wolf, albeit resembling a dog. The second is that it is a dog, but possesses a faint trace of the snowy domain wolf's bloodline, which, although very thin, has been activated by the energy fruit. Well, it does look quite like an Alaskan Malamute. The Alaskan is also a polar sled dog, thriving in snowy terrains. Perhaps its ancestors were sired by the snowy domain wolf. The analyst grows increasingly confident, secretly admiring his own genius for piecing this together. He continues with unwavering assurance. As for the energy fruit, it was unexpectedly regurgitated by the puppy. It must have accidentally ingested it at some point and has yet to digest it. Now bringing it back up, regurgitate? This analyst is indeed audacious. Yi Zhengzhen thinks with exasperation. Yet upon reflection, it seems to be the only plausible explanation. The energy fruit may have fallen from some spatial rift and was picked up by this foolish dog, which then ingested it. leading to a vigorous eruption that dispatched the bird demon. Although somewhat far-fetched, Yi Zhongzhen is disinclined to ponder further. He resolves not to dwell on these questions, leaving them for higher authorities to consider. Determined, Yi Zhongzhen plans to visit the capital, intending to shift the burden of inquiry onto others. After analyzing the video stored in the detection Crystal Tower storage chip, it is already 9 in the evening. Under Yi Zhongzhen's guidance, the group proceeds to the building's dining hall to prepare for a meal. While ordering, Yi Zhongzhen steps aside to take a phone call, responding affirmatively and respectfully to the person on the other end. After concluding the call, he returns with a serious expression directed at Bai Tyran. Tyran, you should remain here for now. There's no rush to return to Ruiqing. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the capital to meet some higher-ups. Bai Tyran is somewhat astonished. A trip to the capital, aside from attending the Forbidden Spell Conference or visiting once a year, he usually does not frequent the place. Why would the capital's officials suddenly wish to meet him? However, he quickly realizes it is likely due to the recent video. Witnessing the dawning comprehension in his subordinate, Yi Zhongzhen nods affirmatively. Indeed, it is regarding that video. The Magic Association in the capital seems to have some arrangements following its revelation. The Magic Association in the capital holds a status far superior to that of the Magic Association in Ruiqing, even eclipsing that of the Magic Association in Modu. The capital's Magic Association is the true ruling authority, overseeing all other magical associations throughout the entire nation of Hua. Bai Tyran, as the president of the Ruiqing Magic Association, was appointed directly by the capital. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Tyran inquires, President Yi, could you divulge the purpose behind the capital's interest in this video? Unexpectedly, Yi Zhongzhen simply shakes his head. I am not entirely certain about the capital's intentions. Pausing mid-sentence, Yi Zhongzhen abruptly shifts the topic. However, I suspect they are preparing to release the video. Release the video? Bai Tyran is taken aback. He never anticipated such a development. Although the impending convergence of the alternate dimension with Blue Star is no longer a secret, there seems to be no need to disseminate such bloody and brutal battle footage, does there? Aren't they concerned about inciting social panic? Sure. Yi Zhongzhen places a finger to his lips, signaling Bai Tyran to lower his voice. He glances around to ensure no one is listening before continuing in a hushed tone. Why are you speaking so loudly? I've already stated that it's merely my conjecture. Who can say for certain what the capital intends? In my view, there is nothing inherently wrong with releasing the video. Yi Zhongzhen goes on to elaborate passionately, recounting a great deal. Just the day before yesterday, the United States made a significant breakthrough in its research on the world barrier, predicting that the alternate dimension would completely merge with Blue Star within 3 years at the latest. The alternate dimension has already launched multiple assaults on Blue Star, making future conflict virtually inevitable. The United States has ceased to conceal this information, directly announcing it at the International United Magic Association. After all, it has been established that the Myriad Demon Realm is a common enemy of Blue Star, and the U.S. hiding this would only disadvantage itself. When the time comes and Hua suffers, it would gain little benefit. The high-ranking officials of Hua, or rather the leaders of nations worldwide, are contemplating how best to appropriately disclose the news of impending war. There are still many individuals across Blue Star who harbor naive beliefs, thinking that the alternate dimension may be a friendly neighbor. Others are gripped by profound fear, believing that an assault from the alternate dimension would signal the true end of the world, leading to Blue Star's annihilation. These varying sentiments pose a significant risk that TO defend against external threats. One must first ensure internal stability, not to mention unifying Blue Star. At the very least, the global populace must be aligned in their mindset. The video serves as an excellent tool. 8 students fought valiantly, and though several perished, they ultimately annihilated the enemy. This can establish a heroic archetype for the populace, patriotic, fearless, and courageous. Simultaneously, it can help dissuade some members of the public from their favorable views toward the Myriad Demon Realm, conveying the message that the Myriad Demon Realm is the enemy, and this enemy is not invincible. As long as we unite and rise against the high-level magical beasts, victory is not beyond our grasp. Have I made myself clear? After finishing, the parched Yi Zhongzhen gulps down a glass of water. That does seem plausible, establishing a positive archetype. Bai Tyran contemplates. But this is merely conjecture. Don't go spreading it around. We must wait for tomorrow. The capital will have the final say. Yi Zhongzhen hastily adds. Bai Tyran nods in understanding. 7 days later. Noon. December 26, 2022. Ruiqing, Song family residence. After a week of slumber, Gulang finally opens his eyes. Where is this place? Gulang lifts his head, surveying his surroundings. Faced with a bedroom 5 times the size of his cave, he feels somewhat bewildered. The room is empty, devoid of any presence. Gulang finds himself reclining on a soft little bed, covered with a small blanket. The gentle warmth of the sun streaming through the window envelopes him, providing unparalleled comfort. I feel invigorated. All my injuries have healed. This sleep was truly restorative. Gulang, disregarding his whereabouts, decides to summon the system for a check. Race, Starry Sky Magic Wolf. Born under the radiant glow of celestial magic, endowed with a keen perception of all elements, capable of traversing various planes without hindrance. Magic level, early 2nd rank. Feeding value, 6730. Remaining refresh time in the store, 144 hours and 53 minutes. Skills, tail wagging, danger perception, magic shielding, arrival posture, can be reused after 12 hours and 11 minutes. Enhancing strength to shorten cooldown. Mastery of magic, 2-star ice element, achieve perfection. Upon opening the system, Gulang was taken aback. My magic level has reached early 2nd rank, but wasn't I at late 1st rank? Could it be due to the energy fruit? Is there still a surge of energy remaining? Gulang was puzzled and continued to read on. Feeding value, 6730. Why is there such a high feeding value? What is going on? Didn't I exhaust my feeding value buying the energy fruit? System, where did my feeding value come from? How could there be so much? Gulang pondered, internally calling out to the system. Please check the feeding log. Host. Gulang was momentarily stunned, only to realize that a book icon had appeared in the upper right corner of the system. Feeding log. Detected host has become a summoned beast, and the magic of summoning is now included in the feeding category. On December 18, 2022, at 1:37 a.m., it was detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 illusion summoning magic. Feeding value 100 to AT1. 48 a.m., it was detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 illusion summoning magic. Feeding value 100 to AT2. 37 a.m., it was detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 illusion summoning magic. Feeding value 100 to AT2. 47 a.m., it was detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 illusion summoning magic. Feeding value 100. Suddenly, Gulang recalled that night when he seemed to have formed a contract with Song Lingyao regarding some summoning system, becoming her summoned beast, and then the system began to include summoning magic in the category of obtainable feeding value. He had almost forgotten that Wolf Master was now a summoned beast. Gulang felt a bit dejected. Nevertheless, since he could gain feeding value by receiving summoning magic, he would accept it. Wolf Master would still be Wolf Master. It was as if he had entered into a summoning contract, binding himself to a beautiful servant who would feed him regularly. Gulang wagged his tail and continued to look at the feeding log. My master is preparing for the college entrance examination. I shall first eliminate a demon lair to help her score. Synopsis of Volume 2. After completing her trials, Song Lingyao returned to the First Magic High School of Rui City, accompanied by a little white dog. Soon, everyone at the magical high school learned that the academic goddess Song Lingyao had contracted a seemingly useless little silly dog. Not only was its combat power abysmal, but it also suffered from hysteria, daydreaming of being a wolf. Its appetite was also absurdly large. Countless individuals lamented, feeling pity for Song Lingyao. However, Gulang merely indulged in soft living, quietly developing himself. Meanwhile, he accompanied Song Lingyao in her preparation for the magical college entrance examination. Aiming for a prestigious university, he thought he would lead a tranquil life, serving as a leisurely study companion. Yet, the horned demon from the twisted abyss had already set its sights on the souls of Rui City High School students. By sacrificing 3 pairs of suitable souls, it could descend upon Blue Star. During the school anniversary celebration, it coincided with the day of final sacrifice. The demon's claws reached out, shrieking, terror, flesh, and souls fell victim to the sacrificial offering. Countless youths were engulfed in despair, yet Gulang boldly stepped forward. Let me show you who truly suffers from hysteria. Wolf Master is still Wolf Master. To save the world, it must rely on me. Song Lingyao, don't panic for the entrance exam. I will clear a demon lair to boost your scores. Feeding log. Detected host has become a summoned beast, and the magic of summoning is now included in the feeding category. Feeding records for December 19, 2022. At 8:37 a.m., it was detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 illusion summoning magic, feeding value 100 to AT 12:48 p.m. It was detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 illusion summoning magic, feeding value 100. Feeding records for December 20, 2022. At 7:41 a.m., it was detected that feeding records for December 26, 2022. At 7:35 a.m., it was detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 illusion summoning magic, feeding value 100. After reading, Gu Lang was utterly bewildered. The latest feeding record dated December 26, which was likely today. Song Lingyao had continuously fed him for 7 days, approximately 8 to 9 times each day. This meant she had fed him roughly 60 times, each time 100, resulting in Gu Lang's current feeding value exceeding 6,000. The illusion in the system's display likely referred to the unit of magic value. This maid was quite impressive, providing such generous feeding to Wolf Master. Gu Lang felt a surge of emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Wait a moment. Gu Lang suddenly realized a critical point. The feeding records spanned from the 18th to the 26th, which meant he had been unconscious for nearly a week. After some contemplation, he surmised it was due to the severe injury sustained during the battle with that scruffy bird, compounded by the side effects of arrival posture. Gu Lang took note of the cooldown time for the arrival posture skill, which extended over a period of more than 100 days. This cooldown was nearly 4 months long. So long, Gu Lang frowned. He needed to find ways to continue enhancing his strength. After the last use, Gu Lang had truly realized that this ability was his genuine trump card. Upon activation, he transformed, significantly boosting his strength. Not to mention the captivating allure. After all, combat prowess may be fleeting, but charm is eternal. Furthermore, utilizing arrival posture not only entailed side effects, but also seemed to leave a trace of positive feedback. The last time Gu Lang chose to descend as the Snow Domain Wolf King, he had gained considerable control over the ice element after the event. Race, Celestial Magic Wolf, born under the luminous influence of the stars. Equipped with an acute awareness of all elements, capable of traversing diverse planes without obstruction. Magic level, early 2nd rank. Feeding value, 6730. Remaining refresh time in the store, 144 hours and 43 minutes. Skills, tail wagging, danger perception, magic shielding, arrival posture, can be reused after 12 hours and 1 minute, enhancing strength to shorten cooldown. Mastery of magic, 2-star ice element, achieve perfection. The system also displayed additional information, including the aspect of mastering magic. Previously, his mastery of magic was merely 1-star ice, which Gu Lang had acquired by spending 500 feeding value in the store. Now it had directly advanced to 2-star ice, with proficiency elevated to achieve perfection. This was all thanks to the benefits derived from selecting the Snow Domain Wolf King after utilizing arrival posture. Gu Lang felt a surge of delight. If he were to explore various Wolf Kings in the future, wouldn't he truly become the god of wolves across all elements? During Gu Lang's period of unconsciousness, the system store had refreshed as well. Magic World Feeding Value Store. Upon entering the store, a supermarket-like interface greeted him. With a few scattered items displayed at the very top of the shelf lay a slightly yellowed tome. Permanent top-tier transformation technique. Upon mastering, allows transformation into a human. Price, 9,990,000. Feeding value, 9,990,000. Gu Lang calculated carefully. With his current 6730 feeding value, he couldn't even gather the change for 9,990,000. Alas, when would he ever return to being human? Gu Lang sighed helplessly and shook his head. First, let us see what new items had been refreshed this time. Comprehensive Guide to 2-Star Fire Magic. Upon purchasing this book, you will learn all 2-star fire magic. Proficiency, beginner. Price, 5,000. Feeding value. Note: if you have not mastered 1-star fire magic, you will automatically learn it upon use. That if you have already mastered 1-star fire magic, its proficiency will be automatically elevated to achieve perfection. The first item was a crimson-covered magic book, embroidered with a swirling spark of fire. Gu Lang was somewhat familiar with magic books. During the last store refresh, he had purchased a 1-star ice magic compendium. Had he not mastered ice magic, he might not have had the option to choose the Snow Domain Wolf King during arrival posture. Gu Lang felt a stir of excitement upon seeing this magic book. The inclusion of 1-star magic meant that after purchasing this book, he could also gain some benefits and conveniently learn 1-star fire magic as well. This was definitely a worthy purchase. However, he decided to wait and see if there were any other enticing items. After contemplating, Gulang continued to browse downwards. Dog clan form, arrogant Chihuahua. Upon purchase, unlock the form of a Chihuahua. The selling price is 1,500 feeding points. Yet again, it is this worthless item. Gulang was rendered speechless. Why does this marketplace continuously refresh with such rubbish? Chihuahuas, such ugly and despicable creatures. Alaskan Huskies reign supreme. I refuse to buy. After wandering through the marketplace, the only item worth purchasing was a 2-star fire magic compendium. Gulang decisively pulled out 5,000 feeding points and acquired it, then proceeded to use it. Ding! The 2-star fire magic compendium has been utilized. The mechanical voice of the system echoed, and the red magic book instantly blossomed into flames, which whooshed into Gulang's mind. Gulang felt a sudden pressure in his head, and a wealth of knowledge regarding fire magic surged within him. Nice, I've learned it. I should find a place to practice my magic. Gulang glanced around. This appeared to be Song Lingyao's home. Perhaps he was lying in her bedroom. The room was saturated with a youthful essence, but he wondered where Song Lingyao had gone. Oh, it seemed she was still in school. Gulang suddenly recalled that Song Lingyao was a senior at some magical high school. With the college entrance examination approaching, she was likely still attending classes. Alas, poor student. Gulang shook his head, his face full of sympathy, but the next moment he felt joyous. Thankfully, Wolf Lord doesn't have to do homework or attend school. How delightful. I must find a spacious area to utilize my newly learned fire magic. I cannot play with fire here, as the furniture looks quite valuable if I were to burn it. This financially challenged wolf could never afford to compensate for the damage. First, I should step outside. Gulang emerged from the blanket, leaped up, and landed on the windowsill. The winter sun was warm, and even the northern wind carried a hint of warmth. Gulang's room was on the second floor, and outside was a vast garden, suggesting it was part of some estate. How wealthy! Gulang felt a pang of envy. The new servant came from a well-off family. They resided in such grand mansions. This place is beautiful. Song Lingyao, your home is quite splendid, but now it belongs to Wolf Lord. First, I shall frolic in this grand garden. Gulang extended his fluffy paw, pushed open the large window, and dove into the garden's grass. Emerging from the foliage, Gulang shook off the small debris from his fur and began to explore his new abode. The garden at Song Lingyao's home was expansive, and Gulang leisurely strolled along the pebble path. After wandering for a while, passing numerous green plants and flower clusters, Gulang came to a halt. Before him stood a landscaped rockery. At the base of the rockery was a clear little pond, where golden fish swam gracefully. Gulang had no interest in the fish. He merely wanted to play with the fire magic he had just learned in the garden, surrounded by flowers and plants. It was not suitable for casting spells. Gulang did not wish to accidentally ignite this place. This was Wolf Lord's new home. It must not be disturbed recklessly. A fitting location for spellcasting must be found. This little pond is quite appropriate, making it an ideal spot for fire magic. Gulang closed his eyes, calming his mind. He began to channel his magical energy. It is essential to note here that the magical energy of demon beasts differs from that of human mages. Human mages can master several elements of magic, such as simultaneously controlling wind, fire, and water. This is not contradictory, as multiple magical energies can coexist within their bodies, each storing different elements. A 1-star mage, upon promotion to 2-star, can open a second magical energy reservoir within their body. However, demon beasts do not have this capability. All demon beasts on Blue Star possess only one magical energy reservoir, but a demon beast will forever have just one magical reservoir. However, their magical energy is devoid of attributes. Unlike humans, who have specific elemental reservoirs, demon beasts contain pure magical energy, which can transform into any elemental type with proper training. The elements a demon beast can wield are determined by 2 factors. The first is genetics. Most demon beasts are inherently predisposed to a specific elemental casting method. For instance, a crimson flame ape is destined to master fire magic. The second factor is practice. With persistent learning and training, they can acquire the casting methods of other elemental magics. However, the second aspect is exceedingly challenging. The vast majority of demon beasts can only cast one elemental magic before reaching the 4th tier. Upon reaching the 4th tier, the brain capacity and magical energy reservoir of a demon beast will significantly increase. Simply put, Their intelligence and magical capacity reach new heights. Only then can a demon beast train itself to learn a second elemental magic. Yet, it is not an easy feat. The giant winged bird king, which Gulang had torn apart, was at the 4th tier, but could only wield wind magic that it failed to master a second elemental magic. This indicates that humans possess a considerable advantage in magical talent. Once they level up, they can unlock a new elemental magic. Following the techniques established by predecessors, they can learn step by step. However, demon beasts are not without their strengths. Their physical power far exceeds that of mages of the same rank, which is their capital for competing against mages. The fact that demon beasts only ever have one magical energy reservoir is an unchangeable flaw. Although Gulang is a starry sky magic wolf and has now become Song Lingyao's summoned beast, he remains fundamentally a wolf, a demon beast. He possesses only one magical energy reservoir. Yet Gulang is no ordinary demon beast. First, his bloodline talent. The starry sky magic wolf has acute sensitivity to all elements. Second, his intelligence. Although his magical power is only at the 2nd tier, his intellect far surpasses that of a typical 2nd-tier demon beast. Thirdly, there is the system. Gulang has a cheat. The 2-star fire magic compendium allowed him to learn numerous fire spells in merely a second. Other mages, who toil tirelessly just to learn a second elemental magic, would surely be infuriated. Presently, Gulang was unconcerned with such matters. He simply wished to play with fire. Let's start with a fireball. The pure magical energy within Gulang's reservoir was continuously mobilized, transformed into fire elements through a unique method. Roar, poof. A small fireball, barely 5 centimeters in radius, erupted from Gulang's mouth, trailing flames as it hurtled toward the pond. Splash. The once tranquil surface of the pond instantly caved in, sending countless water droplets flying. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The unsuspecting Gulang was drenched from head to toe. What power! He had observed clearly that the fireball remained intact for 3 to 4 seconds. Enveloped by the layers of water after entering the pond, this the might of 2-star magic. The water level of the pond had dropped several centimeters, and several fish within swam about in a panic. Desperately seeking escape, Gulang was satisfied and prepared to experiment with a few other spells. Buzz. Just then, a warm wave surged within his mind. Gulang was taken aback, his consciousness sinking into his brain domain. Buzz. The sound emanated from the 6-pointed star-shaped magical core. This 6-pointed star had been present in his mind since Gulang awakened, but he had paid it no heed that it was likely the mark of their summoning contract. However, it had been behaving normally until now. Why was it suddenly agitated? Gulang, puzzled, extended his consciousness tendrils and gently touched the 6-pointed star. The star erupted in a blinding white light. Buzz. Then came a vague, ethereal voice. You have awakened? Gulang was startled. Who was speaking? But he quickly realized it was Song Lingyao's voice. It was just very faint, as if calling from a great distance. That do not run. What is this? Do not run. Song Lingyao, you must recognize your position. Do not think your beauty can dictate Wolf Lord's actions. Gulang snorted, unwilling to comply. I will return later. Return later? That implies I am not returning now. Wolf Lord shall venture out for a stroll. After contemplating, Gulang concentrated his consciousness again, wishing to respond to Song Lingyao. Yet he was unsure how to utilize the 6-pointed star, so he could only shout at it. Not good. The Wolf Lord is simply the Wolf Lord. Do not presume to control him. After Gulang's message was sent, there was no further response from Song Lingyao, leaving her uncertain whether she had heard it. Meanwhile, at the first magic high school of Ruiqing, in a senior class, a remarkably beautiful girl was lost in thought, staring blankly at her textbook. Song Lingyao felt a twinge of confusion. Surely, the chubby white creature should have heard her words. She had initially been focused on her studies, attempting to catch up on the lessons she had missed during her training period. Although her magical prowess far exceeded that of her peers, she still needed to attend her cultural classes. After all, without a solid foundation, excelling in the college entrance examination would be a challenge. Ever since the chubby one fell into a coma, she had been transmitting summoning magic to it 3 to 5 times a day, hoping it would awaken soon. However, she had to attend classes and could not guarantee she would be by its side when it finally stirred. Thus, she occasionally used the summoning contract in her mind to sense the state of the chubby one. A few days ago, the consciousness corresponding to Gulang was utterly silent. Yet just moments ago, after finishing her notes, She instinctively reached out to the summoning contract in her mind and sensed a vibrant presence. The chubby one had awakened. Song Lingyao felt a surge of joy, but lamented her absence, opting instead to convey a few words to it through the hexagram. The chubby one was her summoned beast. And through their summoning contract, she could transmit her thoughts. After sending her message through the summoning contract, she quietly awaited a response to in the realm of Blue Star, only beasts that had attained the 4th tier, with a significant increase in their mental capacity, could learn to speak. However, summoned beasts were an exception. This exception did not mean that summoned beasts could articulate words before reaching the 4th tier. Rather, it indicated that they could convey their thoughts to their master through the summoning contract. In essence, this was not much different from speaking, as the transmission of thoughts was far swifter than verbal communication. Previously, Song Lingyao had utilized the summoning contract to communicate with her white claw spirit cat, which had also learned to convey information back to her through the hexagram. Nevertheless, the white claw spirit cat, being only a 2nd-tier spirit beast, had a limited mental capacity and lacked the intelligence to fully match that of a human. Despite this, it was still capable of exchanging simple messages with Song Lingyao, such as, "Little spirit, are there any beasts in the woods ahead?" "Meow, none." "Little spirit, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Meow, fish." Although its responses were still interspersed with cat sounds, it was a commendable achievement. Song Lingyao estimated that once the white claw spirit cat advanced to the 3rd tier, they would be able to communicate seamlessly. Her expectations for the chubby one were even higher, as it clearly possessed greater potential than the spirit cat. After all, during that night, when the celestial being descended and wreaked havoc upon the bird demons, both its combat prowess and intellect were evidently on par with that of a typical 4th-tier beast. Thus, Song Lingyao believed that the chubby one was now capable of normal communication. Buzz, the summoning contract resonated. Song Lingyao quickly focused her mind, entering her mental realm. The hexagram was indeed vibrating. The chubby one was responding. A radiant smile broke across her face, drawing the attention of many male classmates who stared at her in awe. Song Lingyao reached out her consciousness to listen to what the chubby one had to say. Buzz, woof, 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 woof. Listening to the series of barking sounds emanating from the summoning contract, Song Lingyao was taken aback. How could this be? Was the chubby one unable to utilize the summoning contract? Shouldn't its intelligence surpass that of the little spirit? Why was it only barking? Confused and at a loss, she realized that she would need to teach it properly upon her return. Meanwhile, Gulang remained unaware that his dominant declaration was perceived by Song Lingyao as nothing more than a cacophony of barks. As previously mentioned, he prepared to leave his new home for a stroll. With a leap, Gulang landed among the bushes, vaulting over several low walls to reach the outskirts, seizing the opportunity while the gatekeeper was distracted. He slipped through the gap in the main gate. Upon stepping outside, Gulang turned to gaze at the front door of Song Lingyao's residence. Several towering white pillars stood proudly, supporting a grand horizontal beam. A plaque hung from the beam, inscribed with the character Song. How fortunate it was to possess wealth, not only residing in a vast manor, but also adorning the entrance with such grandeur. Shaking his head, Gulang continued on his way. Outside Song Lingyao's grand abode lay a winding road descending the mountain where she lived. Perched atop a small hill, Ji Yulang found a large stone by the roadside, climbed atop it, and gazed into the distance. Below lay a sprawling urban landscape, filled with countless towering buildings. Ji Yulang promptly decided to venture into the city for some leisure. He jumped down from the stone. But the serpentine mountain path posed a challenge. It seemed rather distant. With his short legs, it would take an eternity to traverse. Didi, just as Gulang pondered his predicament, a horn blared from behind. He swiftly concealed himself behind the stone and turned to glance back that a truck was emerging from the side gate of the manor, honking to signal the gatekeeper for clearance. Once the barrier lifted, the truck rolled out slowly, with only the driver on board. The driver was an unremarkable middle-aged man with a hooked nose and a dark mole on his chin, exuding an unapproachable demeanor at that moment. He appeared to be engaged in a tense phone call, his expression grim. While one hand gripped the steering wheel, he was too preoccupied to notice his surroundings, which allowed Gulang to stealthily climb into the truck bed. Upon boarding, Gulang discovered numerous square objects covered in black cloth within the truck. His curiosity piqued. He lifted the cloth. Beneath it lay various iron cages, some stained with traces of blood, presenting a rather unsettling sight. The cages were empty, Devoid of any contents, he wondered what purpose the driver had in transporting a truckload of empty cages from the Grand Song Manor. However, Gulang had no inclination to dwell on it. Instead, he lay back in the truck, gazing vacantly at the retreating scenery. Impossible! A sudden bark of anger startled Gulang from his reverie, realizing it was the driver, who seemed to be embroiled in an argument over the phone. His voice crescendoed before he lowered it deliberately. Yet, upon recognizing the solitude of the mountain road, he raised his voice once more. "You are being unreasonable. You cannot encroach further." The driver's agitation intensified, and Gulang could vaguely discern snippets of the conversation. "Ruaching hasn't been completed. Move to the next location." Gulang listened, puzzled, unable to comprehend the driver's words. It seemed something was missing in Ruaching, followed by instructions to head to another site, interspersed with unfamiliar names. He dismissed them, trusting his instincts that the driver was not a man of good character. Drawing from years of reading novels and watching dramas, Gulang surmised that the driver was likely coerced by a criminal syndicate, forced to partake in nefarious deeds. Now, the nefarious leader was calling, intending to orchestrate something even more outrageous. The driver's dwindling conscience was in revolt, yet he would inevitably succumb to the pressures of the criminal organization. With a self-satisfied grin, Gulang thought, as expected of the Wolf Lord, it took mere seconds to deduce the situation that a criminal syndicate, but what concern was it of mine? The Wolf Lord wouldn't seek to be a hero for the sake of it. No way. The truck continued to race along the mountain road and soon descended, taking several turns before entering the urban area, seizing the opportunity while the driver waited at a red light. Gulang leaped out of the truck bed and landed on the road that he watched as the truck turned left and right, eventually vanishing from sight. Upon turning around, Gulang stepped onto the sidewalk. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that this appeared to be a commercial street, lined with countless shops. The pedestrians were numerous, their hurried footsteps echoing through the air. Many of them regarded Gulang as merely a small stray dog, homeless and pitiful, choosing to sidestep him. Only a few young girls were captivated by his looks, extending their hands in an attempt to pet him. "Go! So cute," they exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with affection as they admired the fluffy little creature. Initially, Gulang felt quite pleased and cooperatively leaned in, thinking, "See, the charm of the Wolf Lord is undeniable." However, upon noticing that the girls had nothing in their hands, completely empty, his mood soured. Infuriated, he deftly dodged their outstretched hands. "Begone! Remove your filthy hands. The Wolf Lord is not someone you can casually touch. No food, yet you dare approach me." Gulang bared his teeth, attempting to frighten off the foolish girls. Yet, his deceptively innocent appearance led them to interpret his actions as mere playfulness. They continued to reach out, eager to scratch his soft head. Unamused, Gulang decided to deactivate his charm. Suddenly, a surge of potent magical energy erupted from him, radiating freely across the sidewalk. "The demon beast." The girls gasped in shock, retreating in alarm. Gulang reveled in their fearful reactions. "Humph! Have you witnessed the might of the Wolf Lord?" One girl stumbled over her own feet, falling to the ground in a state of panic. Scrambling on all fours, "Jiomin, there's a demon beast! A demon beast!" Gulang was taken aback. "What does that mean? Just a hint of my magical aura sends you into such a frenzy." The girls continued to shout in disarray. "Demon beast! Demon beast!" Across the street, a plain-looking boy rushed out of a bubble tea shop. Xiangjia, a freshman at Ruaching Magic University, had merely stepped out to run an errand for his goddess. Fetching a bubble tea, he intended to buy just one cup for her, deciding against indulging himself, as practicing magic was quite costly. However, since the goddess requested 2 cups for her friend as well, he had grown accustomed to such requests. Often, when he brought her meals, he would bring 2 portions for her friend, who had quite an appetite, always demanding extra rice. Xiangjia thought it would be an ordinary day. But suddenly, he heard high school girls screaming across the street, claiming they had encountered a demon beast. He rushed out, only to see a small, fluffy, foolish dog standing before them. Excitement surged through him. His magical level had recently advanced to late stage 1 star, and he had yet to practice in a real combat situation. Though Ruaching Magic University offered practical classes, they were heavily supervised by teachers, which felt pointless. He had been lamenting his inability to join a training team. Yet here he was, encountering a demon beast on the street, and a weak one at that. "Let me show off my prowess." Xiangjia dashed across the road, positioning himself in front of the high school girls. Be careful. It seems quite powerful, one girl cautioned softly upon seeing him step in. Xia Yingjie nodded slightly, adopting an air of a seasoned master as his gaze fixed intently on the little dog demon. Huh. It doesn't even have sharp claws. Upon seeing Gu Lang's adorable appearance, he instantly relaxed. Perhaps it was merely an experimental creature that had escaped from one of Ruiqing's laboratories that I just need to deliver a light reprimand. He thought, eager to impress the girls. Step back. I'm about to cast a spell, he instructed, his demeanor filled with righteous determination. The girls gazed at him in admiration. Ignite. Xia Yingjie clumsily summoned a spark from his hands. Fan the flames. The spark grew stronger, the temperature increasing gradually. Construct. He struggled to meld the sparks from both hands, finally forming a fireball. Success. He exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the fireball take shape. As for the subsequent steps, he decided to forego them, as he was still not very adept. Xia Yingjie raised his head. A cold smirk plastered across his face as he regarded Gu Lang. Ji Lang was momentarily bewildered by the boy's antics. Was he truly attempting to cast a spell? How could he be so slow? Surely, this fellow couldn't be a fool. Could he? It took nearly 5 seconds to conjure a small fireball, which appeared feeble and lackluster. Such a spell, and he still dared to feel proud. Gu Lang immediately concluded that this boy was a simpleton. Seeing that Gu Lang remained motionless, Xia Yingjie assumed the foolish dog was intimidated. Humph, so you're scared now? Fireball, go. The small fireball launched from Xia Yingjie's fingertip, heading straight for Gu Lang. Upon realizing this dimwit truly intended to attack him, Gu Lang's anger flared. You dare provoke the Wolf Lord? He swiftly summoned his magical energy, unleashing a frosty breath. The frost materialized instantly into a small ice projectile, which hurtled towards Xia Yingjie's feeble fireball. Sizzle, the ice collided with the fireball, extinguishing it immediately. Xia Yingjie was left dumbfounded. How could this be? But before he could react, the ice projectile barreled through the remnants of the fireball, striking him squarely in the groin. Thud. Ow. Xia Yingjie clutched his groin and collapsed onto the ground, rolling for some time before recovering. Damn it, he seethed in frustration. He had just suffered an embarrassing defeat. The fool still believed he had simply let his guard down. He began to channel his magic again, determined to try once more. Yet, this time, it proved more challenging. He shouted ignite several times without producing a single spark. Ignite. Finally, he managed to summon the fire element. Fan the flames. Construct. As he formed another fireball, Xia Yingjie raised his head and shot a glance at Gu Lang. Gritting his teeth, he continued channeling his magical energy. Burn. Explode. Spread. The subsequent steps flowed much more smoothly, and Xia Yingjie's spirits soared. Behold my mighty fireball. Let us see how you deal with this foolish dog. He glared at Gu Lang, still seething over having embarrassed himself in front of the girls. That Ji Lang, however, found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the boy's antics, conjuring a simple fireball as if he were crafting a nuclear bomb. So painstakingly cautious, and now he wore a triumphant expression, as if others were unaware of his novice status. Ji Lang shook his head. Let me show you true fire magic. Flame serpent, with a swift movement of his paw. The pure magical energy within him transformed into fire elements, surging forth. Boom! A blazing, fiery serpent materialized on Gu Lang's paw, coiling with confidence before lunging forward, devouring the fireball Xia Yingjie had conjured. Impossible. Xia Yingjie's jaw dropped in disbelief. The fire serpent was a 2-star spell. This little dog-like demon beast was actually a second-tier creature. Meanwhile, he was merely at late stage 1 star. The 3 high school girls stood aghast, witnessing the little dog effortlessly overpowering a student from the Magic University. They had been observing closely. In terms of both power and casting speed, the little dog far surpassed Xia Yingjie. Suddenly, Xia Yingjie realized something. Gu Lang had first unleashed an ice spell, followed by the flame serpent. 2 types of magic, from a single demon beast. A chilling thought struck him. A 4-tier creature. There's a 4-tier demon beast here. Xia Yingjie unleashed a heart-wrenching wail. His theoretical knowledge was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have been admitted to the prestigious Ruiqing Magic University. However, his abysmal spellcasting skills left few universities willing to accept him. Xia Yingjie had participated in the Magical College entrance examination 6 months prior, during which there was a subject called demonology, encompassing questions about 4th-tier demon beasts in the Blue Star realm. demon beasts below the 4th tier could typically only cast a single element of magic. Only the most exceptional 4th tier demon beasts were capable of wielding 2 distinct elemental magics. Help! There is a formidable 4th tier demon beast, an otherworldly invasion. An incursion from another dimension has occurred. Xia Yingjie collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in terror as he scrambled backward, yearning to distance himself from Gulang. Summoning every ounce of strength, he shouted for help, finally catching someone's attention. Zhang Jiazi, a senior at Ruiqing Magic University, had applied for a practical training program 3 months ago. With his outstanding grades and remarkable abilities, he was selected as the captain of Team 51. After the school assigned 7 members to the team, Zhang Jiazi led them into the Tianyin mountain range 20 days prior to embark on a half-month training expedition. The task was straightforward: construct several crystal towers to gauge the number of demon beasts within the mountain range. Zhang Jiazi's team completed the assignment with ease and prepared to return. However, on a night of the full moon, an unforeseen calamity struck. The forest suddenly thrummed with the presence of numerous formidable demon beasts, and one of their members caught sight of the legendary spatial rift from a distance. Emerging from the rift were several 3rd-tier demon beasts, causing sheer terror among the group. Zhang Jiazi immediately ordered all team members to extinguish their campfire, hold their breath, and lie low in the woods surrounding the campsite to evade danger. Before long, flares lit up the sky. Green, someone was requesting assistance. Purple, nearby cities were in peril. Red, this area was a death trap. Zhang Jiazi contemplated rushing out to help, but his team members restrained him, urging him not to court death. Despite his reluctance, he remained hidden. Minutes later, the inky night sky was once again illuminated by the fiery bursts of flares. Blue, red, green, assembly, danger, request for aid. Zhang Jiazi understood that other training teams must have encountered demon beasts and were engaged in a desperate struggle. Yet, he and his team dared not move. Suddenly, a massive bird spread its wings, casting a shadow over them as it soared overhead. Zhang Jiazi dared to glance up, only to have the demon bird coldly meet his gaze. Fear gripped him. Even from such a distance, the demon bird had detected his concealed presence. Just as he braced for doom, the demon bird ignored him and continued its flight deeper into the mountains. After the bird departed, Zhang Jiazi felt a tremor deep within his soul, grateful he had not succumbed to reckless bravado. Moments later, a horrifying explosion erupted nearby, lighting up the sky like a miniature sun. Even the woods where Zhang Jiazi's team was hiding were nearly engulfed by the intense radiance. The raging fire elements evoked only one name in his mind: Wu Yanghua, one of the most outstanding students at Ruiqing Magic University. After the explosion, the Tianyin mountain range fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Jiazi and his teammates, feeling somewhat relaxed, prepared to venture out. However, the moonlight was suddenly obscured by a colossal shadow. The 8 of them, trembling in fear, looked up to see the demon bird returning, flapping its wings toward the site of the explosion. They hurriedly sought refuge once more. After lying low for a while, the group noticed something strange. The energy in the Tianyin mountain range was shifting toward the direction the bird had just flown. It seemed as though a ravenous black hole was relentlessly siphoning energy from that location. Meanwhile, the snowflakes drifting from the sky inexplicably ceased their descent. Seconds later, everything returned to normal. Zhang Jiazi dared not utter a sound, remaining obediently hidden among the foliage. After a duration of silence, the snowflakes in the sky suddenly surged back toward the same direction. One of the team members, specializing in ice magic, was horrified to discover that the ice magic within his magical sea was rapidly depleting. As if controlled by an unseen force, summoning his courage, Zhang Jiazi poked his head out from the dense thicket and gazed skyward. What he beheld would forever be etched in his memory. Dozens of enormous azure ice crystal spheres burst through the clouds, trailing brilliant flames as they plummeted to the ground. The earlier demon bird was now folding its massive wings, boldly charging toward the incoming meteorites. The demon bird was helpless against the onslaught of falling ice. A deafening explosion ensued, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if a magnitude 7 earthquake had struck. Then, the Tianyin mountain range returned to silence. Zhang Jiazi believed everything had come to an end and thought to call his remaining teammates out. He presumed that the earlier meteorites had been conjured by mages sent as reinforcements from Huagua, who had arrived in the nick of time to vanquish the demon beasts. However, His fellow teammates steadfastly refused to rise, preferring to remain hidden. Just as tensions mounted, a blissful wolf howl resonated in their ears, a woo. This wolf's howl was so resounding, so carefree, so wild and ethereal. Before their eyes, it was as if they beheld a majestic wolf king howling toward the moon. Following this, the Tianyin mountain range fell into a complete stillness, shrouded in utter silence. The members of Team 51 rushed to depart at the break of dawn, desperate to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the Tianyin mountain range. Ultimately, they returned to Ruiqing a day earlier than anticipated. Zhang Jiaji's teammates rejoiced at having narrowly escaped with their lives, incessantly boasting to those around them about the grand spectacle they had witnessed. Yet, these boasting teammates soon realized that many others had also witnessed the events of that night. That it turned out they were not alone. Numerous other training teams had also hidden in fear. Look, we were not the only ones cowering like turtles. This is called tactical evasion. The last remnants of their shame dissipated. Zhang Jiaji paid little heed to his teammates, his focus keenly fixed on the returning training teams. Days passed, and the last of the teams returned. The university announced the conclusion of the practical training. Upon counting, Zhang Jiaji realized only 72 teams had returned, one less than the 73 that had initially departed. Team 47 was missing. He then consulted the training roster published by Ruiqing Magic University half a month prior, meticulously cross-referencing names, Wu Yanghua, Wang Cheng, Tao Haoran. Inquiring at their respective colleges, Zhang Jiaji was informed that these individuals had been assigned to external exchanges for further study. This revelation sent a chill through Zhang Jiaji's heart that he understood. Those who had fought valiantly that night until their last breath were indeed them. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the truth of that night, the university suddenly issued an order prohibiting any discussion of the events that had transpired. A shroud of silence enveloped Ruiqing Magic University regarding the matter. Even Zhang Jiaji's team was summoned to sign a confidentiality agreement. Yet, he remained resolute. He scoured countless documents, piecing together the evidence of the spatial rift, ultimately arriving at one conclusion. This was an assault launched by otherworldly demon beasts. Indeed, that fourth-tier bird demon could only be a creature from another dimension. But what significance does this knowledge hold for me? That night, I chose not to aid my comrades who fought valiantly. I merely buried my head like an ostrich, lacking even the courage to emerge from the thicket. What right do I now have to concern myself with this matter? Zhang Jiaji's emotions swirled within him, beyond articulation. Today, the weather was splendid. Troubled by his thoughts, he took to the streets for some fresh air. An otherworldly incursion. A formidable fourth-tier demon beast. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced through Zhang Jiaji's ears. The term alternate dimension had become a persistent torment for him during this period. His body froze abruptly, cold sweat cascading down his brow. They have come. Zhang Jiaji lowered his head, his face contorted in struggle. Perhaps he should just take a look. P.S. This chapter is adapted from real experiences, a friend of the go. Huff, huff. Zhang Jiaji gasped for breath as he dashed across the street. Finally locating the source of the cries for help. It was a male college student sprawled on the ground, with an adorable puppy standing beside him. Zhang Jiaji was taken aback. He had steeled himself for a desperate battle, anticipating ferocious beasts from another realm, perhaps bears or tigers. They would be monstrous, powerful creatures clawing their way through the rifts in reality, poised to slaughter the innocents of Ruiqing. But now, a cute little Alaskan puppy tilted its head, wagging its tail at him, exuding an aura devoid of magical power. Upon witnessing this scene, the boiling blood within Zhang Jiaji instantly cooled. He felt as if a searing iron had been plunged into water, extinguishing its fire, leaving him with nowhere to burn. Yet, he soon felt a wave of relief wash over him. They were not truly facing an invasion. Xia Yingjie caught a glimpse of someone running up behind him and instinctively turned his head. It was a handsome young man with a dazed expression. Zhang Jiaji. Xia Yingjie recognized him immediately. He was one of the outstanding fourth-year students from Ruiqing Magic University, his photograph long displayed on the wall. Senior, a fourth-tier beast. This dog is a fourth-tier beast. Seeing Zhang Jiaji standing behind him, Xia Yingjie clutched at straws, his voice rising in desperation. Zhang Jiaji's fists clenched tighter at the sound of his cry. A fourth-tier beast? This little puppy? Are you blind? Zhang Jiaji's temples throbbed, his teeth gritted in anger. Noticing the emblem of Ruiqing Magic University pinned to Xia Yingjia's jacket only fueled his fury further. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and administer a thorough beating to this foolish junior. Seeing Jiang Jiaji remain rooted in place, head bowed and hands clenched, Xia Yingjia assumed he too had been frightened. "Senior? Shut your mouth!" Jiang Jiaji erupted, unleashing a torrent of eloquent Chinese expletives. Xia Yingjia was left dumbfounded by the striking senior's outburst. "Huh?" Xia Yingjia instinctively turned to Gu Lang. The little puppy looked utterly innocent, its fluffy tail wagging joyfully behind it, devoid of any magical aura. Xia Yingjia was stunned. What was happening? It had just cast a spell. Xia Yingjia hurriedly explained. First it was ice magic, then it summoned a fire serpent in an instant. Dual element magic. Jiang Jiaji's rage flared anew. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for a beast to wield dual element magic? Have you been overindulging at school? Have you lost your mind? Coming out here to disgrace a Ruiqing student. After venting his fury, the typically refined and amiable Jiang Jiaji waved his hand dismissively and strode away without a backward glance. Xia Yingjia was left in a daze. His brain felt overheated. How could that little dog have suddenly lost its magical aura? What was going on? Gu Lang stifled a laugh, scampering forward to nudge him with a paw. Xia Yingjia snapped back to reality, anxiously looking around for the girls he had seen earlier, but they had long since fled. Where did they go? I came to save you, and you all ran away. Xia Yingjia felt a twinge of grievance. If I hadn't sent you flowers on your 18th birthday. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Xia Yingjia hurriedly fished his phone out of his pocket and answered it. Hey, man. Before he could finish, an impatient female voice erupted from the other end. Xia Yingjia, why did it take you so long to buy the milk tea? No, I ran into. Xia Yingjia gritted his teeth. Convinced Man would believe him. I encountered a fourth-tier beast. It first used ice magic, then instantly summoned a fire snake. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Xia Yingjia held his breath, anxiously awaiting the goddess's response. After a long pause, a cold chuckle echoed back that, "Oh, so you heroically delayed it and saved Ruiqing. Is that why you were late buying the milk tea?" "Yes, exactly," Xia Yingjia exclaimed. Elated that Man truly understood him. He was just that kind-hearted. He was about to say he would return immediately, but the furious voice on the other end cut him off again. "Get lost. No need to bring me milk tea anymore. Xia Yingjia, you are truly a man devoid of responsibility." With a click, the call ended before he could offer further defense. Xia Yingjia sat on the street, dazed, watching the hurried passers-by. After a while, he stood up and rushed into the nearby shop to grab 2 cups of milk tea. Emerging from the shop, he found himself at a loss on the street. Man didn't want his milk tea anymore. Who would drink it then? He suddenly glanced at Gu Lang. That Gu Lang had no idea what was going on with this dimwit. He seemed to have lost his soul after a phone call. As if he had just had a fierce argument with a woman. Oh, wait. No, it wasn't an argument. It was a scolding. Xia Yingjia marched straight towards Gu Lang, rolled up a pant leg, and plopped down beside him. He pulled out a cup of milk tea from his bag, inserted a straw, and offered it to Gu Lang. That Gu Lang was taken aback. "Drink up. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like you." What a fool. Gu Lang cursed internally, realizing this guy was just a love-struck fool. He almost kicked the cup of love-struck milk tea away, but after sniffing its aroma, he hesitated. That tea seemed quite delicious. After a moment's thought, he bit the straw and began to sip. A notification chimed. Detected that the devoted admirer has offered the host 50 milliliters of taro bubble milk tea, deducting 1 point from the feeding value. Rejecting admirers starts with you and me. The mechanical voice of the system left Gu Lang momentarily stunned. Feeding from an admirer? It can even deduct feeding value? His face was a mix of confusion. But he quickly shook his tail. Whatever, it didn't matter. Just 1 point. As long as it tasted good. Gu Lang continued to sip through the straw. Xia Yingjia, burdened with heavy thoughts, felt utterly dejected. First, he couldn't even handle a little dog. Then he was scolded by the esteemed Jiang Sr., who accused him of being hysterical. And finally, even Man, she didn't believe him. He gazed at Gu Lang, puzzled. How could it be that just a moment ago it had been casting spells? Yet now it exuded no magical aura? Xia Yingjia stared blankly at Gu Lang, seeking some answers. Did you hide your magic somehow? But Gu Lang paid him no mind, pretending to be a little silly dog that couldn't understand human speech. With a sigh, Xia Yingjie mentally berated himself for asking a dog such a question. He felt lost for quite some time before finally speaking. When I was young, I thought everyone was the same. It wasn't until I entered that world of towering skyscrapers and dazzling lights that I realized people are inherently different. That I have toiled for half my life, gazing up at the faint glow atop the 100-meter buildings. While the crying infant atop is destined to be its next master, I find myself repeatedly reflecting upon these matters, incessantly compelled to accept my own mediocrity. Jiyu Lang was momentarily taken aback. What pretense of literary sophistication was this big sycophant attempting to adopt? Xia Yingjie's eyes were vacant as he poked at the milk tea in his hand, bringing it to his lips for a sip. Gulp, gulp. After a few swallows, he was overwhelmed by the abominable taste of the milk tea. It was unbearably bitter. He placed the cup on the ground beside his feet, lost in thought, before muttering to himself. Why has Man suddenly decided against milk tea? Upon hearing this, Gulang rolled his eyes dramatically, labeling him a hopeless fool. That he cast a disdainful glance at Xia Yingjie before turning away, no longer wishing to engage. Baffled and at a loss, Xia Yingjie opened his WeChat, seeking out Man that he navigated to her moments, scrolling through her photos. Upon glimpsing one of Man's stunning images, a smile of pure happiness blossomed upon Xia Yingjie's face once more. A few minutes later, he tapped on an image to enlarge it, then held his phone out towards Gulang. Look, I sent T Man beautiful. The photograph was taken on a beach, featuring 3 men and 2 women. With Xia Yingjie pointing at the most revealingly dressed girl. Jiyu Lang scrutinized the heavily made-up girl in the photo, then glanced back at the bookish Xia Yingjie. They were utterly mismatched, akin to a firefly missing half its backside juxtaposed against a full moon. Ugh, how revolting! Jiyu Lang feigned a gagging motion. Instantly, the smile on Xia Yingjie's face froze. Humph, you blind fool, he retorted bitterly. Jiyu Lang's expression turned hostile as he regarded Xia Yingjie. What a nauseating wretch. Merely lurking about and indulging in the fantasies of others' moments. Just as Gulang was about to impart some wisdom to Xia Yingjie, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xia Yingjie's face lit up with joy as he eagerly answered. Hello, Man. Ah, all right. I'm on my way. With that, Xia Yingjie hurried off, eagerly playing the ultimate sidekick to his goddess. Man. Gulang observed his retreating figure, shaking his head. His attire hardly suggested a wealthy background, with visible signs of mending on the seams of his shirt. Sigh, why choose to be a sycophant of all things? Gulang remained seated on the street, sipping the cup of taro boba Xia Yingjie had given him. Before long, the cup was emptied. Ding! Detected a 450 milliliters serving of taro boba milk tea offered by the Supreme Sycophant. Ding, feeding value -10. Supreme Sycophant? Wasn't he just an ordinary sycophant? Has he evolved? Gulang was utterly speechless, rising to shake off the dust and continue his leisurely stroll down the street. The sidewalks were lined with a plethora of snack shops, offering a variety of delights: noodle shops, fast food, fried chicken, barbecue. Gulang wandered further, reaching the end of the street before turning onto a new commercial avenue. This area was dedicated to magic, Ruiqing Magic Street. It was bustling with life, far more animated than the snack street. Jiyu Lang weaved through the crowd, finally squeezing his way to the side of the street. In front of him stood a sizable magic supply store, occupying 5 storefronts. Changgu's Universal Magic Materials. 2 tall pillars flanked the entrance, inscribed with a couplet. The first line read, "The sea embraces myriad treasures." The second, "From 5 continents, we welcome esteemed guests." The horizontal inscription proclaimed, "Changgu is formidable." Jiyu Lang stared, speechless, at the nonsensical couplet. This Changgu must be a cultural wasteland, utterly ignorant of the Chinese language. He shook his head in disdain and decided to step inside nonetheless. The entrance was unguarded, save for the cash registers and attendants on either side. Taking advantage of his diminutive stature, Gulang boldly strode inside. The store was filled with dozens of stone cabinets, towering nearly 5 meters high, each adorned with a multitude of transparent drawers containing assorted magical materials. The store was bustling with customers, filling the narrow aisles to capacity. Several staff members were perched atop high wooden ladders, assisting patrons in retrieving materials. Jiyu Lang skillfully navigated through the throng. The customers regarded Gulang, a small dog with a hint of black amidst his white fur, with curiosity but little else. Assuming he was merely a pet of the shop owner, Gulang explored, he was suddenly enticed by an alluring scent. What could possibly smell so delightful? His mouth watered as he followed the aroma, ultimately halting before a cabinet nestled in the corner. This stone cabinet was brimming with contents, and a large sign hung overhead, reading, "Beast Materials." The tantalizing fragrance wafted from the lowest drawer. Dust coated the drawer handle, suggesting it had long been untouched. The plastic sheet was affixed to the drawer, displaying a botanical illustration alongside the words, "Fragrant Bloodvine." Jiu Lang approached the drawer, intoxicated by the exotic scent. Examining its contents meticulously, it was filled with cylindrical wooden vines of varying sizes. The smaller ones were purple, while the larger ones were a brownish gray. These fragrant blood vines exuded an enchanting aroma that was simply irresistible. After a moment, Gulang found himself yearning to devour the entire drawer's contents. "Hey, who let a little fool like you in?" A bald man appeared behind Gulang, his expression one of disdain. The rotund figure, with a face full of excess flesh, raised his voice towards the cash register. When, can't you keep a proper watch?" The bald man waved his foot in front of Gulang, making tut-tut sounds in an attempt to shoo him away. Jiu Lang shot a fierce glare at the balding man before wagging his tail and turning to leave. However, Gulang did not stray far, instead peeking around the corner. Following the bald man was a tall, slender figure wearing a baseball cap, the brim pulled low to obscure most of his face, revealing only the lower half. He had a sharp, angular appearance. Upon noticing Gulang had departed, the bald man crouched down and opened the drawer filled with fragrant blood vines that he reached in with gloved hands, grabbing a handful and displaying it to the hat-wearing man beside him. The cap-wearer took one of the fragrant blood vines from the bald man's hand, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. After a moment, he nodded. "How much do you want?" the bald man inquired in a booming voice. The cap-wearer glanced at the contents of the drawer, whispering two words from several meters away. Gulang could not hear what the cap-wearer had said, only able to discern the shape of his lips forming two syllables. Upon hearing the customer, the bald man paused, then rubbed his shiny bald head. "We have more in the storeroom. Would you like some as well?" The cap-wearer nodded. The bald man understood, promptly sending an attendant to the storeroom while he continued to lead the cap-wearer to another section of materials. The slender figure in the baseball cap acquired several more items, each time purchasing them in conjunction with the storeroom stock. The variety of materials was utterly disparate, leaving Gulang baffled as to their intended use. Shaking his head, Gulang concluded that the cap-wearer was not to be trusted. What kind of normal person would wear a baseball cap pulled so low? Who speaks so softly as if their vocal cords had been left at home? A villain, without a doubt, a quintessential antagonist straight from a novel. Moreover, he was peculiarly amassing magical materials, perhaps concocting some grand scheme. Fortunately, Lord Wolf was merely a carefree little dog. Otherwise, you villains would be doomed. Time to move on, Gulang thought, striding towards the exit with confidence. Yet he was unexpectedly scooped up by a woman. "Doe, where did this adorable little dog come from? So chubby and cute. You possess quite an appetite, don't you?" Gulang was utterly bewildered. Where did this wild woman come from? What does it mean to be chubby? What does it mean to have a hearty appetite? Such rudeness. He turned his head sharply, only to catch sight of a beautifully delicate face, a straight nose, a cherry-like mouth, but most striking were those bright, glistening big eyes. Jiu Lang was taken aback. She was indeed quite polite in appearance. "Let me touch you for a moment," he thought, seeing the little puppy's obediently dazed expression. Hu Qiuwen couldn't help but smile. She turned around and retrieved 2 sausages from the cupboard behind her. Gulang initially considered making a run for it, but upon seeing her produce the sausages, he decided to stay. It wasn't gluttony. It would simply be impolite to leave now that the host had served the food. How could a guest leave when the meal was laid out before them? Gulang watched eagerly as the shop assistant peeled a sausage for him. As the plastic packaging was removed, an intense aroma wafted through the air. He opened his mouth. Before Hu Qiuwen could even extend the sausage, Gulang, with his head poking out, gobbled it down in one swift motion. Ding! Detected that Hu Qiuwen has fed the host 50 g of the Marigold Company's monster sausage. Ding! Feeding value 50. Jiu Lang was astonished. The feeding value of this sausage was surprisingly high. The flavor was delightful, though he had consumed it too quickly to savor it properly. He lifted his head once more, wagging his fluffy tail, and gazed longingly at the second sausage. Hu Qiuwen was left speechless. This little pup devoured food at an astonishing speed. She hadn't even finished her sentence before he had consumed the morsel. The sausage entered his mouth, and after merely a few chews, it was gone. Hu Chiowen shook her head in amusement, and seeing the puppy's eager expression, she unwrapped the second sausage. This time, Gulang took his time to relish it. The sausage burst in his mouth, transforming into a meaty paste. Once it became paste, the aroma intensified, infused with a rich meaty scent, and the essence of the blood-scented vine that Jiu Lang was taken aback. How could this be? The bald uncle who had been graciously entertaining guests emerged from the store, grumbling as he walked. A little puppy just ran in. It's this one. How could you put it on the counter? It's too dirty. Hu Yongxiang was alarmed. He had thought that the little puppy had been chased away, only to discover it had been lifted onto the counter by his daughter, and she had fed it 2 sausages worth 20 each. Hu Yongxiang hurried over, his heart aching as he gazed at the sausage wrappers. How could you feed such an expensive treat to a silly little dog? This is the new monster sausage from the Marigold Company. It's meant for domesticated spirit beasts or summoned creatures. For such a little stray dog, it's such a waste. Listening to her father's reproachful words, Hu Chiowen felt no guilt whatsoever. Her family operated a magical materials shop. And even on New Year's Eve, customers were constantly streaming in. The business was thriving, truly a case of earning gold by the day. She shrugged dismissively. What's the big deal? If I want to feed it. I'll feed it, can't we afford a few sausages? Gu Lang was equally displeased. What did that mean? Was he unworthy of such sausages? You bald fool, looking down on dogs. It wasn't a matter of affordability. The sausages were in limited supply. Only a few boxes were available each week. Faced with his beloved daughter, Hu Yongxiang wore a helpless expression. How can there be a limit? The Marigold Company is really something. I fed it, limit or not, Hu Chiowen replied, her lovely face scrunching up in frustration, her words laden with dissatisfaction towards both the Marigold Company and her father. Her father was great in every way, except for being miserly. Jiu Lang shared her sentiment. What kind of ridiculous company was the Marigold Company? Did they think they were dealing in tobacco? With their limited supply, why not issue a smoking permit too? If you fed a dog, what about the other customers who couldn't buy it? Just then, a middle-aged man entered the store. Boss, do you have any of those monster sausages left? He inquired loudly. Yes, we still have some. Hu Yongxiang quickly turned and dashed back to the storeroom, emerging minutes later with a large box. The box was colorful, adorned with catchy slogans. You can't resist sausages, delicious Marigold. If you don't eat Marigold sausages, what are you eating? Hu Yongxiang placed the box on the counter and then turned to ask the middle-aged man how many he wished to buy. After hesitating for a moment, the man declared he wanted them all. Hu Yongxiang was bewildered. These sausages were not cheap. Did he truly want them all? The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively as Hu Yongxiang bagged the sausages. He casually chatted with the man. Brother, why are you buying so many sausages all at once? Do you have several pets at home? Hu Yongxiang was puzzled, as although the sausages were popular, he had never seen anyone purchase so many at once. Moreover, selling an entire box was akin to selling cigarettes. Shopkeepers typically preferred not to sell in bulk. You want an entire box? That would deprive many retail customers. The middle-aged man sighed, explaining, You wouldn't believe it, my daughter has a golden-tailed cat. You know what a golden-tailed cat is, right? Hu Yongxiang nodded. He was familiar with it, having been quite popular as a pet 2 years prior. Pets were a type of small spirit beast raised for companionship and amusement. Unlike ordinary pets, spirit beasts possessed higher intelligence and longer lifespans. Within them flowed a small amount of magical energy. Though not much, once spirit beasts became popular, those who owned pets typically chose them over ordinary cats or dogs. The middle-aged man mentioned his daughter had a golden-tailed cat, which was quite common among pet owners. However, he was unsure how this related to the sausages. The man continued to complain. You don't know, my golden-tailed cat has become almost addicted to these meat sausages. First, it just enjoyed them. But after a few more meals, it was no longer the same. Now it insists on having them. If it doesn't chew on 2 sausages a day, it feels restless. Even female cats come by, and it ignores them, meowing incessantly at the sofa, driving me crazy. I have no choice but to come out and buy more. Hu Yongxiang nodded in understanding. Unfortunately, these meat sausages were limited in supply. Otherwise, he could stock up even more. So, they were meant for the golden-tailed cat. Gu Lang nearly burst out laughing. Another silly cat, akin to the white-pawed spirit cat. But then he grew wary. He had just consumed 2 monster sausages. Would it have any adverse effects? Becoming addicted? Gu Lang was startled. When he had eaten the sausage, he had detected the flavor of the blood-scented vine. Perhaps it was responsible. He had just experienced the potency of the blood-scented vine. Even from a distance, it had tempted him as a second-tier monster. Along with the wisdom of the Wolf Lord, he had managed to resist. But what if a less discerning creature, like a cat that couldn't even resist canned meat, were to encounter it? Would it not meow twice and gobble it up? Gu Lang stealthily peered at the sausage's packaging, scanning the ingredients list, but found no mention of the blood-scented vine. What was going on? Gu Lang was puzzled. He had indeed tasted the essence of the blood-scented vine. Unable to comprehend it, he decided to let it go. After all, he was merely a heartless little dog. Why bother with such trivial matters? The sausage has issues, so I shall simply refrain from eating it. Upon coming to this realization, Gu Lang instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. He languidly reclined atop the cash register, basking in the warm sunlight. Hu Yongxiang, having seen off the last customer, cast a discontented glance at the chubby dog perched on the counter. Meanwhile, Hu Qiuwen, indifferent to her father's demeanor, absent-mindedly stroked the soft fur along Gu Lang's back. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, she lifted her head to gaze at her father. "Father, what about that customer in the hat? Is he still inside?" Hu Qiuwen had been particularly struck by the tall, slender figure clad in a black leather jacket and a duckbill cap. "Who?" "Oh, he left through the back door," the bald man replied, initially perplexed, before realization dawned upon him. He mentioned that his car was parked closer to the back door, and with too many items to carry. "I let him out that way." Hu Qiuwen accepted this explanation without question, nodding in acknowledgement. He purchased quite a few supplies: fragrant bloodvine, southern candle leaves, twisting belly grass. He cleared out several items that had been in stock for quite some time. Hu Yongxiang continued his monologue. Engrossed in grooming Gu Lang, Hu Qiuwen remained silent, finding nothing particularly odd about the materials purchased by the man in the duckbill cap. Gu Lang rolled his eyes, thinking that this father-daughter duo must be rather naive, with their unusual attire and choice of obscure materials, not to mention their departure through the back door and their slurred speech as if they consumed a copious amount of liquor. Surely they resembled villains. How could they harbor no doubts? Unbeknownst to them, this father and daughter had encountered countless customers in their business, numbering in the hundreds if not thousands each day, who had the time to fret over a singularly eccentric patron. He had seen individuals clad entirely in rubber and leading dogs on leashes. Those were the true oddities, merely wearing a hat and purchasing magical materials. What was so suspicious about that? Having soaked up enough sun, Gu Lang was disinclined to linger any longer in the magical materials shop. The pungent scent of medicinal herbs and chemicals was quite off-putting. He rose, wagging his tail at Hu Qiuwen to indicate his departure. With a graceful leap from the counter, he strolled leisurely into the bustling streets of the magical district. Hu Qiuwen paused, momentarily taken aback. Was that dog just bidding her farewell? How clever he seemed. After a moment's contemplation, she dashed back to the storeroom, unsealed a box of sausages made from the marigold beast, and set aside a few for him. She couldn't sell them all. The little pup needed some sustenance. Having completed her task, she returned to the front, humming cheerfully as she resumed her role as the lackadaisical cashier. Gu Lang, unsure of where to go next, continued to meander aimlessly through the magical street. At the end of the street lay a wide road, across which stood a university. It appeared to be the morning break, with numerous young men and women laughing and chatting as they passed by. The grand stone tablet at the entrance bore the elegantly inscribed name, Ruiqing Magic University. Upon seeing those words, Gu Lang felt a momentary daze. They were students here. After a brief silence, he shook his head, unwilling to delve further into his thoughts, and turned to wander elsewhere. Gu Lang had no clear destination, simply wishing to explore and experience the local customs of Ruiqing. Suddenly, the call of the summoning contract resonated deep within his mind once more. Was Song Lingyao looking for him again? Gu Lang stood still, focusing his consciousness deep within his brain. The hexagram quivered incessantly, as if something urgent awaited him. With a slight grimace, he leisurely extended his consciousness towards the magical halo surrounding the hexagram. "Hey, where have you been? Are you not at home?" The anxious voice of Song Lingyao reached him, startling Gu Lang. Uncharacteristically, her voice was much clearer this time than it had been in the morning. Was it due to proximity? Gu Lang pondered that perhaps the distance between them had hindered the transmission of the summoning contract earlier, rendering her voice indistinct. now that he had wandered closer to Ruiqing. The clarity of the signal had improved. It seemed he was not far from Song Lingyao after all. But what did she mean by this? He had been resting at home for 7 days straight. And she still wouldn't let him venture out? After musing for a moment, Gulang concentrated intently, calling out to the hexagram. The Wolf Lord goes wherever he pleases. Do you have any say in it? With that, he withdrew his consciousness from his mind, contemplating his next move. Where to go? Perhaps he should visit Song Lingyao's university. After all, it was filled with students. Students were wonderful, brimming with compassion. They were the most affectionate group towards small animals. With his good looks, he was sure to be well-fed. This thought crossed his mind. Gulang's mouth watered, and he picked up the pace, his short legs moving with newfound urgency. Wait, suddenly, Gulang realized something crucial. He didn't know the way. He promptly plunged his consciousness back into the depths of his mind, carefully attuning himself to the hexagram once more. The white hexagram was surrounded by countless small light points, which danced around it, forming a pristine magical halo. Upon sensing Gulang's consciousness, the halo eagerly enveloped him. Ignoring the sensation, Gulang allowed himself to be immersed in the magic. In a faint glimmer, he thought he saw a graceful silhouette. It was Song Lingyao. Taking 2 steps north, he continued to concentrate. The hexagram's tremors became less pronounced. He then moved 2 steps westward, and the feedback from the hexagram diminished further. Gulang deduced that Song Lingyao's university lay in the southeast direction. This summoning contract was quite useful, functioning as an unconventional compass. Relaxing his consciousness, he exited his mind. He now found himself standing beside a road, which sloped diagonally from the northwest to the southeast. The direction was correct. He needed to find a ride. Gulang hurried a few steps to the crosswalk, where the light was red. Several vehicles had halted before the solid line, and he casually selected an electric tricycle to board. The driver was a silver-haired old man, and the back of the tricycle was filled with fresh leafy vegetables, evidently just harvested from the fields. Gulang paid no mind, finding a clean spot to recline leisurely. This high-end, open-top tricycle provided a natural atmosphere. Gulang contentedly observed the scenery, and soon, the road led them into a wetland. The wetland was indeed aptly named. As they entered, the air grew noticeably humid. Several winding rivers meandered through the area, intertwining and bringing forth vibrant life. The landscape was filled with low-growing, lush herbaceous plants, devoid of any towering trees, yielding an expansive view. Gulang scanned the area. His gaze landed upon a striking structure deep within the wetland, a large tin shed. The shed stood out prominently, surrounded by verdant foliage, its yellowed roof a stark contrast to the greenery in front of the shed. A truck was parked. Gulang scrutinized it and suddenly froze. Wasn't that the very truck he had hitched a ride in earlier that day? What was it doing here? Recalling the blood-stained cages aboard that truck, a sense of unease washed over him. Surely, they weren't here to capture frogs in such large cages? That would be absurd. It seemed ill-omened. Moreover, why did the Wolf Lord always coincidentally encounter these evidently villainous situations? With an air of indignation, Gulang muttered a series of curses, discontented with the unfortunate circumstances that seemed to plague him. He turned away from the shabby shelters and the freight trucks. This elderly gentleman was a seasoned veteran of the road. He could make a 3-wheeled vehicle outpace a 4-wheeled one. Before long, they exited the marshlands, and at a red light, Gulang leapt from the vehicle. Following the beckoning guidance of his contract, he walked another 100 meters, ultimately arriving at a school. The entrance was quite grand, with several white marble columns elevating a large relief sculpture. It was the first advanced magic high school of Ruiqing. Beneath the name was an LED display, continuously scrolling bright red characters proclaiming 162 days until the Magic College entrance examination. Gulang scrutinized the scene for a moment and noticed a guard booth at the entrance. Inside, a rotund middle-aged security guard was sprawled on a reclining chair, blissfully slumbering. Paying him no mind, Gulang strode confidently toward the narrow opening of the school gate, eager to embrace the attentions of high school girls. However, just as he approached the gate, the portly guard abruptly awoke. He opened his eyes and gazed outside, only to find the area deserted, devoid of any figures. How peculiar. Why has my magic been triggered? Reluctantly, he exited the booth to reconfigure his enchantments. Yet, upon opening the door, he was startled to find Gulang lurking suspiciously nearby. Where did this little dog come from? Shoo, shoo, get away. The disrespectful demeanor of even a hefty security guard ignited Gu Lang's temper. He turned and glared fiercely at the man. Oh, you dare to challenge me. I could easily dispatch you with a mere flick of my magic. The guard, sensing the glowering canine before him, grew wary. Was this dog preparing to bite? But just as the guard readied his defensive spell, to his astonishment, the dog turned tail and fled. Gu Lang swiftly darted into the school. The guard was left bewildered. Weren't you going to bite me? Why did you run away? Watching Gu Lang's rapid retreat, he had no inclination to pursue. With a resigned sigh, the guard decided to ignore the incident. After all, it was merely a small dog. Having set up the triggered magical alarm, he returned to the booth to resume his nap, humming a little tune. I am a security guard, waking up at 6 for work, working to finish work. Boasting and frolicking every day. I fancy teacher Xiao Dan, who loves eating cookies. But alas, I cannot afford cookies, so I shall leave you. Xiao Dan, how absurd. Even a guard stationed at the entrance possesses magic. Gu Lang hurried into the school, and once he confirmed that the rotund guard was not in pursuit, he finally paused to survey his surroundings. He raised his head and looked around. Upon entering the school gate, he found himself in a vast plaza, flanked by tall steps leading to a grand building. The sign above read Administrative Building in bold, gilded letters. Gu Lang recognized that this was where the head of the school resided, most likely a gathering of nefarious individuals. Turning his gaze toward the sunlit classroom buildings, he felt a stirring in his consciousness, and the hexagram within him pulsated with even greater intensity. It appeared that Song Ling Yao was within the very building before him. However, Gu Lang had no intention of seeking her out. After all, why would a master seek out a servant? The classroom building had 6 stories, and faint sounds of lectures wafted through the air, inducing a sense of drowsiness. After listening for a brief moment, Gu Lang shook his head and decided to explore it. It was class time. The campus was eerily quiet, devoid of students, relishing the solitude. Gu Lang wandered about, peering at everything that caught his eye. At the edge of the plaza stood a grand banyan tree, its lush branches casting a generous shadow beneath which a statue of a figure stood. The half-length statue depicted an elderly man with a slender physique and an elegant demeanor. The old man's robust hands were raised high beside him, palms emanating a shimmering aura of magical energy. Below the statue was a large stone tablet. Curious, Gu Lang approached and carefully read the inscription carved into the tablet. Sun Zhongsong, a native of Ruiqing, founder of the first advanced magic high school of Ruiqing. A 5-star mage, specializing in mysterious magic, revered by contemporaries as the enigmatic supplicant. In the year of Renshu, Mr. Sun executed unparalleled sorcery, slaying hundreds of Eastern mages outside Ruiqing. Gaining notoriety, he succumbed to severe injuries, passing at the age of 70. Note: the year of Renshu refers to 1942. The inscription was brief, comprising only a few dozen characters, yet Gu Lang found himself utterly befuddled. What is this mysterious magic? What exactly is unparalleled sorcery? Furthermore, what was the meaning behind the title The Enigmatic Supplicant? Gu Lang felt overwhelmed. Despite all being in Chinese characters, he found a plethora of terms incomprehensible that it seemed imperative to study the magical history of this world at some point, lest he become a foolish dog. Resolute, Gu Lang decided to first visit the school's library. He swiftly made his way through the greenery, navigating around the classroom buildings. Behind the classrooms lay an expansive playground, marked by an unusual hue, not the familiar red or green, but a viscous milky white. On this white playground, hundreds of students were engaged in training, practicing none other than magic. Gu Lang, intrigued, leaned over the railing to observe that a young teacher was diligently instructing the first-year students one by one. Preparation, go. Excellent. Collect. Quickly collect. I said collect. Xiaowei. The teacher's voice grew increasingly animated as one buzzcut boy seemed oblivious to the command to cease his incantation. Instead, he stood there, dazed, channeling magical energy. Seeing this, the teacher grew anxious and quickly cast a protective spell. Radiance of the sun, shield us. A softly glowing white shield materialized in front of the other students, safeguarding them from Xiaowei's uncontrolled magic. Xiaowei, bewildered, was at a loss for how to proceed. The magical energy in his hands continued to accumulate, ultimately coalescing into a small arc of electricity that he felt an unprecedented sensation, an unbearable tingling itch. Instinctively, he flicked his fingers, sending the arc flying. Zap! The arc surged toward the crowd, but was fortunately intercepted by the teacher's shield. Upon impact, it exploded, scattering into tiny electric charges. The charges swiftly dissipated upon making contact with the ground, vanishing entirely. It was then that Gulang realized the playground was not covered in a typical rubber surface. Rather, it was made of a special material designed to absorb magical energy. No wonder it was white on the playground. The teacher had already dispelled the protective shield and wore a look of exasperation as he lectured Xiaowei. Embarrassed, Xiaowei could only hang his head, while his classmates erupted into laughter. Hearing the commotion, the teacher turned, furrowing his brow in reproach at the onlookers. What is so amusing? Although Xiaowei did not master the incantation, he still managed to cast magic. And what about you? Do you have the audacity to laugh? You are the worst class I have ever taught. The students, who had been lively and animated just moments ago, were suddenly rendered silent. The teacher, with fervent passion, chastised them for quite some time before resuming the practice of their initial techniques. These students were quick learners, and before long, several of them had successfully conjured the most fundamental spells. Their talents were commendable. Otherwise, they would not have had the opportunity to study in such a prestigious institution. The caliber of Ruei City's first magic high school was notably high, as evidenced by the numerous students who gained admission to some of the top universities in Huagua each year. After all, the faculty here was exceptional. With Bai Tyran serving as the vice principal, he occasionally graced the classroom with his presence, though more often he indulged in self-aggrandizing tales. The students' practice was set to continue throughout the morning, followed by a lunch break, after which they would return to the classroom to delve into theoretical knowledge. Training, studying, eating, and sleeping filled their schedules to the brim. There was no avoiding it. To gain admission to a prestigious magic university, both talent and hard work were indispensable. Jiu Lang, having lost interest in the training students, continued on his way. Intending to circumvent the playground, he noticed a large building behind the playground, with a sign indicating that the library was located on the 4th and 5th floors. With great determination, Gulang scampered towards the library, his short legs propelling him swiftly across the ground. He encountered several older teachers along the way, but they merely acknowledged him with indifference. Ruei Zhong had its fair share of other cats and dogs. Before long, Gulang entered the building, nimbly ascending the staircase to the 4th floor. This level was entirely devoted to books, and a young lady at the front desk was engrossed in her reading. Oblivious to the diminutive Gulang, that he paid her no mind and boldly entered the public space. After all, who hadn't he visited a library before? Gulang was well aware from his previous schooling that dormitories were places of freedom for sleeping and chatting, while classrooms were more restrained, meant for speaking and dozing. However, libraries demanded silence, rendering them suitable only for slumber. At a tea present. During class hours, the library was rather empty, occupied only by a few teachers seated at tables. Absorbed in their books, Jiu Lang deftly maneuvered through the aisles, craning his furry head to examine the catalog. He sought to explore the magical history of this world. After searching through several shelves, he finally spotted the section dedicated to magical history. He promptly dashed to that row of bookshelves, meticulously searching for the volumes he desired. Before long, Gulang's eyes alighted upon a thick, yellowing tome on the 4th shelf, its spine adorned with the words "A Brief History of World Magic." This was precisely what he sought. Yet, the book was positioned rather high, and even jumping was insufficient to reach it. Frustrated, Gulang resorted to extracting books from the bottom shelf to use as makeshift stepping stones. After stacking around 10 hefty tomes, each containing over 1,000 pages, he finally managed to grasp the coveted A Brief History of World Magic. Standing upright, he cradled it with his front paws and placed it on the ground before beginning to return the books he had borrowed for leverage. As a conscientious citizen, he believed it was only proper to return the books he had used. While returning the borrowed books, one title caught his attention: Basic Knowledge of Dimensions and Adjacent Realms. A book on dimensions. This piqued his interest. After all, Gulang had the ability to traverse dimensions at will. He decided not to rush in returning this book, instead taking it out for a read. He stacked the 2 books on the floor and nudged them towards the window of the library. Beams of sunlight streamed through, illuminating the floor of the corridor. With noon approaching, the warm winter sun was quite comforting. This seemed like a perfect spot to read. Jiu Lang spread the book open on the floor and began perusing it casually. However, Gulang was not one for scholarly pursuits, and A Brief History of World Magic was a somber volume, replete with cautious terminology. After several minutes of struggle, he found himself disinterested and opted to flip back to the table of contents for a general overview. After a few moments, he discerned that the history of this world bore little difference from his previous life. The expected dynasties and significant events all aligned. The only distinction lay in the prominent historical figures, who were all-powerful wizards. Gu Lang nodded. It was understandable that they were all wizards, as without strength, who could command respect. Turning from the table of contents to the final pages, he glanced at modern historical figures, but was taken aback upon seeing the name. Nikola Tesla, the consummate master of the atmospheric school, who pioneered the modern system of lightning magic during his lifetime. Gu Lang was familiar with the atmospheric school, which encompassed the elemental domains of wind, water, and lightning, but he also knew of Tesla as a scientist involved with alternating current. However, the connection between the two was utterly jarring. Shaking his head, Gu Lang continued reading. Albert Einstein, a Jewish mage specializing in light magic, proposed the quantum explanation for the photoelectric effect and discovered the wave-particle duality of light, thereby aligning with the elemental core and achieving the rank of 7-star true spirit mage. Gu Lang was stunned. Wait, the wave-particle duality of light? Isn't that a physics concept? How did it intertwine with magic? Gu Lang felt utterly bewildered, having failed to grasp physics in his previous life. He now feared he would struggle with magic as well. Closing the perplexing tome, Gu Lang resolved to explore the book on dimensions, basic knowledge of dimensions and adjacent realms. Surely, this book would be simpler and less convoluted. He opened the first page and began to read attentively. Yet, the very first sentence sent his mind reeling. Each dimension exists independently, separated by dimensional barriers or world boundaries. However, when two dimensions are influenced by dimensional laws and begin to merge, their world boundaries will blend until they disappear, thus linking the two dimensions. What was this? Gu Lang felt his head spin. What on earth was a high-dimensional manifestation? Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. The merging of two dimensions does not manifest in three-dimensional space. Imagine a two-dimensional piece of paper with a black dot in the upper left corner and another in the upper right. These two dots do not merge, separated by a considerable distance in two-dimensional space. However, when the paper is folded, the two dots will align. Yet, this alignment no longer belongs to the realm of two dimensions. They acquire a z-axis, becoming three-dimensional. Thus, the merging of dimensions is not observable within the three-dimensional perspective. Boom! Gu Lang slammed the book shut in frustration. What nonsense is this? How infuriating! I came to the library to study, and yet I understood nothing. He decided to abandon his studies and seek out more entertaining reads. Ding, ding, ding. The library bell suddenly rang, and Gu Lang realized that the lunch break had commenced. Shaking his head, he found a random spot to stash the two incomprehensible tomes. He then resumed his search in the library, seeking storybooks that featured more illustrations and fewer words. Gu Lang was resolute. He would not read any books laden with text. Romance of the Three Kingdoms? No. Too many words. Harry Potter? No. I refuse to read foreign authors. Illustrated Andersen S. fairy tales? No. Too many pictures. Little tadpoles looking for their mother? No. Too childish. The Plum in the Golden Vase, illustrated edition? This looks promising. A spark of excitement ignited in Gu Lang's eyes. This was the one. Conveniently, the book was situated at the bottom of the stack, allowing Gu Lang to avoid the hassle of searching for books to stand on. Swiftly, he retrieved it and scampered back to the previous window spot. As he opened the book, Gu Lang felt a rush of exhilaration. This was exactly the thrill he craved. He became engrossed in the story, utterly oblivious to the influx of people into the library. At Rue City's first magic high school, academic demands were intense, leaving students with only a brief hour and a half for lunch. Yet, during this short interlude, many diligent students flocked to the library to study. They would hastily consume their meals with minimal thought before racing to claim seats. Zheng Qing was among these studious individuals. She hurriedly arrived with her small backpack, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing available spots. As soon as Zheng Qing set her bag down, her attention was captured by a fluffy creature. Huh, what is that? A little dog. It was engrossed in reading. Zheng Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "There is a little dog reading here. This little dog can read." Her voice, though not particularly loud, shattered the serene ambience of the library. Countless gazes turned towards her. Realizing her outburst, Zheng Qing felt a pang of regret. Why had she spoken aloud? As everyone fixated on her, she awkwardly smiled and pointed at Gu Lang, who was on the floor. Upon noticing Gu Lang, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Was there truly a puppy reading? Yet, they quickly lost interest. Casting only cursory glances before returning to their studies with unwavering focus, Gu Lang was nearly terrified by Zheng Qing's shout. Goodness, Lord Wolf was not perusing any respectable literature. He hastily closed the Riska book lying on the ground and shoved it back onto the shelf. Then retrieved the earlier tome concerning dimensional theory, feigning deep contemplation of the subject. Zheng Qing, brimming with curiosity, approached Gu Lang to see what he was reading. After reclaiming the book titled Dimensional Theory, Brief Knowledge and Neighboring Dimensions, Gu Lang casually flipped to a random page. The upper half of this page depicted an enormous, grotesque head adorned with 2 horns. Beside it were inscribed 4 glaring crimson characters, Horned Demon. Below this ghastly illustration lay a lengthy, descriptive passage. Gu Lang stared blankly at the text. Twisted Abyss. According to the alignment grid, it is classified as a lawful evil dimension. Zheng Qing subconsciously recited the words in her mind. How could this dog be engrossed in such complex material? It bore no aura of magical energy. Its intelligence should not be particularly high. Puzzled, Zheng Qing continued to read on. In history, Blue Star has had several encounters with the Twisted Abyss dimension. The native creatures of the Twisted Abyss are the Horned Demons, characterized by their malevolence and bloodthirstiness, feeding on the flesh, souls, and even emotions of other beings. The Horned Demons harbor deep-seated animosity towards other dimensions, including Blue Star. Should you encounter a spatial mirror crack opened by the Twisted Abyss, please close it promptly to prevent greater calamities than a spatial mirror crack. Gu Lang furrowed his brow. What was that? Was it akin to a spatial rift? Standing behind him, Zheng Qing also wore a perplexed expression. A high school freshman, her exposure to such concepts was not significantly greater than Gu Lang's, so her confusion was entirely understandable. Zheng Qing gazed at Gu Lang, enchanted, yearning to pet the adorable little dog. After a moment's thought, she knelt down and stroked the soft fur on Gu Lang's back. Upon feeling her touch, Gu Lang lifted his head to meet her gaze. The one petting him was a girl with a sprinkle of freckles on her face, looking at him with pure delight. Ah, what a charming little creature. The allure of Lord Wolf was undeniable, effortlessly captivating those around him. Gu Lang proudly wagged his tail, disregarding the book on the floor, and turned to leave, not intending to remain in the library any longer. Gu Lang shook his body, freeing himself from Zheng Qing's touch, and made his way outside. Observing the adorable little puppy darting out of the library, Zheng Qing hesitated briefly, casting a glance at her study materials before recalling the soft feel of the puppy's fur. She gritted her teeth and followed suit. As Zheng Qing burst outside the library, free from the no-noise sign, she immediately shouted, "Shogo, Shogo! Don't run away." Gu Lang was taken aback by the call. Had this girl really followed him out? He had initially intended to play with her for a while, but upon noticing her empty hands, he turned away. Was she serious? Who would play without bringing some treats? Gu Lang, feeling quite haughty, pranced about, giving Zheng Qing no chance to catch up. Soon, he arrived at the white playground, where students practicing their stances had just finished class. They poured out noisily, blocking the narrow passage completely. Gu Lang strutted past them with confidence. "Wow, there's a little dog," someone exclaimed, and the throng of students quickly surrounded Gu Lang. Initially, he intended to slip away through the gaps in the crowd, but seeing the abundance of energy snacks in their hands, he halted. It was lunchtime, and he could easily scrounge a meal. Gu Lang crouched down, eyeing the food in their hands, and began to lazily wag his tail. The students, quick to catch on, eagerly offered him candies and chocolates. Ding! Detected. Ding! Feeding value 5. Ding! Detected. Ding! Feeding value 6. Though the offerings were merely ordinary snacks, Gu Lang showed no disdain. Even the smallest morsel was still sustenance, and the taste was quite delightful. "Hurry and feed me. I'm still hungry." Seeing Gu Lang enjoying the treats, the students pulled out more snacks from their pockets. Chocolate. Yum. Rainbow candy. Yum. White rabbit milk candy. Yum. Magic. Energy bar. Gu Lang suddenly froze. A hand extended towards him, offering an energy bar. Gu Lang fell silent. Even halting the chewing motion, he abruptly felt full and lost interest in eating. Lowering his head, he dodged the hand holding the energy bar and squeezed through the crowd. The students were puzzled. Why had the little dog suddenly decided to leave? What was going on? How could a puppy refuse an energy bar? Instead, it opted for mere snacks. What a strange little pup. With the fun gone, they dispersed, returning to their own activities. What is that plump creature doing? In the classroom, Song Lingyao was once again daydreaming. Why was it approaching me more closely? Was it seeking me out? A moment of confusion washed over her. Regrettably, it was a bit dim-witted and unable to communicate through summoning contracts. Earlier, upon sensing Gu Lang's departure from the Song residence, she had become anxious. If Rui Ducheng was so vast, what if it got lost? Concerned for her summoned beast's safety, Song Lingyao promptly sent out several inquiries. She then received a flurry of dog barks in response. Wong, Wong Wong. Song Lingyao, feeling quite helpless, thought to herself. What a silly little dog. Lingyao, please answer. Startled, Song Lingyao hurriedly stood up and looked at the blackboard, which was filled with scattered notes on alternative knowledge about dimensions. This was an enrichment class, and the content was not related to college entrance exams. So everyone was rather indifferent. Song Lingyao was no exception. She hadn't been paying attention and was caught off guard by the teacher. Seeing the class genius being called upon, the others straightened up and became attentive. Lingyao, please list a few dimensions that Hua country has encountered. The teacher gazed at Song Lingyao with admiration, knowing she was one of the finest among the younger generation in Ruicheng. Truly outstanding. But how could she be so inattentive? Wasn't that a challenge to the teacher's authority? After a moment of thought, Song Lingyao began to speak. Corrupted great world, enigmatic shadow black hole dimension, upside-down sky, and earth dimension. Night without day dimension. She rattled off a series of peculiar names and shook her head, indicating she was finished. However, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a few words on the blackboard, prompting her to add, and the twisted abyss. Also the twisted abyss. Upon hearing Song Lingyao's response, the teacher continued to probe. Lingyao, what kind of creatures inhabit the twisted abyss? Song Lingyao shook her head, indicating she did not know. The teacher did not press her further, signaling for her to take a seat, and then resumed his lecture. The twisted abyss is a dimension of extreme evil, grotesqueness, and vile depravity that in short. No negative descriptor is excessive to characterize it. For within the twisted abyss live demons, creatures capable of devouring human emotions and souls to enhance their own power. Upon hearing the teacher mention demons, the previously listless students instantly perked up. Demons, are they not mere figments of fiction? Observing the curious expressions on her students' faces, the teacher couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and continued her narrative. These demons, at the outset, would merely rear livestock. And once matured, they would devour their flesh, blood, and souls to augment their own power. The teacher recounted the tale with great eloquence, and the students listened with rapt attention. The twisted abyss is a realm of darkness and chaos, ruled by demons adorned with a pair of ram's horns. Initially, these horned demons led a rather tranquil existence, casually tending to their bloodstock and passing the time. However, a serendipitous accident occurred when a mirror-like spatial rift connected Blue Star to the twisted abyss. This so-called mirror rift resembled a transparent mirror, preventing material exchanges between the two planes. Yet, the beings of both realms could communicate through this mirror. The first to encounter this mirror from the twisted abyss was an unseasoned young mage, who lacked any sense of impending danger and held no wariness towards demons. Upon laying eyes on him, the ramhorn demon was filled with excitement, fresh, tender flesh, a pristine soul, and a plethora of vibrant emotions. Humans were the ideal sustenance for demons. Unfortunately, unable to descend upon Blue Star, the ramhorn demon devised alternative schemes that seduced the young mage into doing its bidding. What tasks, you ask? Capturing human mages or magical beasts and offering them as sacrifices through nefarious rituals. Naturally, the young mage initially resisted, but after witnessing the demon's formidable power, he soon succumbed to temptation. The ramhorn demon, employing sinister methods, instantaneously amplified the young mage's magical prowess, leading to a significant surge in his strength. Unable to withstand such a lure, the young mage pledged his loyalty to the demon. The subsequent tale follows the well-worn trope. In his quest for power, the young mage began to harm his kin to offer sacrifices to the demon. Eventually, his misdeeds were uncovered, and he was slain by righteous mages. The students, upon hearing the tale of demons, felt a wave of disdain wash over them. It was utterly tedious. Such cliché stories had been recounted 1,000 times before. However, The teacher, maintaining a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Students, do not underestimate these ram-horned demons. Their ability to feast upon souls is truly terrifying. Whenever they possess a pair of complementary souls, these demons can absorb them to enhance their own power." After hearing the teacher's words, one inquisitive student posed a question. "Teacher, what constitutes complementary souls?" The teacher, delighted to have a student engage, praised the inquisitive pupil and cleared his throat to elaborate. Complementary souls refer to opposing forces, one positive and one negative. Fear and courage, arrogance and humility, loyalty and betrayal. As long as there are sufficient matching souls, the ram-horned demon's strength can ceaselessly grow. The student who had initially inquired became further perplexed, asking, "Why must the souls be paired?" "Teacher, why do the emotions absorbed by the demons have to be in pairs?" The teacher explained, "Demons enhance their power by consuming human souls, but this comes at a certain cost. The ram-horned demons are not invincible. After devouring human souls and growing stronger, they too will experience a degree of pollution. This pollution implies that the ram-horned demons will be influenced by the souls they consumed if a demon feasts upon the soul of an arrogant individual. It will also be tainted by arrogance. Though this pollution may not be overwhelming, it accumulates over time. Eventually, the demons may be entirely consumed and assimilated by the very souls they devoured to mitigate this soul pollution as much as possible." The ram-horned demons devised a strategy. They consume conflicting souls, allowing them to negate each other. "If I become a bit arrogant, I might as well consume the soul of a humble individual. Right? Hence, the ram-horned demons consume souls and emotions in pairs. This is akin to a balanced diet, ensuring nutritional equilibrium." Unbeknownst to whom, a student muttered, prompting the entire class to erupt in laughter. The teacher, exasperated, recognized the truth in the student's remark. It indeed resembled an unconventional dietary balance. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the teacher gestured that the lesson had concluded. The students immediately erupted into a cacophony of chatter, rushing out of the classroom towards the dining hall. Song Lingyao also rose to leave, but did not head to the dining hall. She was in search of Bai Pangpang. While the teacher was regaling tales of demons, she sensed Bai Pangpang's presence nearby. It was close, within the school grounds. Song Lingyao made her way down towards the playground. Along the way, she encountered several first-year students who had just finished their magical training. These students gazed at the approaching senior goddess with a mix of admiration and bashfulness. There was no denying it. She was simply too exceptional, too radiant. Song Lingyao was a renowned figure within the prestigious academy, known for her diligent training and exceptional talent. Every class, the teachers would frequently commend her, stating how outstanding she was and encouraging others to emulate her dedication. Over time, the students recognized her as a true academic prodigy. Yet, the most striking aspect remained her beauty. Clad in the standard blue and white school uniform, Song Lingyao exuded an aura of pure innocence. While others appeared as mere struggling scholars, Tio put it starkly, it was akin to the contrast between pure desire and pure confinement. Upon encountering Song Lingyao, the first-year students became suddenly reserved, nodding in unison. "Hello, senior." These timid boys would scarcely extend such courtesy even to the principal. Song Lingyao, accustomed to this treatment, returned a polite smile and continued on her way to the playground. Halfway there, she abruptly turned back. "Excuse me, Junior, have you seen a little white dog? It has some black fur on its back. Oh, yes, just outside the practice area." A young boy eagerly nodded. After speaking, he felt his response was rather foolish and hurriedly added, "We just fed it some food, but it's a bit strange. It only picks the cheap stuff and doesn't like the magical energy bars." "Doesn't like magical energy bars?" Song Lingyao paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure, smiling politely to express her gratitude before hastily turning to search for Bai Pangpang. The young boy stood dazed in place, gazing at Song Lingyao's graceful silhouette as she departed. "Oh, looks like Bo Ge is infatuated." Others began to jeer. The young boy, immediately incensed, pushed them away and then fell into a daze. Upon seeing Song Lingyao, a line of poetry suddenly flickered in his mind, which he recited softly, almost to himself. "Proud and aloof, like frost's hue, fragrant, like autumn's dew." Song Lingyao was quite worried about Bai Pangpang that it had just awakened and was still unaware that Li Yingyi had not perished. Its current mood was likely quite dismal, and she felt a pang of sympathy. Song Lingyao continued her walk, Step by step, at long last, beneath a tree outside the playground, she found the cherished by Pang Pang. The gently swaying deep green leaves shielded the midday sun, and by Pang Pang sat in that shadow, lost in thought. It hung its head, gazing at its own paws, oblivious to the world around it. A circle of students, mostly girls, stood before it, captivated by the dog's cuteness. The female students longed to reach out and stroke its fluffy head, yet hesitated, for this round little pup could be quite fierce, baring its teeth as a warning if anyone dared approach. With no alternative, they stood by, tossing bits of food in hopes of assuaging its wariness. Jiu Lang was at a loss regarding his emotions, feeling only an overwhelming sense of anguish. The moment he laid eyes on the magical energy rod, his heart began to ache. During the 7 days of his slumber, he had subconsciously buried this matter deep within, in a place even he could not find. Yet, it had been unearthed by a mere energy rod. He sought refuge in the shade, wishing for the sun to spare his troubled thoughts. This was the scene that Song Lingyao encountered. Bai Pong Pong's small ears drooped beside its similarly lowered head, its body curled tight and motionless. As Song Lingyao made her way through the crowd to approach it, a concerned girl exclaimed, "Song Xuejia, be careful, this dog is quite fierce and might bite." Ignoring the warning, Song Lingyao walked straight to the base of the tree. To the astonishment of the onlookers, she scooped up Gu Lang that he looked up. Realizing it was Song Lingyao, seeing her brows slightly furrowed, her beautiful face brimming with concern, he allowed her to hold him. Song Lingyao cradled him in her arms, her right hand gently stroking the fur along his spine. Inhaling the delicate fragrance that wafted from her, Gu Lang's chaotic emotions gradually settled. He emitted a low whimper and nestled closer, finding a comfortable position to continue resting. Song Lingyao exhibited little reaction, as if this were the most natural occurrence. However, the onlooking crowd erupted in excitement, their chatter rising to a fever pitch. They could not comprehend why this dog had previously refused to be touched, even shunning proximity. Yet now, with Song Lingyao's arrival, it not only permitted closeness but willingly nestled in her embrace. Wow! Why does it not resist? How come Song Xuejia can hold it? Oh, it looks so adorable. The girls were filled with envy. Who wouldn't want to pet such a fluffy puppy? The boys were envious too, but their admiration was not directed at Song Lingyao. Instead, they envied Gu Lang. What the heck? This dog really knows how to charm. It behaves so well. As soon as Song Xuejia arrives, why doesn't she hug me? Several boys glared with jealousy, seething that such a small creature, perhaps not even a month old, had already begun to flirt with Song Xuejia. This dog ought to be punished, they began to shout in frustration. Hearing these remarks, Gu Lang felt a surge of displeasure. He opened his eyes and surveyed the crowd. Fine. I, the Wolf Lord, will remember this, he thought. Irritated at their disparaging words, he then shut his eyes again, pretending to be drowsy in Song Lingyao's embrace, secretly relishing the attention. Having a perceptive servant was quite delightful. Observing the crowd's reaction, Song Lingyao spoke succinctly to clarify. Oh, this is my summoned beast. The onlookers were struck with realization. So that's it, a summoned beast. Yet, they were puzzled. Song Lingyao had previously brought another summoned beast to school, a small orange cat with white paws, not a round, plump puppy like this one. Xuejia, wasn't he your summoned beast, a white-pawed? Oh. A girl began to inquire but quickly grasped the situation, incredulous as she gazed at Song Lingyao. Xuejia, has your summoning system advanced to 2 stars? Song Lingyao nodded silently. The crowd erupted once more. What on earth? The second system of summoning has reached 2 stars as well. With dual systems at 2 stars, Song Lingyao had ascended to a mid-level mage, advancing the first system of magical energy to 2 stars and awakening the second system equated to becoming a 2-star mage. The second system reaching 2 stars, matching the first, meant she was at mid-level 2 stars. After the initial shock, a wave of numbness washed over them. Damn it, I'm still stuck at mid-level 1 star. The average graduation level from Ruiqing's top magic high school was late 1 star. Song Lingyao had already far surpassed that. People surpassing others, it's infuriating. The crowd fell silent, unsure of what to say. Xuejia, what type of spirit beast is it? It looks like a dog. A curious student pressed on, and others turned their gaze to Gu Lang. What type of spirit beast is Wolf Lord? Upon hearing the question, Gu Lang immediately began to squirm in Song Lingyao's arms. This was a golden opportunity to assert his identity. He quickly wriggled out of her embrace and leapt to the ground. Then, raising his head. He feigned ferocity and howled at the crowd. "Oh, did you hear that? Authentic wolf howl." Gulang proudly wagged his tail, grinning as he displayed his pearly white teeth. However, the onlookers completely disregarded him. Their attention fixed on Song Lingyao. Gulang, growing impatient, thought, "What do you mean by that?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Lingyao suddenly recalled Bai Tyran's earlier instructions. 3 nights prior, Bai Tyran had hurried to the Song residence, relaying a multitude of details. Among them was the revelation of Bai Pongpong's true identity. According to a wise person's deduction, it had been established that Bai Pangpang was none other than the long-extinct, over 5,000-year-old extraordinary wolf clan, the Snowy Region Wolf. It possessed immense potential. Most importantly, Bai Tyran had emphasized the need to keep Bai Pongpong's identity a secret. Confidentiality. Song Lingyao pondered the rationale, but found Bai Tyran equally bewildered. Explaining that it was a directive from the upper echelons of the imperial capital, with no choice, she nodded in understanding. Now, faced with the crowd's inquiries, she resorted to the rehearsed line. "It's an Alaskan Malamute, albeit a mutated one, capable of a bit of magic." The crowd expressed their astonishment. A mutated Alaskan? How unremarkable. Gulang, feeling incensed, thought, "What does that even mean?" "I am a wolf," he resumed, howling at the sky. "A woo. What is it doing?" the crowd questioned, puzzled, seeing Bai Pangpang once again mimicking a wolf's howl. Song Lingyao felt a surge of panic and sought words to defuse the situation. However, several boys who had previously envied Gulang helped her deflect attention. I know. I have a husky at home that howls like a wolf every day, imagining itself to be one. Shuejia, your summoned beast must be similar. It's hysteria. Just give it a good beating." "My husky does the same. Whenever it howls, I smack it with a slipper, and then it behaves." "Shuejia, if you're reluctant, I can help. I'm quite skilled at disciplining dogs." Upon finishing, the boy looked eagerly at Gulang. "It's hysteria," another boy confidently asserted, sharing his perspective. Song Lingyao, feeling helpless yet lacking alternative explanations, could only nod in agreement with his assessment. The crowd suddenly understood. It's hysteria, imagining itself to be a wolf. Indeed, both huskies and Alaskans belong to the category of sled dogs, and their intelligence should be on a similar level. That if huskies are considered foolish, then it stands to reason that Song Shuejia's Alaskan is likely not much different. Imagining oneself as a wolf, is that not akin to a rooster that lays eggs? A rather bizarre creature. With this thought, they began to worry for Song Lingyao. Although Song Shuejia possesses formidable strength, it seems that neither of her summoned beasts has any combat prowess. First, she contracted a white claw spirit cat, which is an auxiliary spirit beast, known for its lack of fighting ability. It was hoped that upon leveling her summoning magic to 2 stars, she would acquire a powerful summoned beast. To their surprise, she returned with such a foolish dog. Not only is it a dog, but also one afflicted with hysteria, deluding itself into believing it is a wolf. How absurd is that? Its combat ability must be akin to that of paper. With this in mind, the group felt a wave of sympathy for Song Lingyao, casting helpless glances at Gulang. "Damn it, you filthy mutt." Gulang was furious, exclaiming such nonsense. He immediately began to channel his magic, preparing to unleash a powerful attack on the boy who spoke. Noticing the surge of magic emanating from Gulang, Song Lingyao hurriedly picked him up. She then greeted the crowd of onlookers, indicating that she was leaving. The students parted ways, allowing Song Lingyao to pass. Clutching Gulang tightly, she softly coaxed him. "All right, no need to cause a fuss." Upon hearing Song Lingyao's gentle voice, Gulang felt a wave of warmth. Previously, she had always been aloof. This was the first time she sounded so tender, and he was momentarily taken aback. Gulang glanced at Song Lingyao's beautiful face, thinking, "Fine, today I shall grant my servant this favor." He then turned his fierce gaze towards the male student who had accused him of being hysterical, committing his appearance to memory. "Very well, upon returning to his human form, the first order of business will be to deliver 2 hefty blows to you." Seeing that Bai Pangpang had settled down, Song Lingyao took it to the dining hall, as she had yet to eat. It was still not mealtime, and the dining hall was quite lively. Gulang found it rather surprising that in the affluent Song family, Song Lingyao still chose to dine at the cafeteria. Was it not a common understanding that one should not treat their servant this way? Did they not fear she would be abducted? However, Gulang was mistaken. It was not that her father refused to nurture her delicately. But rather that Song Lingyao preferred to eat in the cafeteria herself. She did not wish to stand out too much. After all, she was already a well-known figure at school. Having people deliver meals to her every day would be too conspicuous and detrimental to her image. As soon as Song Lingyao entered the dining hall, many eyes turned towards her. Most were focused on the dog she was carrying. They were immediately taken aback, wondering why Song Lingyao was bringing a dog to dine. At that moment, those in the know began to feign ignorance, claiming they were aware of the situation. That dog, they said, was Song Xuejia's second contracted summoned beast, a little dog afflicted with hysteria. Upon hearing this news, the crowd of onlookers transformed their expressions into a mix of shock, numbness, and pity. They began to discuss, lamenting the misfortune of Song Lingyao for having contracted a mutated silly dog with hysteria. Hysteria, silly dog, imagining a wolf, akin to a husky, not as good as a husky. What a pity, Song Xuejia. The murmurs of the crowd reached Gu Lang's ears once more, igniting his fury. Damn it, they are slandering me again. The most outrageous part was that someone dared to say the Wolf Lord was inferior to a husky. How could such a foolish dog compare to the Wolf Lord? The Wolf Lord could not tolerate this any longer. Whoosh! Gu Lang instantly condensed an ice bullet and shot it towards the nearest gossiping student. He did not exert much magic, merely intending to teach a lesson. Let these fools understand the might of the Wolf Lord. Song Lingyao sensed the magical fluctuations and hurriedly looked down, realizing that Bai Pangpang had already launched an ice bullet. With a swift movement, she cast a water column to deflect the ice bullet. Bang! The once boisterous dining hall fell silent. What was happening? Why did Song Goddess suddenly cast a spell? The student targeted by the ice bullet turned pale with fright. Having sensed the magical surge moments before, he turned just in time to see an ice bullet flying towards him. Thankfully, Song Goddess had intervened. Noticing the student's lingering fear, Song Lingyao sincerely apologized. I am so sorry, my summoned beast lost control of its magic. It still hasn't quite mastered it. I'll return it right away. As soon as she finished speaking, a warm, milky white magic emanated from her. Gu Lang, seeing that his ice bullet had been intercepted and unable to cast another spell in time, felt the world spin around him. The scenery around him shifted rapidly, and after one final twist, he found himself in a white space. Gu Lang was suddenly no longer in the dining hall. What was going on? He was bewildered, wondering where he was. Buzz! The space began to tremble, and above him, he heard Song Lingyao's voice. Bai Pangpang, how could you cast magic recklessly? You need to stay in the contracted space until I get home before I let you out. Song Lingyao sounded somewhat irritated. Her tone noticeably colder. Gu Lang was furious. How dare they speak ill of the Wolf Lord? After sending Gu Lang back to the contracted space, Song Lingyao quickly apologized to the others in the dining hall. I am sorry for interrupting your meal. Upon seeing the goddess's politeness, others replied that it was no trouble at all. Some even complimented Song Lingyao on her exquisite spellcasting. Song Lingyao offered a polite smile, then casually selected some dishes and found an empty table to sit down. The others resumed their meals, yet the topic of discussion remained focused on Song Lingyao and her new summoned beast. Moreover, there was now an additional point for discussion. That silly dog not only had hysteria, but also lacked proficiency in casting magic, to the extent that it could not control its magic. It had unleashed magical attacks on others uncontrollably. Alas, it was truly unfortunate for the goddess. Xiaowei, Song Xuejia's new summoned beast, is just like you, unable to control its magic. Ha! Someone began to mock a companion. The one being ridiculed was none other than Xiaowei, who had earlier made a mistake in casting magic. Xiaowei's face turned crimson. How could they compare him to a silly dog? He was far superior to it. Gu Lang sulked for a while before finally lifting his head to survey his surroundings. The pure white space, filled with the warm aura of summoning magic. What did Song Lingyao call this? Contracted space. Gu Lang realized that this must be the realm of summoning magic, a specially designated contracted space for summoned beasts. That Gu Lang was at a loss for words. What could one do in here? It was a vast expanse of white, devoid of anything. Gu Lang's attention was suddenly drawn to a corner on his left. There lay a drowsy cat. During the last great battle, the white claw spirit cat had been severely injured by the crimson flame beast. The fire elemental magic had scorched a patch of its fur, and it still had not fully recovered. Ever since that day, it had been resting in Song Lingyao's contracted space to recuperate. This place was safe, and the atmosphere was filled with summoning magic, allowing the white claw spirit cat to absorb this energy for its recovery. Days had passed, and its injuries were nearly healed, though it appeared rather unsightly without fur, and it was reluctant to go outside. Life here was monotonous. Aside from training, it was merely sleeping. Today was no different. And after a morning of magical compression training, it felt somewhat fatigued and laid down to take a nap. However, just as the white claw spirit cat began to doze off, it was abruptly awakened. By Pang Pang, how could you cast magic recklessly? You need to stay in the contracted space until I get home before I let you out. That was the master's voice. What was happening? The white claw spirit cat, puzzled, opened its eyes and spotted Gulang. It was him, that detestable bad dog, the one who had stolen its canned food and framed it. Why was the bad dog here? The white claw spirit cat suddenly realized that the bad dog had also been contracted as a summoned beast by its master. With this thought, the white claw spirit cat felt as if the sky was collapsing. No. What should I do now? The big bad dog wouldn't harm me again, would it? Realizing this, the white claw spirit cat immediately fixed its wary gaze upon Gulang. Coincidentally, Gulang had also noticed it. Meow. Upon unexpectedly turning to gaze at Gulang, the white-pawed spirit cat was so startled that its fur bristled. Gulang was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind such a reaction. What was this foolish cat's expression? Why was it so frightened of him? He had no intention of causing it harm. After some contemplation, Gulang decided to approach it for a greeting, as they would need to coexist in the future. The foolish cat was a servant of Song Lingyao, who in turn was a servant of the Wolf Lord. By extension, that made it somewhat of his servant as well. Yes, indeed. Gulang bounded to the white-pawed spirit cat and presented a smile he deemed friendly. He then greeted it in a genial manner. "Whoa, you're not dead, are you? Meow." Upon hearing Gulang's exclamation, the white-pawed spirit cat's fur bristled even more. It stood tall, arched its back, and glared at Gulang with a fierce demeanor. Gulang had thought it did not survive that day. Little did he know it had been lingering in Song Lingyao's contract space all along, seeing its rather bare and scruffy appearance. Gulang shook his head, truly ugly. Noticing Gulang's gaze, the white-pawed spirit cat was displeased. What do you mean by that? Whoa. Gulang howled again, declaring its ugliness. Meow. The white-pawed spirit cat was somewhat irked. What about those 2 cans of food last time? Don't think I don't know you were behind that. Gulang was at a loss for words. It was still holding a grudge over such a trivial matter. However, after a moment's thought, he decided to explain. Whoa. Just admit whether you ate the canned food. Meow. The white-pawed spirit cat's bravado diminished significantly. It had indeed eaten 1 can. Whoa. Did your master scold you unjustly? Shouldn't you be reprimanded for stealing the canned food? Meow. The white-pawed spirit cat was taken aback, but it suddenly realized that if it weren't for the mischief caused by the dog before it, it would never have been scolded. Meow. It became aggressive once more. Gulang was quite surprised. This foolish cat had shown a hint of cleverness. After pondering for a moment, he continued to persuade it. Whoa. Think about it. Being scolded won't cost you a piece of meat, but that canned food was something you actually devoured. Meow. The little orange cat fell into deep contemplation, seemingly realizing that being scolded indeed posed no real loss. Whoa. Just think about it. Isn't it a great deal to be scolded for a can of food? Where else can you find such a bargain? The little orange cat's mind raced, and it began to see the logic in what the naughty dog was saying. Whoa. If it weren't for me opening the can for you, would you have eaten it? Meow. The little orange cat shook its head, asserting that it would never resort to stealing canned food. Whoa. Exactly. It was I who enabled you to enjoy that can. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Meow. The little orange cat's mind was now in overdrive. After a while, it nodded and expressed its thanks to Gulang with a couple of meows. Gulang was overjoyed. Foolish cats were so easy to persuade. Whoa. In the future, if anything like this happens, I'll be counting on you. The white-pawed spirit cat nodded happily. Ha! Gulang stifled his laughter, feigning seriousness as he nodded. From now on, we shall be good friends. Meow meow. The little orange cat also took on a serious demeanor, declaring their lifelong friendship. You may continue your slumber. I shan't disturb you any longer. The white-pawed spirit cat meowed twice and resumed its deep slumber. Gulang shook his head and refrained from teasing it further. He needed to study this space carefully and see if there was a way to escape, for staying here was exceedingly dull. First, he would determine how expansive this place was. Gu Lang promptly set off with his short legs, traversing to the edges to begin measuring. After a few minutes, Gu Lang completed a circuit around the space and returned to the starting point. The contract space was larger than he had anticipated, roughly the size of a quarter of a playground. There was more than enough room for both himself and the foolish cat. However, he was uncertain of the height. Gu Lang looked up, preparing to launch a few ice projectiles to gauge the position of the ceiling, but then he reconsidered. This was Song Lingyao's space, and he might inadvertently harm her. Gu Lang pressed against the edge of the space, closed his eyes, and began to sense carefully. The contract space should also be an alternative dimension. Thus, he should be able to traverse it at will. After a while, Gu Lang opened his eyes and extended his paw towards the pristine white wall. Instantly, the wall, glowing a bright white, rippled as if waves were undulating. Virum. A small opening melted into the wall, allowing Gu Lang's paw to pass through. He had made it through. Indeed, Gu Lang was overjoyed, then took a few steps back, made a running start, and hurled his entire body into the wall. Virum. Another dizzying whirl took place, and Gu Lang exited the contract space. Thud. Gu Lang landed on the ground, quickly scrambling to his feet to survey his surroundings. It appeared to be a classroom. During the lunch break, several students clad in uniforms were focused on their studies. Oblivious to Gu Lang's presence, Gu Lang raised his head and saw Song Lingyao staring blankly at him. Song Lingyao was bewildered. What was going on? How did the chubby one get out? Wasn't it in the contract space? Observing Song Lingyao's confused expression, Gu Lang crouched down and proudly wagged his tail. Stunned, are we? The Wolf Lord is a noble starry sky magic wolf. A mere contract space could not confine me. How did you come out? Sitting at her desk, Song Lingyao leaned closer to Gu Lang and lowered her voice. Hearing her inquiry, Gu Lang was at a loss for how to explain his lineage. He could only raise his head haughtily, indicating that this was simply a talent. The Wolf Lord is exceptional in this regard. Song Lingyao scooped up Gu Lang and stepped outside the classroom. A flash of white light enveloped them, and Gu Lang found himself back in the contract space. Once more, Gu Lang was stunned. What did this mean? Did she wish to see the Wolf Lord's performance again? Fine. Gu Lang continued to take a running start and crashed into the adjacent white wall. Virum. Gu Lang found himself suspended half a meter in the air. This time, he was prepared and did not fall. Thud. Gu Lang landed steadily on the ground. Seeing Gu Lang emerge once more from the contract space, Song Lingyao's expression grew considerably serious. When Gu Lang had burst forth from the contract space, Song Lingyao was engrossed in her reading. She had been unprepared and merely felt a tremor of magical energy within her, and then Gu Lang appeared in the classroom. To ascertain what was happening, Song Lingyao sent him back into the contract space, leaving her consciousness there to observe closely. To her surprise, the chubby one emerged again. This time, Song Lingyao saw clearly. The chubby one first made a running start, then charged towards the boundary of the contract space. The boundary seemed to recognize an old acquaintance, directly melting open a small hole just large enough for it to pass through. Gu Lang's strange behavior left Song Lingyao in a state of shock. What was going on? Logically, the boundary of the contract space should have obstructed him. How could he have exited so effortlessly? As the master of the contract space, Song Lingyao was the only one capable of controlling it. Upon awakening her summoning abilities, a small space would be correspondingly opened up beside the magical energy sea. This space served as the resting area for summoned beasts, commonly referred to as the contract space. Summoned beasts cannot leave without their master's permission. To exit the contract space into the outside world, they must communicate with their master and make a request. Without Song Lingyao's consent, the white-pawed spirit cat could not leave. The surrounding white walls were indeed solid barriers to it. If it were to run into the wall, it would only end up knocking itself unconscious. Yet the chubby one had bizarrely managed to emerge. Seeing the chubby one squatting proudly on the ground, Song Lingyao picked it up again and stuffed it back into the contract space. She resolved to take control of the boundary and see if it could crash through once more. Gu Lang found himself back in the vast white space, puzzled. What did this mean? Why was he returned again? Did they not want him to go out? Chubby one, try again. The space trembled as a voice echoed from above. Ethereal yet clear. Want me to try again? Fine. I'll show you the Wolf Lord's superpower one more time. Gu Lang, emulating the method, collided with the boundary of the contract space. This time, the wall appeared slightly different. opening a tad more slowly. It seemed as though the wall hesitated, as if some command had been issued to prevent its opening. However, when Gu Lang pressed against it, the wall merely twisted momentarily before granting him passage once more. Upon witnessing Gu Lang emerge again, Song Lingyao furrowed her brows. The contract space. Was it no longer responding to her commands? She had clearly given an order moments ago, and the contract space had responded. Yet, when Gu Lang collided with the barrier, it still opened. What was happening? Song Lingyao fell into contemplation, but after much pondering, her mind yielded no explanation for the unusual phenomenon concerning the plump creature. Just as her confusion deepened, the white-pawed spirit cat approached the white wall of the contract space. The little orange cat was utterly perplexed. What was going on? Why had its good friend managed to escape? It had awakened when Song Lingyao spoke within the space, and then it had watched helplessly as the large dog vanished into the contract space, wasn't leaving supposed to require the master's permission. Followed by a flash of white light. How could the large dog simply leave? After some thought, the little orange cat positioned itself before the barrier. Imitating Gu Lang's earlier actions, it began to run and sprint towards the white wall. Bang! The white wall remained unmoved, and the little orange cat was sent sprawling. It was knocked back by the immense recoil, rolling twice on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Picking itself up, the white-pawed spirit cat's mind raced. What was happening? Song Lingyao also noticed the white-pawed spirit cat in the space, equally puzzled. The fact that the little spirit could not exit indicated that the contract space was functioning properly. Thus, the issue lay with the plump creature itself. Song Lingyao crouched down and scooped up Gu Lang, inspecting him with curiosity. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she inquired, "Can you return on your own?" Gu Lang was taken aback. Return? Back to the contract space? That should be possible. If he could come out, he could certainly go back. Song Lingyao set Gu Lang down and gestured for him to tea. Gu Lang closed his eyes and began to sense intently. He had fallen from midair, approximately at the height of Song Lingyao's shoulder. The magical sea of a human mage was always located near the heart, a fixed point. Therefore, the contract space should also be situated there. Aha! He found it. Gu Lang vaguely sensed a misty white space. How to enter? It couldn't be the same as exiting, by simply colliding, could it? Gu Lang attempted to communicate with the space using his consciousness. However, he was not very adept at it, and several attempts yielded no response from the space. After about 10 tries, buzz. At last, his formless consciousness made contact with the contract space. The contract space erupted in brilliant white light, casting a square shadow before Gu Lang. Just like that. Gu Lang was overjoyed and immediately leaned down to gently touch the shadow. Buzz. The scene before him blurred, and Gu Lang once again beheld the familiar white space. Observing that the plump creature had successfully returned to the contract space, Song Lingyao fell into deep thought once more. Logically, when a summoned beast left the contract space, it was required to follow the master's procedure. Yet, the plump creature could come and go as it pleased, without needing to consult her. This did have its advantages. In the event of an unexpected crisis, Song Lingyao would not need to divert her attention to summon it, as it could emerge independently. Entering and exiting the space was akin to opening and closing a door, with Song Lingyao being the sole key. However, the plump creature was different. It had directly opened a window to enter. Moreover, this window had been forcibly created by itself on the boundary of the contract space. The contract space, a space. A chilling thought arose in Song Lingyao's mind. Could it be that the plump creature possessed some form of unconventional spatial talent? Thus, it was able to traverse the contract space with such ease. Yet this notion was utterly absurd. After entertaining this thought, she found it hard to believe that a young beast with merely second-tier magical power could actually possess a talent related to space, and to wield it so adeptly. In Blue Star, space is regarded as one of the two paramount laws, alongside time. It is supreme, accessible only to those with the status of a St. Mark mage. In Blue Star, there is no classification of mages specializing in space. Apart from the summoning system, which has a contract space, mages below 4 stars are unable to engage with any abilities relating to space. Only upon reaching 4 stars can one, with greatly enhanced capabilities, begin to explore and study the realm of space. However, this still depends on whether one possesses an innate talent for it. The vast majority of 4-star St. Mark mages find their research and mastery of space to be a slow and arduous process. The same holds true for magical beasts. Only those at the fourth tier possess even a slight chance of attempting to control space. In summary, space is an exceedingly difficult advanced law to master. Yet, without the need for spatial abilities, the current strange situation of the plump creature could not be explained. Reflecting on its earlier bizarre transformation into a wolf king and its formidable display against the giant winged bird king, Song Lingyao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. What kind of summoned beast had she inadvertently contracted? It seemed she had unwittingly acquired an extraordinary creature, in stark contrast to Song Lingyao's profound shock. Gu Lang within the contract space was suppressing his laughter. He was once again playfully deceiving the little orange cat. It wasn't that Gu Lang was malicious. Rather, the white-pod spirit cat was simply too foolish for its own good. Upon returning to the contract space, Gu Lang found the white-pod spirit cat sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the white wall. Initially puzzled by the cat's behavior, Gu Lang soon understood upon noticing the small bump on its forehead. The little orange cat had likely attempted to replicate his earlier display of traversing the space, only to fail spectacularly. Upon seeing Gu Lang, the white-pod spirit cat immediately rose to question him. Meow meow meow. How did you get out? Gu Lang's mischievous nature stirred once more. Howl. Try it again for me, and I'll analyze it. After hearing this, the little orange cat nodded and dashed to a spot 3 meters away from the white wall. This was the same position from which Gu Lang had previously sprinted out. Upon seeing Gu Lang nod, the white-pod spirit cat charged forward towards the wall. Thud. Roll, roll. Once again, the little orange cat found itself thoroughly disoriented, mewing pitifully at Gu Lang. See, I can't get through. Gu Lang feigned deep contemplation, then called out to the little orange cat a few times that you're standing too close. You need to stand farther back. The little orange cat was taken aback. Hadn't Gu Lang just stood there? Sensing the cat's skepticism, Gu Lang immediately retorted. Howl howl. I'm not the same as you. I'm stronger, so I don't need as much of a running start. Meow. The little orange cat nodded, indicating its understanding that it once again positioned itself by the wall, but this time, 5 meters away. Once the little orange cat was ready, it turned to look at Gu Lang, who promptly nodded in affirmation. The little orange cat began its sprint once more. Howl, run, faster. Gu Lang cheered it on from the sidelines. You can do it. Encouraged by Gu Lang's words, the little orange cat surged forward with newfound speed. Crashing into the wall, thud. Roll, 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 roll. The little orange cat flipped 5 times before finally coming to a halt. It took a while to regain its footing, looking at Gu Lang with great indignation. Meow, that hurt. Meow, meow. Should I stand even farther away? Seeing the little cat in such a state, Gu Lang felt a pang of sympathy. He decided not to tease it any further, calling it a fool. Buzz. Little spirit. What are you doing? Don't imitate the plump creature. It can come and go for other reasons. Song Lingyao's voice suddenly echoed within the contract space. Hearing the master's words, the little orange cat froze. Gazing blankly at Gu Lang, Gu Lang was alarmed. No, Song Lingyao, how could you expose my secret? Upon seeing the look of suspicion on the foolish cat's face, Gu Lang's mind raced. In the next moment, Gu Lang feigned a look of enlightenment. How? So it turns out I'm different from you. How? I had thought that you could also do it, though dear. I apologize. It's all my fault for causing you to crash into the walls several times. After expressing his remorse, Gu Lang lowered his head, feigning a look of guilt and self-reproach. Upon hearing Gu Lang's apology, the little orange cat felt much better. After a moment of hesitation, it approached and nudged Gu Lang's chin with its fluffy little head. Meow. It's all right. You said we were good friends. Gu Lang was taken aback, and then began to feel relieved, thankful that it had not discovered his secret. How fortunate. How fortunate. The white-pod spirit cat returned to slumber. While Gu Lang was released from the contract space by Song Lingyao, accompanied by a warm white light, Gu Lang found himself spinning back to the corridor outside the classroom. As soon as he landed, he was scooped up by Song Lingyao. Chubby, I have something to tell you. Gu Lang looked up, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he gazed at Song Lingyao. Senior Ying is still alive. Upon hearing Song Lingyao's words, an immense, silent tsunami surged within Gu Lang's mind. Li Yingyi is still alive, still alive. However, her condition is quite special. She is in a coma, and it is uncertain when she will awaken. After saying this, Song Lingyao took out her phone and showed Gu Lang a photograph. Li Yingyi lay pallidly on a hospital bed, with various tubes and instruments attached to her. The photo was taken from the corridor. Through a window, she is no longer in Rue City. She is in the imperial capital, being cared for by the country's top medical professionals. Jiu Lang was momentarily stunned. The finest medical personnel? It seems her condition is dire. He lowered his head, his disappointment and worry unmasked. So, can we go see her? Realizing this, Gu Lang immediately delved into his mind and shouted at the white hexagram, I want to see her. After uttering this, Gu Lang looked at Song Lingyao with eager anticipation. However, Song Lingyao did not respond, merely gazing at him in astonishment. What does this mean? When Song Lingyao looked at him strangely, Gu Lang was also perplexed. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Song Lingyao appeared confused. All she heard was a series of barking sounds, completely unaware of what Chubby was trying to convey. What do you want to say? Use your consciousness to touch it. Don't shout directly. Don't shout directly? Was my previous method of communication incorrect? Gu Lang was taken aback, closing his eyes as his consciousness returned to the hexagram. The hexagram remained the same, softly emanating a gentle white magical glow. Following Song Lingyao's instructions, Gu Lang slowly touched his consciousness to the hexagram. Buzz. At the moment of contact, the hexagram's white light intensified. Countless magical light orbs emerged, enveloping Gu Lang's consciousness layer upon layer. It felt as if he were submerged in a warm pool of milk, and Gu Lang felt immensely comfortable. He attempted to convey his thoughts to this warm sensation. Hey, can you hear me? Yet, after merely 5 words, Gu Lang felt dizzy. Is communicating through the summoning contract this exhausting? He wondered if Song Lingyao had heard his words. Jiu Lang exited his mind and returned to reality. Looking towards Song Lingyao, surprisingly, Song Lingyao still appeared to have not heard anything. Have you tried? All I hear are your barking sounds. Gu Lang was utterly baffled. What was happening? Upon seeing his bewildered expression, Song Lingyao understood. She squatted down, her face a mix of astonishment, and began to guide Gu Lang step by step on how to use the hexagram to speak. 20 minutes passed, and Gu Lang felt utterly exhausted. Using the hexagram was truly exhausting. Song Lingyao's lovely face was cold and serious. How could this be? Chubby had indeed used the summoning contract. She felt the fluctuations, yet it seemed unable to convey its thoughts. Only barking. How could there be a summoned beast that cannot communicate its thoughts to its master? This is too strange. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of the lunch break. As more people filled the corridor, Song Lingyao shoved Gu Lang back into the contract space. Determined, she resolved to ask her elders when she returned. The entire Song family primarily practiced summoning arts. These elders had immersed themselves in the field for many years and should have a solution. Buzz. With a flash of white light, Gu Lang once again found himself back in the contract space. What is going on? Am I really turning into a foolish dog? Gu Lang was utterly confused, unable to convey his thoughts to Song Lingyao. After some contemplation, he decided to seek clarification from the foolish cat. The white-pawed spirit cat had been meditating, but looked up when Gu Lang approached. Meow. You're back. Seeing the white-pawed spirit cat greet him, Gu Lang merely nodded. Then, he got straight to the point. Ow, ow, ow. How do you communicate with your master? Meow. The white-pawed spirit cat was momentarily taken aback, then pondered for a moment before responding. Meow, meow, meow. It's that little hexagon star in your head. As long as, the white-pawed spirit cat went on to meow excitedly, and Gu Lang finally understood. The foolish cat, like him, had a hexagram in its mind that connected it to Song Lingyao. It could understand most of the Chinese language. Whenever Song Lingyao spoke, it comprehended her words. However, being a second-tier spirit beast, it could not speak and could only convey its thoughts through the hexagram. Yet, in its eyes, communicating through the summoning contract was not a difficult task. According to it, one merely needed to touch the hexagram in their mind and then transmit their thoughts to Song Lingyao. After hearing this, Gu Lang felt even more puzzled. Even this foolish cat found it simple to communicate with the hexagram. So why could he not? Ow, ow. Ow. Just as Gu Lang was about to probe further, he suddenly realized a crucial question. How was he currently managing to communicate smoothly with the white-pawed spirit cat? Gu Lang howled, and the foolish cat meowed. Astonishingly, both creatures could understand each other's meanings. He and Song Lingyao could not communicate, but he could with the white-pawed spirit cat. What was going on? Gu Lang's mind was on the verge of overheating. Meow, because we are both the master's summoned beasts. Unlike Gu Lang's confusion, the little spirit cat appeared to think, isn't this quite reasonable? Alas, Jiu Lang had no choice but to accept the reality that if he could not resolve the communication issue, he would have to rely on this foolish cat to convey his thoughts to Song Ling Yao in the future. Ruwei City Magic Association. Zhang Jiaji emerged from the association's doors, his face clouded with gloom, tightly clutching a sheet of paper. A bright red cross marked the paper, with the words "not qualified" scrawled beside it. He failed. He failed. He did not pass the interview. How could this happen? Zhang Jiaji sat despondently on the steps, unable to mask his disappointment. He had just participated in the recruitment interview for the Ruwei City Magic Guard. But he had failed. The Magic Guard is a small branch of the military. Every city in Huagua has established one, not just Ruwei City. The primary duty of the Magic Guard is to combat the extraordinary beasts that also possess supernatural powers. About 10 days ago, on the night when the Crystal Tower alarmed, the entire Ruwei City Guard was mobilized. Some remained to strengthen the city's defenses, while others prepared to launch an offensive into the Tianyin mountain range. They received generous allowances during peacetime, but when faced with magical threats, they must stand at the forefront. In addition to this, during times free of demonic threats, they must also maintain order in Ruwei City. It is essential to understand that chivalry often transgresses the law. Ruwei City is home to numerous sorcerers, and a single misstep could lead to chaos. Therefore, these civilian mages must be managed properly. The guard squad serves as the primary overseers in this regard. It is evident that with their elevated status, authority, and generous remuneration, the guard squad has become a coveted position in the eyes of many. Although they may be required to confront ferocious beasts, such occurrences are rare. Countless individuals are eager to join the guard squad of Ruwei City, and Zhang Jiaji is among them. However, the recruitment process for the guard squad is exceedingly rigorous. In addition to the stringent requirement of possessing mid-level 2-star strength, candidates must also undergo assessments of their temperament and character. Zhang Jiaji was ultimately eliminated during the temperament evaluation. The assessing mage, a rare practitioner of the mind arts, saw through Zhang Jiaji's soul with just a few exchanges: confusion, irritability, selfishness, and buried deep within him, cowardice. Once these emotions were unearthed, Zhang Jiaji was promptly disqualified. The guard squad has no use for cowards. They seek true valiant souls, those willing to bleed for Ruwei City. Point 1 may be selfish, irritable, and even slightly lacking in strength, but cowardice is utterly intolerable. To cower in the face of beasts, that is utterly unacceptable. Zhang Jiaji covered his face and lowered his head, silently nursing his negative emotions. After a prolonged moment, he stood up and hailed a taxi. He directed the driver to Ruwei City Magic University. The driver nodded and accelerated, leaving the Magic Association behind. "Young man, did you just interview for the guard squad?" The driver casually inquired upon glancing at the document in Zhang Jiaji's hand. Feeling dejected, Zhang Jiaji was reluctant to engage in conversation and merely replied with a soft The driver immediately understood that he had not passed. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the vehicle as they drove for a while. Passing by a high school, a grand sign, supported by marble columns, loomed above, emblazoned with the proud words, "Ruwei City First Advanced Magic High School." Zhang Jiaji felt an even deeper sense of despondency, knowing that the students within were all top-tier talents. If a student from Ruwei High were to gain admission into Ruwei City Magic University, they would be the subject of ridicule. It is not that Ruwei University is subpar. Rather, it is Ruwei High that is exceptional. The taxi continued on, and a short distance from Ruwei High lay a vast expanse of deep green wetlands. The white mist wetlands, the river meandered, with islets dotting its course, and a delicate veil of mist enveloped the wild, overgrown vegetation. Zhang Jiaji became lost in thought, suddenly not wishing to return to Ruwei University. His friends and classmates were aware of his interview with the guard squad. Now that he had failed, he was unwilling to face them. The well-meaning but hollow comfort from onlookers would feel like a second, silent blade. "Driver, pull over," he commanded. The driver, puzzled, asked, "Aren't we going to Ruwei City Magic University?" Nevertheless, he obediently hit the brakes and stopped by the roadside. After settling the fare, Zhang Jiaji stood in place. Watching the taxi depart before entering the wetlands alone, he wandered aimlessly, eventually standing on a patch of waterlogged ground as he pulled out a cigarette. Lighting it, Zhang Jiaji stared vacantly at the misty, deep green grassland. Before long, the cigarette burned down to his fingertips. Feeling the heat, he carelessly tossed the butt into the water. Sizzle. He then retrieved another cigarette and lit it. Jiang Jiaji continued to stand by the water's edge, inhaling and exhaling smoke one after another. He consumed nearly half a pack, with the exhaled smoke swirling into the air, mingling indistinctly with the mist. He raised the report card in his hand, glancing at it once more. Character, cowardice, assessment, not past. Cowardice? Ha. Have I always been a coward? In the past, on that fateful night, and even in the future? Jiang Jiaji pondered expressionlessly. Hiding in the grass was the most authentic version of himself. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a murmur of awkward voices behind him. Peng Yu, what are you doing here? Jiang Jiaji turned to see a small, unattractive figure speaking. His facial features seemed to possess a unique, albeit unpleasant, artistry, and the individual exuded an unmistakable aura of poor quality. Beside the small figure stood a tall, slender person with a sharp face. Wearing a baseball cap, Jiang Jiaji realized that two peculiar individuals had appeared behind him, both emanating an aura of magical energy. They were mages. Jiang Jiaji immediately grew wary. Who are you? After questioning, he took a few steps back, creating distance, and began to gather his magical energy. Upon hearing the commotion, the tall figure with the cap looked at Jiang Jiaji with a strange expression. Peng Yu, don't be dirty, the small figure quickly interjected, raising his hands to indicate he meant no harm. His accent was peculiar, as if his tongue were lodged with a stone, rendering his words unclear. Jiang Jiaji did not lower his guard and continued to watch the two with suspicion. In such a secluded part of the wetlands, the sudden appearance of these two strange foreign mages warranted caution. You see, our vehicle broke down, and we were hoping you could help us. The small figure's thick lips moved as he spoke, his accent heavy. Jiang Jiaji remained silent, scrutinizing their faces. After a moment of hesitation, he questioned, Are you from the Easting? The poor accent and odd demeanor made it hard for Jiang Jiaji to dismiss his suspicions. The small figure glanced at the baseball-capped individual, who nodded, and then said, Yes, we are from Easting. I am Yamamoto Ruji, and this is Lu Chuanxia. As he spoke, the small figure gestured towards the one in the cap. The tall figure lifted his cap, revealing his face more clearly for Jiang Jiaji to see. Friend, our car is broken down. Could you lend us a hand? Yamamoto Ruji stepped forward and reiterated his request. Jiang Jiaji shook his head, firmly declining. Sorry, I have other pressing matters. With that, he turned to face the two and cautiously retreated. Seeing Jiang Jiaji unwilling to engage, Yamamoto Ruji sneered. Mizuko Kata, Shiyu Madamiai, friend, then don't blame us. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Jiaji turned and fled. The baseball-capped individual immediately crouched down, pressing his palm against the ground, channeling magical energy. The yellowish magic surged rapidly towards Jiang Jiaji's back, and the damp earth beneath his feet suddenly came to life, beginning to writhe ominously. Damn it! Jiang Jiaji's pupils contracted sharply, and he hurriedly cast a spell. Float. Gust of wind. A verdant aura enveloped him, dramatically increasing his speed just enough to evade the grasp of the quicksand. That was close. Jiang Jiaji, drenched in cold sweat, silently rejoiced that his secondary element was wind. If they lacked wind magic, they should not be able to catch up with me. With this thought, he risked a glance back. Strangely, however, the two figures remained rooted in place, motionless, as the magical energy surrounding them gradually dissipated. Had they given up? Phew. Jiang Jiaji exhaled, continuing his frantic escape. Soon, he found himself back on the road in the middle of the wetlands. A vehicle was conveniently parked by the roadside, next to which leaned a middle-aged man quietly smoking. The man was sharply dressed in a suit, his hair partially gray. Upon seeing Jiang Jiaji rushing out of the wetlands in a panic, the middle-aged man looked up at him. Uncle, quickly, take me to the Magic Association. There are Easting mages behind me. Jiang Jiaji was overjoyed upon spotting someone by the roadside, and immediately called out for help in a loud voice. However, the middle-aged man remained silent, coolly scrutinizing Jiang Jiaji instead. He nonchalantly clenched the cigarette between his lips and squinted his eyes. Then, he slowly removed the watch from his left wrist and placed it on the hood of the car. Jiang Jiaji was taken aback. Why was he taking off his watch? Did it mean, bang? In an instant, Jiang Jiaji lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground. Stuck in the contract space, Gu Lang felt exceedingly bored. After merely polishing his magical power a bit, he found it unbearable to remain idle. He yearned to step outside for a glimpse of the world. After a moment of hesitation, he dashed towards the boundary. and amidst the envious gaze of the white-pawed spirit cat, he exited the contract space. Buzz. The instructor, who was teaching about first-tier monsters, was taken aback at the sudden appearance of a small white dog in the classroom. All the students followed his gaze to the corner, where Song Lingyao stood with her little white dog at her feet. That Ji Yulang was puzzled. Why was it just when class was in session? He lifted his head and caught sight of the equally awkward Song Lingyao. Noticing that everyone was staring at her and the chubby dog, Song Lingyao felt compelled to explain. Needs to go to the bathroom. The teacher nodded in comprehension, readily permitting her with a casual gesture. Go ahead. Song Lingyao hurriedly scooped up Gu Lang and exited the classroom, stepping into the corridor. She placed Gu Lang on the railing, casting a reproachful glance at him. The sudden appearance of the chubby dog in the classroom was hard to explain. She couldn't just say it had run out on its own. It was common knowledge that a summoned beast must have its master's permission to leave the contract space. Something even high school students would know. What do you want to do? Song Lingyao inquired. That Ji Yulang whined softly, wriggled free from her grasp, and then hopped down to the ground, nudging his head towards the direction of the playground. You want to go play? Gu Lang nodded. Next time you want to come out, have Xiao Ling send a message. Song Lingyao pretended to scold him, shooting him a stern look. She was aware that the chubby dog could communicate with the white-pawed spirit cat. After all, she had witnessed him tricking Xiao Ling into crashing into a wall. Ji Yulang wagged his tail in a somewhat dismissive manner, indicating that he understood, before turning away to leave, with no other choice. Song Lingyao sighed in resignation and returned to the classroom. The students, having not seen Gu Lang, assumed he had been recalled by Song Lingyao. She resumed her seat and continued to listen to the lesson. Though Gu Lang claimed he was going out to play, there was truly nowhere to go. He dashed back to the library, finding the book on dimensional planes he had perused earlier that morning. Dimensional planes, brief knowledge and nearby dimensions. Gu Lang flipped to the back, skipping over the so-called brief but actually intricate knowledge, and directly focused on the sections detailing common dimensions. The first dimension mentioned in the book was named Eternal Twilight. Eternal Twilight, a dimension governed by peculiar rules. There were no seasonal cycles, no autumn rains or winter snows, and even the distinction between day and night was absent. The entire world was enveloped in a hazy orange glow. The surface was sparsely populated with purple, fungus-like plants, devoid of any vitality. Ji Yulang read with great interest. This was far more fascinating than any high-dimensional folding theory. He continued to delve deeper. The recorded encounters between the Blue Star and Eternal Twilight total 3. All through mirror space fractures. The first, 1931, Caribbean Sea. The second, 1965, Nelson, New Zealand. The third, 2001, Qingtang City, Huagua. Such a meager number. Only 3 in total. All were mere observations, with no actual passage through the mirror fractures. It was no wonder the information in the book was so scant. It appeared there had been no field explorations of this dimension. That Ji Yulang shook his head and pressed on. The second dimension was the distorted abyss, which Gu Lang had encountered that morning. Chapter 70. The Sacrificial Descent and Seduction. Gu Lang casually skimmed through the introduction of the distorted abyss, then continued reading. There was that grotesque, hideous demon head again. The Horned Demon has repeatedly attempted to invade the Blue Star through sacrificial descent. Upon reading this peculiar phrase, Gu Lang was left perplexed. Sacrificial descent. What was that? He turned 2 pages forward to find an explanation about sacrificial descent. Sacrificial descent is a method developed by the Horned Demon specifically for invading other dimensions. The link points between the Blue Star and the distorted abyss create mirror fractures. This prevents the Horned Demon from directly arriving on the Blue Star. Consequently, they devised an alternative method to determine the coordinates of the primordial void using the blood and flesh of native creatures. Native creatures of a dimension carry traces of dimensional information. By extracting a substantial amount of blood and flesh, as well as souls from these beings, the Horned Demon can deduce the coordinates of the primordial void. Gu Lang was momentarily stunned, encountering unfamiliar terminology once more. He continued reading. The so-called primordial void coordinates refer to the exact location of a dimension. Each dimension possesses its own unique and complex primordial void coordinates. Once the Horned Demon obtains these coordinates, it can descend directly onto the Blue Star through mirror fractures. By seducing native creatures into sacrificing their blood and flesh to extract dimensional information, the Horned Demon could invade the Blue Star. Historically, the Horned Demon had attempted to invade the Blue Star numerous times, but each time it was eradicated by mages. After all, Relying on sacrifices to descend onto the blue star required an overwhelming amount of blood and flesh, which would undoubtedly attract attention. Jiu Lang read intently. Finding himself intrigued by the concept of sacrifice, he was curious about what the altar for such rituals looked like. However, he shook his head, deciding it was better not to witness it. This was hardly a pleasant matter. Jiang Jiaji stared blankly at the altar before him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself tied up, kneeling there. His 10 fingers were tightly bound by wires, rendering him immobile. He turned his head to survey his surroundings, discovering he was in a vast, dark cavern. The ceiling of the cavern was adorned with hundreds of stalactites, tapering to a point. The cavern walls were lined with numerous large jars filled with strange liquids that emitted peculiar fragrances. The air was stifling and damp, akin to a misty wetland. The middle-aged man in the suit who had previously knocked him out was nowhere to be found. Only 3 individuals remained in the cavern. In addition to Jiang Jiaji, there were the 2 Japanese men standing at the top of the altar. Yamamoto Ruji knelt reverently before a bizarre mirror, muttering dreadful incantations. Before long, the dim mirror suddenly emitted a faint red glow. Buzz. An ugly, sinister face materialized within the mirrored. It was the horned demon. Upon its appearance, Yamamoto Ruji and Lu Chuanxiao immediately bowed their heads in respect. Lord Mammon, we have brought the one you sought, Mr. Zhong, Yamamoto Ruji announced. Gesturing towards Jiang Jia that moment, Jiang Jiaji felt as though he had plunged into the depths of despair. The instant he laid eyes on the demon Mammon, he understood. This was the horned demon from the distorted abyss. It had invaded the Blue Star multiple times, the last being in Ning City, Huagua, and these 2 Japanese men were the fallen apostles of the demon. Cursed fate! How could this happen? He had become the sacrificial offering. A blood and flesh sacrifice for the horned demon. Jiang Jiaji's face was etched with despair as he lowered his head. Bring him here, the indifferent voice of the demon Mammon echoed from the mirror fracture. Upon receiving the command, Yamamoto Ruji and Lu Chuanxiao promptly descended from the altar to drag Jiang Jiaji upwards. Bang! Jiang Jiaji collapsed before the mirror fracture on the altar, trembling as he raised his head. Fear etched across his face. Seeing Jiang Jiaji's panic-stricken expression, Mammon was quite pleased. Good. A splendid soul. Cowardice and fear. Yet still, it is not enough. Mammon turned her head and gazed at Yamamoto Ruji. The latter immediately understood. Covering his nose as he dashed towards a large vat nearby, he picked up a filthy half-gourd from the ground and scooped a ladle of pink liquid from within. This liquid was semi-transparent, teeming with grotesque, repulsive fatworms. Strangely, it emitted an irresistible fragrance. Yamamoto Ruji, the diminutive figure, approached Jiang Jiaji, holding the gourd filled with liquid. Lu Chuanxia, donning a duckbill cap, quickly stepped forward, gripping Jiang Jiaji's cheeks tightly, observing Jiang Jiaji's gaping mouth. Yamamoto Ruji promptly poured the entirety of the liquid into it. Gulp, cough, cough, vomit. Jiang Jiaji turned crimson, overwhelmed with discomfort. His head bowed as he gagged incessantly. Once this bizarre liquid entered his esophagus, it transformed into shimmering specks, rapidly infiltrating his bloodstream. Jiang Jiaji felt an intense heat coursing through his body, his mind tingling with a strange sensation. Subsequently, the fears and anxieties that had plagued him multiplied 100-fold. His eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. An overwhelming dread engulfed him, rendering him utterly disoriented. Witnessing this, Yamamoto Ruji hurried to another vat. Scooping a ladle of pitch-black liquid, he continued to pour it into the unconscious Jiang Jiaji. After consuming the dark liquid, Jiang Jiaji's condition improved, and his body ceased to convulse. Minutes later, he awoke. Strangely, after the second ladle of liquid entered his belly, his previous negative emotions, whether fear or timidity, significantly diminished. After a considerable pause, he lifted his head, pained as he gazed at the demon reflected in the mirror. Mammon wore an appreciative expression, her blood-red eyes rolling with delight as she scrutinized Jiang Jiaji. Then, in a voice inaudible to those around, she murmured to herself, "Another 6th, just 4 more to go." A radiant glow enveloped Mammon, shrouding the entire altar and concealing Jiang Jiaji within. A raspy voice echoed throughout the underground cavern. "I can perceive the fears within your heart. I can also discern the timidity that resides therein. Submit to me, embrace me, and I shall grant you power. This." Mammon paused before mockingly chuckling, "From this day forth, You shall no longer cower like a trembling ostrich hidden amidst the shrubs. The words hidden amidst the shrubs, trembling ostrich, shattered Jiang Jiaji's psychological defenses, causing him to lower his head in trepidation. In Ruiqing Magic University, a disheveled Jiang Jiaji returned to his dormitory. His roommate, surprised to see him back so late, hesitated before inquiring, "Jiagu, how did the interview go?" Upon hearing his roommate's question, Jiang Jiaji stiffened momentarily. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, turning to his roommate with a casual demeanor. "No, I didn't attend the interview today. Something came up, but there's another opportunity tomorrow." The roommate nodded, accepting his explanation without suspicion. As Jiang Jiaji turned away, his face, unseen by others, was filled with confusion and torment. That in the library, Gulang continued to peruse books, engrossed in the peculiarities of various dimensions, the inverted sea and earth dimension, a realm where the upper layer is ocean and the lower layer is gas. Seemingly devoid of life, the world rules in this dimension are exceedingly chaotic, lacking any semblance of order. Day and night can flip at any moment, and gravity is erratic. One could engage in free fall for a lifetime without ever reaching the other side, as the direction of gravity may shift at any time. All recorded contacts between the blue star and the inverted sea and earth dimension number 5, with the first being an incident in 1921 in New Jersey, USA, the second occurred in 1975 in Auckland, New Zealand, the fifth in 2011 in Kyoto, Japan. Upon reading this, Gulang was puzzled, wondering why New Zealand appeared so frequently. He noted that out of 10 dimensions he had examined, 8 had interacted with New Zealand. What kind of bus was New Zealand that anyone could board? After contemplating, he flipped to the index for a detailed exploration. Indeed, New Zealand was listed separately, explained as a point of dimensional knowledge. New Zealand, a weak point in the dimensional barrier of the blue star world. Most spatial fissures originate here, thus making New Zealand a sacred ground for 4-star mages to comprehend the laws of space. A weak point in the world barrier, a sacred ground for 4-star mages to grasp the laws of space. Gulang was thoroughly intrigued and resolved to visit this place someday. He wondered if he, with his extraordinary talent, could glean any insights into the laws of space. That Gulang raised his head, glancing outside as the sun began to set. Judging it was time, he closed his book and left the library. Arriving at the teaching building, he hesitated, reluctant to ascend the stairs to find Song Lingyao. His short legs made climbing quite exhausting. After a moment of indecision, Gulang opted to wait at the school gate. Knowing that Song Lingyao would undoubtedly pass by there shortly at the entrance of Ruiqing University, the plump security guard from the morning sat comfortably on a small chair outside the guard booth. Basking in the evening sun at his feet lay a German shepherd, commonly referred to as a blackback. The portly guard leaned back in his chair, gently patting the dog's head while humming a nonsensical tune. "I am a security guard. I have to work every day that I do not wish to work. But alas, I lack connections. If not a guard, I'd be moving bricks. That I'm truly quite lazy, so I'd rather move bricks. Oh, better to be a guard." Listening to the guard's ridiculous song, Gulang was taken aback. What nonsense was this? It didn't rhyme at all. He shook his head and walked past the man and his dog. Squatting beneath a nearby gatepost, upon seeing Gulang, the robust security guard was momentarily startled, wondering why this young lad was still on campus. That he soon shook his head, dismissing the thought, and continued humming his tune. However, the large black dog reacted differently. Upon spotting Gulang, it sprang up, whimpering eagerly. "Wong, woo-woo wong wong." Gulang was taken aback. What was this German shepherd doing? Its cries were so oddly melodious, a sudden sense of dread washed over him. The dog barked a couple more times before launching itself at Gulang, eyes filled with yearning. What is going on? Gulang turned and fled in panic, not daring to use magic to deter the blackback. The portly guard, witnessing his beloved dog charge towards Gulang, was immediately alarmed and shouted, "Shasha, come back. What are you doing?" Upon hearing the guard's command, the dog obediently halted, its tail drooping. Shasha looked on with a sense of longing as Gulang fled into the distance. Gulang nearly had a heart attack. That hefty man should keep a better watch over his dog. He almost lost his dignity. How old could the dog be? They were simply incompatible. The plump guard knelt down, rubbing Shasha's head reassuringly. "Don't worry, my dear. I'll find you a large and strong Tibetan Mastiff that you'll surely like it." Shasha whimpered in acknowledgement, understanding. The guard nodded in satisfaction, then sat back down. Instructing, "Go, Shasha, bring me some snacks." Shasha promptly dashed to the small room behind the guard booth and returned with a bag of sunflower seeds, presenting it to the portly guard with a cheerful demeanor. "Good girl." The plump security guard patted Shasha's head, causing her to squint her eyes in delight. This left Gulang utterly bewildered. How could this lazy fat man be so lethargic? The lazy guard continued to munch on sunflower seeds, while Shasha dutifully squatted nearby. Beep beep. A teacher honked the horn of their car, urging the fat guard to move aside. Gulang thought that surely this sloth would finally get up and do something, but to his surprise, he remained as nonchalant as ever. Even upon seeing the approaching vehicle, he merely glanced lazily before commanding his German shepherd once more. "Shasha, go open the gate." "Woof." Shasha obediently complied, nimbly darting into the guard booth. With a gentle leap, she rested her upper body on the desk and pressed the button. The iron gate swung open instantly, allowing the small car to exit. Given her skillful manner, it was evident this was not her first time. "Good girl, so well behaved." The plump guard offered a perfunctory compliment to Shasha, who responded with a joyful wag of her tail that Gulang watched in silence, incredulous. The indulgence of the dog, even in opening the gate, was baffling. No wonder this lazy fellow was so rotund. "Shasha, are you hungry?" "Woof." Shasha nodded eagerly. Dinner time. With excitement, Shasha dashed into the guard booth and returned with a large stainless steel basin. The basin was filled to the brim with fresh beef. She squatted down, beginning to savor her evening meal. In this moment, Shasha exhibited a refined demeanor, lowering her head and leisurely chewing on the beef in the basin. Gulang observed in astonishment. This lazy guard treated his dog quite well, feeding her fresh meat. After a brief glance at the beef, Gulang shook his head, choosing to ignore the slothful owner and his industrious dog. However, the plump guard noticed Gulang's gaze upon the meat. "Oh, is this little pup craving a treat?" He glanced at Gulang, then instructed Shasha with a few words. Shasha happily nodded and rushed inside, returning with another stainless steel basin filled with a large bag of fresh beef. Noticing the plastic wrapping around the meat, the guard immediately scolded Shasha. "Tear open the packaging. How can that silly little dog eat it without doing so?" Shasha looked bewildered and whimpered in response to the reprimand. Realizing he may have been too harsh, the plump guard scratched his head and instructed Shasha to fetch a pair of scissors. Shasha was quick to comply, emerging shortly after with the scissors in her mouth. Presenting them to him, the plump guard cut open the packaging, but to Gulang's surprise, he did not pour the meat into the basin. Instead, he held the beef up, beckoning Gulang from a distance. "Hey, come here. Uncle is feeding you beef." Gulang was momentarily taken aback. This lazy guard was actually willing to feed him. He was tempted, taking a few steps closer. Shasha, seeing Gulang approach, excitedly stood up. Gulang was alarmed. "No way. I'm not eating anymore." He promptly turned away, preferring to endure a bit of hunger. The plump guard, noticing that his dog had scared Gulang off, felt exasperated. "What are you doing? Didn't I say you two aren't suited for each other? She's probably not even a month old." He shot a stern glare at Shasha, who lowered her head, whimpering softly, shaking his head in resignation. The plump guard rose from his chair and, limping slightly, made his way toward Gulang, carrying the bag of beef. Shasha, noticing her owner getting up to walk, eagerly jumped up and positioned herself protectively around him. "Go back," the plump guard commanded. "Woof." Shasha was reluctant. "I'm just taking a few steps." "Woof." Shasha sat back down, extending her neck to keep her gaze fixed on her owner. Gulang was taken aback. It turned out the plump guard was a cripple. Not only that, but his limp was rather pronounced. His right leg seemed to be shorter, dragging weakly along the ground. Seeing this, Gulang felt a twinge of sympathy. He stepped a bit closer, wanting to lessen the burden on the plump guard, but kept his distance from Shasha. The plump guard reached Gulang, exclaiming in discomfort as he sat down on the concrete. He crossed his legs and began to squeeze the beef from the packaging, then held it up to Gulang's mouth. Gulang opened wide and took a bite. "Ding! Detected that Luo Chuan has fed the host 150g of military dog steak." "Ding! Feeding value 50. Gulang was taken aback. Military dog steak. So that German shepherd named Shasha was a military dog. Suddenly, everything made sense, and oh wonder Shasha, though lacking any magical abilities, was so intelligent. She understood everything the lazy guard said. Even opening the electronic gate was child's play for her. Her intellect surpassed that of the majority of dogs. Gulang didn't dwell on this revelation for long and quickly finished the entire bag of beef. After feeding Gulang, Luo Chuan stood up and limped back, not bothering to pet Gulang, as he already had shashed. Ji Lang wagged his tail in gratitude before returning to rest beneath the stone pillar at the school gate. As Gulang basked in the orange glow of the setting sun, it wasn't long before school let out. The bell rang, and the teaching building erupted into a cacophony of noise, with boys frolicking in the corridors. Soon, students began to file out, and among the first were a group of girls, one of whom Gulang recognized, Jingqing, whom he had encountered earlier in the library. However, she seemed to be in low spirits. Her head down as she walked outside, oblivious to Gulang's presence. Her companions chattered animatedly beside her, but Jingqing merely shook her head, her voice tinged with melancholy. I don't think I'm good looking. My face is covered in freckles, and my hair lacks luster. Ji Lang understood. This girl was grappling with insecurities about her appearance. He scrutinized her carefully. Indeed, she wasn't particularly striking, but neither was she unattractive. Zhangqing continued to express her discontent to her friends. My face shape is awful. Whether I wear my hair long or short, it never looks good. Her words caught the attention of Luo Chuan, who sat by the school gate. He raised his head in surprise, surveyed Zhangqing and her companions, then laughed heartily. Girls aged 16 or 17 are really all quite beautiful. Zhangqing and her companions were taken aback, glancing at Luo Chuan before hastily quickening their pace to leave the school. Ji Lang, hearing Luo Chuan's comment, felt speechless. What sort of motivational platitude was that? Beauty is beauty. Unattractiveness is unattractiveness. What does age have to do with it? Gulang shook his head and continued to wait in the corner for Song Lingyao. The dismissal bell rang for quite some time, and the number of people in the teaching building dwindled as they packed up to leave. Then, Gulang watched as groups of girls emerged. All of them sported high ponytails, clad in blue and white uniforms. Their skin glowed, adorned with a delicate down, and their eyes sparkled with life. Some carried their bags slung casually over one shoulder, while others stealthily trailed behind boys, frolicking and discussing animatedly, bouncing along with joy. The orange rays of the setting sun illuminated this scene in a particularly striking manner. Ji Lang stood there, captivated for a long while. Suddenly, he grasped the essence of Luo Chuan's words. Indeed, girls aged 16 or 17 are genuinely beautiful. This beauty has nothing to do with facial features or cosmetics. Rather, it emanates from an innate youthful vigor. It is this very vitality that allows every adolescent girl to cry unabashedly, to love fiercely and impulsively, and to harbor hope and enthusiasm for every tomorrow. Yet, at this moment, they remain blissfully unaware. Gulang suddenly recalled a phrase. One cannot possess both youth and the perception of youth simultaneously. Ji Lang was entranced for quite some time until he finally noticed Song Lingyao. In that moment of seeing her, he comprehended anew that, damn it, not even those 16 or 17-year-olds could rival her beauty. She was the only one who truly captivated him. He hurried to catch up with Song Lingyao, subsequently taking a seat in the Song family's exclusive vehicle, which whisked them back to the estate atop the mountain. Upon entering, Song Lingyao found her family already prepared for dinner. Her mother, Liang Zhan, and father, Song Bowling, were seated at the dining table, awaiting her arrival. Upon noticing Gulang behind his daughter, Song Bowling expressed a hint of surprise. Is it awake? He inquired. Song Lingyao nodded. Just this morning. After a moment's hesitation, she recounted the events that transpired at school. The chubby creature, unable to convey thoughts through the summoning contract, could only respond to calls. Is Lingyao's new summoned beast unable to transmit thoughts? Upon hearing this, Liang Zhan immediately cast a worried glance at Song Bowling. Song Bowling's demeanor grew serious. This matter concerned their daughter's future. Have you tested it? Are you certain its method of using the contract is correct? Song Lingyao nodded again, confident in her assertion. After all, she had genuinely felt the magical fluctuations of the summoning contract. The chubby creature had certainly utilized it. After a prolonged contemplation, Song Bowling offered two hypotheses. Firstly, the creature might be too young, its intellect not yet fully developed. However, Song Lingyao was reluctant to accept this notion. The chubby creature was quite clever, capable of outsmarting smaller beings and procuring food through deceit, indicating a certain level of intelligence. Song Bowling proceeded to articulate a second possibility. There could be an issue with the soul that he suggested that the summoning contract between the chubby creature and Song Lingyao was incomplete, possibly flawed in its binding of the soul. The complexities of the soul could harbor undisclosed secrets, resulting in an incomplete imprint of the chubby creature's essence. Therefore, only one-way communication was feasible. Song Lingyao hesitated, pondering the implications of this. If that's the case, what should we do? A second contract, Song Bowling proposed. However, Song Lingyao was reluctant, as this could inflict harm upon the chubby creature. The second contract was a unique magic within the summoning realm, intended to erase the summoning contract from the creature's consciousness and establish a new one. This approach aimed to deepen the summoner's control over the summoned beast. Many summoners, lacking profound skill at the time of the initial contract, often left the imprint superficial. Yet, as their strength grew, they could establish a second contract to solidify their control. This method, however, was seldom employed, as summoners who had developed a bond with their creatures were typically unwilling to do so. Given that erasing the contract would cause the beast some trauma, seeing his daughter's refusal, Song Bowling was not taken aback. He proposed an alternative. Wait. Once it becomes strong enough, communication will naturally ensue. His reasoning was simple. Since the current contract was incomplete and the chubby creature could not communicate, they should allow it to grow in strength as its power increased. Its soul would also become more robust and resilient. Even if only a portion was bound by the contract, it could still be utilized for communication. Song Lingyao nodded in agreement. This seemed to be the only viable option. Shall we commence the nurturing plan now? She inquired. However, Song Bowling shook his head. It is still too young and has just recovered. We shall wait a while. Ji Yulang, listening from the side, was utterly bewildered. What nurturing plan? What was the purpose of this? The numerous potions were too potent. The creature was far too small to endure them. Song Lingyao, exasperated, thought it amusing that her father deemed the chubby creature small when it had grown quite round. Song Bowling continued with his perspective. First, let us administer some mild potions. We can discuss further after it has matured. Ji Yulang suddenly realized the truth. The father and daughter were strategizing on how to nurture the creature. His heart soared at the thought. Was the era of the mighty wolf about to dawn? A splendid age of soft food. How marvelous. Old Zhang, fetch some universal balm and jade essence pills. The mildest available, Song Bowling signaled to the butler, who nodded and promptly made his way to the basement. In a short while, Butler Zhang returned, holding 2 large boxes, which he placed on the dining table. Song Bowling opened the boxes. Inside the first was a ceramic jar, and upon lifting the lid, a translucent amber-colored ointment was revealed. The second box contained a small ceramic vial filled with dark, glistening pills. They shared a common trait, an unbearable stench. Upon catching a whiff, Gulang's face fell. What a dreadful odor! It resembled freshly excreted feces smeared with olive oil, baked at 180 degrees for 5 minutes, then garnished with cilantro. Yet, Song Bowling seemed oblivious to the smell. Engrossed in his preparations, he turned to retrieve a glass bottle from a nearby alcove, pouring the transparent, greenish liquid into an empty bowl. He then scooped several spoonfuls of the universal balm and added them to the bowl containing the green liquid. Next, he took the small ceramic vial and poured several of the foul-smelling jade essence pills into the mixture, stirring the disgusting concoction incessantly. In no time, a bowl of dark liquid, bubbling with green froth, was created. Song Bowling presented the bowl to Song Lingyao, indicating that she should feed it to the chubby creature. Placing Gulang on the table, Song Lingyao brought the bowl to his lips. Ji Yulang's nose twitched at the putrid mixture, nearly leading him to retch. The stench was overwhelming. No way. Gulang shook his head. This little chubby dog refuses to drink a concoction worth several thousand. Song Bowling sighed, exasperated by the creature's wasteful behavior. Several thousand? Just for this bowl? Gulang, gritting his teeth, clamped his mouth around the rim of the bowl and gulped it down. With a loud slurp, Gulang forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit, holding back the contents of his stomach. Ding! Detecting 150 ml of Song Family's secret nurturing liquid for young beasts. Ding! Feeding value 1500. The system's notification echoed in his mind, but Gulang was too preoccupied with his discomfort to care. As the liquid settled in his stomach, it erupted like a riotous battle. Indeed, it felt akin to a brawl. Gulang's body began to heat up, and the magical energy within him surged uncontrollably. Unable to contain himself any longer, he opened his mouth and expelled the chaotic energy. Song Bowling, sensing the magical surge, was taken aback. Frost Veil? Gulang yelled, unleashing a torrent of icy elements that filled the room. The temperature in the entire living room plummeted by several degrees, causing Butler Zhang to sneeze. The worst was the dining table, where the previously steaming dishes had transformed into a collection of tiny ice sculptures. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Sighing in resignation, Song Bowling lamented, "I haven't even had my meal yet." He had never anticipated that the mildest of potions, when combined with diluted liquid, could incite such a magical upheaval in the chubby creature. How could it be so sensitive to these magical materials? Such a rarity. While Song Bowling's own summoned beast showed no reaction to these potions, the chubby creature experienced a minor explosion of magical energy after consuming them. Gazing at the frozen food on the table, Gu Lang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He wagged his tail and darted outside to escape the awkwardness. Seeing him leave the room, Song Bowling did not intervene. He stood up, leaned closer to the dining table, and pinched a few icy crystalline particles, closing his eyes to sense them intently. After a moment, Song Bowling's eyes flew open in astonishment. The magical energy, such a dense concentration of icy elements. Frost Veil was merely a basic one-star ice magic. Yet it was employed by his daughter's new summoned beast to an extraordinary degree. The density of the ice elements was beyond imagination. Even a 3-star mage might struggle to achieve such control. Yet the chubby creature was only at the initial phase of the second rank. Is this the legendary snow domain wolf that once ruled the polar regions? Song Bowling was filled with nostalgia. He had long been aware of the rumor that Bai Pang Pang is a descendant of the snow domain wolf. After all, he had been present when Bai Tai ran to the Song residence to converse with his daughter. Listening intently from the side, glancing at the pile of ice cubes on the dining table, he could only shake his head in resignation and prepare another feast. Jiu Lang hurried to the garden, where the magic within him continued to surge violently. He had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of that bowl of potion. The magical energy in his reservoir had increased by nearly 1/8. There was no choice. It appeared he needed to find a suitable place to cast some spells and alleviate the swelling magical energy. After some contemplation, Gu Lang resolved to return to the small pond he had practiced at in the morning. It was the only fitting location for fire-type magic, as other places might lead to the risk of setting fire on the mountain, prompting the police at the foot. Without delay, Gu Lang set off along the pebble path toward the rockery pond. As he passed a small fork in the road, he suddenly spotted the white claw spirit cat, perched on a branch, half-closed eyes indicating it was in the midst of training. How commendable! Witnessing the diligent efforts of his servant's servant filled Gu Lang with a sense of pride. It seemed he, too, needed to step up his game. Continuing forward, he soon arrived at the pond. Upon noticing Gu Lang's presence, the goldfish quickly darted away, diving into the depths. Jiu Lang sighed, "I won't eat you." So why the fear? With a calm mind, he stood by the water's edge and began to cast fire-type spells toward the pond. Blazing Fireball, Scorching Fire Serpent, Blazing. He relentlessly unleashed fire magic upon the pond. Under the relentless bombardment of fire elements, the water temperature gradually rose. That Jiu Lang dipped his paw into the water to gauge the warmth. It was getting a bit hot. He decided to take a break, allowing the water temperature to cool down, lest any fish perish, which would be difficult to explain. While Gu Lang practiced his magic by the small pond, Song Bowling welcomed a guest. Though guest was not entirely accurate. The visitor was none other than Song Bowling's brother, Song Tingbei. Song Tingbei was truly a handsome middle-aged man, with a well-defined bone structure, fair skin, and striking features. He had long hair, half black and half white, tied back in a high ponytail reminiscent of ancient generals. Despite nearing 50, he still exuded a hint of rebellious charm. Song Tingbei was not his original name. He was initially called Song Zhongling. Differing from his elder brother Song Bowling by merely a sequence point 30 years ago, both brothers were renowned for their exceptional magical talents, celebrated throughout Ruiqing as the two outstanding sons of the Song family. However, their relationship was far from harmonious. Their father, Song Yin, often favored the elder brother, consistently providing him with superior resources and treasures, leaving Song Bowling to strive for the remainder.